The ballroom was alive with the soft hum of conversation, the elegant clinking of champagne glasses, and the rustle of opulent gowns. An exclusive gala for the city's elites. It was the night of the annual charity event that drew the most influential families, the wealthiest patrons, and the most powerful figures in the country. There were whispers about who would be making the largest donations, who would outshine whom with the most extravagant dress or dazzling jewelry. It was the epitome of high society, an evening where money and power were on full display. At the center of the gathering stood Victoria Blackwell, the matriarch of the Blackwell family, a woman who had inherited her wealth through generations of business moguls. Her gown shimmered under the lights, adorned with diamonds that could buy a small island. She was a queen in this world, her every movement calculated, her every word a display of power. Beside her, her two closest friends Lucinda Taylor and Felicity Mitchell watched the proceedings with similar poise, each in designer dresses that screamed exclusivity. The air in the ballroom was thick with privilege, but as the evening unfolded, something unexpected happened. The doors to the ballroom suddenly creaked open, and in walked a woman who could not have been more out of place in this world. Her clothes were faded, the fabric worn thin from years of use, and her shoes were scuffed and old. The room fell silent for a moment as all eyes turned toward her. This woman, an elderly figure with gray hair and a small, frail frame, made her way into the lavish space with a slow, deliberate pace. She held a modest purse in her hands, her skin showing the years of hardship she had weathered. Her presence immediately caused a stir. Whispers began to spread like wildfire. Who was she? How had she gotten in? The laughter in the room was almost audible, muffled by the masks of politeness everyone tried so hard to wear. Did she get lost? Whispered Lucinda, her voice laced with disdain. She must be in the wrong place, Felicity added, her lips curling with mockery. Victoria Blackwell, ever the symbol of perfection, stared at the woman with raised eyebrows, muffled by the masks of politeness everyone tried so hard to wear. Did she get lost? Whispered Lucinda, her voice laced with disdain. She doesn't belong here. Be in the wrong harsh whispers, Felicity added, her lips curling with mockery. Who introduced herself as Margaret Howard, of perfection, unaffected. She continued her journey deeper into the muffled by the masks of politeness everyone tried so hard to wear. Did she get lost? Whispered Lucinda, her voice laced used to being judged. She doesn't belong here. She in the wrong place. Victoria, unable to contain her becoming impatient. Who introduced herself by staff member and loudly remarked, "There's clearly been some mistake. This woman doesn't belong here. Someone should check the guest list." Margaret's serenity remained unshaken. She did not seem to care about the murmurs behind her, nor the haughty gazes that followed her every step. She was simply here, in her quiet way, to observe. The event continued, and yet there was an undercurrent of discomfort in the air, especially around Victoria and her friends. They made crude comments about the elderly woman's presence, laughing amongst themselves, their voices dripping with condescension. "Maybe she's here to beg for money," Lucinda sneered. "She's probably just a charity case, a way to make the donors feel good about themselves." Margaret, however, did not flinch. Her face was still, her eyes kind but unwavering. She heard every word, but it did not seem to bother her in the least. Her gaze swept over the crowd, never once letting their scorn affect her. There was something about her quiet presence that seemed to challenge everything the elites held dear. And then, the moment of revelation came. The gala's host, the renowned hospital director Richard Thornton, stepped onto the stage to announce the evening's generous donor. He cleared his throat, his voice booming across the ballroom, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, we are honored to receive an incredibly generous donation from a benefactor who has chosen to remain anonymous. This donation, a staggering $50 million, will go toward funding our new children's hospital wing." The room gasped. A donation of that magnitude could change lives, transform the future of thousands of children. But the real shock came when Richard continued, "This remarkable individual is with us tonight. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Margaret Howard." The room went completely silent. Victoria Blackwell, her mouth agape, watched as Margaret Howard, the poor, elderly woman they had ridiculed moments earlier, slowly made her way to the stage. "Mrs. Howard," Richard continued, his voice filled with reverence, "we cannot thank you enough for your generosity. Your contribution will change countless lives. We are forever in your debt." The crowd remained frozen. No one knew how to react. It was as if the ground had shifted beneath their feet. Margaret, now standing before them, revealed the truth. She was not the poor, lost woman they had assumed her to be, but a billionaire philanthropist who had been quietly reshaping the lives of the most vulnerable. For years, Victoria and her friends were mortified. All the arrogant remarks, the cruel judgments, the laughs they now felt like poison in their mouths. But there was no time to retract their words. The damage had already been done. Margaret's eyes, filled with compassion, scanned the room as she addressed them. "I chose to remain anonymous for a reason," she said softly, her voice carrying across the room. "I don't give because of recognition or fame. I give because I believe it is our duty to help those who cannot help themselves. And tonight, I hope you all realize that true value comes not from appearances or wealth, but from what we do for others." Victoria, her heart sinking, was now fully aware of her mistake. She had judged Margaret based on her own preconceived notions, her blind belief that wealth and power defined a person's worth. But now, she saw that Margaret's true worth was something far more profound: kindness, humility, and generosity. As the applause The ballroom was alive with the soft hum of conversation, the elegant clinking of champagne glasses, and the rustle of opulent gowns. An exclusive gala for the city's elites. It was the night of the annual charity event that drew the most influential families, the wealthiest patrons, and the most powerful figures in the country. There were whispers about who would be making the largest donations, who would outshine whom with the most extravagant dress or dazzling jewelry. It was the epitome of high society, an evening where money and power were on full display. At the center of the gathering stood Victoria Blackwell, the matriarch of the Blackwell family, a woman who had inherited her wealth through generations of business moguls. Her gown shimmered under the lights, adorned with diamonds that could buy a small island. She was a queen in this world, her every movement calculated, her every word a display of power. Beside her, her two closest friends Lucinda Taylor and Felicity Mitchell watched the proceedings with similar poise, each in designer dresses that screamed exclusivity. The air in the ballroom was thick with privilege, but as the evening unfolded, something unexpected happened. The doors to the ballroom suddenly creaked open, and in walked a woman who could not have been more out of place in this world. Her clothes were faded, the fabric worn thin from years of use, and her shoes were scuffed and old. The room fell silent for a moment as all eyes turned toward her. This woman, an elderly figure with gray hair and a small, frail frame, made her way into the lavish space with a slow, deliberate pace. She held a modest purse in her hands, her skin showing the years of hardship she had weathered. Her presence immediately caused a stir. Whispers began to spread like wildfire. Who was she? How had she gotten in? The laughter in the room was almost audible, muffled by the masks of politeness everyone tried so hard to wear. "Did she get lost?" whispered Lucinda, her voice laced with disdain. "She must be in the wrong place," Felicity added, her lips curling with mockery. Victoria Blackwell, ever the symbol of perfection, stared at the woman with raised eyebrows, her mind already making judgments. She turned to her friends and said, just loud enough for others to hear, "Who invited this person? She doesn't belong here." Despite the harsh whispers and the blatant stares, the elderly woman, who introduced herself as Margaret Howard, seemed unaffected. She continued her journey deeper into the ballroom, moving with a quiet dignity that contrasted starkly with the ostentatious display around her. It was as though she was used to being judged, and nothing could shake her calm. Victoria, unable to contain her growing irritation, approached a nearby staff member and loudly remarked, "There's clearly been some mistake. This woman doesn't belong here. Someone should check the guest list." Margaret's serenity remained unshaken. She did not seem to care about the murmurs behind her, nor the haughty gazes that followed her every step. She was simply here, in her quiet way, to observe. The event continued, and yet there was an undercurrent of discomfort in the air, especially around Victoria and her friends. They made crude comments about the elderly woman's presence, laughing amongst themselves, their voices dripping with condescension. "Maybe she's here to beg for money," Lucinda sneered. "She's probably just a charity case, a way to make the donors feel good about themselves." Margaret, however, did not flinch. Her face was still, her eyes kind but unwavering. She heard every word, but it did not seem to bother her in the least. Her gaze swept over the crowd, never once letting their scorn affect her. There was something about her quiet presence that seemed to challenge everything the elites held dear. And then, the moment of revelation came. The gala's host, the renowned hospital director Richard Thornton, stepped onto the stage to announce the evening's generous donor. He cleared his throat, his voice booming across the ballroom, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, we are honored to receive an incredibly generous donation from a benefactor who has chosen to remain anonymous. This donation, a staggering $50 million, will go toward funding our new children's hospital wing." The room gasped. A donation of that magnitude could change lives, transform the future of thousands of children. But the real shock came when Richard continued, "This remarkable individual is with us tonight. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Margaret Howard." The room went completely silent. Victoria Blackwell, her mouth agape, watched as Margaret Howard, the poor, elderly woman they had ridiculed moments earlier, slowly made her way to the stage. "Mrs. Howard," Richard continued, his voice filled with reverence, "we cannot thank you enough for your generosity. Your contribution will change countless lives. We are forever in your debt." The crowd remained frozen. No one knew how to react. It was as if the ground had shifted beneath their feet. Margaret, now standing before them, revealed the truth. She was not the poor, lost woman they had assumed her to be, but a billionaire philanthropist who had been quietly reshaping the lives of the most vulnerable. For years, Victoria and her friends were mortified. All the arrogant remarks, the cruel judgments, the laughs, they now felt like poison in their mouths. But there was no time to retract their words. The damage had already been done. Margaret's eyes, filled with compassion, scanned the room as she addressed them. "I chose to remain anonymous for a reason," she said softly, her voice carrying across the room. "I don't give because of recognition or fame. I give because I believe it is our duty to help those who cannot help themselves. And tonight, I hope you all realize that true value comes not from appearances or wealth, but from what we do for others." Victoria, her heart sinking, was now fully aware of her mistake. She had judged Margaret based on her own preconceived notions, her blind belief that wealth and power defined a person's worth. But now, she saw that Margaret's true worth was something far more profound: kindness, humility, and generosity. As the applause for Margaret rang out, Victoria's mind raced. She had been wrong. She had judged based on skin color, on wealth, on status, and now, in front of everyone, she had to face her own arrogance. Margaret Howard had just shattered her narrow view of the world, and the lesson didn't stop there. Margaret continued, her voice carrying a deeper meaning. "In this world, we often define people by their wealth, their appearance, and their social standing, but that is not the true measure of a person's worth. It is the heart, the kindness, the actions that matter most. I hope tonight, you all will take this lesson to heart." Victoria stood frozen, surrounded by the stunned faces of the guests. The reality of her actions, the ugliness of her prejudices, weighed heavily on her. She had been a part of a world that valued material possessions over human connection. But now, she understood, it was kindness that mattered most. In the weeks that followed, Victoria made a profound change. She stepped away from the world of high society and used her wealth to fund programs for underprivileged children, many of whom were the very people she had once overlooked. She worked alongside Margaret, learning from her humility and grace, and slowly, the wall of arrogance she had built around herself began to crumble. The most important lesson Victoria learned was that true wealth was not measured in gold or jewels, but in the ability to change, to grow, and to help others. Margaret's quiet presence had shown her that the real value of a person lies not in their external appearance, but in their heart. And as for Margaret Howard, she continued to change lives, quietly and humbly, always teaching those who crossed her path the true meaning of generosity. The lesson: never judge someone by their appearance or status, for beneath the surface, there may be a heart that holds more wealth than you could ever imagine. True greatness lies in kindness, humility, and the courage to live with integrity. The Parker family had been dreaming of this vacation for months. For Ethan Parker, an FBI agent, life was usually a whirlwind of high-stakes operations, long hours, and constant vigilance. Time off was a rare commodity. But he and his wife, Lena, had decided it was time for a break. They had planned a family trip to a lavish resort on the beach, a place where they could unwind, reconnect, and experience the kind of peace that always seemed elusive to them. However, what was supposed to be a serene getaway soon spiraled into a series of unsettling encounters. As the family settled by the pool, with their two children splashing and playing nearby, things began to feel off. Ethan, who rarely had time to relax, took in the sound of the waves and the sight of his children. Unaware of the storm that was about to erupt, a security guard approached them with suspicion, asking for their room number. While this could have been a simple procedure, the tension in the guard's tone told a different story. This wasn't the first time the Parkers had experienced this kind of treatment, but the feeling of being unfairly judged based on their appearance never got easier. As Lena picked up on the subtle shift in attitude, she felt the discomfort creeping in. The guards seemed uninterested in verifying their room number and instead insisted they leave the pool area. The situation quickly escalated from minor discomfort to blatant discrimination. As more security staff arrived and the situation became more tense, it was clear to Lena that this was no ordinary misunderstanding. She confronted the guards, asking if they were targeting her family because of how they looked. The guards' evasiveness only fueled her suspicions, and the day, which had started so peacefully, was beginning to unravel. As the guards continued their insistence that the Parkers leave the pool area, Ethan remained composed, trying to defuse the situation. But Lena, who had always fought for justice in her legal career, couldn't sit back and let her family be treated like this. The situation had escalated, and now their vacation was overshadowed by the unsettling behavior of the staff. What followed next was a heated exchange between Lena and the younger security guard. His dismissive attitude and continued insinuations that the Parkers were not fit to be at the resort stoked a fire within Lena. Her frustration and anger boiled over, but she remained calm enough to confront the guard, challenging him on why they were being treated differently from other guests. It wasn't just the blatant racism that hurt. It was the disrespect and disregard for the dignity of her family. As the guard's attitude grew more hostile, Lena demanded to speak with his manager. But the response she received was not what she had hoped. They were still being harassed, and as the situation intensified, the guards called in backup local police officers. The moment of truth arrived when local police officers showed up at the scene. Despite Ethan calmly identifying himself as an FBI agent, the officers persisted in their actions, continuing to treat him as a suspect. The Parkers were no longer just dealing with security guards. They were now facing the full force of institutional power, and their world felt like it was collapsing around them. Ethan was handcuffed in front of his children, a sight that filled the entire pool area with tension. Guests watched in silence as the situation unfolded, many recording the incident, but no one intervened. Ethan remained composed, his professional training allowing him to control his emotions, but inside, He felt the sting of humiliation. He had spent his career fighting for justice, only to find himself on the receiving end of an injustice that hit too close to home. Lena, too, was visibly shaken, but she refused to back down. As a lawyer, she understood the weight of the situation and knew that the officers were abusing their power. She wasn't just fighting for herself or Ethan. She was fighting for her children's future, ensuring that they wouldn't grow up in a world where this kind of injustice was acceptable. Once the situation was diffused and the handcuffs were removed, the Parkers knew that their fight wasn't over. Ethan and Lena were determined to ensure that this incident would not be forgotten. They began making plans to take legal action against the resort and the officers involved. Knowing that they couldn't let this abuse of power slide, Lena immediately began calling her colleagues to prepare for a lawsuit. She was a skilled lawyer, but this time, the fight was personal. As she arranged the next steps, Ethan stood by her side, his resolve growing stronger with every passing moment. They weren't just fighting for themselves, they were fighting for everyone who had experienced similar injustice. The legal process would be long, but the Parkers were determined to see it through. With Lena's expertise and Ethan's connections within the FBI, they knew that their fight had the potential to shine a light on the deeper issues of discrimination and abuse of power that plague society. Why? In the end, the Parkers' story became a symbol of resistance against systemic racism and the abuse of power. Though the legal battles would continue, the Parkers knew they had taken the first step toward justice. The resort eventually issued an apology, and the police department began an internal investigation. But the Parkers knew that real change required more than just apologies, it required accountability. The family walked away from the resort stronger than ever, united in their fight for justice. The lessons they learned were invaluable, and they were determined to make sure that their story would be a beacon for others who faced similar struggles. They had fought for their family, but in doing so, they had sparked a movement that would inspire others to stand up against injustice. Have you ever been underestimated because of your appearance or age? What if I told you that a legendary Black woman, the CEO of a multi-million-dollar hotel chain, was once denied a room in her own hotel not because of her power, but because of the way she looked? Tonight, we're going to dive deep into the story of Eleanor Johnson, a woman who built an empire only to face the harsh sting of discrimination from her own staff. But this story doesn't end with her being wronged. It ends with a powerful lesson that no one at her hotel will ever forget. It was a crisp evening in Chicago when Eleanor Johnson stepped out of a yellow taxi in front of the Grand American Hotel. A modest woman, dressed simply in a woolen coat and soft leather shoes, she gazed up at the building she had created over 30 years ago. She wasn't wearing the typical flashy designer dress or dripping in diamonds that many expect from the high and mighty in the luxury business world. Instead, Eleanor was here as an ordinary guest, ready to check in like anyone else. But she wasn't prepared for what was about to unfold. As Eleanor stepped into the grand lobby of her own hotel, she was greeted by a young receptionist, Jessica Carter, who barely looked up from her phone. Jessica's gaze was cold and dismissive as she scanned Eleanor's modest attire. "I'm sorry, ma'am," Jessica said, her tone shifting into disbelief, "but our hotel is fully booked tonight." Eleanor, calm and collected, tried to explain, "There must be a mistake. The Grand American always reserves a room for me." But Jessica, having grown up in wealth and privilege, didn't buy it. "I'm sorry, but I don't see your name on the VIP list. Our hotel is completely full tonight." Now, imagine how frustrating it must be for someone who's worked their entire life to prove themselves only to be doubted by someone who doesn't understand the weight of their legacy. Eleanor didn't raise her voice or create a scene. Instead, she simply pulled out her phone and made a quick call to someone who would make sure the mistake was corrected. This wasn't just a call for a room reservation. This was the call that would open everyone's eyes to the truth. Eleanor wasn't just any guest, she was the founder of this hotel. And this hotel existed because of her sacrifices, provision, and her resilience. As she stood there quietly, Jessica and her colleague, Luke, continued to whisper about the fraud who was trying to sneak into the VIP section. They had no idea who they were truly dealing with. When the shift manager, Michael Harris, arrived at the desk, he wasn't any more convinced than Jessica had been. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Johnson," he said with a cold, professional smile. "You must have confused us with another hotel. You are not on the list." But Eleanor didn't react. She simply waited, her eyes not betraying a hint of frustration. She was, however, well aware that this was the same discrimination she had faced her entire life, a constant challenge for a Black woman trying to make her mark in a world that wasn't built for people like her. The staff continued to stare, unsure of how to proceed. Eleanor, however, remained calm as she awaited her phone call to take effect. Minutes later, two powerful men walked briskly into the lobby. Thomas Reed, the vice president of the corporation, and Anthony Price, the regional executive director for the Midwest, were visibly shocked to see Eleanor standing there. "Mrs. Johnson," Thomas asked, stunned. "I had no idea this was you. I'm so sorry." It took only a moment for Jessica and Michael to realize their mistake. The woman they had judged so harshly was, in fact, the founder of the entire hotel chain. Eleanor had built this empire with her own hands and they had nearly thrown her out. The shock was written all over their faces as they realized the gravity of their mistake. Now, let's pause here and think for a moment. What if Eleanor had reacted differently? What if she had stormed out of the hotel or publicly humiliated the staff for their ignorance? She didn't. She didn't have to prove her worth because her legacy spoke louder than any words ever could. Instead, she handled the situation with grace and quiet authority. Her lesson wasn't just about correcting a mistake, it was about showing others how to see the humanity in everyone, regardless of how they look or where they come from. The truth here is clear. The way we judge others, often based on superficial appearances, can cloud our perception of their true worth. Eleanor's experience with prejudice was not just a one-time incident. It was something she had endured her entire life, and it was only by overcoming those challenges that she became the strong, successful woman she is today. In the aftermath of the incident, Eleanor didn't ask for apologies. She didn't demand any retribution. Instead, she used the experience as an opportunity to teach her staff a valuable lesson. During a meeting with the hotel leadership, Eleanor made it clear that the hotel chain needed to change not just their policies, but the very way they treated their guests. She called for a complete overhaul of the training program, emphasizing respect and equality for everyone. Eleanor's message was clear. Dignity is not something that can be measured by outward appearance. It's something that comes from within, and it's how we treat others that truly defines us. The next day, as Eleanor walked through the hotel lobby again, she noticed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The staff was treating everyone with more warmth and respect, and Jessica, who had once looked at Eleanor with suspicion, now greeted guests with sincerity. Eleanor knew that change wasn't instantaneous, but the small steps taken toward improvement were worth more than any immediate apologies. It was about showing people how to be better, not by condemning them, but by guiding them toward the right path. As Eleanor left the Grand American Hotel, she didn't leave with anger or resentment. She left with the satisfaction of knowing that she had done more than just teach her staff a lesson. She had changed their hearts. Her message was clear: treat people with kindness, see beyond the surface, and never judge a book by its cover. Eleanor's legacy wasn't just the empire she built, it was the lives she touched and the lessons she imparted. And her story is one that will resonate long after the hotel's lights dim each night. The most valuable lesson in this story is simple: respect and kindness are the true measures of success, not wealth, status, or appearances. In a world filled with judgments and prejudices, it's our responsibility to see beyond the surface and treat everyone with the dignity they deserve. In a world that often judges based on appearances, some moments stand out as powerful reminders of how quickly we make assumptions about others. In an upscale restaurant, where luxury drips from every chandelier and the smell of gourmet food fills the air, a man walks in wearing nothing more than a simple gray t-shirt, sweatpants and worn-out sneakers. His presence, seemingly out of place, creates an unexpected ripple in the room, and in the course of the evening, he will prove that appearances, while powerful, do not determine one's worth. This story centers around a powerful lesson in humility, respect, and the importance of understanding that we cannot truly judge a person based on what they wear, how they look, or the first impression they give. This is not a story about what meets the eye, but rather about what lies beneath the surface, a lesson in how we treat others, especially those who might seem out of place. It's a high-end restaurant in the heart of the city, set against a backdrop of luxury cars, well-dressed patrons, and an ambience that radiates elegance. The white tablecloths are impeccably arranged. The sparkling chandeliers cast soft, golden light over everything, and the air smells faintly of fine wine and exquisite cuisine. The guests speak in hushed tones, and the atmosphere is thick with exclusivity. For anyone familiar with the place, it's an unspoken rule to dine here. You need more than just an appetite. You need to blend in, to fit the mold, and perhaps to make a statement with your attire. People here don't just come for the food, they come for the experience. They come for the luxury. They come to be seen. However, on this particular evening, someone is about to break this unwritten rule. David Lin is not your typical customer at this restaurant, standing just under 6 feet tall. He doesn't have the imposing presence of a celebrity, but what makes him stand out is the total disregard for the rules he is about to display. David, a successful tech entrepreneur and the co-founder of a rising tech company, is dressed in nothing more than a simple gray t-shirt, a pair of sweatpants, and old sneakers, clothes you might find in a young professional's weekend wardrobe, but certainly not something you would expect in a place that thrives on the elegance of its customers. As David walks through the restaurant's glass doors, his presence becomes instantly apparent. The hush falls over the room, not because of any visible grandeur, but because of the dissonance between his attire and the setting. Some heads turn, a few murmurs rise from the crowd, and the energy in the room shifts from the usual calm to a mix of curiosity and judgment. To most of the diners, David is clearly out of place and oddity among the perfectly polished. His attire, while perfectly comfortable for any other setting, is the exact opposite of the carefully curated look of those around him. The moment David steps inside, the reaction from the other patrons is swift. Some try to hide their disapproval behind polite glances, while others can't help but stare. They might not know it yet, but the evening is about to become more than just another night of fine dining. It's about to become a powerful social experiment in how we judge people based on nothing more than their outward appearance. But David, ever unbothered, seems entirely unfazed by the stares. He walks confidently, his gaze steady as he scans the room. He knows exactly where he's headed. The reservation he made is for a table by the window, where he can enjoy his meal in peace. Despite the glances and murmurs, he remains calm and focused. To David, this is just another restaurant. To others, it's a high-end social arena where looking the part is as important as anything else. David knows what it's like to be judged, and he's learned, over the years, that how others see you says more about them than it ever will about you. Enter Emmer, the waitress. Emmer is a seasoned professional, having worked at this restaurant for years. She prides herself on knowing exactly who belongs in the establishment and who does not. In her mind, she's the gatekeeper of the restaurant's image, and she's not afraid to show it. When Emma lays eyes on David, her reaction is swift and judgmental. She can't believe he's actually here, this man in his sweatpants and sneakers. To her, David is nothing more than a man who doesn't belong. She's worked in the service industry for years, and she has seen all kinds of people. But David's casual attire immediately marks him as someone who doesn't understand the rules of high society. Without hesitation, Emma approaches him with a question that's laced with mockery. "Are you sure you want to eat here?" The tone in Emma's voice is condescending, as if she's offering David a chance to back out, a way for him to avoid embarrassment. She doesn't even try to hide her distaste for his appearance. In a place like this, people are expected to conform to a certain standard, and David's relaxed, easygoing look just doesn't cut it. David, however, doesn't flinch. He doesn't rise to the bait. Instead, he simply smiles politely, and with a calmness that might be seen as surprising. He says, "Yes, I'm sure. I'll be fine here." His composure is immediately striking. And while Emma's condescension remains in her posture, David's response quietly sets the tone for what is to come. At this point, it becomes clear that the power in this encounter doesn't lie with Emma. Even though she is the one who controls the service, the true strength in the room rests with David. His lack of reaction to Emma's insult speaks volumes. He doesn't need to prove anything, especially to someone who has already made up her mind about him based on his clothes. This is where the dynamic shifts. As David remains silent, Emma begins to feel an uncomfortable shift in the energy around her. It's as though the room is holding its breath, waiting for David to react. He doesn't. His silence and calmness are louder than any words he could say. As David settles into his seat, Emma reluctantly walks away, but not without casting a final, disapproving glance in his direction. The air feels heavy, and the buzz around David's rival intensifies. The patrons continue to murmur under their breaths, whispering about the man in casual clothes, wondering who he might be or why he dared to enter a fine dining establishment dressed in such a manner. Their eyes follow him, and while some try to mask their judgment with polite smiles, it's clear that David's presence has disrupted the usually calm and exclusive atmosphere of the restaurant. David, however, remains undisturbed as he places his napkin on his lap and looks at the menu. His focus is on what truly matters, enjoying his meal. But Emma's judgment isn't over. She's already decided to make this more than just an encounter between customer and server. For her, David represents a breach of decorum, an affront to the standards she believes are set in stone at the restaurant. Emma returns to David's table shortly after, carrying a glass of water and a menu. As she places the water down in front of him, she can't resist making a subtle jab. "I'm sure you'll find the wine list overwhelming," she says with a thin smile, her words carrying a tone that suggests David isn't someone who would appreciate the finer things. David looks up at her, his face serene, unbothered by her veiled insult. He simply responds with a polite nod, saying, "I'm sure I'll find something that suits me." His calmness catches her off guard, as if she were expecting him to snap or show some sign of discomfort. Instead, David's composure and humility only serve to highlight the absurdity of her attitude. She tries again, pushing further by commenting on the menu prices. "Are you sure you want to spend so much on the tasting menu? It's quite expensive for someone dressed like, well, you," she trails off, her voice dripping with sarcasm. It's a move she's used before to provoke customers she deems unworthy, a tactic she believes will force them into submission. But David does not rise to her bait. He doesn't flinch, doesn't fluster. Instead, he quietly chooses his meal without acknowledging her remarks. There is a quiet power in his silence. It's almost as if he is impervious to her attempts to embarrass him. As he places his order, his calmness in the face of her continued rudeness only serves to frustrate Emma more. She expects him to react, to become self-conscious, or perhaps even apologize for his appearance. But David does nothing. He simply continues to be himself, unfazed, self-assured, and respectful, not only of her, but of the experience in front of him. As the evening continues, the rest of the restaurant begins to take notice. David's lack of reaction to Emma's increasingly hostile treatment becomes a point of fascination. His ability to remain composed, despite the subtle jabs and the obvious discomfort in the room, makes him an object of intrigue. Some of the other diners, including an older couple at a nearby table, begin to exchange glances. They notice the clear imbalance in the way Emma is treating David compared to the rest of the guests, and the judgment they once shared begins to shift. They start to wonder why David is still calm, why he doesn't seem to care about the inappropriate treatment he's receiving. It's clear to them that something deeper is going on, but they are unsure what exactly, as Emma continues to make snide remarks about his choice of dishes and the prices. David simply remains poised. His demeanor is almost regal in its serenity, a quiet confidence that contrasts sharply with the tension in the air. The older couple, Mr. and Mrs. Carter, who have dined at this restaurant for years, exchange silent glances. They know Emma's typical behavior, and they know how the restaurant's patrons usually react to being treated poorly. But David is different. He's not reacting in the way they expect, and that, in itself, begins to make a statement, one that Emma fails to understand. As the night wears on, Emma grows more visibly frustrated. She has tried everything she knows to provoke David into a reaction, mocking his choice of wine, pointing out the extravagance of the meal, even suggesting that he would be better suited for a lesser establishment. But David's indifference to her taunts only makes her more agitated. She's not used to this. In her experience, when customers like David are treated poorly, they often get embarrassed, angry, or uncomfortable. They begin to question their worthiness and, more often than not, leave before the evening is over. But David does none of these things. He continues to smile, to be polite, and most importantly, he remains in control of the situation. David's quiet strength is something Emma can't comprehend. She's used to the power dynamics of high society, where the wealth and appearance of someone often dictate their treatment. To her, David's presence in this restaurant, dressed so casually, is an insult to the rules of the establishment. But the more she tries to provoke him, the more it becomes clear that the true power lies in David's ability to stay calm, composed, and, most importantly, humble. Just as Emma reaches the peak of her frustration, she's interrupted by a presence. The restaurant manager, Mr. Thompson, walks over to David's table with a warm smile on his face. His approach is filled with respect, and his demeanor contrasts sharply with Emma's coldness. As he greets David, Emma watches in stunned silence. "Mr. Lin," Mr. Thompson says with a deep sense of admiration, "It's a true honor to have you here tonight. We're so grateful to have you as a guest." Emma's face goes pale. The moment Mr. Thompson speaks, she realizes who David truly is. The calmness, the polite interactions, it all makes sense now. David Lin is not just any ordinary customer. He's a co-owner of the restaurant, and he's someone whose influence extends far beyond the confines of this building. Emma is left in shock as Mr. Thompson's words hang in the air. The room falls silent, and the once disruptive buzz of gossip dies down. The other diners, including Mr. and Mrs. Carter, now understand the true significance of David's presence. He is not just a guest. He is a man whose worth is defined by much more than his attire. He's a man who has earned his place here not through appearance, but through integrity, success, and the respect he commands. David remains calm throughout the exchange. His gentle smile never wavers as he listens to Mr. Thompson speak. Emma, on the other hand, begins to squirm in her seat, realizing that her rude behavior has just backfired spectacularly. The truth is out. The man she had so eagerly judged is far from what she had assumed, and now she must face the consequences of her actions. As the truth about David's identity becomes known to everyone in the restaurant, a deep silence falls over the room, the kind of silence that is not uncomfortable, but rather reflective, as if the entire dining room is collectively processing what has just occurred. The din of murmurs fades, and all eyes are now on David Lin. The patrons who had earlier been whispering, speculating about his place in the room, now understand that they had been wrong all along. Emma stands frozen, her face flushed with embarrassment. She had made a critical mistake, assuming that David, just because of his attire, did not belong. She had judged him based on a simple assumption, one that was entirely wrong. And in doing so, she had not only embarrassed herself, but also misjudged someone who was far more influential than she could have imagined. David, however, remains completely unbothered. His calm demeanor has never faltered, and he doesn't allow this moment to become a spectacle. He doesn't need to make anyone feel guilty for their behavior. He doesn't need to prove anything to anyone. Instead, he continues to be the man he was when he first entered the restaurant. Composed, humble, and respectful. It's this very contrast between David's behavior and Emma's that begins to make the lesson crystal clear. While Emma's arrogance and assumptions have caused discomfort and tension, David's unshakable calmness has now turned the situation into a moment of reflection. Everyone in the room, whether they realize it or not, has just witnessed a subtle yet powerful lesson in humility and respect. As David and Mr. Thompson continue their conversation, the restaurant manager's tone is one of utmost respect, acknowledging David not only as a valued guest, but also as a partner and co-owner of the establishment. And the respect David receives from Mr. Thompson is not out of obligation, but genuine admiration, built over years of trust and mutual understanding. David remains humble in his response, never once flaunting his status. His words are measured and kind, as he continues to engage with Mr. Thompson about the restaurant's operations and his appreciation for the staff. David's behavior demonstrates that true power comes from being grounded, showing respect to others regardless of their station in life. From where Emma stands, it's almost as if David's presence has become a beacon of everything she has been missing in her own interactions. She realizes, albeit too late, that her role in this high-end establishment was never to look down on people or assume that one's worth can be determined by their appearance. Her role was to serve with humility, regardless of the attire or social standing of the person sitting at the table. The entire room is now keenly aware of the transformation that's taking place. The diners who had once been critical of David are now beginning to reconsider their judgments. What had initially seemed like an uncomfortable encounter has, in fact, turned into a powerful display of integrity. David's actions speak louder than any words could. As Emma watches the respect David commands without even asking for it, she begins to internalize the lesson. It's a difficult pill to swallow, but the truth is undeniable. She had been wrong. She had assumed that the way David looked determined his place in the world, and she had judged him unfairly because of it. And in doing so, she had failed to recognize that her role as a servant in the restaurant was to respect all customers no matter their attire, appearance, or background. Emma steps away from David's table, a flood of emotions rushing over her. She's embarrassed, yes, but she's also deeply reflective. She knows that this encounter has changed her both personally and professionally. She can no longer view the people she serves through the lens of her own assumptions or prejudices. She now understands that respect isn't something earned based on appearance or status. It is something that should be given freely to everyone, regardless of how they look or what they wear. David's unspoken lesson is profound. True respect comes from within, and it isn't about conforming to external standards, but recognizing the inherent worth of every person. And while Emma may have been blinded by her own biases, this experience will serve as a reminder to her moving forward. She will never again let her judgments cloud her interactions with others. The older couple, Mr. and Mrs. Carter, who had been quietly observing the situation, are now visibly moved by what they've witnessed. They exchange glances, nodding in silent agreement. To them, this is more than just a simple dining experience. It's a reminder of what it means to be human. In a world where it's easy to judge others by what they wear or how they speak, the couple now sees the deeper lesson that has unfolded before them. They smile at each other, understanding that sometimes the greatest lessons come not from books or speeches, but from everyday moments like these. It's a reminder that we all have value, and we should treat everyone with kindness and respect, no matter their outward appearance. As the evening winds down, the tone in the restaurant shifts. The initial judgment and discomfort have dissipated, replaced by a quiet understanding that everyone, regardless of their status or outward appearance, deserves respect. David's lesson is felt by all, whether they realize it or not. As David finishes his meal, he stands up to leave, but not before giving Emma a kind smile. There's no anger in his expression, just a calm understanding that sometimes people need to learn things the hard way. Emma, for her part, can only nod back, realizing that this brief encounter has forever changed the way she will view her work and her role in the world. David walks out of the restaurant, leaving behind a group of diners and staff who are quietly reflecting on the lessons of the evening. His departure is as understated as his arrival, but the impact of his presence lingers long after he's gone. David's time in the restaurant wasn't about teaching anyone a lesson, it was about showing everyone that respect is not something to be reserved for a select few based on their outward appearance. True respect is about recognizing the inherent worth of every individual, regardless of their station in life. As the staff cleans up the restaurant and the diners make their way to the exit, they do so with a sense of quiet reflection. They understand now that they've witnessed something far more significant than just an interaction between a customer and a waitress. They've witnessed a moment that will stick with them, a moment that challenged their perceptions of who is worthy of respect and who is not. After David leaves the restaurant, the atmosphere remains unexpectedly calm. It's as if the air itself has been clear of the tension that had built up earlier in the evening. Emma stands in the back of the restaurant, staring at the empty seat where David had been. Her mind is racing, replaying the events of the night over and over again. She had been so certain of her judgment, so certain that the man in front of her didn't belong in the world of fine dining. Now, as she stands there, she realizes just how wrong she was. The sense of guilt that weighs on her shoulders is heavy, but it's mixed with something else, a newfound understanding. In her years of working in the service industry, she had always believed that appearance was the most important thing. She had judged people based on what they wore, how they spoke, and the confidence they exuded. But tonight, she had learned a hard lesson. True worth is never determined by appearance. It's determined by character, humility, and the way we treat others. For the first time, Emma begins to question her own actions, not just in her interactions with David, but in the way she had treated countless other patrons in the past. Had she been dismissive of others because they didn't fit the mold? Had she judged people by their clothing, their accent, or the way they carried themselves? The thought is unsettling, but it's also the beginning of a change. Later that night, Emma finds herself standing in front of Mr. Thompson, the restaurant manager, who had witnessed the entire exchange between her and David. She feels a mix of anxiety and regret, unsure of how to address what happened. But Mr. Thompson, ever the professional, doesn't make her feel worse. Instead, he offers her a chance to reflect on the situation. "Emma," he says softly, "you've been with us for a long time, and I know you take pride in your work. But tonight, I saw something different. I saw you struggle with something you've likely never had to confront before." Emma swallows hard, her voice shaking slightly as she replies, I don't know what came over me. I saw David, and I immediately assumed he didn't belong here. I thought I was protecting the restaurant's image. But now, I see how wrong I was." Mr. Thompson nods. "It's not an easy lesson to learn, but you've learned it, and that's what matters. The most important thing we do here isn't just serve food. It's about making people feel welcome, no matter who they are or how they look." Emma feels a weight lift off her chest, but there's still a lingering sense of discomfort. She knows that she'll have to work harder to undo the biases she had allowed to shape her actions. This realization is painful, but it's also necessary. She can no longer ignore the importance of treating everyone with the same level of respect, no matter their appearance or their status. While Emma is grappling with her emotions, the older couple, Mr. and Mrs. Carter, have already left the restaurant. They, too, have been affected by the events of the evening, though perhaps not in the same way Emma has been. As they walk to their car, they discuss what they witnessed in quiet voices, a deep reflection in their words. "I never thought of it that way," Mr. Carter says, adjusting his coat as they walk. "It's easy to judge people when they don't fit the mold. But David showed us something different. Mrs. Carter nods thoughtfully. It's not about what someone wears or how they look. It's about who they are, how they treat others. I think we all needed to be reminded of that. The couple drives home in silence, their minds lingering on the lessons of the night. They had been silently judging David when he walked in, just like many others. They had assumed he wasn't part of the exclusive world they inhabited. But now, they see how wrong they were. The judgment they had passed without thinking has been replaced by a sense of humility and respect for David and, more importantly, for the lesson he had unknowingly taught them. As the night winds down, the last few diners finish their meals, and the staff begins to clear the tables. Emma, still deep in thought, moves about the restaurant with a sense of purpose. She's no longer focused on the superficial aspects of the job. Instead, she's concentrating on providing the best service possible, treating each person with the same level of care and respect that she had failed to offer David earlier. David's presence may have left the building, but the lesson he imparted remains. It lingers in the minds of those who were witnesses to the events of the evening, including Emma, Mr. and Mrs. Carter, and the rest of the staff. The restaurant that had once been a place where only the worthy were treated with respect is now a space that embodies inclusivity, understanding, and empathy. The judgmental attitudes that had existed before have been replaced with a more welcoming and understanding atmosphere. The next day, Emma wakes up with a sense of resolve. She spends the entire morning reflecting on her actions and how she can be better. She doesn't want to be the person she was before, a person who judged others based on what they wore. A person who assumed someone didn't belong simply because they didn't fit the mold. At work that evening, as she serves her first table, she makes a conscious effort to be present, to engage with each customer with genuine warmth and respect. She's determined to make sure no one is ever made to feel the way David was on that night. And though it's a difficult process, she knows it's the right one. Over time, Emma grows in her role. She becomes more compassionate, not just in her interactions with customers, but with her coworkers as well. She begins to understand that respect is not a commodity to be earned. It is a fundamental right that should be granted to everyone, regardless of their background, their appearance, or their status. As the weeks go by, the lesson of that night sticks with the staff, the diners, and even Emma herself. David Lynn may have left the restaurant the evening with little more than a kind smile and a quiet demeanor, but his presence had made an indelible mark. He didn't need to teach anyone a lesson. He simply lived it. In a world that often values appearances over substance, David showed everyone that true worth is determined not by how we look, but by how we treat others. His quiet strength became a powerful reminder that no one should be judged based on the way they appear. Instead, we should always look deeper, always strive to see the person inside, and always treat others with the respect and dignity they deserve. Weeks have passed since the night David Lynn dined at the upscale restaurant, but the events of that evening continue to echo through the lives of those who were there. For Emma, the waitress who had initially judged David based on his appearance, the transformation has been profound. No longer is she the person who casually dismisses others based on their clothes, accent, or background. She's learned that her judgments, however fleeting, can have lasting effects, and she's committed to changing her ways. Emma spends her days now reflecting on her interactions with people, always striving to treat everyone with the same level of respect, regardless of their outward appearance. She takes extra time with customers, ensuring they feel valued and welcome. The shift in her mindset is palpable. The way she carries herself, the kindness in her actions, and the way she handles even the most difficult customers have all changed. Emma is no longer just going through the motions. She is engaged, actively listening, and making an effort to understand the people she serves. And the results are evident. Not only does she receive more positive feedback from patrons, but her coworkers also begin to notice the change. There is a newfound warmth in the restaurant, a sense of respect that permeates every interaction, both with customers and colleagues. One evening, as Emma closes the restaurant and prepares to leave, She finds herself alone in the break room. She looks at her reflection in the mirror and smiles. It's a smile of contentment. A smile that says she's proud of how far she's come. She's learned that respect cannot be demanded from others. It must first be earned by offering it to everyone, without exception. For the first time in a long while, Emma realizes that she's found a new sense of purpose in her work. She no longer sees her job simply as a means to an end. It's become a way for her to connect with people, to learn from them, and to give back the kindness and respect that she had previously withheld from those who seemed out of place. David's simple yet powerful example continues to guide her. His silent strength and unspoken lesson have changed the way she views the world and, more importantly, the way she views herself. No longer does she feel the need to prove herself to others or to validate her worth based on outward appearances. She understands now that the value of a person is not determined by what they wear or how they look, but by the content of their character and the kindness they show to others. The changes in Emma are just the beginning. The restaurant itself has also undergone a shift. The atmosphere is no longer one of exclusivity defined by appearance, but one of warmth and inclusivity. The staff, inspired by Emma's transformation, begin to treat every customer with the same level of respect, no matter their attire or background. This shift in mindset is not just about making people feel comfortable, it's about recognizing the humanity in every individual. And as the patrons begin to feel this change, they, too, start to interact differently with one another. No longer do they hold judgments based on surface-level observations. Instead, they start engaging in deeper conversations, getting to know the people around them without preconceived notions. Even Mr. Thompson, the restaurant manager, has noticed the difference. He sees the staff working together with a renewed sense of purpose, treating every customer as though they are equally important. And though the restaurant's reputation for luxury remains intact, it is now coupled with a sense of community and respect that wasn't there before. David Lin's presence at the restaurant that evening, though brief, had a profound effect on everyone in the room. His quiet demeanor, his refusal to react to judgment, and his unshakable humility became a lesson that everyone needed to learn. But it wasn't just about David's identity as a co-owner of the restaurant, it was about the way he carried himself. He didn't need to flaunt his wealth, status, or influence. He showed that true power lies in humility and treating others with respect regardless of their station in life. For the other diners, especially Mr. and Mrs. Carter, the lesson was equally powerful. They had spent much of their lives judging others based on their appearance, but after witnessing the events unfold, they realized how wrong they had been. They, too, started to challenge their own biases, questioning the way they had looked at people in the past. They began to realize that true connection comes not from superficial judgments, but from seeing the value in others as human beings. The couple, like Emma, started to look at the world with a new lens, one that focused on kindness, understanding, and empathy. They understood now that no one should ever be made to feel inferior because of the way they look or what they wear. As David's story continues to ripple through the lives of those who witnessed it, the final lesson becomes clear. Appearances can be deceiving, but kindness, respect, and humility are the qualities that truly define a person. David did not need to prove his worth to anyone. He simply lived it through his actions. His unspoken lesson was one that transcended the boundaries of the restaurant. It was a lesson that would resonate in the hearts and minds of everyone who had the privilege of witnessing that night. In a world where judgment is often passed based on superficial characteristics, David Lin's quiet strength serves as a reminder that the most important thing we can do is treat others with dignity, regardless of what they wear or where they come from. True character is not measured by appearances, but by how we treat others, especially those who may seem different from ourselves. Months later, Emma finds herself facing new challenges that test her growth and the lessons she has learned. But now, instead of reacting with defensiveness or judgment, she approaches each situation with patience, understanding, and respect. She knows that her work is far from over, but she is determined to continue evolving. She is no longer defined by the biases that once clouded her judgment. Instead, she is now defined by her capacity to show respect and kindness to everyone she encounters, regardless of their background. Emma may have started her journey in a high-end restaurant, surrounded by luxury and judgment, but she has found something far more valuable: the understanding that true wealth lies not in material POS, sessions, or outward appearances, but in the way we treat one another. As Emma locks the doors of the restaurant for the night, she reflects on how far she has come. She thinks of David Lynn and the quiet, powerful lesson he taught her. She realizes that every day is an opportunity to practice respect, kindness, and humility, and with each passing day, she becomes more committed to living her life according to these principles. The world may continue to judge based on appearances, but Emma knows that her actions, guided by the lessons learned from that one evening, will always speak louder than any judgment ever could. In this final part, we witness the lasting transformation that David's actions had on Emma, the other patrons, and the restaurant as a whole. Emma embraces her newfound understanding of respect and humility, and the restaurant begins to reflect these values in its operations. The lesson that true worth is not determined by outward appearances, but by one's character and actions resonates deeply with everyone involved. What happens when a simple mistake at the airport turns into an explosive confrontation with the law? This shocking incident might just make you rethink how we handle conflict, especially when emotions run high. This is the story of an intoxicated father, a denied boarding, and a scene no one expected to unfold. Narration: it was September 17th, 2023, at Orlando Airport. The sun had already begun to set, the terminal bustling with passengers eager to board their flights. Among them was a father and his family, preparing for what should have been a typical flight. However, this was no ordinary journey. An unexpected altercation was about to unfold, one that would push the limits of patience, authority, and human reaction. The father had everything packed: bags, strollers, and kids in tow. He was ready to board the flight, but something was off. A simple misunderstanding soon took a turn, and he was refused boarding. The reason? His behavior. Something didn't sit right with the gate agent. The subtle scent of alcohol lingered in the air, and the father's stumbling walk was hard to ignore. How often do we see a person's mood or actions influencing major decisions? In this moment, the gate agent had to make a judgment call based on what was seen. It wasn't about the father's intent to travel anymore. It became a matter of safety and responsibility. But the father's reaction was about to take things to a whole new level. As the gate agent tried to reason with him, the father's anger flared. His face twisted with frustration, his voice rising. He wasn't hearing it. "I've paid for this flight," he screamed, his words slurring slightly as he protested. The refusal to board, a simple but necessary action, had ignited something in him. He was no longer just a passenger, he was now a person wronged. We've all been there, right? That feeling of injustice, especially when you're not in control. But what happens when that feeling turns into irrational behavior? The father, frustrated with the situation, seemed to lose sight of what was at stake: his safety, the safety of his children, and the well-being of everyone around him. This is where emotional control or lack thereof becomes pivotal in any high-stress situation. Realizing the situation was deteriorating, the gate agent called over a supervisor. They had no choice but to assess the father's condition. His actions weren't just erratic, they were dangerous. The supervisor noticed it immediately: the smell of alcohol. With no other option, they made the decision to cancel his boarding pass and inform the father that he could no longer fly that day. How would you feel if you were in the staff's shoes? The reality is, the agents had a duty to ensure the safety of everyone, including the father. Yet, they were facing the wrath of an upset passenger who refused to accept the decision. At this point, the scenario was no longer about a flight, it was about maintaining control over a situation spiraling out of hand. What happens when an already tense situation turns into a full-blown confrontation? In this section, The father's fury reaches a boiling point, and the airport staff must call in the police to defuse the chaos. But what happens when the law gets involved? The refusal to board didn't just anger the father, it ignited something far more intense. His face flushed red as he began to shout louder, moving dangerously close to the airport staff. "You can't do this to me," he bellowed, his voice carrying through the terminal. His body leaned forward, his fists clenching at his sides. To him, this wasn't just a flight issue anymore. It was a personal attack. At this point, the situation has shifted from frustration to rage. When a person feels trapped, cornered, and humiliated, emotions can override reason. The father's feelings of helplessness have manifested in a display of anger that now risks spiraling out of control. But the question is, how do you handle a situation when the emotions of an individual are running unchecked? Airport security could see things getting out of hand. One of the staff members, a supervisor, discreetly radioed for police assistance. Within moments, an officer arrived calm, yet firm, assessing the scene as the father continued to shout. His words, slurred from intoxication, were harsh and full of anger, accusing the airport staff of unfair treatment. This is the moment when the emotional tension meets a hard line. The law. The police are trained to defuse situations like these, but it's never easy when someone is already in a heightened state of agitation. The officer's job is not to escalate things, but to restore order. But does intervening with authority make the situation better or worse? The officer tried to reason with the father, but the response was pure defiance. "I don't care about your rules," the father shouted, his words coming out between breaths. The officer took a step back, assessing the situation. A calm voice tried to reach the father, telling him that his actions were dangerous not just to him, but to his children and those around him. At this point, there's no turning back. The refusal to cooperate has sealed the fate of this confrontation. The officer is trying to reason, but the father's fury clouds any chance of rational discussion. It's not just about the airport anymore, it's about control and the refusal to back down. As the tension grew, the officer placed a hand on the father's arm, guiding him toward a quieter corner of the terminal. The father jerked away, his frustration mounting. "You touch me again, and I'll sue," he yelled. The officer, remaining calm, insisted that the father was not under arrest yet, but that he needed to calm down. His daughter, standing nearby, looked on with a mixture of fear and confusion, unsure of what was happening to her father. It's hard not to feel for the officer here. How do you de-escalate a situation where the individual refuses to cooperate? The officer's restraint is admirable, yet there's a line between restraint and putting oneself at risk. And what of the daughter? She's witnessing a version of her father she's likely never seen before. The emotional toll this takes on children in these situations is often overlooked. The moment came when the father's anger subsided just enough to hear the reality of the situation. He was no longer going to board this flight. Not today, not on this airline. His ticket was canceled. His options were clear: either cooperate or face further consequences. With a deep sigh, he seemed to deflate slightly, but his defiance still lingered in his words. This moment is key when a person realizes that their actions have led to a point of no return. The father's anger slowly turns into resignation, but it's not the peaceful surrender we expect. His words may have softened, but the damage had already been done. He lost control of the situation, and now he faces the aftermath. What happens when a confrontation reaches its breaking point? In this section, things take a turn that no one could have predicted. The father's anger, his inability to calm down, and the intervention of the police all culminate in an arrest that will change everything. The father's emotions were a whirlwind. Anger, frustration, and the lingering shame of being denied boarding clouded his judgment completely. As the officer tried to reason with him, the father's response became more erratic. "I didn't do anything wrong," he yelled, his voice shaking with the combination of intoxication and rage. His body jerked back, and forth as he fought against the officer's attempts to calm him. This moment underscores the difficulty of managing an emotionally charged situation. When a person is in a heightened state, whether due to intoxication or frustration, rational thinking becomes almost impossible. The officer's calm approach is meant to prevent escalation, but the father's emotional state is already pushing things past the point of control. It became clear that the situation was no longer something that could be managed with words alone. The officer stepped in closer, his voice firm but calm. "Sir, you need to stop. If you continue to resist, you'll be arrested for disorderly conduct." The father's response was quick, his defiance still burning strong. "Go ahead and arrest me. I don't care," he shouted. The officer had to make a quick decision here whether to continue trying to talk to the father or take action. The stakes were high. Any further resistance could lead to a physical confrontation. But the officer remained focused on diffusing the situation with minimal force. It's an incredible balancing act to remain professional when dealing with an uncooperative individual, especially in a public space like an airport. The moment the father refused to comply, the officer moved quickly to place him in handcuffs. But this only fueled the father's fury. "Don't touch me," he screamed, struggling against the officer's grip. His daughter, now in tears, could only watch as her father was restrained. The sounds of shouting echoed through the terminal. But the officer remained calm and steady, even as the father tried to break free. This moment is a powerful reminder of the complexity of human nature under stress. The father, despite realizing the inevitability of the situation, fought back against the authority trying to control him. His actions, fueled by pride and anger, make this moment tragic not just for him, but for his family. His daughter's distress is a testament to how deeply this event will affect her. The father's final attempt to reason, narration. As the handcuffs clicked into place, the father's anger shifted to desperation. "You don't understand," he cried out, still writhing in the officer's grip. "This is my family, my daughter. You can't do this." His voice cracked, filled with a sense of helplessness that matched the agony in his daughter's eyes. This is the raw emotional vulnerability of the situation, the father's realization that he has crossed a line from which there is no return. The struggle between personal pride and love for his family emerges here, as he tries, in vain, to justify his actions. But sometimes, when a person reaches a breaking point, no words can undo the damage done. The officer, undeterred by the father's outbursts, carefully led him towards the exit. He spoke gently, "You're going to be okay." This could have been avoided. The father didn't respond, his body still tense as he was escorted out of the terminal. His daughter, her face wet with tears, stood in the background, silently watching her father's removal. This moment speaks volumes about the power of calmness in the face of chaos. The officer's steady approach is what prevented the situation from escalating into something far worse. But as the father was led away, the emotional toll on his daughter was unmistakable. This moment, the last sight of her father before he was taken away, would stay with her forever. The aftermath of the arrest was felt not only by the father, but by everyone involved. The airport staff, the relief that the situation had been resolved without violence, were shaken by how quickly things had escalated. The father would face charges, but the consequences for his daughter would be long-lasting. She would carry the memory of that moment with her forever. What happens after such an event? The father may have been arrested, but the real consequences lie in the emotional and psychological impact on his family. The image of her father being dragged away by the police will forever be imprinted in his daughter's mind. How do we make sense of this kind of emotional aftermath? The scars may not be visible, but they're deep and long-lasting. What happens when the dust settles and the reality of the situation fully sinks in? In this final section, we witness the aftermath of the father's arrest and reflect on the emotional and psychological toll this entire incident has left on the family. What have they learned, and how will they move forward? The father sat in the back of the police car, handcuffed and silent. His mind raced, filled with regret. But the damage had been done. The realization that his actions had led to this moment was sinking in slowly. He had gone from being a frustrated passenger to a man arrested in front of his children, all because he refused to control his emotions. The question now is, how do you process an event like this? For the father, there's a heavy weight of personal regret. But it's more than that. His pride, anger, and inability to control his emotions have cost him dearly. This moment is a turning point, where the reality of his situation begins to hit him. He is no longer just a father trying to catch a flight. He's someone who will have to face the consequences of his actions. While the father sat in the police car, his daughter remained in the airport terminal, alone with her thoughts. She was in shock, her young mind struggling to process everything that had just happened. The image of her father being led away in handcuffs would stay with her for a long time. In the chaos of the moment, it was impossible to tell how deeply this event would affect her. Children absorb everything they see and hear, and this traumatic event would be no exception. How does a child process witnessing their parent being arrested? This is a life-altering moment for the daughter, one that may lead to confusion, anger, and even a sense of betrayal. The emotional scars left by this incident will take time to heal, and they may shape her views on authority, trust, and family. The officer, after the arrest was made, took a moment to reflect on the situation. His job was to uphold the law, but this incident felt different. It wasn't just about enforcing the rules. It was about understanding the human side of things. The officer couldn't help but wonder if things could have been handled differently. Could there have been a way to avoid the escalation? This moment gives us a glimpse into the officer's humanity. Despite being trained to handle such situations with professional detachment, he too is impacted by the emotional gravity of the scene. The officer's reflection speaks to the complexity of law enforcement in moments of crisis. Sometimes the emotional toll is felt not just by the individuals involved, but by the ones trying to restore order. Later that day, the family was left to pick up the pieces. The father's arrest was not just a legal issue, it was a personal one, affecting everyone involved. The wife, now at home with the children, tried to make sense of the situation. Her thoughts were a mixture of concern for her husband and worry about the long-term effects this incident would have on their family. The wife's perspective is crucial here. She is left to navigate the emotional aftermath, trying to explain what happened to their children, while also dealing with her own confusion and hurt. This is the hidden cost of such incidents, the emotional labor required to pick up the pieces after everything falls apart. The family's healing will be a long and complex journey. As the day went on, the father sat in a holding cell, his mind spinning. He had no one to blame but himself. The father could now see the full extent of the damage caused by his actions. His pride, his anger, his refusal to listen to reason, these had all led him to this point. He had not just ruined his chance to board a plane, he had jeopardized his relationship with his family, especially his daughter. This is a painful moment of self-realization. When we act impulsively, we rarely stop to consider the long-term effects of our actions. The father's regret is palpable, but it also presents an opportunity for growth. If he learns from this moment, he might be able to rebuild his relationships and find ways to manage his emotions better in the future. The next few days were filled with uncertainty. The father's arrest would have legal consequences, but the real consequences were emotional. His family would need to rebuild, piece by piece. The father would have to face the repercussions of his actions, but the real work would be done on the emotional front. Could they heal from this? Could the father regain his daughter's trust? Only time would tell. Healing from an incident like this is not easy. It's not just about paying the legal price, it's about rebuilding trust and understanding in relationships that were torn apart. The journey to healing will be long, and it starts with reflection and accountability. This experience will be a defining moment for the family, but whether it will break them or bring them closer together depends on how they move forward. She had spent years controlling everything until one mistake controlled her. A waitress, used to making the rules, slaps a mother holding a baby without realizing that the man who owns the restaurant chain is watching. What happens next? Let's just say no one expected the ending she got. Stay tuned, because once the truth comes out, there's no turning back. Before we start, comment below where in the world you're watching from today. And if you enjoy stories like this, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss a new one. Vanessa Holt walked through the bustling restaurant with confidence, her apron neatly tied, her posture straight. She exuded control with every step she took. She had worked her way up the ranks to become the lead waitress at one of the city's top dining spots. Every night she managed the VIP tables, making sure the high-rolling customers felt like royalty. She ruled the restaurant floor like it was her kingdom. She believed in rules, order, and most of all, her own authority. But tonight, one small mistake would change everything. One moment of impatience, one act of arrogance, would take away everything she had worked for. And the worst part, she never saw it coming. The dinner rush had started smoothly, just like any other evening. Patrons arrived, eager for a fine meal, while servers scurried to make sure everything was in order. The clinking of silverware, the soft chatter of conversations, and the low hum of the kitchen were the soundtrack to a typical night at the restaurant. But then, she saw her. Olivia Carter walked in, holding a baby in her arms, with a small bag slung over her shoulder. Vanessa's eyes narrowed immediately. A baby in a fancy restaurant. This wasn't a family-friendly diner. It was an upscale dining experience. Babies didn't belong here. With a forced smile, Vanessa greeted Olivia. "Ma'am, can I help you?" "I'm fine, thank you," Olivia replied, shifting the baby in her arms. Vanessa glanced at the ticket and immediately felt a wave of annoyance. Olivia had a reservation, but a baby in her arms wasn't the kind of customer the restaurant catered to. "Perhaps you'd be more comfortable in a quieter spot, away from the main dining area," Vanessa suggested, leaning in just slightly. Olivia blinked, confused. "I have a reservation for this table." The way she said it to sure irritated Vanessa. She didn't belong here. Vanessa handed the ticket back and gestured to the table. "Enjoy your meal." As Olivia moved past, some patrons glanced over. A baby in the high-end dining area was drawing attention. Vanessa kept her eyes on Olivia from across the room, the baby's occasional whimpering only adding to her growing irritation. Every time the baby made even the smallest noise, Vanessa felt her patience wore thin. First-class restaurants weren't meant for crying babies or exhausted mothers. Vanessa had seen it before, parents who couldn't control their children disturbing the peace, but she wouldn't let it happen again. She kept her eyes on Olivia, waiting for a reason, any reason, to prove this mother didn't belong. It didn't take long. The baby gave a soft whimper, and that was enough. Vanessa marched over to the table, leaning down slightly. "Mum, could you please keep the child quiet? Other customers expect a peaceful dining experience," she said, her voice sharp but polite. Olivia's face tightened. "I'm trying, but he's just a baby." Vanessa didn't back down. "If the baby continues to disturb the dining room, I may need to ask you to leave." A murmur of surprise spread through the room. One of the other diners, noticing the tension, spoke up. "She has a reservation. Leave her alone." Vanessa was taken aback, but her authority was non-negotiable. "I'm just ensuring all guests have a pleasant experience." But Vanessa didn't know what was coming next. Olivia remained calm. But as soon as she reached for her phone, a feeling of unease washed over Vanessa. Olivia quickly typed a message, hit send, and that was it. Vanessa had no idea what was about to unfold. A few minutes later, Vanessa's phone buzzed with an urgent message from her manager. "Please report to the office immediately." Confused and growing anxious, Vanessa walked to the manager's office. When she stepped in, the atmosphere was heavy. The restaurant's owner, James Carter, was standing there, his expression calm but stern. Vanessa's stomach dropped. James, the CEO of the entire restaurant chain, was looking at her with a gaze that could freeze anyone in their tracks. Vanessa, do you know who you were speaking to tonight? Vanessa blinked. Just a mother with a baby. The manager's face hardened. That mother is Olivia Carter, my wife. The world seemed to tilt. Vanessa felt the room close in around her. She had slapped the wife of the owner. In one moment, she went from respected lead waitress to a liability. James Carter's voice cut through the tension. You humiliated her. You didn't even check who she was before trying to remove her from this restaurant. Vanessa tried to justify herself. I was just enforcing the rules. Babies can be disruptive in fine dining. James's expression remained unmoving. You didn't treat her like a customer. You assumed she didn't belong. Vanessa's hands trembled as James turned to the manager. I want her removed from duty immediately. She's finished here. Vanessa's world collapsed. The last shred of control she had was slipping away. She could feel every eye on her as she walked past the guests. Some whispered, some watched in silence. But it didn't matter. She was done. Olivia sat calmly at her table, her baby sleeping peacefully. She hadn't made a scene. She hadn't demanded anything. She had simply set a tech stand that was enough. By the time the restaurant closed for the night, Vanessa was no longer a part of it. She was erased. She was no longer allowed to work anywhere in the restaurant industry. The next morning, an email arrived from a recruitment agency. We regret to inform you that due to your termination, we are unable to proceed with any future employment opportunities. Vanessa had spent years building her career on her own terms, controlling every situation. But in the end, it wasn't her rules that mattered. It was respect. Olivia had waited quietly, allowing James Carter to handle things for her. And in that silence, Vanessa had lost everything. In the sweltering Atlanta courtroom, the sound of Judge Malcolm Reed's gavel cracked through the tense air, echoing through the marble halls. 20 years, he announced, his voice sharp. A collective gasp filled the room, but the loudest sound was the broken sob from Naomi Caldwell, the mother of the accused. Serena Caldwell, standing motionless as the sentence was read, barely flinched. She was a 33-year-old black woman, wrongly accused of a crime she didn't commit or purse snatching she had never witnessed. But the circumstances surrounding it were far from simple. This wasn't just a case of mistaken identity. It was deliberate or set up. Judge Reed smirked, satisfied with his verdict, unaware that the woman he sentenced to decades in prison was not who she appeared to be. Serena Caldwell was an undercover FBI agent, embedded for nearly 3 years in the criminal empire of none other than Judge Malcolm Reed himself. She had infiltrated his world with precision, gathering evidence to bring down his corrupt operation. The faint, chilling smile that flashed across her face as the deputies cuffed her wrists was not one of defeat. No, it was the spark of a much larger plan, one that would soon set fire to Reed's carefully constructed empire. Her capture wasn't the end, it was the beginning of the unraveling. Serena had played her part, taking the fall so that the FBI could swoop in and take down Judge Reed. That was the plan, a coordinated takedown orchestrated by her handler, Agent Marcus Bennett. The operation was supposed to wrap up that day, but as the hours dragged on in the cold, still holding cell beneath the courthouse, something wasn't right. There was no sign of the FBI swooping in. Her faith in the plan began to crack. Back in his office, Judge Reed swirled a glass of bourbon, his mind occupied with the fabricated case he had crafted against Serena. His silver hair slicked back, and his glasses perched low. He studied the false files, knowing full well that the charge against Serena was absurd. A purse snatching. For anyone else, it would be a minor charge, but for Serena, it was a calculated move. He was sentencing her to decades because he could, because she dared to defy him, and because of the color of her skin. Reed's thoughts were interrupted when he buzzed his intercom. "Get me Davis," he ordered. Victor Davis, his enforcer, entered the room with a look of quiet menace. Davis, an ex-cop with a history of brutality, had been Reed's right-hand man for years. They had a bond built on loyalty, brutality, and shared secrets. Dig into Caldwell, Marie commanded. I want everything on her. Davis took the order without question. You think she's got someone pulling strings for her? He asked. Maybe, Marie replied, shrugging indifferently. Or maybe she's just stupid. Either way, I want dirt. Deep dirt. Meanwhile, Serena sat in her holding cell, trying to calm her nerves. The metal bench beneath her felt cold and unforgiving. The orange jumpsuit clung to her like it was made of nettles, itching at her skin. The air was thick with the scent of bleach and sweat, a stark reminder of just how deep she had embedded herself in this covert operation. Her mind raced, reviewing the 3 years she had spent infiltrating Ree's criminal enterprise. She had planted listening devices in his chambers, planted cameras in his golf bags, and even stuffed fake bribe receipts in his filing cabinets. Every step had been calculated, every detail meticulously planned, and now it was all coming to a head. Agent Marcus Bennett, her handler, had promised she would be out by sundown. The FBI would arrest Ree, the case would be wrapped up, and Serena would walk free. That was the plan. But as time wore on, that plan seemed more and more like a distant dream. Across town, in his luxurious office, Judge Ree sat, staring at a dossier filled with fabricated information on Serena Caldwell. He gripped his bourbon glass tighter, frustration beginning to seep through his calculated exterior. His fingers ran over the pages of the case file, a stolen purse, a crime Serena had never even committed. The charge was laughable, but it didn't matter. Serena Caldwell had crossed him, and for that, she would pay. He swirled his drink again, his mind working overtime. Something didn't sit right about this whole situation. Serena's defiance in court, the faint smile she gave him when he sentenced her, it had triggered something in him. Fear, confidence, he wasn't sure. But he knew one thing, Serena Caldwell wasn't just another criminal. There was something more to her, something that made him uneasy. Ree's moment of reflection was interrupted by the sound of his intercom buzzing again. Davis, he barked. Moments later, his enforcer entered the room, a towering figure with a shaved head and cool eyes. You got it, boss, Davis said. I'm digging into Caldwell's background, and there's something strange. Ree leaned forward, his interest piqued. What do you mean? Davis hesitated for a moment, then spoke. There is a duplicate driver's license number tied to a woman in Savannah who's dead. Ree's stomach twisted. He'd heard rumors about federal agents getting too close, but this confirmed it. Serena Caldwell wasn't just a pawn in a petty crime ring, she was a federal agent, and he had made a grave mistake. Serena's pulse quickened as she was loaded into a van bound for Fulton County Jail. This wasn't part of the plan. Her mind raced, rechecking the cover she had built for herself. Naomi Caldwell's daughter, no criminal record, nothing to suggest her life would lead to this moment. But Ree had written her story for her. Now, she was stuck in a grim reality. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps echoing down the hall. The guard, with his patchy beard and tired eyes, wasn't the usual face she saw during the brief visits from her handler. Caldwell, on your feet. You're moving, he sneered. Her heart skipped a beat. This wasn't part of the plan. The adrenaline hit her like a wave, but she masked it, keeping her face blank as the cuffs bit into her wrists. She was moved swiftly, and she couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Why hadn't the FBI swooped in as promised? As the van sped through the streets of Atlanta, Serena tried to focus. Marcus would fix this, she told herself. He always did. But now, in the back of her mind, doubts were creeping in. How much longer could she keep up this charade before everything collapsed? Back in his office, Judge Ree was no longer content to sit idly by. The information from Davis had shaken him, but it also sparked a new, more dangerous plan. Serena was a federal agent, and she had infiltrated his world. He couldn't let her live long enough to bring him down. There was no longer any need for subtlety. Ree doubled down on his efforts. He fabricated new charges against Serena: drug possession, bribery, anything he could use to bury her. In his mind, if he couldn't control the FBI, he would destroy the very woman who had dared to expose him. Serena sat in the intake room at Fulton County Jail, her heart pounding as the documents that framed her as a criminal kingpin were processed. The media began to twist the narrative. Serena Caldwell, FBI agent turned crime boss. Lies. Propaganda. But to the world, it didn't matter. The headlines were written, and her reputation was tarnished forever. Serena had never felt more trapped. Inside the Fulton County Jail, the days blurred together. She fought for survival first in the yard, then during a staged shakedown where guards planted drugs on her. But she kept her cool, sending out coded messages to those she could trust. Derek Bennett, her handler, was working tirelessly to gather evidence. But the odds were stacked against them. As the world outside descended into chaos, the streets of Atlanta erupted in protests, the crowds chanting her name one moment, calling for her blood the next. Rhee had turned public opinion into a weapon, using lies to stoke the flames of division. But Serena didn't give up. She fought back, hacking Rhee's emails from a burner phone, leaking the evidence. And when everything seemed lost, she found a way out. But the price was steep. Rhee called in every favor, including white supremacist gangs, to hunt her down. It was a game of cat and mouse, but Serena was ready for the final showdown. When Judge Lydia Bryant walked into her New York courtroom that brisk fall morning, she expected nothing more than a routine session. The familiar sounds of shuffled papers, the rhythmic click of her heels on the polished wood floor, and the low murmur of court staff all greeted her as they usually did. But as she approached the bench, her eyes landed on the defendant standing in front of her. Lydia froze mid-step. Her heart dropped. The man before her, shackled in handcuffs and wearing an orange jumpsuit, was none other than Derek Miller, her childhood friend, the same Derek she had grown up with in the tough Brooklyn neighborhood, the one who used to share his lunch with her when she forgot hers, the Derek who had helped her fix her broken bicycle under the flickering streetlights. For a brief moment, Lydia wasn't the composed judge. She was Lily, the young girl who had laughed with Derek on those cracked sidewalks, dreaming of a better life for both of them. But now, Derek stood accused of a serious crime, armed robbery at the local bank. Your Honor, the court clerk's voice snapped Lydia back to reality. Case number 127. The people of New York versus Derek Miller. Lydia took her seat, trying desperately to maintain her professionalism. She forced herself to keep her face neutral, but her mind was racing. Derek, accused of robbery, how had they both ended up here, in such different lives? The prosecutor, Jonna Parks, rose from her seat. Jonna, a woman in her early 40s, had a sharp gaze and an air of confidence. She wasted no time in outlining the charges. Your Honor, the defendant, Derek Miller, is accused of orchestrating the robbery of West Side Bank on October 3rd. Eyewitnesses place him at the scene, and security footage shows a man matching his description directing the operation, Jonna said, her voice strong and unwavering. Lydia's pulse quickened as Jonna continued. We have testimony from a bank teller who was present during the robbery, and we will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miller was responsible for this crime. Lydia's mind was reeling, but she quickly quelled the emotions threatening to surface. She turned her attention to the defense attorney, a young, nervous man named Tom Reynolds. Mr. Reynolds, is your defense ready to proceed? She asked, her voice steady but tense. The defense attorney, who appeared a bit overwhelmed, nodded and began his opening remarks. As he spoke, Lydia's gaze drifted to Derek, his face tense with exhaustion, his eyes downcast. The boy she once knew was unrecognizable. The bright-eyed dreamer who wanted to escape their harsh neighborhood had somehow found himself standing on the wrong side of the law. The morning dragged on, each testimony adding weight to the case against Derek. But Lydia felt a nagging doubt, an instinctual tug deep inside her. The man on trial before her couldn't possibly be the same Derek, could he? She wanted to believe there was more to this story than met the eye. At lunch, Lydia retreated to her chambers. She sat at her desk, surrounded by photographs of her childhood, the same neighborhood that had shaped both her and Derek's lives. In one photo, she and Derek were smiling together, their faces full of youthful promise. How had things gone so wrong? Had she left him behind when she left for law school? Had she forgotten about the boy who had been her best friend, her partner in crime? Her thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. It was her clerk, bringing more documents for the trial. She reviewed them briefly, but they did little to ease her growing sense of unease. The trial resumed, and the prosecution presented its first witness, a bank teller, trembling as she recalled the robbery. "I remember seeing a man in a black mask," the teller said, her voice shaking. "His build, it looked like his, and his voice, it sounded like him." The defense immediately objected, citing the unreliability of such subjective testimony. Lydia agreed, and the witness's testimony was dismissed. Yet the seed of doubt had already been planted in Lydia's mind. Was it really Derek? Was this all just circumstantial evidence? The trial continued as Derek's defense attorney, Tom Reynolds, cross-examined the witnesses. He began to expose cracks in the prosecution's case. Eyewitnesses had varying descriptions, and some were not entirely sure of what they had seen. The security footage, though damning, was unclear. The DNA evidence collected from the scene was inconclusive. Each day, Lydia's conflict grew. The judge in her demanded that she remain impartial, that she uphold the law. But the friend in her, the girl who had once known Derek so well, was torn. Was Derek guilty, or was he just another victim of the system? Had he been cornered, desperate, with no way out? The trial dragged on, and the tension in the courtroom mounted. Lydia couldn't escape the haunting memory of Derek's face, his quiet stoicism as he sat there, seemingly resigned to his fate. What had happened to the man who had once promised they would always stick together? Then, during a break in the proceedings, everything changed. The defense presented new evidence, a series of text messages from someone who had threatened Derek. The messages were filled with threats against Derek and his family, demanding that he take the fall for the robbery or face violent retribution. Derek didn't commit the robbery, Derek's sister, Melanie Miller, testified. He's taking the blame to protect someone else, someone who's dangerous, someone who threatened our family if Derek didn't go along with it. The courtroom erupted in chaos. How had this crucial piece of information been kept hidden until now? Derek had never mentioned it. Was he protecting someone, or was he guilty? Lydia's heart raced as she processed this new development. Could it be true? Was Derek the victim of coercion? A man forced to make an impossible choice to save his loved ones? As the trial continued, it became clear that Derek's actions had been driven by fear and loyalty, not malice. The jury deliberated, and after what felt like an eternity, they returned with their verdict. "We find the defendant, Derek Miller, not guilty," the foreman announced. Lydia's breath caught in her throat. Derek was free, but the weight of the trial, the injustice of it all, still lingered. As Derek stood up, his shackles were removed, and he walked out of the courtroom a free man. He paused at the door, his eyes locking with Lydia's for a brief moment. There was no anger, no bitterness, just a silent acknowledgement of what they had once shared and the painful journey they had both endured. Lydia sat back in her chair, feeling the weight of the decision she had just made. Justice had been served, but it was clear that the system had failed Derek. He had been trapped by forces beyond his control, and as much as Lydia wanted to celebrate his freedom, she couldn't help but feel the gnawing truth that the system was broken, and it needed to change. The story of Derek Miller was not just one of criminal accusation. It was a story of a man caught between loyalty and fear, of a system that often failed the very people it was supposed to protect. And in the end, it was a reminder that justice is not always black and white. It is a tangled web of choices, consequences, and human complexity. Have you ever been the new kid in school, walking into a place where every eye seems to scrutinize you, where the whispers don't stop, and you're just trying to fit in? Imagine all that, but throw in the fact that you're not just new, you're different. That's exactly what Maya Johnson, a quiet black girl from Chicago, faced when she stepped into Brooklyn High for the first time. You see, the world loves to put labels on people, and Maya's label was already written for her before she even set foot in the hallways. A transfer student, a black girl, out of place. But what her peers didn't know was that the silence she wore wasn't a sign of weakness, but of control. They underestimated her in every way, and that mistake would soon change their lives forever. Maya had been to many schools before. She knew how it felt to be the outsider, and this wasn't her first rodeo. She stepped off the yellow bus with her shoulders squared, but her heart pounded in her chest. She had made a vow this year. She was going to make it through without attracting attention. She didn't need friends or enemies. She just needed to survive this last year before graduation. As she walked through the school's crowded hallways, Maya instinctively avoided eye contact. Her grip on her backpack tightened as she navigated through the sea of students. They whispered, "There is lingering a little too long on her." But she kept her head down. Brooklyn High had its unspoken rules that Maya had learned to live by. Don't stand out, don't react, don't make waves. But not everyone follows the rules. And that's where Maya's story starts to shift. Maya's quiet rival didn't go unnoticed. Among the sea of students, one girl stood out like a crown above the rest. Ashley Mitchell. Tall, blonde, and flawless. The type of girl who could command the attention of the entire room just by walking in. Ashley had power. And at Brooklyn High, power was everything. Her gaze landed on Maya, the quiet new girl. Ashley's eyes narrowed, a cold smell spreading across her face as she assessed the stranger. She saw Maya's silence as an invitation to challenge her. Ashley didn't see Maya as a person. She saw her as a game, an opportunity to reinforce her dominance. Maya was a perfect target, quiet, different, and, most importantly, she didn't respond. This girl's silence is a challenge. She thinks she's above me. Ashley's reputation at Brooklyn High had been built on the ability to control her surroundings, and Maya's disinterest had already planted the seeds of animosity. The game had begun. What Ashley didn't know was that Maya had faced much worse than the petty power plays of high school. Her entire life had been one long lesson in how to stay calm in the face of adversity. She had learned how to hold her ground, how to remain silent when the world expected her to break, and how to never let her emotions get the better of her. Maya was not a victim. She was a fighter, though no one knew it yet. Maya didn't want to make a scene. She didn't want to be the center of attention. But Ashley's relentless whispers and pointed stares made it clear that she had no intention of letting Maya simply exist in peace. It started small, just a few whispers, a few snickers here and there. Does she even know how to dress? Where did she even come from? But Maya, as she had learned in her many years of moving from school to school, didn't respond. She couldn't. If she did, it would only give Ashley and her friends the satisfaction they craved. So she kept her head down, choosing to endure rather than react. But Ashley wasn't satisfied with that. The silence wasn't the reaction she wanted. To Ashley, silence was weak. Silence was an invitation to push further, and push she would. As the day wore on, Maya could feel the weight of the stares, the whispers, the subtle jabs, but she remained still. She remained calm. She had dealt with this before. She would deal with it again. The battle lines are drawn. By the time lunch came round, Maya was beginning to feel the pressure. She sat at a corner table in the cafeteria, as far away from the chaos as she could. She just wanted to eat in peace. But it wasn't going to be that simple. Ashley's eyes locked onto Maya's secluded spot, and with a glance, she signaled to her loyal followers. Brianna and Courtney, her best friends, stood up and made their way over to Maya's table. They weren't just going to make fun of her behind her back anymore. They wanted to break her, humiliate her in front of the entire school. Ashley was ready for her performance, ready to see Maya crack under pressure. But what Ashley didn't anticipate was that Maya wasn't afraid of her. She wasn't afraid of anyone. Maya's composure was unnerving. Ashley had bullied enough people to know that when you mock someone, you get a reaction. You get anger, embarrassment, or fear. But Maya, she didn't flinch. She didn't react. And that was a problem for Ashley. Maya knew that if she gave Ashley the satisfaction of a reaction, she would lose control, and that was something she couldn't afford. Her father had taught her better. Strength wasn't about fighting back with fists. It was about maintaining control over yourself, no matter what the world threw at you. As Ashley approached, Maya's heart didn't race. Her palms didn't sweat. Her mind didn't falter. She was ready for whatever was coming, but she wasn't going to make the first move. Not yet. You know that moment when you've been underestimated for so long that you begin to wonder if people will ever realize who you truly are. Maya had been quietly enduring Ashley's taunts and bullying. But every glance, every word, every act of humiliation only pushed her closer to a breaking point. The silence that had protected her for so long would soon be the very thing that would turn the tables. After the cafeteria incident, Ashley was more determined than ever to break Maya. The usual subtle jabs weren't enough. Maya's calm, almost unnerving silence only fueled Ashley's need to prove herself. She couldn't stand it. Maya wasn't scared. She wasn't reacting. Ashley had made it her mission to break the new girl, and she wasn't going to stop until Maya snapped. Ashley, with her friends Brianna and Courtney, began to escalate things. She made sure to sit next to Maya in class, whispering insults and making loud comments about Maya's background, her appearance, her clothes. Every word was a calculated attempt to make Maya react. Every laugh, every whisper was a performance for Ashley to prove her dominance. But Maya remained unmoved. Maya, despite everything, was struggling internally. She didn't want to be here. She didn't want to fight. But the pressure was mounting, and it was getting harder to maintain her composure. She had been through this before, but this time, it was different. This wasn't just some high school drama. Ashley's relentless bullying was pushing Maya to her limits. And yet, Maya didn't want to give in. She had promised herself that she wouldn't let her emotions control her. She remembered her father's teachings from the gym discipline. Control patience. Every day she fought this internal battle, trying not to let Ashley win, but it was getting harder. Then, it happened. The next big challenge came during gym class. Ashley, with her brother Zach, the star football player, and Luke, the troublemaker, decided to make Maya the target once again. The school was buzzing with excitement, as gym class was always a spectacle. This time, though, it wasn't about showing off athleticism. It was about showing power. Zach and Luke made sure to bump into Maya, deliberately disrupting her during the warm-up. They were testing her, trying to provoke a reaction. Every bump, every step, was a challenge. But Maya, she refused to react. She stayed calm, focused on her path, refusing to let them have the satisfaction of seeing her flinch. But Ashley wasn't finished. She wanted more. At lunch, everything came to a head. Ashley, tired of waiting for Maya to crack, decided to make her move. With her usual smug smile, she approached Maya's table. The cafeteria was full of students, all watching, waiting for the next act in Ashley's performance. Ashley feigned an accidental bump, spilling her juice on Maya's tray once again. This time, Maya didn't just walk away calmly. No, something in her shifted. Her eyes locked with Ashley's, and for the first time, she wasn't just enduring. She wasn't just silent. She was taking control of the situation. Maya picked up her tray, her movements precise and deliberate. The room fell silent as she calmly walked to the trash bin, throwing away the spilled food. There was no reaction of anger, no tears, no fear, just complete control. And in that moment, everything changed. The room was no longer watching Ashley. They were watching Maya. What Maya had done wasn't just about throwing away a tray of food, it was a declaration. She was showing Ashley and everyone else in the cafeteria that she was no longer the passive target. She wasn't afraid of Ashley's power anymore. She had taken control of the situation, and by doing so, she had shifted the entire power dynamic. Ashley, who had always been in control, now stood frozen, unable to understand what had just happened. Maya hadn't broken. She hadn't reacted. And that was the scariest thing of all. For the first time, Ashley felt something she hadn't felt before. Knees. She couldn't figure out what was going on with Maya. How could she stay so calm? How could she not react? This wasn't supposed to happen. She was supposed to be the one who controlled everything, who intimidated people into submission. But Maya was different. This realization was like a crack in Ashley's armor. She began to question everything she had built her identity on. Was she really as powerful as she thought? Could someone like Maya truly challenge her? As the days passed, the tension between Maya and Ashley continued to rise. The students around them noticed the shift, the change in power. No one had seen Maya like this before. She wasn't just the quiet, new girl. She was someone with strength that wasn't based on violence or aggression, but on discipline, control, and self-respect. Ashley, on the other hand, was unraveling. Her reputation, once built on fear and intimidation, was slowly crumbling. Every time she tried to reassert her dominance over Maya, the silence from the black girl only made her feel more uncertain. But neither of them knew that the final confrontation was coming. Maya had taken control of her life, and the moment had come for her to stop being the passive observer in her own story. The only question left was how far Ashley was willing to push her before Maya finally took action. There comes a moment in every battle where the silence no longer serves as a shield. For Maya Johnson, that moment had arrived. She had endured the bullying, the whispers, the humiliation. But now, it wasn't just about surviving. It was about standing up for herself, taking back her power, and showing everyone who thought she was weak that she wasn't afraid to fight for her dignity. Ashley Mitchell had always prided herself on control. She had bullied, mucked, and humiliated her way to the top of the social hierarchy at Brooklyn High. And now, with Maya still refusing to break, Ashley decided it was time for the final act. She wanted to prove to everyone, especially Maya, that she was the one in control. Ashley, with her loyal group of friends, decided to escalate the bullying even further. This time, she wasn't going to rely on subtle insults or whispers. She wanted to make a scene, to humiliate Maya in front of the entire school. She had already pushed Maya to her limits, but this time, it was going to be different. The challenge came in the form of a note taped to Maya's locker after school. It was simple but clear: meet me behind the gym, or be called a coward forever. Maya read the note in silence, her face calm. She didn't want to fight, didn't want to engage in this toxic power struggle, but she knew that Ashley wasn't going to stop. She had pushed Maya far enough, and now there was only one way to end it. Maya knew this wasn't just about a personal rivalry. This was about respect. It was about taking control of her own life and not letting anyone, especially someone like Ashley, dictate her worth. Maya had been trained in martial arts by her father since she was young. She knew how to defend herself not out of aggression, but out of necessity. But this wasn't about fighting. This was about standing up for what she believed in. She wasn't going to let Ashley's words and actions make her feel small anymore. As Maya walked toward the gym, the weight of the moment settled in. She didn't know what to expect. Would Ashley bring her friends? Would she try to physically confront her? The thoughts didn't matter. What mattered was that Maya was ready. Behind the gym, the tension was palpable. A small crowd of students had gathered, waiting for the showdown. Ashley stood at the center of the circle, her friends by her side, her eyes fixed on Maya with a smug expression. She had every intention of showing the entire school that she was still the one in control. But as Maya stepped into the circle, her presence was different. There was no fear in her eyes, no anger, just a quiet, unwavering strength. The students watching couldn't help but notice the difference. Maya wasn't the same girl they had seen quietly enduring. She had grown. Ashley stepped forward, ready to provoke her. "I thought you'd run away like the scared little mouse you are," she taunted, her voice dripping with sarcasm. But Maya didn't flinch. She stood there, her gaze locked with Ashley's, her body calm and poised. Ashley's taunts didn't faze Maya. She wasn't going to play into Ashley's game. Instead, Maya's eyes narrowed, And for the first time, she spoke with a quiet confidence. "You chose this fight," Maya said softly, "and now you'll regret it." With those words, Ashley's smug expression faltered. She didn't know how to react. For the first time, she wasn't in control. Then, the tension broke. Ashley, fueled by pride and anger, rushed at Meyer. She made the first move, pushing Meyer in an attempt to knock her off balance. But Meyer was prepared. In one swift motion, she sidestepped Ashley's attack, using her martial arts training to twist Ashley's arm and send her crushing to the ground. The crowd gasped, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Ashley Mitchell, the queen of Brooklyn High, had been taken down in a single move by the quiet, reserved new girl. But Meyer wasn't finished. Luke, one of Ashley's loyal followers, rushed at her next, determined to restore Ashley's honor. But Meyer was ready again. She grabbed Luke's arm, twisting it behind his back until he was forced to kneel. Unable to resist, the crowd was silent now, watching as Meyer stood over them, calm and composed, her gaze unshaken. She hadn't raised her voice. She hadn't let her anger take over. She had simply taken control of the situation, ended it with precision, and made sure that no one would ever underestimate her again. Ashley, still lying on the ground, looked up at Meyer with a mix of disbelief and humiliation. The crowd had seen it all. The girl who had once ruled Brooklyn High, with her cruelty and arrogance, was now nothing more than a defeated mess on the ground. Maya's quiet confidence had completely shattered Ashley's perception of herself. For the first time in her life, Ashley wasn't the one with all the answers. She wasn't the one in control, and that realization left her feeling small, helpless, and alone. As Maya walked away from the gym, the crowd slowly began to disperse. The whispers were no longer about Maya being the target, the new girl who didn't belong. They were about her strength, her resolve, and the message she had sent to everyone. True power doesn't come from dominating others. It comes from controlling yourself. Ashley, meanwhile, stood there, trembling, her friends avoiding her gaze. The power she had once held so firmly was slipping through her fingers, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. The next day at school, everything had changed. Meyer was no longer just the quiet girl. She had earned the respect of the students around her, and even those who had once supported Ashley began to look at her with new eyes. Meyer wasn't the victim anymore. She was the one in control, and she had shown that sometimes the strongest thing you can do is to stand up for yourself when everyone else expects you to fall. The following day, the atmosphere at Brooklyn High was nothing like it had been before. The whispers in the hallways were no longer about Meyer's strange composure or her quiet resistance to Ashley's power. They were now filled with respect, admiration, and even awe. Meyer had done what many people couldn't even imagine doing. She had taken back her power without a single word of violence. Just sheer control and willpower. Maya wasn't interested in being the center of attention. She wasn't interested in basking in the glory of her victory over Ashley. But what she couldn't ignore were the looks of admiration that followed her as she walked through the hallways. No longer was she the outsider, the girl who didn't fit in. Now, she was someone different, someone who had earned the respect of her peers, not through intimidation, but through strength of character. The students who had once ignored her now nodded respectfully as she passed by. They had witnessed something truly remarkable the day before, and they knew that Maya had changed the entire dynamic of the school. The power that Ashley had wielded for so long had crumbled, and Meyer, in her silence, had taken its place. On the other hand, Ashley Mitchell walked through the school with her head down, her once powerful position now shattered. No one spoke to her. No one looked at her with fear or admiration anymore. She had been defeated, not by force, but by a quiet and unshakable strength that had dismantled her fragile empire. She could feel the change in the air. The students who used to follow her now whispered behind her back, their conversations laced with pity and disappointment. Brianna and Courtney, her once loyal friends, now avoided her gaze, too afraid to speak up in her defense. Even Zach, the popular football star, stood at a distance, unwilling to offer his support. Ashley was isolated, and the weight of her defeat pressed down on her like a heavy burden. Maya, however, didn't let any of this go to her head. She knew the danger of letting success or failure define her. She was content to continue on her path, to focus on her goals, and to finish her senior year with the same quiet grace that had gotten her through so many difficult situations. She had proven something far more important than just physical strength. She had shown that true power comes from within. As the days went by, Maya continued to show the same calm, collected demeanor, and her reputation grew. It wasn't just about the fight behind the gym, it was about the way she carried herself, the way she responded to every situation with the same level-headed strength. Students began to approach her with questions about her martial arts training, asking how she remained so calm under pressure. They saw in her something they hadn't seen before, the ability to stand firm without ever needing to raise a fist. For Ashley, the situation was becoming unbearable. She couldn't escape the whispers, the stares, and the shame that clung to her every step. She had always been the queen of Brooklyn High, but now she was a shadow of the person she used to be. She had tried to regain her power, to strike back at Maya, but every attempt only deepened her humiliation. The worst part was that she couldn't even talk to Brianna or Courtney. They had distanced themselves from her, unsure of how to react to the new dynamic. They, too, had begun to realize that the power they had followed for so long had been built on fear and false pretenses. Ashley now found herself questioning everything she had ever believed about herself. What good was power if it was built on bullying and control? What had she truly gained by trying to break others? Maya, meanwhile, kept her head down and focused on her studies. She didn't need validation from others. She had learned long ago that true strength wasn't about forcing people to respect you, it was about earning their respect by staying true to who you are. And that's exactly what she had done. In the end, Maya didn't need to prove anything more to anyone. She had already shown them the most important lesson. True power doesn't come from intimidation, fear, or domination. It comes from within. It comes from the ability to control yourself, to stay grounded, and to rise above the noise of the world around you. The students of Brooklyn High now watched as Ashley Mitchell walked the halls alone. Once, they had admired her, feared her, and respected her. Now, they simply watched as she passed by, some with pity, others with indifference. Ashley had been dethroned, not because of Maya's actions, but because Maya had shown her that the power Ashley had relied on was fragile, built on the wrong foundation. Ashley's confidence had been her greatest weapon, but it had been shattered by the one thing she couldn't control, Maya's unwavering strength. And as she walked alone through the halls, she couldn't help but realize that maybe, just maybe, she was no longer the person she thought she was. Maya's life went on quietly after that. The school returned to a new normal, where students began to rethink the old hierarchies that had once defined Brooklyn High. Maya had started a ripple effect, and though she wasn't the one to claim the title of queen, she was undeniably the one who had changed everything. Students no longer followed power out of fear, they followed it out of respect, and Maya, in her quiet way, had shown them what true power looked like. It wasn't about making people bend to your will, it was about standing firm and unyielding in your beliefs, no matter the cost. The days following the confrontation behind the gym marked the beginning of something new, not just for Maya, but for the entire school. The power structure had shifted, and while Maya hadn't asked for it, she had become a symbol, not of strength through dominance, but of power through self-control, resilience, and an unwavering commitment to standing up for herself. The quiet, unassuming girl had shown the entire school that true power didn't come from tearing others down. It came from lifting yourself up, no matter the pressure. Maya's victory wasn't just physical, it was mental, emotional, and spiritual. And as time passed, the school began to realize that they had witnessed something much bigger than just a fight between two girls. They had witnessed the breakdown of false power and the rise of genuine strength. Maya's influence began to ripple through Brooklyn High in ways she never anticipated. It wasn't just the students who had seen her calmly take control of the situation, It was everyone who had been silently watching from the sidelines. The quiet ones, the ones who had always felt powerless, now began to find their voices. The whispers that had once been about Maya's strangeness turned into discussions about her strength and character. In the weeks that followed, Maya found herself approached by several students, those who had once ignored her, those who had watched the drama unfold from a distance. They wanted to know how she had kept her composure in the face of such cruelty. They wanted to know how she had turned the tables without raising her fist. They wanted to learn from her. Maya didn't have an answer for them at first. She had never thought of herself as a leader. She had simply acted in the moment, doing what felt right. But as she reflected, she realized something. This was my moment, and now I'm meant to share it. Meanwhile, Ashley's world continued to unravel. The more time passed, the more she realized just how fragile her hold on power had been. She had always relied on her popularity, her friends, her money, and her beauty to keep people in line. But none of those things had protected her from the inevitable truth that Maya had revealed. Ashley began to spend more time alone. She no longer entered the cafeteria with a group of followers. She ate in silence, feeling the weight of the stares and whispers that still lingered. Her former friends, Brianna and Courtney, no longer sat beside her. They had distanced themselves, unsure of where they stood, unsure of how to react to Ashley's crumbling image. One afternoon, after a particularly lonely lunch, Ashley sat in the courtyard, her gaze fixed on the empty space around her. She could hear the whispers of the students. But this time, they weren't directed at her with fear. They were filled with pity. She could feel the shift. She was no longer the queen of the school. She was the outcast. But there was something else happening in Ashley. Despite the shame, despite the fear and regret, there was a realization. Maya had been right. All this time, she had been chasing something that wasn't real. She had built her reputation on fear. And fear only lasts as long as the person wielding it. But Maya, with her calm strength, had shown Ashley that true power isn't about being feared. It's about being respected, being true to yourself, and standing firm in your values. That realization wasn't easy to accept, but it was the first step toward change. Ashley knew she couldn't just go back to her old ways. She couldn't continue trying to dominate others in the same way she had before. She had to rebuild. But this time, it had to be different. Maya, on the other hand, continued her journey in silence, focusing on what truly mattered to her studies, her future, and the quiet sense of peace that had come with embracing her true strength. The school had changed. Brooklyn High wasn't the same place it had been when she first arrived, and neither were the students. The air was lighter, the whispers softer, and the stares more respectful. Maya didn't seek recognition, but it was undeniable. She had become a symbol of inner strength, a living example that true power doesn't come from external sources, it comes from the self. Her peers, her teachers, and even the students who once bullied her began to view her with new eyes. They saw her not as the quiet girl from Chicago, but as someone who had stood up for herself and, in doing so, had changed their world. Over time, the power structure at Brooklyn High continued to shift. The bullying, once an accepted part of the school's culture, began to diminish. Students who had been bullied found their voices, while others who had been too afraid to speak out began to support their peers. The focus shifted from tearing people down to building them up. Maya's story became a lesson for everyone, students and teachers alike, that real strength comes from within. It's not about making others feel small to feel big. It's about lifting others up while lifting yourself. And that lesson, though simple, was one that would resonate in the halls of Brooklyn High for years to come. By the end of the year, Ashley had changed. It wasn't an overnight transformation, but she had started to reflect on her actions and the impact they had on others. She began to approach people differently, less with the arrogance she once held, and more with humility. She no longer tried to maintain control over her peers. Instead, she focused on rebuilding genuine relationships. She wasn't the same Ashley Mitchell who had ruled Brooklyn High with fear and power, but in that change, she had found something she never thought she would: peace. Maya's legacy wasn't about being the strongest person in the room. It was about being the most authentic, the most true to herself. She didn't need to prove anything to anyone. She had already shown that the greatest power comes from self-control, resilience, and the ability to remain calm in the face of adversity. And as she walked across the graduation stage, surrounded by a new generation of students who had learned from her example, Maya knew one thing for sure: Brooklyn High had changed, and so had she. Imagine being in your golden years, watching your children or grandchildren navigate the challenges of life. Now, picture this: your child or grandchild, a young girl, steps into a new school, and within moments, she's targeted by a bully, someone with a powerful family behind her, someone who seems untouchable. How far would you go to protect your family? This story is about a young girl, a new beginning, and the unshakable bond between a father and his daughter. It's about justice, courage, and the kind of strength that comes when you stand up for what's right. Meet Rose Williams, a quiet, kind-hearted young woman who has just transferred to Riverside High. She sits in the back of the car, her mind filled with uncertainty and a little fear. It's not her first transfer, and she's tired of always being the outsider, the new kid. Her father, Sheriff Charles Williams, glances at her and says, "Don't worry, kiddo. This time will be different." Rose forces a smile, trying to be strong for him. She knows she can't keep transferring forever. The car pulls up to the school gates, and Rose sees the large brick building towering in front of her. Students chatter in the courtyard, and she can't help but feel the weight of all the unspoken rules: who fits in and who doesn't. As she steps out of the car, she adjusts her backpack, her nerves flaring up. A group of girls standing near the entrance glances at her with sneers. Rose lowers her head and walks quickly through the gate, her heart racing. Inside the school, Rose feels more like an invisible ghost. She can feel the stares of the other students. But when she reaches her locker, it's not just the usual awkwardness that she faces. A crumpled piece of paper falls from her locker. She picks it up, reading, "This school isn't for people like you." The words sting, but Rose crumples the paper and throws it away, trying to swallow the feeling of rejection. But she doesn't know that the girl behind this cruelty is Morgan Hart, the queen bee of Riverside High. Morgan's father is a wealthy businessman, and her family's influence is well known around town. Everyone fears Morgan, and she enjoys it. But when she lays her eyes on Rose, something in her stirs. This new girl, the one who doesn't belong, is the perfect target for Morgan to assert her dominance. The days that follow are filled with tension. Morgan doesn't hold back. She mocks Rose every chance she gets. From the classroom to the cafeteria, Morgan is never alone, always with a group of loyal followers who echo her every word. Rose begins to shrink into herself, too afraid to speak or make any noise. The bullying intensifies. One afternoon, in the girls' bathroom, Rose tries to calm herself under the cold tap, washing away the humiliation. Suddenly, Morgan steps in, leaning casually against the wall, arms crossed. "Why do you transfer here, Rose? Don't you know the school's not for someone like you?" Morgan's voice drips with malice, and Rose's heart races. She knows this is just the beginning, but Rose's father, Sheriff Charles Williams, is a man of integrity. He's heard the stories, seen the change in his daughter. One night, after Rose's confession, Charles decides enough is enough. He won't let his daughter suffer any longer. The next day, he shows up at the school, determined to make things right. Inside the principal's office, Charles confronts Principal Mark Spencer and Morgan's parents. He's calm, firm, but there's an undeniable strength in his voice. Bullying is not just kids being kids, he says, his eyes sharp. This ends today. Morgan's parents try to deflect, but Charles doesn't back down. He demands justice for his daughter, no matter who Morgan's family is. Morgan is forced to apologize to Rose in front of everyone. It's a humiliating moment for her, but it's also a turning point for Rose. She realizes that she doesn't have to stay silent anymore. With her father by her side, she finds the courage to stand up for herself. Morgan, who once seemed untouchable, now faces the consequences of her actions. From that day forward, Rose no longer shrinks from the stares and whispers. She's stronger, and others begin to see it. The respect she's gained from standing up for herself begins to change the dynamics at Riverside High. Morgan, on the other hand, finds herself isolated as the power she once wielded over others fades away. The story ends with Rose and her father walking home together. He tells her, "You didn't just stand up for yourself, Rose. You showed the world what true strength looks like." Rose smiles, realizing that she's not just the victim anymore. She's found her voice, and she'll never let anyone take it away from her again. Bullying thrives on silence and fear. The moment you choose to speak up, you take away the power from those who try to hurt you. It's not easy, and it might not happen overnight. But standing up for yourself is a first step toward finding your strength. You don't have to do it alone. Sometimes the people who care about you will be there. But even when they're not, you can find the courage within yourself. If you've ever found yourself in a situation where you felt powerless or bullied, remember this story. Stand firm, don't let the fear control you. Reach out for support if you need it, and know that your voice matters. It may take time, but in the end, the strength you find within yourself will be the most powerful weapon you have. The storm raged outside, rattling the windows of a once magnificent mansion that now felt more like a gilded cage. Thomas Sinclair, one of the wealthiest businessmen in the country, sat in his grand study, sipping an expensive brandy. But the taste was bitter. Wealth had brought him power, but not happiness. The people closest to him, his wife, Helena, his daughter, Vivian, and his son, Jacob, seemed to love the life he provided. But did they love him? Something inside Thomas snapped that night. He had to know the truth, and so he devised a test one that would reveal the depths of their loyalty. By the time the sun rose, their lives would never be the same again. That night, Thomas called his most trusted assistant, Leonard. "Transfer all my assets into a private account," he instructed. "Tell the board I'm stepping down temporarily, and make sure the media believes I've lost everything. No one, not even my family, must know the truth." Leonard hesitated. "Sir, this will shake your family to its core." "Are you certain?" Thomas took a deep breath. "If their love is real, they will stay by my side. If not," he exhaled slowly, "I need to know." The next morning, Thomas gathered his family in the ornate living room, where golden chandeliers cast warm light over their oblivious faces. "We're broke," he announced, his voice void of emotion. "I've lost everything. The company has collapsed. The mansion, the cars, the accounts, they're all gone. We have nothing." A tense silence filled the air. Helena scoffed. "What nonsense are you saying? How can a man like you just lose everything overnight?" Vivian, dressed in designer clothes, clutched her phone. "Wait, so, like, we're poor? Like, no shopping sprees, no vacations, no Wi-Fi?" Jacob was the only one who stepped forward. "Dad, are you okay? Is there anything I can do?" His voice was soft, filled with genuine concern. Thomas felt a pang of emotion, but kept his face unreadable. "We have to leave this place. We'll move to my father's old countryside home. We'll manage there." Helena sprang up. "Manage, in some filthy shack? Absolutely not. I didn't marry you to live in poverty." Vivian shook her head. "No way. I can't live without luxury. This is a nightmare." Jacob simply nodded. "If that's what we have to do, then we'll do it. We're a family, right?" Thomas smiled slightly. At least one of them understands what truly matters. The move to the countryside was agonizing for Helena and Vivian. The house was small. The beds were stiff, and there were no maids to cater to their every need. Worse yet, Thomas insisted they work for their food. "We'll start farming," he said, handing out tools. Helena laughed bitterly. "Me, a woman of my stature? Never." Vivian folded her arms. "This is beneath me. I'd rather die." Only Jacob picked up a hoe. "Come on, Dad. Let's do this together." Days passed, and resentment festered. Helena began sneaking off in the afternoons, always returning with expensive gifts. Vivian, too, found companionship in a wealthy older man from the village. Their true color shone like a neon warning sign. But Thomas remained silent, watching, waiting. One evening, Jacob found his mother dressed elegantly, slipping out of the house. "Where are you going?" he asked, arms crossed. Helena sneered. "To find real man who can provide for me. Your father is finished." Jacob's face twisted with disappointment. "You're abandoning him. After everything?" Helena rolled her eyes. "Grow up, Jacob. Love doesn't fill a plate." Vivian laughed beside her mother. "Mom's right. We deserve better. Dad is just dead weight now." Jacob clenched his fists. But there was nothing more to say. They had made their choices. Weeks passed, and Thomas finally had all the proof he needed. One morning, he packed his things and told Jacob to follow him. "Where are we going?" Jacob asked. "Home," Thomas replied, his voice calm yet firm. When they arrived in the city, Jacob expected a small apartment, perhaps a humble rental. Instead, they stopped in front of an extravagant estate. "Dad, whose house is this?" Thomas pulled out a remote and clicked a button. The grand iron gate swung open. "Ours." Jacob's eyes widened as they stepped inside. The marble floors gleamed, the chandeliers sparkled, and luxury surrounded them. "But I thought," Thomas placed a firm hand on his son's shoulder. "It was all a test, son. I never lost a penny. I needed to see who valued me as a man, not as a bank account. And now I know." Jacob swallowed hard, thinking of his mother and sister. What about them? Thomas sighed. They made their choices, and now they must live with them. Back in the village, Helena and Vivian continued to chase fleeting wealth. But fortune is fickle. The rich men who once entertained them soon grew tired. Helena was abandoned, left with nothing but regret. Vivian's luxurious lifestyle collapsed, and she found herself alone, lost in a world she no longer controlled. One day, news of Thomas's success reached them. They rushed to the city, pleading at his gates, their voices desperate. "Thomas, take us back. We were wrong." He watched them from a distance, his heart heavy but resolute. "You only love the comfort," he said softly. "But real love isn't about money. It's about loyalty, about standing together through the storms." Then he turned away, walking back into the life he had reclaimed with Jacob by his side, the only one who had passed the test. True love and loyalty are tested not in moments of abundance, but in times of hardship. The ones who stand by you when you have nothing are the ones who truly deserve to be there when you have everything. The arrival of Mrs. Martin's grand chandelier sparkled in the lobby of the prestigious Royal Oaks Hotel, casting a warm, golden hue across the room. The marble floors gleamed under the soft lighting, and the air smelled faintly of fresh flowers and the rich aroma of espresso from the hotel's cafe. It was an evening like any other at the five-star hotel, where high-profile guests mingled with corporate elites, all expecting nothing short of perfection. Olivia Wright, the hotel manager, stood at the front desk, her back straight and posture impeccable. She was a woman in her mid-30s, confident in her role and comfortable in her position. Olivia had worked her way up the ladder over the years, starting as a front desk agent and moving up to become one of the youngest managers in the hotel's history. She was known for her keen attention to detail, her ability to anticipate guests' needs, and most importantly, her calm demeanor in stressful situations. Tonight, however, was about to test her skills like never before. "Good evening, Ms. Wright," greeted Daniel, one of the hotel's bellhops, as he walked past with a stack of luggage. "I see the usual crowd is coming in tonight." Another busy evening. Olivia smiled briefly, adjusting the color of her crisp white blouse. "Yes, it seems like it," she replied, keeping her tone professional. She glanced at the clock on the wall. It was nearly 7:30 p.m., and the dinner rush had started. A wave of guests had just checked in, and the lobby was starting to fill with the hum of voices. Most guests were courteous, understanding that this was a high-end establishment where top-tier service was expected. The hotel had been running smoothly all evening, with only a few minor hiccups that Olivia quickly addressed. As a seasoned manager, she prided herself on handling customer concerns efficiently and without drama. But there was one guest who always caused Olivia to brace herself: Mrs. Helena Martin. Mrs. Martin, a woman in her late 40s, had stayed at Royal Oaks many times before. While she was a valued, repeat customer, she was known for her high expectations. And it wasn't just about the luxury amenities. No, Mrs. Martin demanded perfection in every detail, from the room temperature to the arrangement of the flowers in her suite. There was no room for error when it came to her. Olivia had handled many difficult guests in her career, but Helena Martin was different. She had a reputation that extended beyond just the Royal Oaks. Helena was a prominent figure in the city's elite circles, known not only for her wealth, but also for her connections in both the business world and social scene. She was influential, and Olivia had learned early on that if Mrs. Martin wasn't happy, it wasn't just a matter of offering a free meal. It could mean a significant loss for the hotel's reputation. When Mrs. Martin arrived that evening, she did so with the kind of confident stride that commanded attention. Her skin was a rich dark brown, and her face was marked with subtle elegance, well-groomed hair, a perfectly applied shade of lipstick, and an aura of unapproachable authority. She stood in the lobby for a moment, surveying her surroundings, before her sharp eyes landed on Olivia. "Ms. Wright," Mrs. Martin called, her voice smooth, but with an undertone of sharpness. "I hope everything is in order for my stay. I expect nothing less than the best, as always." Olivia's smile didn't falter as she stepped forward, offering her hand. "Welcome back, Mrs. Martin. It's always a pleasure to have you with us. Your suite is ready, and everything has been prepared just as you requested." As Olivia handed over the key card, Mrs. Martin didn't immediately take it. Instead, she gave Olivia a lingering look, as if weighing her response. "I trust you haven't made any mistakes with my reservation," she said, her voice lowering just enough for Olivia to sense the slight challenge in her tone. "I specifically requested a room with a view of the skyline, not one overlooking the parking lot. I've had this room view before, and frankly, I won't settle for less than what I requested." Olivia's heart sank slightly, but she maintained her calm. "Mrs. Martin, let me check right away. I'm certain everything is as you requested, but I'll verify the details for you." She quickly turned to the reservation system behind the desk, her fingers flying over the keys. As she checked the details, a sinking feeling began to build in her stomach. The room Mrs. Martin had requested, a suite with a view of the city skyline, had been double booked due to an unexpected influx of guests for a corporate event. There was no immediate solution. Olivia took a deep breath and turned back to Mrs. Martin with a polite smile, hiding the anxiety that was creeping in. "I do apologize, Mrs. Martin. It seems that there was a mix-up in our system. The room with the skyline view has unfortunately been taken by another guest. However, we do have several suites available, and I'd be happy to offer you an upgraded suite with additional amenities and a complimentary spa treatment tomorrow." Mrs. Martin's expression hardened, her lips curling into a tight smile. "I don't want a spa treatment, Ms. Wright. I didn't come here for your upgrades. I came here for the room I specifically booked, the room I expect. And frankly, I'm very disappointed by your failure to meet my expectations." Her tone was calm, with an unmistakable edge. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she glanced around the lobby. The noise of the crowd, and the soft music from the lounge now feeling oppressive in Olivia's ears. Olivia knew she had to fix this. She quickly scanned the hotel's booking system again, realizing that she had no way of offering Mrs. Martin the exact room she wanted for that night. "I understand your frustration, Mrs. Martin," Olivia began, trying to regain control of the situation. "I take full responsibility for this oversight, and I assure you we will make it right. I will personally ensure that your stay is as comfortable as possible. We'll provide you with a suite that meets your expectations." Mrs. Martin crossed her arms, her eyes still fixed on Olivia. "I expect more than just comfortable, Ms. Wright. I expect perfection. You'll need to do more than apologize. I want you to take this seriously, or I'll be forced to reconsider my choice of hotel for the future." Olivia's mind raced. She could feel the pressure mounting. She knew that one misstep could result in losing a valued guest and, potentially, her job. But how could she fix this? "Let me see if I can find a better solution for you, Mrs. Martin. I'll make sure it's handled right away," Olivia said, trying to sound as confident as possible. Mrs. Martin's gaze lingered on her for a moment longer before she sighed. "Very well, but I'm not happy about this. I'll give you one last chance." Olivia nodded, watching as Mrs. Martin turned away, her daughter, a young girl of about 7, trailing behind her. Olivia felt a knot tighten in her chest. This was her chance to show that she could handle any challenge. But what Olivia didn't know yet was that this would not be an ordinary confrontation. It would be the beginning of a series of events that would test not only her patience, but also her career. The escalation. Olivia moved quickly to the back office, where she could access the hotel's internal systems and try to find a solution to Mrs. Martin's complaint. Her mind was racing. How could she make this right? Mrs. Martin was not just a regular guest. She was a well-known figure in the city, with powerful connections and the potential to bring in high-profile business for the hotel. If Olivia couldn't resolve this quickly and to Mrs. Martin's satisfaction, the consequences could be severe. As she sat down at her desk, Olivia immediately pulled up the room assignments. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard as she scanned the availability for the rest of the night. She knew there was no way she could offer a city view suite for Mrs. Martin without moving someone else, and she wasn't sure if she could justify the inconvenience to another guest. She knew that if she were to ask any other guest to change rooms, she would need to offer them something significant in return: a free night, additional services, and possibly a public apology. That would be a delicate dance. She took a deep breath, realizing how dire the situation was. Every minute that passed meant a higher risk of the situation escalating, and she couldn't afford that. After checking the booking system again, Olivia noticed a small discrepancy in one of the recent bookings. A guest had reserved a suite for a single night, but had requested a late checkout. This could be her opportunity. The room was exactly what Mrs. Martin had requested, and it was still available for a few hours. With a little finesse, she could resolve the issue without causing too much disruption, but it was going to require a delicate conversation with the guest. Olivia grabbed the phone and dialed the number for the guest. She had done this countless times before, offering complimentary services to persuade guests to change rooms without much hassle. But today, there was a tightness in her chest, a feeling she couldn't shake. The pressure was too great. The phone rang for a few moments before a cheerful voice answered. "Hello, good evening, Mr. Clark," Olivia began, keeping her voice calm and professional. "I hope you're enjoying your stay with us so far. I'm calling because we have a minor adjustment to your reservation that I'd like to discuss." A pause on the other end. "Oh, is something wrong with the room?" "Not at all," Olivia replied quickly, not wanting to give him cause for concern. "In fact, we have an upgraded suite available with a view of the city skyline. It's the room that you requested when you made your reservation, and I wanted to offer you the opportunity to switch to it. Should you be interested, we're happy to extend your stay at no additional cost and provide a complimentary dinner at our restaurant for the inconvenience." There was a slight hesitation on the other end. "That sounds amazing. but I've got a flight to catch tomorrow afternoon. I need the room until 2 p.m., not before. Olivia immediately saw her opportunity. I completely understand, Mr. Clark. In fact, we'll accommodate your late checkout request and even send a complimentary breakfast to your room as a token of appreciation for making this adjustment. It's our way of ensuring your experience here is as smooth as possible. There was a moment of silence before Mr. Clark replied, "Well, I suppose I can make the switch. If you're really offering all that, it sounds like a fair deal." "Fantastic," Olivia said with relief. "I'll send someone up immediately to assist with your move. Thank you for your cooperation, and we'll ensure everything is handled smoothly." After finishing the call, Olivia breathed a sigh of relief. She had secured the room Mrs. Martin had requested at least for the evening. She quickly alerted the staff to prepare the suite and sent a bellboy to assist with the transfer. Now, all that remained was to tell Mrs. Martin that her room would soon be available. A tense confrontation, Olivia returned to the lobby with a renewed sense of determination. She walked up to Mrs. Martin's table, where the woman sat with her young daughter, Meyer. The child was playing with a small toy in her hands, seemingly unaware of the tension in the air. Helena, however, was staring straight ahead, her arms crossed tightly across her chest. Her demeanor was cold, and Olivia could feel the sharpness in her gaze the moment she approached. "Mrs. Martin," Olivia began, her voice calm, but with an underlying firmness. "I've spoken with our staff and worked out a solution for you. We've arranged for a suite with a city skyline view to be available in just a few moments. It's the room you requested, and we've taken every step to ensure that it meets your expectations." For a split second, Mrs. Martin's face softened, but only just. "Really?" she said, her voice still tinged with suspicion. "I must say, I wasn't expecting that. But how do I know this won't be another disappointment?" Olivia maintained eye contact, her voice steady. "I completely understand your hesitation. Please allow me to personally escort you to your new room. We'll ensure that every detail is taken care of, and we'll make it up to you for the inconvenience." Mrs. Martin stood up, her gaze still sharp. "Very well. But this better be worth it." Olivia motioned for Mrs. Martin to follow her. As they walked toward the elevator, Olivia could feel her anxiety rising. She was about to lead one of the most demanding guests through the halls of the hotel and hoped she had done enough to resolve the situation. This was the moment that would either solidify her standing as a manager or turn into a full-blown catastrophe. The room transference, they arrived at the new suite. Olivia opened the door and stepped aside to let Mrs. Martin enter. The city lights stretched out before them, casting a beautiful glow across the skyline. The room was elegant, exactly as promised, her spacious suite with plush furnishings and floor-to-ceiling windows that provided an uninterrupted view of the city. Olivia watched Mrs. Martin closely as she stepped inside. For a moment, there was silence. Olivia couldn't tell if Mrs. Martin was inspecting the room with disappointment or approval. She held her breath as Mrs. Martin walked over to the window, her heels clicking on the polished floor. Finally, Mrs. Martin turned, a slight nod of approval on her face. "This is better," Mrs. Martin said, her tone still cautious. "But it's not enough. You'll need to make sure the rest of my stay is flawless. I expect no further hiccups, Ms. Wright. And if anything else goes wrong, I will not hesitate to take this matter to higher authorities." Olivia felt a small pang of relief, but knew better than to relax completely. She knew this was just one battle won, not the war. Still, she nodded. "Of course, Mrs. Martin. I assure you, everything will be perfect for the remainder of your stay. Please let me know if there's anything else I can do to make your visit more comfortable." Mrs. Martin offered a terse smile before turning toward her daughter. "Meyer, let's get settled in," she said, her tone softening slightly for the child. "I'll let you explore the room in a moment." Olivia took this as her cue to exit. "If you need anything else, feel free to reach out to me directly," she said, giving Mrs. Martin one last respectful nod before stepping out of the room. As the door clicked shut behind her, Olivia leaned against the wall for a moment, closing her eyes. She had made it through this round, but there was still so much left to do. The night wasn't over yet, and she could feel the weight of the situation pressing down on her. She couldn't afford any more mistakes. The pressure mounts ***. Olivia made her way back to the front desk, her mind still racing from the recent confrontation. She had barely managed to prevent Mrs. Martin from storming out of the hotel. But the situation had only been temporarily diffused. The guests in the lobby, who had witnessed the earlier scene, were now scattered, some giving Olivia curious glances, others seeming to be caught in the murmurs of whispered conversations. As Olivia walked past, she heard the soft click of the elevator doors closing behind her, followed by a deep breath of relief. The situation was far from over, but she had done what she could. Mrs. Martin's initial anger had been calmed, and Olivia had made it clear that the hotel was committed to providing the best possible service. Still, the tension lingered. There was a deep pit of uncertainty in her stomach. Back at the front desk, Daniel, the bellhop, was organizing some incoming luggage. His face brightened when he saw Olivia approach, but the smile faltered slightly when he noticed the tension in her expression. "Everything okay, Ms. Wright?" he asked, his voice tentative. Olivia gave him a tight smile and nodded. "It's fine. Just another day at the office," she replied, though her tone didn't match her words. "But I need you to keep an eye on things. I don't want any further incidents. If Mrs. Martin requests anything, let me know immediately." Daniel raised an eyebrow. "You don't want to talk to her first?" Olivia shook her head. "No, I've done enough for now. Just make sure everything is running smoothly. The last thing I need is another escalation." With a final nod, Olivia turned her attention back to the front desk. The hotel was buzzing with activity, but her mind wasn't on the incoming guests or the details of the night's reservations. All she could think about was how much was riding on her handling of Mrs. Martin's situation. If she didn't maintain the hotel's reputation, she could very well lose her position as manager. As the evening dragged on, Olivia tried her best to stay composed. She assisted a few other guests, handled their inquiries, and took care of minor complaints, all the while keeping an eye on the clock. She needed to ensure that everything remained perfect for Mrs. Martin's stay, but her nerves were starting to wear thin. The phone on the desk rang, snapping her out of her thoughts. She quickly picked it up. "Royal Oaks Hotel. Olivia Wright speaking. How can I assist you?" The voice on the other end was cool, formal, and unmistakable. "Ms. Wright, this is Mrs. Martin. I trust my request for a late dinner reservation has been handled." Olivia felt a small flicker of panic, but quickly regained her composure. "Yes, Mrs. Martin. I've already made arrangements for your reservation at the restaurant. Your table will be ready at 8:30 p.m. Good. And please ensure that the wine selection is up to my standards. I do not tolerate subpar service." Olivia's fingers clenched round the receiver. "Absolutely, Mrs. Martin. I'll make sure everything is perfect. You'll have the best available selection, as always." "Good. And one more thing," Mrs. Martin continued, her voice laced with a threat that was hard to ignore. "I expect an apology from you tomorrow. A formal one. I am not pleased with how this situation has been handled, and I'll be making sure that the upper management knows about your handling of things." Olivia's stomach dropped. She had hoped that Mrs. Martin might be satisfied with the room change, but now she was asking for something far more formal. Something that could be used as leverage. "Understood, Mrs. Martin," Olivia replied, keeping her voice calm despite the churn of panic inside her. "I'll make sure you receive an apology in the morning. Is there anything else I can assist you with tonight?" Mrs. Martin paused for a moment before responding. "No, that will be all for now." The line went dead, and Olivia was left staring at the receiver in her hand, the weight of the conversation settling heavily on her shoulders. She slowly set the phone down and exhaled, trying to calm her racing thoughts. A formal apology. Olivia had always prided herself on her professionalism, But now, the idea of offering an apology felt like an admission of defeat. She couldn't allow this to spiral out of control. *******, the tension builds *****. Olivia glanced at the clock. 8 p.m. Mrs. Martin would soon be heading to the restaurant for dinner, and Olivia needed to make sure everything was in order. She quickly instructed the host at the restaurant to prepare the best table for Mrs. Martin and ensure that every detail met her standards. Olivia wasn't taking any chances. As she finished reviewing some final details, her assistant manager, Derek, approached with a concerned look on his face. "Olivia, can we talk for a minute?" Derek asked, his voice hesitant. Olivia looked up, forcing a smile despite the tension in her shoulders. "Of course. What's on your mind?" Derek glanced round to make sure no one was nearby, and then lowered his voice. "I've been hearing some things. Some of the other staff are talking about the incident with Mrs. Martin. They're worried about what might happen next." Olivia felt a pang of frustration. She had expected her staff to be professional, but now it seemed like the rumors were already starting to spread. "What are they saying?" she asked, keeping her tone steady. "They're just concerned," Derek continued. "They know how demanding Mrs. Martin can be, and they're worried that if you don't smooth things over, it could affect the hotel's reputation. Some of them think it might even affect your position here if things get worse." Olivia felt the weight of Derek's words. She had already been under so much pressure, and now the staff was starting to doubt her ability to handle the situation. She had to regain control, not just for her own career, but for the hotel's reputation. "I'll handle it," she said firmly. "Just make sure the rest of the night runs smoothly. If anyone approaches you with concerns, tell them not to worry. I'll make sure Mrs. Martin is satisfied." Derek nodded, but didn't seem completely reassured. "All right, but just know that people are watching. You've got a lot of eyes on you tonight." Olivia gave a tight smile and nodded in return, though inside, her anxiety was starting to eat away at her. She couldn't afford any more mistakes. ******, a disastrous dinner at 8:30 p.m. Olivia received a call from the restaurant. It was the host. "Ms. Wright, I'm afraid we have a problem," the host said, his voice tense. "What happened?" Olivia's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't anticipated another issue. "Mrs. Martin has refused to sit at the table we prepared for her. She insists that the lighting is too dim and the placement of the flowers is all wrong." Olivia's mind raced. How could this be happening? She had already instructed the staff to ensure that every detail was perfect. Send someone over to adjust the lighting and replace the flowers. Make sure she gets exactly what she wants. This is critical. Understood? The host replied, though Olivia could tell that he was worried about how much more Mrs. Martin would demand. As Olivia hung up the phone, she took a moment to gather her thoughts. It was becoming clear that Mrs. Martin was not going to be easily satisfied. This wasn't just about a room or a table, it was about asserting control, about reminding Olivia and everyone else around her who had the power. Olivia knew that she couldn't afford to back down. If she did, Mrs. Martin would have the upper hand, and the fallout could be far worse than just an uncomfortable dinner. She needed to regain control, and she needed to do it quickly. Under pressure, ****, the evening was slipping away, and Olivia could feel the weight of the hotel's reputation on her shoulders. Every decision she made felt critical. Mrs. Martin was no longer just a guest. She was the person who could make or break Olivia's career, the hotel's standing in the community, and the future of the property itself. She had already demanded so much now. With the dinner problems escalating, Olivia knew that time was running out. If she didn't fix things quickly, the situation could go from bad to worse. She paced back and forth in her office, reviewing the events of the evening. Mrs. Martin had been upset from the moment she arrived, and although Olivia had managed to appease her momentarily with a room change, things were clearly not improving. The request for a formal apology had thrown Olivia off balance. She had never had a guest demand such a thing before. She had always believed that showing empathy and solving the problem at hand was enough. But Mrs. Martin seemed determined to get a personal admission of fault, which made Olivia feel like she had already lost control of the situation. She couldn't afford to let Mrs. Martin walk out with any lingering frustration. She had to prove that she was capable of managing the hotel's high expectations, no matter how unreasonable they seemed. Olivia picked up the phone and dialed the restaurant again, hoping to catch a break. "Good evening, Ms. Wright," the restaurant manager answered, his voice calm but strained. "How can I assist you? Is everything okay with Mrs. Martin's dinner?" Olivia asked, her voice firm, tinged with concern. "We've managed to adjust the lighting to her preference, and the flowers have been replaced," the manager said, clearly relieved to report some progress. But she's still not happy with the seating arrangement. She says she feels too close to another guest. "We've asked her to wait while we prepare another table." But she's getting impatient. Olivia closed her eyes, frustrated. This was exactly what she had feared. No matter how much effort she put into solving the problem, it was never enough. "Tell her we'll arrange something immediately and offer her another bottle of wine on the house. Make it clear that we're doing everything we can." "Understood. I'll get on it right away." Olivia sat back in her chair and rubbed her temples. Every solution seemed to fuel Mrs. Martin's anger, and Olivia wasn't sure how much more she could handle. Her mind flashed back to Derek's earlier words about how the staff was beginning to lose faith in her. She had always prided herself on being a problem solver, but this time, she felt like the walls were closing in around her. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't escape the feeling that Mrs. Martin was winning. But Olivia couldn't afford to let her emotions control the situation. She had to stay calm, focused, and professional. The hotel's reputation was on the line, and it was her job to ensure that nothing went wrong. She could still save the evening, but she would need to push herself beyond what she thought was possible. She stood up, grabbed her jacket from the back of her chair, and walked out of her office. The hotel lobby was quieter now, with fewer guests around. But Olivia still felt the energy of the place pressing against her. The team was doing their best, but there was an undeniable undercurrent of tension in the air. As she crossed the lobby to the restaurant, she checked her watch at 45 p.m. There was still time to fix this. She had to make Mrs. Martin see that the hotel was taking her complaints seriously, that every effort was being made to make her stay perfect. But first, she needed to face the woman who had caused so much chaos. *******, the final attempt *****. When Olivia arrived at the restaurant, she walked to the hostess stand and saw the MacD standing with a concerned look on his face. "Ms. Wright," he said, his voice low. "Mrs. Martin is still very upset. She's asked for you to come speak with her directly. She insists on an explanation, and she's requested that you meet her at her table immediately." Olivia hesitated for a moment, taking a deep breath. She knew this conversation would be difficult, but it was the only way forward. She nodded at the MacD, who led her through the dining room toward the back corner, where Mrs. Martin sat, her arms crossed tightly across her chest. The atmosphere in the restaurant was thick with tension, and several nearby diners were stealing glances in their direction. As Olivia approached, Mrs. Martin didn't even look up. She simply gestured toward the chair across from her, her face expressionless. "Sit down, Ms. Wright," she said in a clipped tone. Olivia did as she was told, lowering herself into the chair across from Mrs. Martin. The restaurant staff had clearly been walking on eggshells around the table, trying to avoid further escalation. Mrs. Martin was not one to tolerate mistakes, and it seemed like she was determined to make this situation as uncomfortable as possible for everyone involved. "I want to understand something, Ms. Wright," Mrs. Martin began, her tone cold. "Why is it that, in a hotel of your supposed caliber, I'm being treated like this? You've been here long enough. You must know how important my business is to this establishment. I don't appreciate being told that my request cannot be fulfilled, especially when I'm a regular guest. What does that say about your hotel's ability to deliver?" Olivia's throat tightened. She had expected this, but hearing it come out of Mrs. Martin's mouth felt like a direct challenge to her competence. She had no choice but to respond, and she had to do it carefully. "I completely understand your frustration, Mrs. Martin," Olivia said, keeping her voice steady. "We have worked hard to make sure everything is perfect for your stay, and I take full responsibility for the mistake in your room assignment. We did everything we could to find a suitable solution. However, I acknowledge that the situation is not ideal, and for that, I sincerely apologize." Mrs. Martin raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. "I don't want your apology, Ms. Wright. I want you to understand what this experience has cost me. The next time I book a stay, I expect nothing short of perfection, and that includes the respect of the staff, the quality of service, and the commitment to meeting every expectation. Right now, I feel like I've been dismissed, like my requests don't matter." Olivia took a deep breath, choosing her words carefully. "I can assure you that your requests do matter, and while we can't change what has already happened, we are doing everything in our power to make the rest of your stay as comfortable as possible. I'll personally ensure that your dinner is perfect, and I'll be following up with you tomorrow to make sure you're completely satisfied." Mrs. Martin sat back, her arms still crossed, but for the first time that evening, her expression softened slightly. "I'll hold you to that, Ms. Wright. I expect an apology in writing by noon tomorrow, and don't make me regret this decision." Olivia nodded. "I understand. I'll personally see to it." As Olivia stood up to leave, Mrs. Martin glanced at her daughter, who was quietly eating a dessert at the side of the table. The soft hum of the restaurant seemed to fade away as Olivia stepped away, but her mind was already spinning with thoughts of what had just happened. This wasn't over, far from it. The hardest part was yet to come. The full-out back in the hotel's office. Olivia sat down at her desk and began typing the apology letter that Mrs. Martin had demanded. It felt like a form of capitulation, acknowledging her failure, admitting to the hotel's shortcomings. But at the same time, Olivia knew it was necessary. She couldn't afford to allow this incident to grow any further. Every word had to be perfect. Every sentence had to convey her commitment to making things right. She could feel the pressure mounting with every keystroke. She had already given Mrs. Martin everything she could: an upgraded room, free meals, the assurance that the issue would be handled. But it wasn't enough. Mrs. Martin had power, and Olivia had to learn how to navigate that power without losing everything she had worked for. As she finished the letter, Olivia glanced at the clock. It was nearly 10 p.m. The evening had taken its toll. She knew she would need to get some rest, but sleep seemed like a distant prospect. Her mind was racing, thinking of what might come next, of the fallout that could rise from Mrs. Martin's complaint. But there was one thing Olivia was sure of. She had done her best. She had given her all to resolve the situation, and now she had to hope that it would be enough. The breaking point following morning, Olivia arrived at the hotel early. Despite having stayed late the night before, she had barely slept, tossing and turning, replaying every moment of her interaction with Mrs. Martin in her head. What had she missed? Was there something else she could have done to prevent the escalation? She had followed all the protocols, made every effort to accommodate the difficult guest, but deep down, she could feel that it wasn't enough. As she entered the front lobby, she was greeted by Daniel, who looked at her with a knowing expression. "Morning, Ms. Wright. Everything okay?" he asked, his voice soft. Olivia gave him a strained smile. "I'll be fine, Daniel. Thank you for asking. Can you make sure everything is running smoothly this morning? Mrs. Martin will want to meet with me before long." Daniel nodded and quickly returned to his duties. But Olivia couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. She had always been confident in her abilities, but the pressure from Mrs. Martin's complaint, combined with her team's growing concern, was starting to weigh on her. She sat down at her desk, gathering her thoughts, and then opened her laptop. She read over the apology letter she had drafted the night before. It was polite and professional, but it didn't feel like enough. She needed to ensure that Mrs. Martin understood how deeply she regretted the situation. and that her team would go above and beyond to make it right. Before she could finalize the letter, Olivia heard the unmistakable sound of high heels clicking on the marble floor. She looked up to see Mrs. Martin approaching, her expression as cold and calculated as ever. Olivia immediately stood up, her heart racing. "Good morning, Mrs. Martin," Olivia said, her voice steady, at least with apprehension. "Thank you for meeting with me this morning. I trust you had a restful night." Mrs. Martin's gaze swept across the lobby, taking in the surroundings before she spoke. "Not particularly restful, Ms. Wright, but I'll make do. I trust you have the letter I requested." Olivia nodded, reaching for the letter she had drafted the night before. "Yes, Mrs. Martin, here it is." She handed the letter over, and Mrs. Martin took it, reading it quickly before setting it down on the counter with a dismissive gesture. "This is adequate," Mrs. Martin said, her voice still cold. "But it's not enough. I expected something more heartfelt, Ms. Wright. You should have known that an apology alone wouldn't make up for the experience I had. I'm not here to read some generic letter of apology. I want to see action." Olivia's heart sank. She had braced herself for criticism, but it was hard to hear it so openly. Mrs. Martin was clearly disappointed, and Olivia's mind raced. "What more would you like from us, Mrs. Martin?" Olivia asked carefully, trying not to sound defensive. "I've already arranged for the upgrades, and we've made accommodations to meet your needs. What can I do to resolve this situation?" Mrs. Martin's sharp gaze fixed on Olivia, and she took a step closer, her voice dropping low enough for only Olivia to hear. "What you've done so far is simply not enough, Ms. Wright. Your staff was unprofessional, and I was made to feel like my concerns didn't matter. I've been loyal to this hotel for years, and yet I'm treated like an afterthought. Do you think this is just about a room or a meal? No. This is about respect. This is about you proving that you can deliver what I expect from a 5-star hotel." Olivia stood frozen for a moment, the weight of Mrs. Martin's words hanging heavily in the air. She could feel herself at the edge of a precipice. One wrong move, one mistake, and this would spiral out of control. But Olivia knew that the only way to survive this was to rise to the occasion, to show Mrs. Martin that she was in control and that she could handle even the most difficult situations. "I understand, Mrs. Martin," Olivia said quietly, her voice steady and calm. "I apologize again for how things have gone, and I will do everything in my power to make sure your stay is absolutely flawless from this moment forward. We value your loyalty, and I will personally oversee everything to ensure that you're treated with the respect and professionalism you deserve." Mrs. Martin regarded her for a moment, her eyes narrowing. "I want a more substantial gesture. I want you to offer me something tangible, something that shows I matter to this hotel. If I don't see a significant improvement in your service, I will be forced to reconsider my relationship with this establishment, and I won't hesitate to spread the word about the poor experience I've each had here." Olivia felt the tension in the air, and for the first time that morning, she allowed herself a deep breath. She wasn't going to back down. She had already been as accommodating as possible, and now it was time to step up and show Mrs. Martin that Olivia Wright wasn't someone who could be pushed around. "I understand, Mrs. Martin," Olivia said again, her voice firm but respectful. "I'll take immediate action. I'll personally ensure that your experience from here out meets the highest standards, and I'll make sure our team works to meet every expectation you have. Please allow me the opportunity to demonstrate how much we value your business." Mrs. Martin tilted her head slightly, a small glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. "I'll be waiting, Ms. Wright. Let's see if you can live up to your promises." As Mrs. Martin turned and walked away, Olivia could feel the weight of her gaze on her back. There was no going back now. She had no choice but to ensure that Mrs. Martin's stay was nothing short of perfect. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** already formulating a strategy to fix the situation. She had no time to waste. There were too many moving pieces, and if she didn't handle them quickly and decisively, the damage could be permanent. The first step was to meet with the restaurant staff. She needed to make sure the dining experience for Mrs. Martin was flawless. No more mistakes. She would personally oversee everything, ensuring that the food, service, and ambience were nothing short of perfect. Next, she would work with the housekeeping team to ensure that Mrs. Martin's suite was exactly as she had requested. No detail would be overlooked. Everything had to be perfect. But there was one more thing that Olivia knew she had to do. She had to show Mrs. Martin that she was committed to making things right. It wasn't just about offering free upgrades or cooked meals, it was about making a real, tangible gesture that would demonstrate the hotel's commitment to service excellence. Olivia spent the next few hours coordinating with the various teams, giving specific instructions to each department to ensure that Mrs. Martin's needs were met. She ordered the finest bottle of wine to be sent to Mrs. Martin's suite, along with a handwritten note of apology from her. Olivia knew that sometimes a personal touch was the best way to show genuine care and respect. As she worked through the details, Olivia began to feel a sense of control returning. It was a small victory, but it was a victory nonetheless. She was no longer just reacting to the situation, she was taking charge. And she would prove to Mrs. Martin, and to herself, that she was more than capable of managing the hotel's high standards. By the time Mrs. Martin returned to the hotel later that afternoon, Olivia was ready. She had done everything she could to ensure the evening would go smoothly. All she could do now was wait for Mrs. Martin's reaction. Hush, 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 asterisk, asterisk, the moment of truth, asterisk, asterisk. It wasn't long before Mrs. Martin returned to the lobby, her demeanor still cold, but Olivia could sense a shift. She had done what she could now. It was time to see if it would be enough. As Mrs. Martin walked toward her, Olivia stood up, offering a respectful nod. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Martin," Olivia said, her voice calm and composed. "I trust everything is to your satisfaction now." Mrs. Martin looked at her for a moment before speaking, her voice still measured, but noticeably softer than before. "Well, Ms. Wright, I'll admit this is more like the service I expected. The wine was a nice touch, and the room has been perfect. I appreciate your efforts to fix the situation." Olivia's heart lifted slightly, but she remained composed. "I'm glad to hear that, Mrs. Martin. If there's anything else you need, please don't hesitate to reach out to me directly." Mrs. Martin paused for a moment, studying Olivia. Then, without saying anything further, she nodded and turned to leave. As Olivia watched her walk away, she felt a deep sense of relief wash over her. The storm had passed, and she had weathered it. Mrs. Martin was satisfied for now, but Olivia knew that the next challenge was just round the corner. Resolution and reflection. The days following Mrs. Martin's departure were a blur for Olivia. The tension in the hotel had begun to settle, but it hadn't entirely disappeared. Every employee she passed in the halls seemed to look at her with a mix of respect and caution. While Olivia had successfully navigated the storm with Mrs. Martin, she was keenly aware that her actions had set a precedent. The hotel's reputation and her own credibility had been on the line, and the fallout could still be far-reaching. But for the moment, she allowed herself a brief respite. Mrs. Martin had left a final note in Olivia's inbox thanking her for the effort she had put into making things right. It wasn't the glowing praise Olivia had hoped for, but it was better than nothing. She had managed to salvage the relationship, and perhaps, in time, Mrs. Martin would become a loyal guest once again. A new challenge despite the temporary relief. Olivia knew the pressure wasn't over. The hotel was in the midst of a busy season, and there would always be more demanding guests, more conflicts to manage. Olivia's task was never truly finished. It was an ongoing cycle of problem solving and damage control. She had to be vigilant, prepared for whatever came her way. That afternoon, as Olivia was walking down the corridor to inspect the newly renovated floor of the hotel, her assistant manager, Derek, called her phone. "Ms. Wright, I've just received a call from corporate," Derek said, his voice filled with uncertainty. "They want a meeting with you." Now, Olivia stopped in her tracks. "What is this about?" I'm not sure, Derek replied, but it sounds serious. Corporate mentioned they want a report on everything that happened with Mrs. Martin. They want a detailed account of how we handled the situation. And they're asking for you to explain what actions you took. A knot formed in Olivia's stomach. Corporate had already been aware of the issue, but now it seemed like they were bringing her in for a more formal discussion. She had expected this, but the reality of it felt like another hurdle she wasn't sure she was ready for. I'll head to the office right away, Olivia said, her voice firm. She walked quickly toward her office, her mind spinning. She knew she had acted as best as she could in the situation. But how would corporate perceive her handling of the issue? Would they be satisfied with her approach? Or would they see her actions as a failure? The corporate meeting. When Olivia arrived at the corporate office, she was escorted into a conference room where two senior executives from corporate were waiting. Jenna, the corporate liaison, sat at the head of the table with a clipboard in front of her, while Greg, the regional director, was on her right. Both of them were impeccably dressed and had the air of people who had seen it all. Ms. Wright, thank you for joining us on short notice, Jenna began, her tone polite but businesslike. We've reviewed the situation with Mrs. Martin, and we wanted to hear from you directly about how things were handled. Olivia nodded. Sitting down at the table, she could feel her palms start to sweat, but she forced herself to remain calm. I did everything I could to resolve the situation, Jenner. I personally managed Mrs. Martin's concerns, upgraded her room, and offered her additional services to make up for the initial mistake. I made sure that her needs were met and followed up with her throughout her stay. Greg leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing. We've heard that you've taken several steps to make her comfortable, Ms. Wright. But here's the issue. We've received feedback that the incident wasn't handled as efficiently as it could have been. There are concerns that the situation escalated unnecessarily. Some staff members were worried about how the situation was managed, and that led to some tension among the team. Olivia swallowed hard. She had expected some of the staff to voice concerns, but hearing it directly from corporate felt different. She had always prided herself on handling tough situations with grace, but now she was starting to wonder if she had missed something. I understand the concerns, Olivia said, her voice steady, but with a slight edge of defensiveness. I acted quickly to resolve the issue, and while it wasn't ideal, I don't believe the situation escalated beyond control. Mrs. Martin is an incredibly demanding guest, and her expectations are extremely high. I did my best to meet them. Jenna glanced at Greg before returning her gaze to Olivia. We appreciate your efforts, Ms. Wright, but we believe that a bit more proactive management could have prevented things from escalating. Mrs. Martin's status within the city's elite circles made her a sensitive case. We need managers who can handle difficult guests before things go too far. Olivia nodded, taking the criticism in stride. I understand, and I'm committed to improving my handling of such situations in the future. I'll make sure to communicate more effectively with both the team and the guests to prevent further issues. Jenna's expression softened slightly. We don't want this to be a black mark on your record, Ms. Wright. However, we want to make sure that all of our managers are constantly learning from their experiences. We'll be monitoring how you manage future situations. Your ability to handle difficult clients is key to this role, and we need you to lead by example. Greg added, we're confident you can improve, but this is something we'll have to keep an eye on. We expect better results moving forward. Olivia felt the weight of their words sink in. It wasn't a glowing review, but at least it wasn't a complete failure. She had been given a chance to learn and improve. Thank you for the feedback, Olivia said, her voice measured. I will continue to do my best to meet the expectations of the hotel and corporate, and I'll make sure to use this experience as a learning opportunity. ****** a new beginning ***** after the meeting. Olivia walked back to her office, her mind whirring with everything that had just been discussed. The corporate executives had been direct but fair. They weren't firing her. They weren't taking drastic measures. They were giving her an opportunity to prove herself. She spent the next few hours reflecting on the feedback. As much as she wanted to brush it off as an unfortunate circumstance, she couldn't ignore the fact that she had learned something valuable from the experience. Handling difficult customers required more than just solving problems. It required leadership, foresight, and a level of proactive communication that Olivia had missed in the heat of the moment. She also realized something important about herself. The pressure of being in charge was immense, but she wasn't in it alone. She had a team to rely on. Moving forward, Olivia knew she needed to foster stronger communication with her staff and corporate to ensure she had all the tools she needed to succeed. Later that evening, Olivia received a message from Derek, her assistant manager, who sent a simple, yet meaningful note. Asterisk, you handled Mrs. Martin's situation with grace. The team respects you more than you think. Asterisk, the words were small, but they lifted Olivia's spirits more than she had expected. As the days passed, Olivia continued to implement the changes she had learned from the incident. She worked closely with her team, encouraging open communication and proactive problem solving. She also focused on improving her relationships with corporate, ensuring that she was always one step ahead when it came to managing difficult situations. By the time the next VIP guest arrived at the hotel, Olivia was ready. She had learned from her mistakes and was prepared to face whatever challenges came her way. Her ability to lead had been tested, but now Olivia knew that she was stronger and more capable than ever before. She had earned her place as the hotel's manager, and she wasn't about to let anyone, no matter how powerful, take that from her. In a courtroom, the energy was thick with the smug satisfaction of corrupt officers as they high-fived one another, celebrating a victory they believed was theirs. They had won, or so they thought. The case against a young woman, Maria Carter, was a sure thing. But as the judge prepared to close the case, a voice broke through the noise, a voice that would unravel everything they thought they had accomplished. It was a voice no one had expected, and it would bring their world crashing down. Maria Carter sat rigidly in the backseat of a police car, her wrists burning from the tightness of the handcuffs. The air inside was stale, thick with the smell of sweat and cheap coffee. The two officers in front were laughing, one of them, Officer Adam Walker, grinning widely. "I told you, she never saw it coming," Walker said, his voice full of triumph as he glanced at his partner, Officer Daniel Miller. Miller laughed in agreement. "This is going to be easy. We've got her." Maria kept her face neutral. Her heart was racing, but she would not let them see her fear. She had been through this before, too many times. The system was rigged, and they thought she was just another name to be swept away, another statistic to be buried. But Maria Carter was no ordinary person. As the car pulled into the station, the flashing lights reflected off the windows. Officer Miller yanked open the door and grabbed her by the arm. "Come on, superstar," he sneered. Maria didn't flinch. She stepped out with dignity, her shoulders squared, her gaze unwavering. She was no stranger to this place, and she wasn't going to let them see her crack. Inside the station, the noise was overwhelming. Phones were ringing, officers were shouting across the room, and the air smelled like burnt coffee and something far more sinister. Maria was led past desks where officers looked up from their work, some smirking, others merely glancing. "You caught her in the act?" a younger officer asked, his voice tinged with hesitation. "Yeah," Walker replied. "Caught her red-handed, a bag full of powder in her university bag. She was just waiting to be arrested." Maria's eyes flickered to the young officer. She caught the doubt in his eyes, the way he shifted nervously on his feet. It was a small victory, but it gave her hope. Maybe there was still room for justice in this world. The officer at the desk barely glanced at her as he filled out the paperwork. "Name?" he asked. "Maria Carter," Walker replied, smugly. "Drug possession. Intend to distribute," the officer added, without looking up. Maria's eyes narrowed. They thought they had her. They thought this was going to be easy, but they were wrong. Hours passed, and Maria sat alone in her cell. The weight of the system was pressing down on her, just as it had for countless others before her. She knew how this would play out. They would keep her here, let the walls close in, until she broke. Then, they would offer her a plea deal. Take the deal, or face years behind bars. But Maria wasn't like the others. She had spent her entire life learning how to fight back against systems built to destroy people like her. She wasn't going to be another statistic. A few hours later, Officer Walker entered, his smirk still firmly in place. "Here's the deal," he said, throwing a file on a table. "You can take the easy route. Admit to what you did, and serve 5 years. We might even let you out early for good behavior." Maria didn't respond. She simply stared at him, her gaze calm and collected. "The hard way," Walker continued. "We take it to trial. A jury in this town. They'll tear you apart. You don't stand a chance." Maria leaned forward slightly, her voice steady. "I don't think you understand. I'm not going to take your deal." Walker's confidence cracked just slightly. "Sue yourself," he muttered, before slamming the door shut behind him. Maria leaned back, closing her eyes for a moment. The real fight hadn't even begun yet, but she was ready. The next morning, Maria was visited by her public defender, Lisa Thomas. Lisa was fresh out of law school, eager to prove herself, but still unsure of the system she was now a part of. "I'm your public defender," Lisa said, sitting down across from Maria. "The prosecution's offering you 5 years. Take the deal, and you could be out in 3. Maria didn't flinch. "And what do you think I should do?" Lisa hesitated, her eyes flickering over the files in her hands. "I think you should take the deal. The evidence is against you. The fingerprints, the surveillance footage. They have it all." Maria tilted her head. "Do they? Are you sure?" Lisa didn't know how to answer that. She wasn't so sure anymore. Maria continued, her voice low. "You're just another cog in the machine, Lisa. You see it, but you don't want to admit it." Lisa's gaze faltered, and she looked down at the file in her hands. Maria's words struck a chord with her. She wasn't blind to the corruption in the system, but she hadn't known how to fight it until now. Maria leaned forward, her voice calm but piercing. "If I take the deal, what happens then?" "They get to go home," Lisa whispered. "They get away with it. They go out for drinks, they laugh about it, and they never think about me again. But the next time, it will be someone else, and they'll do it again." Maria's words settled heavily in the room. Lisa couldn't deny the truth of them. She had seen enough corruption to know that Maria was right, and that was when she made a decision she would fight, even if it meant going up against the system. The day of the trial arrived. Maria, shackled at the wrists and ankles, was led into the courtroom, flanked by 2 officers who seemed a little too smug for their own good. She held her head high, every step deliberate, her gaze scanning the room with cold calculation. Lisa walked beside her, her face tight with tension. She had worked tirelessly to prepare, but the doubt in her heart was still there, gnawing at her. District Attorney Andrew Callahan rose to present the prosecution's case. His voice was smooth, confident, as he outlined the so-called evidence against Maria. The defendant was caught with a bag containing illicit substances. She was caught red-handed, and the evidence is clear. Lisa rose to her feet, her voice steady. "The prosecution would have you believe this is a simple case. But what if I told you that things are not as they seem?" She turned to the jury. "Maria Carter has no criminal history, no connections to the drug trade. Yet, she was arrested in the middle of a university campus, in front of hundreds of people. Does that sound like a simple case to you?" The courtroom murmured, and Lisa's words hung in the air, slowly shifting the momentum of the trial. She had their attention, but the real twist came when Officer Walker was called to the stand. He testified about the night of the arrest, claiming that Maria was caught in the act. But Lisa, ever sharp, asked him one simple question that started to unravel everything. "How many fingerprints were found on the bag?" Walker hesitated. He had only mentioned Maria's fingerprints, but now, doubt had been planted. It wasn't until the next day, when Maria was called to testify, that the full truth came crashing down. Lisa stood before the jury, her voice calm as she asked Maria the questions that would change everything. "Maria, were you in possession of the drugs the night of your arrest?" "No," Maria said, her voice unwavering. "Did you know about the drugs in the bag before the officers approached you?" "No." "Then why do you think you were arrested?" Maria looked straight at the jury. "It was never about the drugs. It was about control. Officer Walker and Sergeant Miller have done this before. Planted evidence, falsified reports. They've manipulated the system to lock up people they think won't fight back." The room went silent. The truth had been revealed. Lisa leaned forward. "Maria, tell them what else you know." Maria's gaze was steady. "I've been investigating them for 2 years. I'm not just some random person caught in the system. I'm the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation." The courtroom exploded into chaos. Reporters scrambled to get the story, but Maria remained calm, her words piercing through the noise. "This isn't just about me," Maria said. "This is about all the people they've locked away, all the families they've destroyed. They thought they could hide behind their badges, but they were wrong." As the federal agents arrived to arrest Officer Walker and Sergeant Miller, Maria felt a sense of calm wash over her. The battle had been long, but the war was won. As she walked out of the courthouse, the air felt lighter, brighter. Justice had been served. And for the first time in a long time, Maria Carter felt free. Maria's story is a reminder that the fight for justice is not easy. But when we stand firm, when we refuse to be silenced, the truth will always rise to the surface. Even in the darkest corners of corruption, the light of truth will shine through. In the end, those who abuse power will always fall, and the voices of the innocent will be heard. A wealthy businessman, Mark Dawson, arrives at the resort for a long stay. He's known for his success, but also for his arrogance. He demands top-tier service and often belittles the staff, especially those in lower positions, like housekeepers and maintenance workers. Mark believes that his money and status mean he can get away with mistreating those he deems below him. Maria is a housekeeper at the resort, an older woman in her 50s who has worked there for years. While she has seen many guests come and go, she's known for her quiet professionalism, impeccable work ethic, and calm demeanor. No one knows much about her personal life, but she's well respected by her colleagues. One day, Mark Dawson, while checking in, makes a snide remark about the housekeepers, implying that they should know their place. He even mocks Maria for her age, claiming that someone her age should retire. Maria, as usual, does not react but continues to do her job. A few days later, Mark encounters a problem in his suite. The air conditioning breaks down, and he calls the front desk. After an hour, the technician comes in to inspect the problem, but Mark is furious, demanding immediate action. The technician, a young man named Carlos, tries his best to explain that the resort is fully booked and repairs will take time. Mark is dismissive and rude, even belittling Carlos for his incompetence. Feeling ignored and disrespected, Mark takes his complaint to the front desk, where he escalates the situation to the hotel manager. However, the manager is unavailable, and the front desk staff doesn't seem to be able to appease him. The situation spirals further, with Mark making threats of spreading negative reviews online. Later that night, while Mark is at dinner, his phone rings with an unknown number. It's the hotel's general manager, Maria. "Mr. Dawson, I'm Maria, the general manager of this resort. I understand you've had some concerns about your accommodations, and I wanted to personally address the issue. We take pride in our guests' comfort, and I wanted to assure you will resolve this matter immediately." Mark, surprised by a call from the manager himself, begins to take a different tone, attempting to charm his way through the situation. "I appreciate you calling, Maria, but I just don't understand how such an expensive resort can have such low standards." Maria stays calm, her voice unwavering. "Mr. Dawson, I apologize for the inconvenience, and I'll have a technician in your room within the next 30 minutes. But as a courtesy, I'd like to offer you something special as compensation. The next morning, Mark wakes up to find his air conditioning fixed and his room stocked with complimentary luxury items. He's impressed and wonders who could have handled things so efficiently. When he heads down to the front desk, he's greeted by a surprise. Maria, the general manager, is there in person, standing with a warm smile. However, there's something different about her demeanor. "I hope your stay is more comfortable now, Mr. Dawson," she says with a professional yet calm smile. Mark, realizing he may have misjudged Maria, finally speaks up. "I must say, I didn't expect this level of service. I guess I owe you an apology for my earlier comments." Maria nods politely, but gives him one last piece of advice. "Never underestimate the power of a person just because they aren't in the spotlight, Mr. Dawson. Everyone here works to make your stay exceptional. From our housekeepers to the general manager, you might find that those you consider beneath you are the ones who make everything run smoothly." A few days later, Mark learns from a fellow guest that Maria, the general manager, is actually the owner of the entire resort. She had intentionally chosen a low-profile role to better understand the needs of her staff and guests, and she had been closely monitoring the situation. The story spreads around the hotel, and Mark's image takes a hit. Guests and staff alike praise Maria's leadership and humility. Mark's attempt to belittle the staff not only backfired, but it also opened his eyes to the value of treating everyone with respect, regardless of their position. Never underestimate others serves as a powerful lesson in humility. It's a reminder that power isn't always visible, and that respect should be extended to everyone, regardless of their job or status. The true value of a person often lies not in what is visible, but in their integrity, strength, and character. Ava Carter walked onto the airplane with quiet confidence, turning only a few heads as she passed. She wore a tailored blazer over a sleek black dress, her natural curls framing her face. In one hand, she held a leather laptop bag, while in the other, her boarding pass was neatly folded. As she made her way down the aisle, her eyes flicked to the seat numbers, scanning for hers. Her demeanor was calm, composed, and yet there was an undeniable sense of determination about her. When she reached her seat in first class, Ava smiled politely at the passenger next to her and placed her bag in the overhead compartment. She sat down and pulled out a small notebook and pen, beginning to jot down a few notes, completely unaware of the curious glances from the other passengers. Her focus was entirely on her work, emboldened by the occasional sideways looks. Miranda Scott, one of the flight attendants, moved briskly through the cabin, checking in with passengers. She wore her crisp uniform with a sharp gaze that seemed to take in everything. When her eyes landed on Ava, she paused. There was something about the woman that seemed out of place, but Miranda couldn't quite put her finger on it. She frowned, trying to reconcile the woman's presence in first class. She quickly approached Ava's seat. "Excuse me," Miranda said, her tone polite but carrying an edge. "Can I see your boarding pass, please?" Ava looked up, surprised, but not rattled. "Of course," she replied, handing over the boarding pass with a small smile. Miranda scanned the ticket and frowned slightly. "This is for first class?" she asked, her tone now more uncertain. "Yes, it is," Ava answered simply, her voice steady. Miranda's frown deepened, as if trying to reconcile what she saw with what she thought she knew. After a moment's hesitation, she handed the boarding pass back, her lips pressed into a tight line. She walked away without saying another word, but Ava's calm demeanor seemed to leave an impression on her, one that Miranda couldn't shake. Something felt off, though Miranda couldn't pinpoint what it was. As Miranda walked away, Ava returned to her notes, the rest of the cabin buzzing with quiet activity. She had already brushed off the brief interaction. Her calm exterior remained unbroken, and she didn't notice Miranda speaking quietly with another flight attendant nearby, casting glances back in her direction. Minutes later, Miranda returned, this time with a more authoritative air. She stood by Ava's seat and spoke in a tone that was no longer just polite, but insistent. "Miss Carter, Could you step aside for a moment? Miranda asked, her voice now carrying a hint of firmness. I need to verify something. Ava blinked in surprise, but remained calm. She stood, took her laptop bag, and followed Miranda toward the galley. As they walked down the aisle, the passengers in first class exchanged curious looks, some whispering under their breath. Ava's poise remained intact, though she could sense the rising tension around her. When they reached the narrow space of the galley, Miranda spoke again. I'm going to have to ask you to move to a different seat, Miranda said, folding her arms. It seems there may have been a mistake with your booking. Ava raised an eyebrow, a slight frown crossing her face. A mistake? I don't think so. I booked this ticket weeks ago, and it was confirmed. Miranda's tone turned colder. I've already checked. I don't think this seat is appropriate for you. You'll have to take a seat in the main cabin. Ava's expression shifted, disbelief flashing across her features for just a moment. But she quickly regained her composure. I don't understand. My ticket is valid. Why would I need to move? Miranda stiffened, her voice dropping to a sharp whisper. I don't have time to explain. Either you move, or I'll have to call security to assist. Ava's eyes narrowed, but she nodded once, quietly returning to her seat to gather her things. The entire cabin was watching now, murmurs growing louder as Ava walked toward the back of the plane, escorted by Miranda. The tension was palpable, but Ava kept her head high. When they reached the main cabin, Miranda gestured toward an empty seat in the middle row. Ava placed her bag under the seat and sat down without a word. Miranda walked away, leaving Ava to settle into her new, much less comfortable spot. Ava looked out the window, her face calm, but her thoughts clearly racing. Somewhere between frustration and disbelief, Ava reached into her bag, pulled out her phone, and typed a quick message. When she hit send, a knowing smile tugged at the corners of her lips. The hum of the airplane engines filled the cabin, but the tension in the air around Ava was palpable. She sat quietly in her new seat, her expression unreadable. A few passengers cast sympathetic glances her way, while others quickly turned away, pretending not to notice. Ava ignored them all, focusing instead on the screen of her phone. The smile never left her lips, but it wasn't for anyone else to see. As the flight continued, the atmosphere on board grew heavier. Miranda kept moving through the cabin, performing her duties with practiced ease, but her thoughts were never far from Ava. There was something about the way the woman had handled the situation that had unsettled her. Ava's calmness was unnerving, like she was playing a game Miranda didn't fully understand. A few minutes after the interaction, Miranda received a call on her in-flight phone. She picked it up, her stomach tightening as she heard the voice on the other end. This is the executive office. The voice said, we've received a complaint about an incident with a first-class passenger. You need to provide a full report upon landing. Miranda's pulse quickened. She thought back to her earlier interaction with Ava. She had only followed her gut instinct, but now it seemed that something bigger was at play. Ava, as it turned out, wasn't just any passenger. The voice on the phone made it clear that Ava Carter was connected to the airline's board of directors. Miranda's heart sank as she realized the depth of her mistake. She had acted rashly, assuming that Ava didn't belong in first class. She had no idea that she had just crossed someone who could make her career come to a grinding halt. In the main cabin, Ava sat quietly, oblivious to Miranda's growing unease. She had already put her plan into motion. As she glanced out the window, watching the clouds drift by, her calm exterior betrayed nothing of what was truly happening beneath the surface. Every movement she made seemed deliberate, as though each moment was part of a larger, carefully crafted strategy. She pulled out her phone again and sent a message. They'll call soon. Let me know when it's done, it read. A small smile tugged at her lips as she hit send. Meanwhile, Miranda felt the tension growing within her as she walked down the aisle. The passengers in first class seemed to be watching her with increased interest, and she couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to go terribly wrong. She glanced at the young flight attendant, Clara, who had been helping passengers in the main cabin. Claire approached Ava with a kindness that contrasted sharply with Miranda's earlier harshness. "Ma'am, is everything okay?" Claire asked softly, her eyes filled with genuine concern. Ava looked up at her, offering a warm smile. "I'm fine, thank you. Just a bit of a mix-up, I suppose." Clara hesitated for a moment, clearly sensing that there was more to the story. But Ava's composed demeanor discouraged further questions. She placed a glass of water on Ava's tray and stepped away. Miranda watched from a distance, her discomfort deepening. Ava's calm interactions with Claire only served to highlight her own growing anxiety. What had started as a simple mistake now felt like a much bigger issue, one that she couldn't easily fix. As the flight continued, Miranda tried to shake off the creeping dread that lingered in her chest. She kept moving through the cabin, serving drinks and checking on passengers. But every time she glanced at Ava, she felt a growing sense of unease. Ava remained calm, her focus on her notebook as she jotted down notes, completely unfazed by the tension around her. Minutes passed before another call came through to the galley. Miranda's breath hitched in her chest when Dennis, the senior flight attendant, handed her the phone. His expression was unreadable, but there was a hint of concern in his eyes. "They're asking for you by name," he said, his voice low. Miranda's hands trembled slightly as she took the phone. "This is Miranda," she said, trying to keep her voice steady. "Miranda, this is the captain," a calm voice responded. "We've received another call from the executive office. They're aware of the situation with Ms. Ava Carter. She's a significant figure with the airline, and we've been instructed to ensure she is treated with the utmost respect for the remainder of the flight." "Do you understand?" Miranda's stomach dropped as she processed the information. Her mind raced, but she could barely form a response. The realization that she had just made a major mistake settled heavily on her. "Yes, of course," she stammered, trying to mask the rising panic in her voice. The captain's voice was firm. "Ensure there are no more issues with her seating. Do not approach her again unless necessary." The call ended, and Miranda stood frozen in the galley, the weight of her actions crashing down on her. She glanced toward the main cabin, where Ava was seated calmly, as if nothing had happened. But now, Miranda knew that everything had changed. She had crossed the line, and there was no going back. The flight seemed to stretch on forever for Miranda. Each passing minute felt like a ticking clock, counting down to an inevitable confrontation. Despite her best efforts to continue her duties, her hands trembled, and the weight of the earlier conversation with the captain hung over her like a storm cloud. She kept moving through the cabin, but her every action felt mechanical, disconnected from the reality of the situation. Ava, on the other hand, remained unfazed. She continued to sit calmly, occasionally glancing out the window, her notebook closed on her lap. The atmosphere around her was still charged with the tension of the earlier events. But Ava's poise never faltered. To the untrained eye, she was just another first-class passenger, lost in her own world. But those who watched closely could feel the subtle power she exuded, as if she were quietly orchestrating something far beyond what anyone else on the plane could see. The hours passed, and soon, the captain's voice crackled over the intercom. "Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be beginning our descent shortly. Please ensure your seatbelts are fastened and your trays are in their upright positions." The usual flurry of activity began as passengers prepared for landing. Miranda hurried to finish her checks, but her every movement was rigid, filled with a sense of urgency that was out of place. She avoided looking at Ava as she passed by, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was looming over her. Ava remained calm and composed, leaning back in her seat, her fingers lightly tapping the armrest. She glanced at her watch, and then at the screen displaying the flight's progress. She'd been waiting for this moment. The end of the flight wasn't just a physical destination, it was the point at which her plan would come to fruition. As the plane began its descent, Miranda made her way to the galley once again, her thoughts a whirlwind of anxiety. Dennis, who had been keeping an eye on her, noticed her nervous demeanor and approached cautiously. "You okay?" he asked, his voice low and concerned. Miranda hesitated for a moment before responding, her voice tight. I messed up, Dennis. I didn't realize who she was. I thought she didn't belong in first class. Dennis crossed his arms, his gaze sharpening. You assumed, didn't you? He said. And now, look at you. This isn't just a mistake. Miranda, you crossed the wrong person. People like her, they don't forget. Miranda clenched her fists, feeling the weight of his words settle into her chest. She knew he was right. What started as a gut feeling had turned into a full-blown career-ending mistake. The flight attendant job she had worked so hard for now felt like a distant memory, something she had lost in a single moment of judgment. Meanwhile, in the main cabin, Ava's phone buzzed. She checked the screen, reading a short message that simply said, all set. Be ready. A small, knowing smile played on her lips as she tucked the phone away. The pieces were falling into place, and Miranda had no idea what was about to hit her. The plane landed smoothly, and the usual rustling filled the cabin as passengers unbuckled their seatbelts and retrieved their belongings. But for Miranda, the noise seemed distant, muffled, as she awaited what was inevitably coming her way. She tried to force a smile, greeting each passenger as they passed, but her heart wasn't in it. She knew that her actions were about to catch up with her as passengers disembarked. Ava remained seated, taking her time as the others filed out. She wasn't in a hurry. The situation had already been set in motion, and there was no need to rush. She gathered her things slowly, each movement precise and calculated. When she finally stood and walked toward the exit, the remaining crew exchanged glances, sensing that something significant was happening. When Ava reached the door, Miranda straightened, trying to maintain her composure. Thank you for flying with us, Miss Carter, she said, her voice softer than usual, the forced politeness evident. Ava stopped and turned to look at her, her expression unreadable, but her eyes sharp. I'm sure we'll be in touch, she replied calmly, her voice carrying a weight that left Miranda feeling exposed and vulnerable. Without another word, Ava stepped off the plane, leaving Miranda standing frozen in place. The seconds stretched out, each one feeling like an eternity. Miranda could feel the eyes of the remaining crew on her, but she couldn't bring herself to meet their gaze. The reality of what had just happened was sinking in. A moment later, two uniformed security officers boarded the plane, their presence commanding immediate attention. They scanned the cabin, their eyes narrowing as they approached Miranda. Are you Miranda Scott? One of them asked, his voice firm and authoritative. Miranda's breath caught in her throat, and she nodded silently. The officer continued, we need you to come with us. We have some questions regarding an incident on this flight. The color drained from Miranda's face as the reality of her situation hit her. She had gone from being a flight attendant performing her job to being the subject of an investigation. Her legs felt weak as the officers escorted her off the plane, and she was left to face the consequences of her actions. Outside the terminal, Ava stood by the gate, her phone pressed to her ear. Her expression was calm as she listened to the conversation on the other end. The security team has taken her in for questioning, she said, her voice steady. Make sure the board reviews the footage and statements. I want this matter resolved professionally but thoroughly. She hung up the phone and walked toward baggage claim, her steps measured and deliberate. She had done what she set out to do. It wasn't about revenge, it was about ensuring that the airline faced the consequences of its actions, and that a system of bias and discrimination would no longer go unchecked. As Ava left the airport, she glanced round at the bustling terminal. The world was moving on, but she knew that her actions today had sparked a ripple. She had already begun to change things, and as she headed toward her next meeting, she couldn't help but feel a quiet sense of satisfaction. This was just the beginning. Hey there, folks. Today, we're going to share a story about justice for the elderly. It's a tale of a disturbing courtroom incident that was ultimately resolved. So, buckle up, and let's dive right in. Our story begins with a heart-wrenching incident in a courtroom. A frail, elderly man was brought in, his face etched with pain and fear. The judge, unaware of the man's condition, dismissed his case, leaving him to face the consequences alone. This incident was caught on camera, and it sparked outrage across the nation. People were appalled by the judge's insensitivity and lack of compassion. The man's family, who had been present in the courtroom, was devastated by the turn of events. The story gained traction on social media, and soon, it was all over the news. The judge, who had previously been unaware of the man's condition, was now facing a public outcry. In a stunning turn of events, the judge stepped down from his position, acknowledging his mistake and expressing his regret. The judge's actions were a clear violation of the law, and his decision to resign was a testament to his commitment to justice. The man's family, who had been fighting for their father's rights, was finally able to see justice served. The judge's resignation was a victory for them and for all elderly individuals who deserve to be treated with respect and dignity. And that, folks, is the story of justice for the elderly. It's a reminder that we all have a responsibility to stand up for what's right, and that no one should be treated unfairly, especially our most vulnerable citizens. Thank you for joining us today. If you enjoyed this story, please give it a thumbs up. And don't forget to follow and subscribe for more inspiring and uplifting content. Until next time, take care, and remember to stand up for what's right. In a shocking incident, a family vacation at a luxury resort turns into a nightmare when racist police officers wrongfully arrest a black family. The father, Ethan Parker, is unjustly handcuffed in front of his family, unaware to the officers that he is an FBI agent. What happens when the truth is revealed? Watch the full story and stay tuned for the unfolding events. The Parker family had eagerly anticipated their vacation, looking forward to some well-deserved rest. Ethan Parker, a veteran FBI agent, rarely had time to enjoy peaceful moments with his loved ones due to the demanding nature of his job. Alongside him was his wife Lena, a renowned lawyer passionate about fighting for justice, and their two children, Jackson and Emily. They had chosen a luxurious beachside resort, hoping to escape the stress of their daily lives and spend quality time together. However, what was supposed to be a relaxing getaway quickly turned into an intense and disturbing ordeal. As the family settled by the pool, Ethan noticed a security guard approaching with a look of suspicion in his eyes. Despite showing their room number and confirming their stay at the resort, the guard didn't let up. Ethan and Lena immediately recognized the underlying issue. They were being treated differently because of their appearance. Though the situation was uncomfortable, Ethan tried to stay calm, hoping this would be resolved quickly. But as the guard returned with a colleague, the tension began to rise. When they were told to leave the pool area to confirm their information, Lena's frustration began to boil over. She could tell this was more than just a routine check. It was racial profiling. The situation escalated further when two local police officers arrived at the scene. They demanded identification from Ethan, who calmly explained that he was an FBI agent. Yet, the officers didn't show respect or even acknowledge his status. Instead, they continued their harassment, forcing Ethan to present multiple forms of ID. Lena, a skilled lawyer, stepped in to defend her family. Her voice was firm and full of authority as she questioned the officers' actions. The officers' refusal to accept Ethan's FBI badge and their increasing aggression toward the family further highlighted the systemic discrimination they were facing. As the situation reached a boiling point, the younger officer pulled out handcuffs, moving toward Ethan. Despite knowing his rights and staying calm, Ethan was handcuffed in front of his wife and children. Jackson, their 12-year-old son, was visibly confused and frightened, while their 7-year-old daughter, Emily, clung to Lena, crying in fear. Lena couldn't hold back any longer. She confronted the officers, demanding justice and accountability. Her voice rang out with the promise that they would not let this incident go unnoticed. She was a lawyer, and this was a violation of her family's rights that would not stand. As Ethan was cuffed and the officers began to backpedal, it became clear that the situation was far from over. Lena immediately made calls to a colleague in her law office, preparing for a lawsuit against both the police and the resort. The family's resolve was unshakable. They would not allow this injustice to slide under the rug. Soon, Deputy Chief Poulsen, a higher-ranking officer, arrived at the scene. After hearing both sides, he acknowledged the wrong that had been done and promised an internal investigation. But Lena was not satisfied with empty promises. She demanded concrete actions and consequences for the officers involved. The Parkers' fight was far from over. They made it clear to the resort manager that they would pursue legal action for the discriminatory treatment they had endured. Their story would be heard loud and clear, and the officers involved would be held accountable for their actions. Ethan, though exhausted, stood tall, knowing that this was not just about his family, but for every person who had ever faced such discrimination. The strength of their family and the support from the public would ensure that this injustice would not be forgotten. The Parker family's story is a powerful reminder of the importance of standing up against racial discrimination. It shows the strength of family, the determination to seek justice, and the courage to confront oppressive systems. As they continued their journey, the Parkers knew their fight was far from over, but they were ready for whatever came next. Let this serve as a reminder to us all. When we face injustice, we must speak out. Together, we can create a fairer, more compassionate world for everyone, regardless of race, background, or gender. If you believe in the power of unity and justice, please subscribe to our channel and join the movement. Together, we can make a difference. Imagine this: you're sitting in the most luxurious seat in the sky, enjoying a peaceful flight, when suddenly you're told to move. The reason, not because you've done anything wrong, but simply because of the way you look. What would you do if someone tried to take away your rightful place, based on nothing but prejudice? Today, we uncover a story that not only shook the foundations of a high-class airline, but also sparked a nationwide conversation about fairness, respect, and standing up for what's right. This is the powerful story of Ethan Blackwood, a 17-year-old student who refused to back down, and how one act of courage changed everything. Let's dive into this shocking story, and together, let's discover the true meaning of justice. It was just an ordinary flight for Ethan Blackwood, a 17-year-old student from a prestigious family. His father, James Blackwood, a successful CEO, had booked a first-class seat for him on Skylix Airlines, a luxury airline known for its impeccable service. Jordan had done everything right. He arrived at the gate on time, had his ticket ready, and settled into his assigned seat, 2A. It should have been a smooth and comfortable flight, but little did Jordan know this flight would become the stage for a confrontation that would expose a deep-seated injustice. Jordan sat back in his seat, adjusting his black headphones, ready to watch his favorite show on his iPad. His outfit was simple, a casual shirt and jeans, nothing fancy. But for Jordan, that was perfectly fine. He had learned from his father that the value of a person wasn't determined by what they wore or how they looked. Still, as he adjusted himself in the plush seat, he felt something was off. A well-dressed woman, Vanessa Aldridge, stood impatiently by his side. She was a regular on this route, and this seat, C2A, was her seat. At least, that's what she believed. "Excuse me, young man," Karen said, her voice dripping with condescension. "You need to move. This seat is reserved for VIP guests." Jordan looked up, startled by the interruption. He had done nothing wrong, yet here she was, standing over him with an expression that screamed entitlement. He glanced at his ticket once again, confirming that seat 2A was indeed assigned to him. With a polite but firm tone, Jordan replied, "No, Mum, this is my seat, 2A. But Karen wouldn't let it go. She muttered under her breath, loud enough for those nearby to hear, "I always sit here. This is my seat. I don't know why they let you sit here." Her words were sharp, laced with a sense of superiority that Jordan could feel in his gut. Just then, the flight attendant, Ava Caldwell, approached. She looked at Jordan with a polite smile that quickly faded as she saw the tension between him and Karen. Ava Caldwell turned to Karen, as though Jordan wasn't even there. "What seems to be the problem?" she asked. Karen, with a smirk, pointed at Jordan. "He's in my seat. I've been sitting in 2A for years. And now, he's here?" Ava Caldwell glanced at Jordan's ticket, but said nothing for a moment. She then turned to Jordan with a skeptical expression. "Young man, I think there's been a mistake," she said coldly. "This seat is for VIPs. You shouldn't be here." The way she said those words cut through Jordan like a knife. VIPs? He was a VIP, wasn't he? He paid for this seat, and his father's name was as good as any others. But somehow, he felt like he wasn't wanted here. As he showed Ava Caldwell his ticket again, her eyes flicked to his name, Ethan Blackwood, and for a brief moment, Jordan caught a flicker of unease in her eyes. But it quickly passed. The atmosphere in the cabin thickened. Some passengers began to murmur. The tension was palpable. Jordan could feel the eyes on him, but he stood firm. "I'm sorry, but this is my seat. If she has a problem, she can check the system herself." Karen, now visibly annoyed, muttered something about VIP customers as if Jordan weren't even worthy of the same respect. She stepped closer to Ava Caldwell, who was still looking at Jordan with an expression of doubt. Then, Karen did something that caught everyone by surprise. She slipped Ava Caldwell a small envelope filled with cash. It was so quick, so discreet, that no one but Jordan saw it. But Jordan saw it all. The bribery, the injustice, the system that would rather see a young black man removed from his rightful place than confront its own prejudice. Ava Caldwell, now clearly under Karen's influence, turned to Jordan again, her voice cold and calculating. "I really think you should move," she said, her patience running thin. "This is a VIP seat, and we need to keep things moving." Jordan's heart raced. This wasn't just about a seat anymore. It was about something much bigger. It was about respect. It was about equality. It was about standing up for himself in a world that had too often tried to knock him down. Jordan knew he couldn't back down now. Not when everything in him screamed that this was wrong. The tension grew as Jordan's eyes locked with Ava Caldwell's. She expected him to back down. She expected him to move, to make way for the important passenger. But Jordan wasn't going to do it. "Not now. Not ever. I'm not going anywhere," Jordan said firmly. "This is my seat. I paid for it. If you have a problem, take it up with the airline." As Ava Caldwell hesitated, the situation was escalating quickly. It was no longer just a disagreement between two people. It was a clash of values. A young man fighting for the dignity he deserved, against a system that thought it could push him aside simply because of the color of his skin. But Jordan didn't falter. He stood there, resolute, not moving an inch. And in that moment, a fire was lit. This wasn't just about one seat on one flight. This was about fighting for justice in a world that was too often unfair. The room was silent. The passengers watched, some with phones out, recording the scene unfolding before them. Jordan's calm confidence began to shift the atmosphere. His bravery wasn't just a personal stand. It was a statement to everyone in that room and to everyone who would watch the footage later, that he wasn't going to be intimidated. He wasn't going to be silenced. He was standing up for his right to be seen, heard, and respected. By the time the captain arrived, the tension had reached a breaking point. This wasn't just a fight for a seat anymore. It was a battle for fairness, and Ethan Blackwood, with nothing but his calm demeanor and unshakable belief in what was right, had just become the symbol of a fight that was much bigger than himself. Stay tuned for the next part of this extraordinary story, where the consequences of this single moment will rock Skylix Airlines to its core, and Jordan's struggle will inspire a worldwide movement for change. Imagine the entire room holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable. What happens when a simple moment of injustice spirals into a life-changing battle? This isn't just about a seat on a plane anymore. It's about respect, dignity, and standing up to a system that believes it can control you. In this part of the story, the consequences of one decision unfold. changing everything. Are you ready to see how one young man's bravery will turn the tables on the powerful? After the tense confrontation in the first-class cabin, Ethan Blackwood had become more than just a young man fighting for his seat. He had become the symbol of resistance. As he stood his ground, the atmosphere shifted. The once quiet cabin now filled with anticipation. Ethan could feel the eyes of the other passengers on him, their phones discreetly recording the scene. In that moment, it was no longer about the seat. It was about his dignity, his right to exist without being judged by the way he looked. And when Mason Blake, the supervisor, arrived, he brought with him the weight of the system that thought it could crush Ethan without a second thought. But Ethan wouldn't let it. Mason's approach was deliberate, his large frame cutting through the aisle with authority. He towered over Ethan, his strong jawline set in a stern line. There was no kindness in his gaze, only the coldness of someone who had long accepted their power. "Listen, kid, you need to move. This is not a negotiation." Mason's voice rumbled, filled with the weight of someone used to getting their way. But Ethan remained unshaken, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the pressure Mason tried to impose. "I'm not going anywhere. This is my seat," Ethan replied firmly, his voice steady, his resolve unwavering. As the conversation escalated, the tension in the cabin was palpable. It was as though the entire plane had frozen, eyes glued to the drama unfolding. Vanessa Aldridge, the woman who had caused this mess, stood by, her smug expression now a thin veneer over the frustration bubbling inside her. She had expected Mason to handle this quickly, to remove the problem and restore the comfort she was used to. But the situation wasn't as simple as she had thought. As Mason barked orders, Ethan stood firm, showing a level of maturity and dignity that both unsettled and impressed the onlookers. This wasn't just a flight for Ethan. It had become a stand for what was right. "Do you know who I am?" Vanessa finally piped up, her voice dripping with entitlement. "I'm a VIP customer. I should not have to deal with this." Ethan's eyes met hers for a moment, and then he turned his attention back to Mason. "My seat is clearly assigned. If she wants to cause a problem, let her take it up with the airline. I'm not moving." Mason wasn't used to defiance. He wasn't accustomed to anyone challenging him, especially not someone who seemed so out of place in first class. But Ethan wasn't just a passenger. He was a force to be reckoned with, standing tall and proud in the face of authority. "Do you really want to escalate this?" Mason pressed, his voice cold. "Because if you don't leave now, we'll have to remove you from the plane. Do you want that kind of trouble?" Ethan's gaze was unwavering, and the other passengers continued to watch, their discomfort growing. The whole situation was unfolding in front of them, and many began to whisper among themselves. Was this really happening? Was this really how the airline treated its customers? Just as the tension reached its peak, the flight attendants began to take sides. Ava Caldwell, the young flight attendant, stood between the two men, trying to placate the situation. But her indecision was palpable. She had been taught to respect authority. But this was different. Ethan wasn't just any passenger. He was a person with dignity, with rights. And Ava could feel the pressure building as she realized she was caught between doing what was right and following the chain of command. Suddenly, the cabin door opened, and Captain Gregory Hayes stepped onto the scene. His presence was commanding. This seasoned pilot, dressed immaculately in his uniform, had a reputation for maintaining order in any situation. His face was a mask of professionalism, but his eyes held something else, something cold. "What's going on here?" Captain Hayes asked, his voice cutting through the tension. Ava quickly explained, but it was clear she was losing confidence in her decision. She had been swayed by authority, but now the weight of the situation was too much to bear. The entire plane was watching, waiting for one of them to back down. But Ethan wasn't going to give in. His quiet confidence, his calm demeanor, made it impossible for anyone to dismiss him. Vanessa, frustrated by the lack of immediate action, stepped forward, once again trying to manipulate the situation. "This is ridiculous. I demand that you remove him from my seat." But Ethan, despite the pressure, remained unmoved. "I'm not leaving. I paid for this seat. This is my rightful place, and I won't let anyone take that away from me." In the moments that followed, Ethan's defiance set in motion a chain of events that would change the course of his life and the airlines. Mason Blake, who had initially sided with Vanessa, found himself facing an uncomfortable truth. His blind adherence to the system had failed him. Ethan wasn't just some rebellious passenger. He was standing up for what was right, and the weight of that became clear to everyone in the cabin. But the story didn't end there. As the confrontation subsided, word spread throughout the airline, and soon it was more than just a simple seating dispute. News outlets began to pick up the story. Social media exploded with reactions from passengers and onlookers. Ethan's bravery had sparked something larger than the confrontation itself. It had ignited a movement. As the flight continued, it was clear that things would never be the same for Skylex Airlines. Ethan's refusal to back down wasn't just a personal victory. It was a victory for fairness, for equality, and for the power of standing up in the face of injustice. The moment Ethan Blackwood stood firm in the face of injustice, he didn't just challenge authority, he challenged the system. He sent a powerful message to everyone on that plane, and soon, to the world, that no one should ever be made to feel inferior, no matter their background or appearance. And while the airline's executives scrambled to manage the fallout, Ethan knew that this was only the beginning of a larger fight for justice. Stay tuned for the next part of the story, where the aftermath of Ethan's brave stand will reverberate far beyond the first-class cabin. Sometimes, the world doesn't change overnight, but sometimes it changes because of one pivotal moment, a moment where someone stands up and dares to defy an unjust system. In this chapter, the ripple effect of Ethan Blackwood's stand spreads far beyond the cabin. What happens when the powerful are forced to confront their own corruption? The fallouts, the regrets, the consequences. This is the part where the real story begins. After the confrontation on the plane, Ethan's actions reverberated far beyond the walls of the Skylex Airlines jet. His refusal to back down had already begun spreading through the internet like wildfire. Passengers had recorded the entire exchange, capturing the exact moment he stood his ground. Before long, news outlets picked up the story, and social media was buzzing with reactions. The headlines screamed out, "Young black student kicked off first-class seat for white VIP customer. Racism exposed in airline incident." The video of Ethan's firm stand against the flight attendants, Mason Blake, and Vanessa Aldridge quickly went viral, reaching millions of people around the globe. The hashtags flooded Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. Hashtag justice for Ethan. Hashtag Skylex racism. Hashtag not just as eat. As the video spread, reactions were mixed. Some praised Ethan's bravery, while others criticized Skylex Airlines for allowing such an incident to escalate. The attention forced Skylex into a difficult position. They could no longer sweep the situation under the rug. The pressure was building from all sides. At Skylex Airlines headquarters, the atmosphere was tense. Richard Williams, the CEO, sat in his office, watching the video of Ethan's confrontation with a mixture of anger and disbelief. He was no stranger to media storms, but this one felt different. It wasn't just an isolated incident, it was a public indictment of his company's deep-seated issues. How did this happen? Richard muttered to himself as he watched the footage again. This isn't just about a seat. This is about something much deeper. The boardroom was filled with senior executives, anxiously awaiting Richard's response. They had seen the stock price drop sharply in just a few hours, with investors pulling out and news outlets digging into the story. The fallout was too large to ignore. Richard knew that Skylex Airlines couldn't survive if the situation was mishandled. As a seasoned CEO, he knew what needed to be done. But this wasn't about damage control anymore. It was about addressing a systemic issue that had been festering beneath the surface for years. After hours of heated discussions, Richard made the decision. We will issue an official apology, and not just to Ethan Blackwood, but to every customer who has been unfairly treated in the past. I want a full investigation into this incident and into the conduct of our staff. This is going to change. The internal investigation was swift, but the damage had already been done. Ethan's confrontation had forced everyone at Skylex to take a hard look at their practices. The flight attendants, Mason Blake, and Captain Gregory Hayes all came under scrutiny for their roles in the debacle. The question everyone asked was, how had they allowed something so blatant to happen? Meanwhile, Ethan Blackwood's name was beginning to circulate more widely. He was interviewed by various media outlets, his calm demeanor in the face of adversity earning him respect from people across the world. But behind the calm exterior, Ethan was struggling with the aftershock of what had happened. He had never asked to be in the spotlight. All he had wanted was to enjoy his flight in peace. But now his name was everywhere, and he couldn't escape it. However, one thing became clear. Ethan wasn't going to back down. His fight for fairness had inspired countless others who had faced similar discrimination. Soon, people began sharing their own stories of unfair treatment on flights, in workplaces, and in public spaces, calling for accountability. Vanessa Aldridge, once the epitome of entitlement and privilege, was now facing the consequences of her actions. Her name was dragged through the mud as more people watched the video and learned about her arrogant behavior. Vanessa had always prided herself on her status, but now she was a symbol of everything that was wrong with the system. Within hours of the incident going viral, Vanessa was suspended from her position at her high-end company. An internal memo was leaked, showing that her actions had been reported, and HR was investigating her behavior. Vanessa's social circles began to fall apart. People who once praised her now distanced themselves. The power she had wielded with a simple glance was now gone. The same hand that had once given Ethan the cold shoulder now trembled as she scrolled through the endless emails and messages condemning her. The walls she had so carefully built around herself began to crack, and she realized that her world had shifted. Her reputation, so carefully constructed over decades, had come crashing down because of her arrogance and sense of entitlement. Mason Blake, the airline's supervisor who had been the enforcer of the system, found himself facing a personal crisis. He had always prided himself on maintaining order and upholding the airline's policies. But in this case, he had sided with the wrong people. His involvement in the incident became the focal point of public outrage, and soon, calls for his resignation began to flood in. But the most damning thing for Mason was the realization that he wasn't just a victim of circumstance, he had been a willing participant in a system that perpetuated inequality. The company had long ignored its own internal issues, and now Mason was paying the price for that neglect. His once unshakable confidence now wavered. Mason had built his career on the idea that authority should be respected at all costs. But in this case, that philosophy had been completely undermined. The system he had upheld had failed him, and the consequences were far-reaching. As the media frenzy continued to escalate, Ethan's father, James Blackwood, took matters into his own hands. As a successful businessman, he understood the power of influence. His company, a major player in the tech industry, had a significant relationship with Skylex Airlines. But that was no longer enough. Ethan's dignity, his future, was at stake. James knew that the only way to address the situation properly was through action. He scheduled a high-profile meeting with Richard Williams, the CEO of Skylex Airlines. The stakes were high, and James wasn't just going to sit back and allow this to pass. He had already pulled his company's partnership with Skylex, and now he wanted a formal apology not just to his son, but to the entire public. This wasn't about money or leverage. This was about ensuring that Ethan's experience didn't go unnoticed. It was about ensuring that no one else would face the same mistreatment. As the investigation continued, it became clear that the actions of a few individuals had caused a systemic failure. Skylex Airlines was at a crossroads. Would they continue to uphold their reputation as a luxury airline? Or would they take a hard look at the culture within the company and make real changes? James Blackwood's meeting with Richard Williams was just the beginning. Athens' stand had forced the company to reckon with its flaws and take the first step toward a much-needed transformation. But what would happen next? Would the airline be able to regain the trust of its customers? Or would it crumble under the weight of its own failures? The fallout from this incident was far from over. It had only just begun. In the aftermath of Ethan Blackwood's brave stand, the true cost of injustice began to surface. People who had once stood above the system were now being held accountable for their actions. The world was watching, and the pressure was mounting on Skylex Airlines to make meaningful changes. But Athens' journey was far from over. As the battle for fairness continued, one thing was clear. Ethan Blackwood wasn't just fighting for a seat on a plane. He was fighting for something much larger: respect, dignity, and the right to be treated as an equal. Stay tuned for the next chapter of Athens' fight, where the stakes continue to rise, and the battle for justice becomes even more intense. Have you ever wondered what happens when the truth refuses to stay hidden? What happens when people who have long been in power must face their darkest secrets? This is the turning point, the moment when Skylex Airlines is forced to confront the consequences of their actions. And Ethan Blackwood's fight for justice sets the stage for a much larger battle. Are you ready to see how the system crumbles and how one young man's courage sparks a revolution? Ethan Blackwood had become more than just the young man who refused to move from his seat. His stand against Skylex Airlines had grown into a global movement. The viral video of the confrontation had reached millions, and it wasn't just about a seat anymore. It was about justice, fairness, and the fight against systemic inequality. As the pressure on Skylex mounted, it became clear that they could no longer ignore the situation. The airline's leadership was scrambling to control the narrative, but the damage had already been done. Athens' bravery had opened a door, and now there was no going back. Social media was flooded with messages of support for Ethan, and people from all walks of life began sharing their own stories of discrimination. Ethan had become a beacon of hope for those who had long been silenced. The conversation around equality, race, and the power dynamics in the corporate world gained momentum, and Ethan was at the center of it all. In Skylex Airlines corporate offices, the mood was one of urgency and panic. Richard Williams, the CEO, had never faced a crisis of this magnitude before. The company's reputation, built over decades, was unraveling before his eyes. In an emergency board meeting, Richard and his team of executives discussed the fallout. The stock price had plummeted, and the public was outraged. The internal investigation had already begun, and it was clear that the actions of several employees, including flight attendants, Mason Blake, and Captain Gregory Hayes, had contributed to the situation. Richard knew that he needed to act quickly, but he also understood that it wasn't enough to simply issue a public apology. Skylex needed to make real changes. He called for a complete overhaul of the airline's policies and promised to implement anti-bias training for all employees. However, the real test lay in whether these changes would be enough to repair the damage done. Meanwhile, James Blackwood, Ethan's father, was using his influence to ensure that this wasn't just a passing scandal. As a successful businessman with significant ties to the airline industry, James knew that he had the power to push for accountability at the highest levels. James had already withdrawn his company's support for Skylex, but now he was focused on making sure the airline faced real consequences. He was in constant contact with Richard Williams, demanding that the company take concrete steps to address the issue. James wasn't just doing this for his son. He was doing it for the thousands of people who had been unfairly treated by systems like Skylex Airlines. Through his relentless push, James was able to secure a seat at the table for a public discussion on race, fairness, and corporate responsibility. This was no longer about the Blackwoods or even Skylex. It was about an industry-wide reckoning. Athens' fight had become a catalyst for change, and James was ensuring that the conversation didn't die down as Skylix Airlines struggled to control the damage. Vanessa Aldridge, who had once held such power and privilege, found herself in a spiral of public disgrace. Her name was everywhere, but it wasn't in the headlines for the reasons she had hoped. The video of her bullying Ethan and her subsequent actions had turned her into a symbol of entitlement and injustice. Vanessa's suspension was just the beginning of her fall. Her employer, the luxury brand she had worked so hard to maintain her status with, was forced to distance itself from her. The social circles that once revered her now whispered behind her back, and she felt the weight of public scorn in every corner of her life. Vanessa had always believed that her wealth and status would protect her, but now she realized that there were consequences to the way she treated others. The arrogance that had once served her was now her undoing. As her career crumbled, Vanessa was forced to face a harsh truth: power is fragile, and it can be stripped away in an instant. Mason Blake, the airline's supervisor who had been complicit in the mistreatment of Ethan, also faced his own reckoning. His actions during the flight, including siding with Vanessa and dismissing Ethan's rights, had not gone unnoticed. The internal investigation revealed his role in the incident, and soon, the public knew about it too. Mason had built his career in maintaining order and enforcing company policy, but when he sided with the wrong party, he crossed a line that he could never come back from. His position at Skylix was quickly terminated, and his professional reputation was tarnished beyond repair. No longer the authority figure he once was, Mason was left to reflect on the consequences of his actions. The job offers dried up, and the industry that once respected him now turned its back on him. He was left to question how he had allowed his sense of duty to cloud his moral compass. The fall from grace was swift and unforgiving as the investigation continued and Skylix Airlines scrambled to rebuild. The public's perception of the company shifted dramatically. What had once been a beloved luxury airline was now a symbol of inequality and injustice. The conversation around race and privilege became more intense, and the corporate world was forced to reckon with its own biases. Ethan Blackwood's stand had sparked something bigger than just a public scandal. It had ignited a global conversation about fairness, equality, and the power of standing up against a broken system. People from all walks of life began to ask themselves, what kind of world do we want to live in? With the global spotlight now focused on Skylix Airlines, the pressure was mounting for them to make meaningful changes. Richard Williams, though burdened by the crisis, understood that this was the moment to do more than just protect the company's interests. This was an opportunity to create real, lasting change. A full reformation of Skylix's corporate culture was underway. New policies were being implemented, and all employees, top executives, flight attendants, and pilots would undergo anti-bias and anti-racism training. This wasn't just about salvaging the company's reputation. It was about creating a system where equality wasn't just an afterthought, but a priority. And while Skylix Airlines was taking the first steps towards change, Ethan's fight was far from over. His journey had only just begun. What started as a fight for a seat had turned into a fight for something much bigger, a fight for justice. The fallout from Ethan Blackwood's stand against injustice was just the beginning of a larger movement. Skylix Airlines faced a reckoning, and individuals who had once held power were now being held accountable for their actions. But the real change was yet to come. Ethan's bravery had set the stage for a global conversation about fairness, equality, and the power of standing up against a broken system. As the pressure on Skylix increased, and the company made attempts to rebuild, Ethan's fight for justice only gained more momentum. This was no longer about one young man's moment of bravery, it was about a larger cultural shift. The battle had only just begun, and Ethan was ready for whatever came next. What happens when one man's fight for justice turns into a global reckoning? When the corruption of an entire system is laid bare, and the public demands change, no one can hide from the truth. The wheels of transformation are now in motion, and the battle for fairness reaches new heights. But will the powerful acknowledge the change, Or will they continue to stand in the way? This chapter marks a turning point, where Ethan Blackwood's courage becomes the spark for a revolution of fairness. The viral video had done more than just expose Skylux Airlines' flaws. Ethan Blackwood's refusal to back down had sparked a conversation that could no longer be contained within the walls of the airline industry. As the media frenzy continued to escalate, the story of racial injustice and corporate failure quickly went beyond just one airline. People around the world were rallying behind Ethan, calling for change not only at Skylux Airlines, but in all industries that had fostered inequality. Public pressure mounted as protests began to erupt in cities across the globe. People were demanding accountability not only from the airline, but from the individuals who had been complicit in Ethan's mistreatment. His story resonated with millions who had faced similar experiences. And now the conversation was expanding to include every system that prioritized the privileged over the marginalized. Ethan's courage had unlocked something powerful, a call for justice that couldn't be ignored. As the story spread across social media, major news outlets scrambled to cover the fallout. Skylux Airlines found itself under the microscope like never before. Headlines around the world read, "Skylux Airlines faces backlash over racism and discrimination scandal. Young man refuses to give up seat." Sparks global conversation about racial injustice. Corporate culture at Skylux Airlines under fire amid allegations of bias and corruption. The coverage of the incident wasn't limited to just the United States. It went global. Media outlets in Europe, Asia, and Africa were covering the story, discussing the systemic racism that allowed such treatment to take place. Ethan's stand had become a symbol, and the conversation surrounding it was being discussed in boardrooms, classrooms, and living rooms across the world. The conversation had changed the narrative of corporate power. Now, instead of seeing powerful CEOs like Richard Williams as untouchable, people began asking, who really controls the system? Internally, Skylux Airlines was struggling to manage the public backlash. The company's executives were in crisis mode, holding emergency meetings, drafting apologies, and trying to regain control over the narrative. Richard Williams, still reeling from the impact of Ethan's actions, was facing mounting pressure from investors, clients, and the public. But as the days wore on, it became clear that no amount of apologies or corporate spin could erase the damage that had been done. Skylux Airlines, a company once regarded as a luxurious, elite airline, now faced accusations of systemic bias. The trust they had worked so hard to build over the years was crumbling, and their reputation was in tatters. Public confidence had shifted, and the airline found itself losing customers, especially among the younger, more socially conscious generation. Travelers who had once flocked to Skylux's luxurious services now turned their attention elsewhere, choosing airlines that demonstrated a commitment to equality and social responsibility. The pressure on Skylux to make real, meaningful changes became overwhelming. Richard Williams, as the head of the company, knew the full extent of what had happened. He was no stranger to crisis management. But this situation was different. His company wasn't just facing a financial hit, it was facing a moral reckoning. He called another emergency meeting with the company's senior leadership team. This time, however, the stakes were higher. It wasn't just about regaining the public's favor. It was about addressing a culture that had allowed such incidents to happen. He knew that in order for Skylux to survive, real changes needed to be made. We've failed our customers, our employees, and our society at large. Richard began in the meeting. This goes beyond business as usual. If we want to move forward, we need to look at every part of this company, its leadership, its policies, its culture, and change it. We will implement anti-racism training for everyone in the company, from top to bottom, and we will hold those responsible for the incident accountable. But there was more to be done. Richard knew the process would be long and difficult, and there would be pushback along the way. However, it was clear that Skylux Airlines had reached a pivotal moment. The company could either change or become a relic of a past that no longer existed. As Skylux Airlines began making its internal changes, Vanessa Aldridge and Mason Blake faced their own downfall. The public had already cast their judgment, and the damage to their careers was irreversible. Vanessa's name was tarnished beyond repair, and her suspension from her high-end company was just the beginning. Mason Blake, once a respected figure within Skylux, found himself out of a job. His role in the incident had led to his immediate termination, and no other company in the airline industry would touch him. The career he had worked so hard to build had evaporated in an instant. But for both Vanessa and Mason, the loss of their positions was only the beginning. The real cost of their actions was the loss of their reputations, their standing in society, and the relationships that they had once taken for granted. For them, the consequences were harsh, but they were also a necessary part of the process of change. Throughout all of this, Ethan Blackwood remained steadfast. His role in the movement had grown beyond just that one moment on the plane. He had become a symbol of resistance, a figurehead for the fight against corporate corruption, and a rallying point for those who had been silenced for far too long. Ethan's family stood by him, and his father, James Blackwood, continued to leverage his influence to ensure that the conversation around fairness and equality didn't fade into the background. James' decision to work closely with Richard Williams to help guide the company through this moment of reckoning was pivotal. Together, they were pushing for a systemic shift, not just within Skylux, but across industries. But as Ethan continued his fight, he realized that his journey was not just about the injustice he had faced, it was about a larger societal shift that needed to happen. This wasn't just about one man or one company. This was about creating a world where everyone was treated with fairness and dignity, no matter their background. The global conversation ignited by Ethan Blackwood's stand was beginning to make waves. Skylux Airlines was being forced to reckon with its past. But the question remained, could the company truly change? Could they rebuild the trust they had lost? Or would they become another cautionary tale of corporate failure? As the world watched, the battle for justice, fairness, and equality continued. Ethan's story wasn't over yet. In fact, it had just begun. Imagine this, you're driving through your neighborhood. Nothing out of the ordinary. But suddenly, a truck covered in racist flags cuts you off, and the moment you try to react, they hurl insults at you. How would you feel? Would you stay silent, or would you stand up for yourself? Marcus Trent wasn't one to be easily pushed around. He was a Marine, a decorated veteran, hardened by battle and forged through the fire of military training. But when he faced this situation, it wasn't because of a lack of confidence. It was because Marcus knew one very important thing. Confronting hatred and racism isn't always about reacting immediately. Sometimes, the most powerful response is silence, waiting for the right moment to strike back, not out of anger, but out of control and precision. Marcus's neighborhood was far from ordinary. It was meticulously built, with its perfect lawns, pristine houses, and manicured streets. On the surface, it was a picture of suburban tranquility, but behind the gleaming facades, Marcus saw a different reality. This neighborhood, like many others, was built on appearances of a veneer of kindness that hid deep-seated fears and prejudices. The type of place where a black man like Marcus, despite his military service and sacrifice, could never fully be accepted. There were nods of acknowledgement, but not greetings. Eyes that quickly turned away rather than meeting his. The uneasy silence was deafening, and Marcus, though not naive to the existence of racism, had learned to navigate such spaces in his life. When the truck cut him off at that red light, it wasn't just another traffic annoyance, it was an affirmation of everything Marcus already knew about this world. The white couple inside, with their Confederate flags and racist slogans, assumed that he'd be another black man to take their abuse quietly, and they would drive away, thinking that he was too weak to respond. But Marcus, the Marine, wasn't going to let that moment slip by without at least giving them a taste of what it meant to stand up. Marcus's neighborhood wasn't just a place for living, It was a reflection of the world's deeper problems. The flags flying proudly outside some homes weren't just decorations, they were silent statements of exclusion. As Marcus drove through his quiet neighborhood, he knew that the wave of hate the couple projected wasn't just a what-I'm incident. It was a microcosm of a larger issue he faced daily, a constant reminder that his mere existence challenged the status quo for some people. Despite how calm and clean things appeared on the surface, Marcus understood that this silence and avoidance from neighbors were a form of fear of facing the truth of their own biases. Many of them knew exactly what the couple in the truck represented, but they chose to look the other way. They smiled, but their eyes said something else. For Marcus, that was something he couldn't ignore, not anymore. Marcus was a man of inner strength. He wasn't someone who showed his emotions easily, but that didn't mean they didn't exist. He was trained to withstand pain and frustration, to push forward when the world around him seemed designed to break him down. In his time in the military, he'd learned restraint, the kind that wasn't about bottling up his feelings, but about choosing when to act, when to make his move. And that day, when the couple in the truck hurled their insults at him, Marcus didn't react with anger. He didn't escalate the situation. He could have, but instead, he stayed calm, composed, like the Marine he was trained to be. His decision not to immediately fight back wasn't a sign of weakness. It was a calculated move. Marcus knew that there was power in restraint, power in letting the other side believe they had the upper hand, all while silently preparing for the right moment to act. This moment was no different from the countless ones he had experienced during his deployments. In the heat of battle, he had been taught that victory didn't come from hasty decisions, but from measured actions. And this was no different. He would not let the hate they threw at him define him or force him into a reactionary response. No, he would wait. He would wait for the perfect moment. The next day, when Marcus pulled into his driveway after running a few errands, he didn't expect to find anything out of the ordinary. But as he reached his front door and looked up, his heart sank. The quiet, neatly kept weight of his home had been violated. His garage door was splattered with spray paint. The words they'd hurled at him just a day before were now smeared across his property, racial slurs that no one should ever have to see. His American flag, once proudly displayed, was torn and thrown onto the ground, desecrated. His medals, his achievements, his service were torn from their place of honor and smashed to pieces. They hadn't just vandalized his property, they'd vandalized his identity, his pride, his past, his commitment to this country, to the ideals of freedom and justice, had been ripped apart in a single act of hate. But Marcus wasn't going to let this moment define him. As Marcus stood there, staring at the destruction in front of him, a deep, burning anger began to well up inside him. But it wasn't the type of rage that would cloud his judgment. This wasn't about losing his temper. No, this was something much colder, more calculated. It was the kind of anger that comes from knowing you've been disrespected in ways that no person should ever endure. It wasn't just about the flag or the medals. It was about sending a message, about making sure that people like Doug and Sherry understood that there were consequences for their actions, consequences they couldn't avoid. At that moment, Marcus felt the weight of everything that had led to this point. He had served his country with honor, sacrificed parts of himself, and endured hardship. He had come back to this, to a world where some people still didn't understand what it meant to be truly free, to be equal, and yet, despite the violence of the moment, Marcus found the strength to remain composed. He didn't scream. He didn't lash out. Instead, he stood there quietly, breathing through his anger, making a mental note of everything he would need to do next. This wasn't over. It was just beginning. What Doug and Sherry didn't understand was that Marcus had been here before. He had faced the hate, the whispers, and the sideways glances. But every time he did, it didn't get easier. It didn't stop hurting. The problem with racism wasn't just the overt acts of violence, it was the insidious, everyday ways it eroded a person's sense of self-worth, their dignity, the long history of being looked at as less than, of being told you don't belong, of being made to feel like you're an outsider in your own home. That was the real battle. And that battle was one Marcus had been fighting long before he ever encountered Doug and Sherry. In that moment, Marcus wasn't just confronting the couple who had attacked him. He was confronting a system that had allowed people like them to go unchecked for so long. It was an invisible enemy that had been there all along, waiting to rear its ugly head whenever it could. But Marcus wasn't going to let it win. He couldn't. For himself, for the country he had fought for, and for those who would come after him. Instead of reacting impulsively, Marcus decided to take a different approach. He would track Doug and Sherry's movements, gather information, and bide his time. This wasn't about fighting back out of anger. It was about taking control of the situation. Marcus had spent years in the military learning how to be patient, how to wait for the right moment. He knew that there was no rush. The key now was to learn everything he could about his enemies, about the couple who thought they could intimidate him. Every move, every habit, every place they went, he would know it all. For Marcus, this was a game of strategy. He wasn't going to go in blindly and make a mistake. He had too much to lose. Instead, he would watch, wait, and strike only when the time was right. And when it came, he would make sure they understood that this wasn't over. They had crossed a line, and now it was time for them to face the consequences. This approach wasn't just strategic, it was necessary. Many people who have faced discrimination and hatred don't have the luxury of fighting back immediately. For many, the system doesn't provide immediate justice, and so they have to be patient, wait for the right opportunities. They must learn to navigate the world with caution and intelligence, not acting out of anger, but out of necessity. Marcus understood this deeply. His years of service had taught him how to remain calm under pressure, to see the bigger picture and not be blinded by immediate reactions. Many who are marginalized know the feeling of having to play the long game, whether it's in the workplace, in a neighborhood, or even in the courtroom. They understand that victory doesn't always come from direct confrontation. Sometimes it's about gathering information, building a case, and waiting for the right moment to act. And Marcus was a master of this. As Marcus began his quiet investigation, he observed Doug and Sherry from a distance. He watched them leave their house, go to the local store, visit the same dive bar every night. He took note of their habits, the places they frequented, and the people they interacted with. Nothing about their lives was extraordinary. In fact, the more he observed them, the more he realized how predictable they were. Doug, the one who seemed to be the ringleader, had a swagger about him, a false sense of power that came from his privilege. Sherry, on the other hand, was more reserved, but just as dangerous, hiding behind her words and her deflection of blame. What struck Marcus the most was how comfortable they were in their hatred. It wasn't even something they tried to hide. The flags on their truck, the stickers with hateful slogans, were all part of their identity. They weren't just defending their actions, they were proud of them. And that pride, that arrogance, was their biggest mistake. They thought they could get away with it because, for so long, they had. As Marcus followed them from a distance, keeping an eye on their every move, he began to realize how predictable they were. Doug had a routine. He would leave for work at the same time every day, go to the same gas stations, and drink the same beer at the same bar. Sherry wasn't any different. She would stay home most days, doing nothing of particular importance, except for making sure she kept up with her daily routine of mocking the world around her. Marcus couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. The clock was ticking. Every day that passed brought him closer to the moment when he would finally confront them, when they would realize they had made a terrible mistake. They thought they could break him, but they had no idea who they were messing with. Marcus continued his surveillance on Doug and Sherry, observing their daily routines with meticulous attention. Each movement, each interaction, was cataloged in his mind. He wasn't just gathering information for revenge. he was laying the groundwork for something far more powerful, an eventual reckoning that Doug and Sherry would never see coming. It wasn't about instant gratification. It was about teaching them a lesson that would resonate far beyond the immediate moment. As days passed, Marcus felt a sense of quiet satisfaction in the control he now held over the situation. He had learned the rhythms of their lives. He knew where they shopped, when they went to the bar, and where they liked to hang out. Every evening, Marcus would return home, sit on his porch, and reflect on what he had learned that day. The quiet routine of his evenings was a contrast to the chaos he knew was soon to come. But he wasn't in a rush. Marcus had learned a long time ago that revenge, when delivered with precision, could be far more effective than a hasty reaction. I think what makes this part of Marcus's journey so significant is his patience. It's easy to react out of anger, to lash out when someone has hurt us. But Marcus's approach, patient, observant, and strategic, is one that many of us could learn from. In a world that often encourages immediate reactions, Marcus shows us the power of stillness. He doesn't rush into battle. Instead, he waits for the right time, the right moment to strike. It's a valuable lesson for anyone dealing with injustice. Sometimes, holding back and waiting can be far more powerful than an impulsive response. Marcus understood that by remaining patient and waiting for the perfect moment to act, he was taking control of the situation. He wasn't letting Doug and Sherry dictate the pace or the outcome of this encounter. By observing them carefully, Marcus was not just learning their patterns, he was also showing them something important: that he wouldn't be pushed around. He was willing to wait. He was willing to give them enough rope to hang themselves. This tactic was one that he had been taught in the military. Patience and precision were often more effective than rushing in with guns blazing. It was a concept that extended far beyond the battlefield of life, especially when it came to dealing with hate and prejudice, required the same level of discipline. Marcus wasn't interested in reacting to Doug and Sherry's provocation. He was preparing them for the consequences of their actions in a way they would never expect. During this time, Marcus began to think about the larger picture. He wasn't just after Doug and Sherry's apology or an eye for an eye. No, Marcus wanted to show the man everyone around him that actions have consequences. They had thought they could desecrate his home and violate his dignity with no repercussions. But Marcus knew that the only way to truly make an impact was to ensure that their behavior was seen and acknowledged. The impact wouldn't come from some grand, dramatic fight. It would come from them realizing that the world they lived in, a world where people like Marcus were treated as less than, was shifting beneath their feet. Marcus wasn't just fighting for himself. He was fighting for everyone who had ever been silenced, overlooked, or oppressed. Many of us have been in a situation where we've been wronged, where someone has attacked our character or violated our personal space. The instinct is to retaliate, to strike back and get even. But the reality is that quick retaliation often doesn't bring the kind of justice we seek. True justice comes when we force those who wronged us to confront the consequences of their actions in the long term. It's about making them understand that their behavior won't be tolerated, not just by us, but by society as a whole. This is what Marcus was working towards, not an immediate response, but a slow, deliberate lesson in accountability. As Marcus continued to follow Doug and Sherry, he realized something about them that they had failed to see in themselves. They were predictable. Their lives were defined by their hatred. But that hatred was also a weakness. It made them act without thought, without regard for the bigger picture. Doug, with his macho bravado and his obsession with his own image, was too proud to see how transparent he was. Sherry, though quieter, was just as complicit in their actions. She was just as toxic, just as dangerous, but she hid it behind a veneer of passivity. Marcus understood that the key to this confrontation wasn't just in confronting Doug or Sherry directly. It was in showing them and everyone else that their behavior was part of a larger, systemic issue. They weren't isolated. They were a part of a broader cultural problem that couldn't be ignored. As the days wore on, Marcus's resolve grew stronger. He knew he had the upper hand now. Doug and Sherry were the ones who were being watched. They were the ones who didn't know that the tables had turned. They thought they were the ones who had control. But Marcus knew that every day that passed, every move they made, was one step closer to their inevitable downfall. He wasn't just waiting for them to make a mistake. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity to make them realize that their actions would have consequences. The real lesson would come not from an immediate confrontation, but from them seeing their own downfall unfold before their eyes. Finally, after weeks of careful observation, Marcus knew the time had come. Doug and Sherry had made a mistake. They had underestimated him, and now Marcus would make sure they understood exactly what they had done. After weeks of waiting and watching, Marcus finally knew it was time. Doug and Sherry had made their mistake, and now the reckoning was upon them. Marcus didn't need to rush in with fury. He wasn't about to make a spectacle of himself or fall into the trap of an impulsive reaction. No, this was the moment he had been preparing for. This was the time when they would finally see the consequences of their actions, not through a dramatic display of violence, but through quiet, calculated precision. Marcus had studied Doug and Sherry's movements long enough to know where they would be. He knew where they liked to go, when they'd be out, and even the best routes to take. He had anticipated every possible scenario, and now, as the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the empty streets, Marcus set his plan into motion, and like what Doug and Sherry might have expected, Marcus didn't charge at them with rage. Instead, he moved with the calm of someone who had already made up his mind, someone who had nothing left to prove. As he approached the clearing where Doug and Sherry had parked, he wasn't thinking about revenge. He wasn't thinking about anger. What he was thinking about was making them face their own consequences quietly, deliberately, and without hesitation. When Marcus walked toward them, it wasn't with the purpose of physical confrontation. It was to make them realize how insignificant they were in the grand scheme of things. They had thought they were the ones who controlled the situation, but now it was clear that Marcus was the one holding all the power. The idea of justice often brings up images of courtroom battles, loud speeches, and passionate arguments. But Marcus knew that real justice doesn't always come with a bang. Sometimes, it's the quiet moments, the ones where a person stands tall and makes others see their wrongs, that deliver the strongest messages. What Marcus did here wasn't about proving his strength. It was about showing Doug and Sherry that they had underestimated him, that their hate had no place in his life. Justice wasn't about anger. It wasn't about making them suffer. It was about making them face the reality of their actions. For Marcus, this was the key to true justice. Not retaliation, but a quiet, intentional assertion of dignity. As Marcus stepped closer to the truck, Doug and Sherry immediately took notice. Their smug expressions faltered as they recognized him. Doug, ever the tough guy, stepped forward with the kind of arrogance that came from years of thinking he could bully people into submission. His chest puffed out as if his physical presence alone would intimidate Marcus into backing down. But Marcus didn't flinch. He didn't raise his voice. He simply locked eyes with Doug, his calmness making Doug's bravado seem even more pathetic. Doug's first words were meant to provoke. "You think you're tough, huh? You really think you can walk around here acting like you belong?" He sneered, trying to play to the crowd of his own delusions. Marcus didn't answer right away. Instead, he took a slow, deliberate step forward, closing the gap between them. The silence that followed was deafening, but it was exactly what Marcus wanted. Doug wasn't used to silence. He was used to confrontation, to verbal jabs, and he didn't know how to respond to someone who wasn't feeding into his anger. Sherry, on the other hand, stepped forward too, her voice sharp and accusatory. "You people always want to play the victim," she spat, her words dripping with contempt. "You think you deserve special treatment because you wore a fancy uniform and drive a nice car. What's the point of all that, huh?" Marcus turned to her, his gaze unshaken. And in a calm but firm voice, he asked, "What exactly do you mean by you people?" Her words caught in her throat for a moment. Doug, eager to back up his partner, barked, "You don't belong here. This isn't your kind of place. You're not one of us." And that was when Marcus snapped. He didn't raise his fists. He didn't shout back. Instead, he spoke with the quiet authority of a man who had seen far worse and knew how to handle a situation. His words weren't just a rebuttal, they were a warning. "I earned everything I have. I fought for this country. You have no right to tell me where I belong," Marcus stated, his voice steady. Doug's face twisted in frustration. His hands balled into fists. And with a wild yell, he lunged at Marcus, as if his physical aggression could somehow take Marcus down. But Marcus was ready. He had been trained for this moment, not just in physical combat, but in controlling the situation. Doug's desperate swing was nothing more than an opening for Marcus to redirect the aggression. With a quick motion, Marcus caught Doug's wrist mid-swing, using his own momentum against him. Doug stumbled forward, completely off balance, and fell to the ground with a thud. Sherry screamed in the background, but Marcus didn't even look at her. His focus was on Doug, who was now on the ground. Struggling to regain his composure, Marcus didn't rush to kick him while he was down. Instead, he let Doug realize that the game had changed. Doug wasn't in control anymore. What stands out to me in this part of Marcus's journey is his use of restraint. He doesn't need to prove anything to Doug or Sherry. He doesn't need to show them that he's stronger, faster, or better. He simply needs them to understand that their behavior has consequences and they've already crossed a line that they can't undo. Marcus doesn't feel the need to escalate the violence. He doesn't want to get into a physical fight with them. He's already won by showing them that he's above their petty provocations. In a world where it's often expected that the oppressed will retaliate with violence or anger, Marcus flips the script. He shows that true power isn't in the physical confrontation, it's in the control of the situation. His calmness in the face of aggression speaks volumes, and it's the kind of response that forces the other side to see themselves for what they truly are. With Doug still on the ground, gasping for air, Marcus turned to Sherry. Her bravado had faded. She was no longer the confident, mocking figure who had tried to insult him earlier. Instead, she was now the one shaking, terrified of the consequences of her actions. Marcus knew that this wasn't the time to punish her. It was the time to let her feel the weight of her own fear, a fear that came from realizing just how close they had come to making things much worse for themselves. Doug, still lying on the ground, tried to push himself up, but struggled to find his footing. Marcus didn't offer him any help. He didn't need to. The power had shifted, and Doug could now feel it. Marcus wasn't just standing tall. He was standing above them metaphorically and literally. He had already made his point. This moment in the confrontation speaks to a deeper truth that many people face when dealing with aggression or hatred. It's often tempting to retaliate, to give in to the urge to show the aggressor how strong you are. But Marcus's response shows that true strength lies in control. In the face of anger, restraint is the real power. How many times have we seen a situation escalate unnecessarily because one person couldn't control their emotions? Marcus teaches us that it's not the immediate response that matters, it's how we choose to respond after the storm has passed. The tension in the air was palpable as Doug lay on the ground, trying to recover from the humbling moment. His pride was shattered, and the rage that had once fueled his actions was now a dim echo in the back of his mind. For the first time, he understood that someone like Marcus wasn't going to break, wasn't going to bow to his aggression. Marcus hadn't just physically overcome Doug, he had dismantled the very foundation of Doug's arrogance. Marcus didn't need to physically dominate him. His presence alone was enough to make Doug realize the futility of his actions. As Doug struggled to stand, his face red with embarrassment and anger, Marcus didn't take another step forward. He didn't need to. He had already won this battle. Doug's body language said it all. He wasn't in control anymore. The power dynamic had completely shifted. Sherry, meanwhile, remained frozen, her fear now evident in her wide eyes and trembling hands. She had stepped into this confrontation believing they were the ones who could control the situation. But now, it was clear that they had miscalculated. She had thought that their hate-filled words would break Marcus, but instead, they had only exposed the fragility of their own position. Marcus didn't say anything to them at that moment. He didn't need to. He simply stood there, allowing the silence to speak for him. He wasn't interested in prolonging the confrontation. He had made his point, and now, all that was left was the aftermath. What strikes me most about this final moment is how Marcus chose not to humiliate his attackers any further. In a world that often rewards aggression and violence, Marcus chose humility and restraint. He didn't seek retribution in the traditional sense. Instead, he used his strength to show Doug and Sherry that their actions had consequences. And those consequences didn't come in the form of physical violence alone. There is a profound power in this kind of humility. It's not about getting even. It's about showing the aggressors that their behavior is unacceptable, and doing so in a way that doesn't diminish you as a person. Marcus doesn't let Doug and Sherry off the hook, but he doesn't need to lower himself to their level to make his point. His refusal to escalate the violence speaks volumes about the strength of his character and his understanding of true justice. As the confrontation settled, Marcus didn't rush away. He took a moment to look around at the wreckage of the situation. His gadge was still damaged, his flag torn, but something had changed. The pain he had felt earlier, the sting of the slurs, the violation of his space had transformed into something else. Not forgiveness, but a quiet acceptance of the lesson that had to be taught. He had made Doug and Sherry see the consequences of their hate, and that was enough for now. They could go on hurling insults and living in their small-minded world, but they would never be the same again. The image of Marcus, calm and in control, would haunt them for a long time. This final act of restraint and reflection reminds me of how real healing often comes not from retribution, but from a deeper understanding of our own strength. In a world where people are often told to fight fire with fire, Marcus shows us that true strength comes from the ability to choose peace, to stand firm without aggression. He teaches us that justice doesn't always require a loud response. Sometimes, it's about letting the consequences of someone's actions speak for themselves. The power of this quiet confrontation lies in the lesson it leaves behind, both for Doug and Sherry and for Marcus himself. We often hear about street justice or the desire for payback, but what Marcus has done here is show that there's a greater justice that transcends these concepts. It's not about getting even. It's about ensuring that the message is clear that no one is above the law. No one is free to hurt others without facing the truth of their actions. The silence that followed the confrontation was deafening. It wasn't just the absence of sound. It was the weight of what had transpired. Doug and Sherry hadn't just been physically bested by Marcus, they had been confronted with the stark reality of their hatred. And in that silence, Marcus didn't need to say a word. The moment spoke for itself. The lesson had been learned. In a world that often values noise, aggression, and the need to be heard, Marcus's silence was a powerful tool. It wasn't the silence of fear or submission. It was the silence of someone who had already said everything he needed to say. It was a silence that would linger long after the confrontation was over, leaving Doug and Sherry with nothing but their own guilt to contend with. As news of the confrontation spread throughout the neighborhood, things began to shift. The silence that had once enveloped the community, a silence born from fear and complacency, started to crack. People who had once turned a blind eye to Doug and Sherry's behavior began to see them for what they truly were, bullies hiding behind their hatred. It wasn't just Marcus who had been affected by this. The entire neighborhood was forced to confront its own role in allowing such behavior to persist. Neighbors who had avoided Marcus now found themselves acknowledging him. The woman across the street, who had once looked away when the vandalism had occurred, now nodded to him as she took out her trash. The subtle shift in the atmosphere was palpable. People no longer saw Marcus as just a man living in the neighborhood. They saw him as someone who had stood up for what was right, someone who had given them a chance to confront their own silence. This shift in the neighborhood mirrors what happens in larger communities when one person steps up to challenge the status quo. It's easy to ignore injustice when it doesn't directly affect us, but when someone takes a stand, others start to see the cracks in the system. Marcus, by standing tall and confronting Doug and Sherry, didn't just impact their lives, he changed the dynamics of the entire community. And though it wasn't immediate or dramatic, that change was real. The real work of justice often happens in these quiet moments of reflection, when individuals like Marcus refuse to stay silent in the face of hate. By refusing to back down, Marcus not only confronted Doug and Sherry's racism, but he also forced everyone around him to question their own role in perpetuating such behavior. This is how social change begins, not with loud protests or acts of defiance, but with quiet acts of courage that challenge the prevailing norms. At the heart of Marcus's journey is a powerful lesson that silence can be louder than words and restraint stronger than brute force. His ability to remain calm in the face of provocation, to stand tall without lashing out, showcases a quiet strength that is often overlooked in a world that glorifies immediate reactions and raw emotion. Marcus didn't need to fight fire with fire. He understood that real power comes from within, and that by controlling his emotions, he could manipulate the situation to his advantage. The key takeaway here is that sometimes the most profound acts of resistance don't require loud defiance or aggression. Instead, they demand the courage to remain composed in the face of adversity. When Marcus didn't react impulsively, when he didn't fall into the trap of violence, he became the one who truly controlled the situation. His silence was his weapon, his calmness a shield. In a society that often feels like it rewards loud reactions, Marcus teaches us that patience and self-control can be far more powerful. Throughout the entire story, one of the most striking lessons is the notion of consequences. Marcus didn't seek to punish Doug and Sherry in the traditional sense. He didn't lash out to make them feel the same pain he did. Instead, he made them confront the consequences of their actions, not just in the form of the confrontation, but through the realization that their behavior had repercussions in a wider community. By standing firm and not responding with aggression, Marcus forced Doug and Sherry to confront their own hatred. And it was in that confrontation, when they realized they had crossed a line that could not be uncrossed, that they faced the real consequence of their actions, not just losing a fight, but losing their self-perceived power and control. They were forced to see themselves as they truly were, stripped of the facade of superiority they had built around their hate. This lesson applies beyond personal confrontation. In a world filled with injustice, we often want to respond immediately and get back at those who have wronged us. But Marcus shows us that real change happens when we let others see the long-term consequences of their actions. Sometimes, the most powerful form of justice is letting someone realize the impact of their behavior without resorting to anger or violence. Marcus's experience also speaks to the importance of representation. By standing firm and asserting his dignity, Marcus became a symbol not just for himself, but for anyone who has been marginalized or oppressed. His decision to take a stand wasn't just personal. It was a message to the larger community. Marcus didn't let Doug and Sherry define who he was. He defined himself through his actions, and in doing so, he set an example for others. The community around him, initially silent and complicit in its avoidance of the issue, began to wake up. The moment Marcus refused to back down was a catalyst for change in his neighborhood. People who had once turned a blind eye began to realize that they, too, were complicit in allowing such behavior to continue. Marcus's quiet act of defiance rippled outwards, encouraging others to reflect on their own actions and inactions. This lesson is crucial. When you stand up for what is right, especially in the face of overwhelming opposition, you inspire others to do the same. Representation isn't just about occupying space, it's about showing others that they, too, have the power to make change. At its core, Marcus's story is about belonging. Doug and Sherry believed they had the right to dictate who belonged in their neighborhood and who didn't. They sought to tear down Marcus's sense of belonging by destroying his property, insulting his identity, and mocking his service. But Marcus, through his quiet strength, shows us that true belonging is not given to us by others, it is something we claim for ourselves. Marcus didn't let Doug and Sherry define his worth. He didn't let their hatred steal his sense of identity or his place in the world. Despite their best efforts to strip him of his dignity, Marcus stood tall because he knew that belonging isn't about fitting into someone else's narrow definition. It's about owning who you are and being unapologetically yourself. This lesson applies to anyone who has ever felt excluded or marginalized. We often look to others for validation, for permission to belong, but true belonging comes from within. When we stop seeking approval from those who seek to exclude us, we can find the strength to claim our rightful place in the world. In the final moments, Marcus doesn't seek revenge. He doesn't chase after Doug and Sherry. Instead, he walks away, not with a sense of victory over them, but with a sense of peace. He knows that the cycle of hatred and retaliation ends when one person chooses to stop it. By choosing restraint and patience, Marcus stops the endless cycle of violence and vengeance. This is perhaps the most profound lesson, that we have the power to end cycles of hate. We can choose to break the pattern and create a new path forward. It is easy to get caught in a never-ending cycle of retaliation, but real peace comes when we choose to rise above and not let the past dictate our future actions. Marcus teaches us that while we cannot always control the actions of others, we can control how we respond, and in doing so, we have the power to break the chains of hatred that bind us. What Marcus teaches us is simple yet profound. Strength is not about how loudly you can shout, how violently you can fight, or how much you can retaliate. Strength lies in the power of restraint, in the quiet decision to stand firm in your beliefs and let your actions speak louder than words. Marcus's story isn't just about revenge or retribution. It's about something far more powerful, the ability to hold your ground and make others see the truth of their actions without raising a fist or shouting in anger. Through patience, understanding, and a quiet sense of justice, Marcus brings about the kind of change that speaks volumes to the people who need it the most. For everyone who has ever felt overlooked, oppressed, or marginalized, Marcus's story is a reminder that true power lies within you. You don't need to fight every battle with aggression. Sometimes, the strongest thing you can do is simply stand tall and let your presence change the world around you. Have you ever felt invisible? Like no matter how hard you try, you just don't seem to matter in the eyes of those around you? Well, this is the story of a woman who, despite being cast aside and underestimated, used the one thing no one expected: her music to teach the world a lesson about talent, dignity, and respect. It's easy to dismiss people based on their appearance, their job, or where they come from. In this story, a janitor who was looked down upon for her age, race, and occupation surprises everyone in the most breathtaking way. Her performance not only shatters the stereotypes placed upon her, but also forces those who mocked her to rethink their entire worldview. Let's dive into the story of how an elderly black janitor, named Martha, turned the tables at Willow Ridge Academy, a prestigious school where wealth, status, and image ruled over all else. Willow Ridge Academy was the kind of place that exuded opulence. The cars that lined up every morning were worth more than most people's entire lives, and the students who stepped out of those cars carried an air of superiority that seemed impossible to shake. Their lives were gilded with privilege, and they moved through the halls with the kind of confidence that only comes from years of being told that the world was theirs to conquer. And yet, among all this wealth, there was a woman no one paid attention to, a figure so silent, so invisible, that she had become a ghost in the halls. This woman was Martha, the janitor. Martha didn't walk with the same pride as the students. She didn't wear the latest fashion or speak with the same air of authority. Instead, she shuffled along with her mop cart, her hands calloused from years of hard work, her back slightly hunched from the weight of time. To the students of Willow Ridge, Martha wasn't a person. She was just a fixture in the background. But little did they know, Martha was about to show them something that would change their lives forever. What no one knew was that Martha had once been a gifted pianist. In her youth, she had performed on grand stages, basking in the applause of an audience that admired her talent. But life wasn't kind to Martha. Her skin color, her background, these things made her invisible to those who held the power in the world of classical music. She faced rejection after rejection, not because of her talent, but because of her race and her poverty. The world told her that her dreams were too big for a woman like her, and so she buried them. But deep within her, the music never left. Every night, after finishing her work, she would visit a small, quiet church and play the old piano there, letting the music soothe her weary soul. No one could hear her except for the few birds outside or the quiet hum of the city, but the music still lived in her. Enter Madison Harrington, the epitome of privilege. Madison was the kind of student who turned heads the moment she walked into a room. With her golden hair, icy blue eyes, and a family fortune that made her untouchable, Madison was the school's shining star, and she knew it. Her arrogance radiated through every hallway, every classroom. But it wasn't just her wealth that made her superior in the eyes of her peers, it was the way she treated others, especially Martha. Madison would often make Martha's job harder, deliberately spilling coffee on the floor, tracking mud across freshly cleaned tiles, all while watching with a smug smile as Martha silently cleaned up her mess. It was as if the very presence of the elderly janitor was a reminder of everything Madison had worked so hard to rise above. But things were about to change, and it started with a cruel suggestion from Madison. She dared Martha to play the piano. It was an impromptu music day, one of Mr. Grayson's little performances where the students were encouraged to showcase their talent, though it had long been clear that the day was more about affirming social status than nurturing real skill. Madison, knowing full well the effect it would have, suggested that Martha, the janitor, play. Mr. Grayson, whose judgment was clouded by his own biases, eagerly agreed. The students gathered, laughing and whispering, certain that this would be nothing more than a joke. And Martha, trembling slightly, stood before the piano. In that moment, the mocking whispers grew louder. Madison's icy smile was front and center, her eyes filled with malice. Mr. Grayson crossed his arms, looking at Martha as if to say, "This will be entertaining." The students waited for her to fail, but then Martha placed her weathered hands on the keys, and something miraculous happened. The first few notes were hesitant, faint, but then the music began to flow. Martha wasn't playing for the students, or for Mr. Grayson, or even for Madison. She was playing for herself, playing for the dreams she once had, playing for the life she had been first to leave behind. As the soft, deep melodies of Claire de Lune filled the room, the laughter died, the sneers faded. Even Mr. Grayson, who had always been so sure of his superiority, stood frozen, unable to believe what he was hearing. This was no joke. This was talent, pure, raw, unfiltered talent. The students were stunned into silence. No one had expected this. They had thought they would witness the humiliation of the old janitor. But instead, they were watching an artist reveal herself in the most extraordinary way. When the music finally came to an end, the room was still. No one moved. The silence was thick with realization. For the first time, they all understood what true talent was, something that could not be measured by wealth, status, or appearance. The applause came slowly at first, a few hesitant claps, but soon it grew into a thunderous roar. Madison stood frozen, her face pale. She had no control over the room anymore. The students who once looked up to her now saw her for what she truly was, a swelled girl who had used her status to belittle others. And as for Mr. Grayson, the arrogant music teacher who had always favored wealth over true ability, he stood humiliated, his belief in his own superiority shattered. Martha had not only played the piano, she had played their hearts. In that moment, she had forced them to confront the truth that talent, value, and dignity cannot be bought or sold. They are inherent to every person, no matter their background. The world may try to define who we are based on our status, our job, or our appearance, but true talent comes from within. It is not about where you start, but where you go and how hard you fight to be seen. Martha's performance was more than just a moment of musical brilliance. It was a declaration that no matter who you are or where you come from, your value is immeasurable. Martha walked out of that classroom with her head held high, no longer the invisible janitor, but a woman who had reclaimed her worth. And in that moment, the students of Willow Ridge Academy learned the most important lesson of all, that the true measure of a person is never in their wealth, but in their heart and their talent. It was just another bustling morning at Lexington First Bank until an elderly man in ragged clothes shuffled through the grand doors, his deep-set eyes filled with quiet determination. "This bank is mine," he announced in a voice that barely rose above the chatter of customers and employees. The room fell into stunned silence, only for it to explode into laughter seconds later. An old man owning this prestigious bank, ridiculous. But the smirks faded when he unfastened the heavy canvas sack on his shoulder, revealing something that would change everything. Leonard Hayes, the bank's security chief, was the first to react. A former police officer with an intimidating presence, he immediately stepped forward, his stance rigid. "Sir, you need to leave." Now, the elderly man, Samuel Carter, did not flinch, dressed in a patched brown coat, worn-out boots, and a hat that had seen better days. He looked like someone who had walked 1,000 miles carrying the weight of the world. Bank tellers exchanged amused glances. A young woman behind the counter, Emma Clark, whispered to her colleague, another vagrant looking for a handout. The bank manager, Richard Dawson, stood near his office, watching the scene unfold. He wasn't laughing, he was calculating. There was something about the old man's composure that felt unsettling. Samuel took a deep breath. 50 years ago, I built this bank with my own hands. You can laugh all you want, but this place belongs to me. A fresh wave of chuckles spread across the lobby. But this time, there was a nervous edge to it. Leonard moved in. "All right, sir, let's go. I won't ask again." Samuel did not resist. Instead, he reached into his bag. Leonard tensed, his hand instinctively going to his holster. From the sack, Samuel pulled out a ledger, leather-bound, old, and filled with pages so delicate they looked like they could crumble at a touch. He placed it on the nearest desk, his fingers trembling not with fear, but with anticipation. Richard Dawson, drawn by curiosity, stepped forward and flipped open the ledger. His expression changed almost immediately. His face, usually a mask of authority, paled as he scanned the aged documents. The ledger contained records, handwritten agreements, financial transactions, original ownership documents, and Samuel Carter's name was everywhere. "This is impossible," Richard muttered under his breath. Samuel's voice, though quiet, carried through the space. "In 1973, I co-founded this bank with Thomas Whitmore. We built it from the ground up. But back then, men like me, poor, black, unseen, were easy to erase. When the bank became successful, I was forced out. My name removed from every record. I fought for justice, but power and money spoke louder than my voice." The silence in the room was deafening. A few customers had begun recording on their phones. Employees who had sneered at Samuel minutes ago now stared at the ledger, their faces stricken with uncertainty. Richard turned to Leonard. "Call Thomas Whitmore's family." "No." Within the hour, Alexander Whitmore, the current chairman of Lexington First Bank and the son of Thomas Whitmore, arrived, flanked by 2 lawyers. His presence alone reeked of confidence, power, and entitlement. He took one look at Samuel and scoffed. "This man is delusional. My father founded this bank. There is no record of him anywhere." Richard hesitated before pushing the ledger across the table. "Actually, there is." Alexander flipped through the pages, his smirk slowly disappearing. The documents were undeniable proof records of Samuel's investments, construction blueprints, legal papers, every shred of evidence needed to prove his claim. But power does not surrender easily. Alexander straightened. This changes nothing. You have no legal standing. These papers won't hold up in court. Samuel's eyes never wavered. You can fight me, but you can't erase me again. The world will hear my story. The employees, the customers, the onlookers, everyone could feel the shift in the room. Alexander gritted his teeth. You think some old ledger will bring down a bank this powerful? You think people will care? But they already did. Cameras were recording. Social media was buzzing. And the weight of truth was heavier than money. The next morning, Lexington First Bank trended worldwide. Journalists swarmed the building. Samuel Carter's story, the man who had built a bank only to be erased, was on every news channel. Under mounting public pressure, an independent investigation was launched. The evidence was overwhelming. The bank's executive board had no choice but to acknowledge the truth. Samuel Carter was reinstated as the rightful founder of Lexington First Bank. But he did not demand compensation. Instead, he took the podium at a press conference and said, "This was never about money. It was about justice. It was about ensuring that history does not repeat itself. If we allow the powerful to erase the truth, then no one is truly free." The applause that followed was thunderous. As for Alexander Whitmore, he resigned in disgrace, and Leonard Hayes, the security chief who had threatened Samuel, was fired for misconduct. Injustice, no matter how deeply buried, has a way of resurfacing. Power may control narratives, but truth will always find its voice. Samuel Carter walked away that day not with wealth, but with something far greater, a name that could never be erased again, and the world would never forget his story. Nobody ever really saw me. I was just another faceless worker in the endless hum of Brightridge Corporation, pushing my mop through gleaming hallways while executives in tailored suits clicked past me without a glance. My name is Eleanor Grant, 51 years old, and for 17 years, I scrubbed their floors, cleaned their offices, and emptied their trash. To them, I was just the janitor, until the day I wasn't. It all changed with a spilled latte and a cruel laugh. I had just started my shift when Warren Caldwell, the CEO of Brightridge, strode into the lobby with his entourage. They were all grins and arrogance, talking about their latest deal. One of them knocked over a steaming cup of coffee near the elevator. The brown liquid spread across the pristine marble floor, pooling at the edges. "Janitor, clean up, Granny," Warren barked, not even looking at me. His cronies burst into laughter. I stood frozen for a moment, mop in hand, face burning. The humiliation settled deep in my bones. This wasn't the first time. The comments, the snide remarks, the dismissive glances, they had been part of my life for years. But something inside me shifted. I swallowed my anger and got to work. But that night, I made a promise. Warren Caldwell was going to pay. What Warren didn't know was that I wasn't just the janitor. 17 years ago, my late brother, Daniel, a brilliant investor, left me something precious. Shares in Brightridge Corporation. A lot of them. I could have sold them, taken the money, and walked away. But I didn't. Instead, I stayed, watching, waiting. Over the years, I had seen Warren bleed this company dry. He cut hard-working employees without a second thought while lining his own pockets. He manipulated numbers, shredded inconvenient financial documents, and dismissed anyone who questioned him. And I, the invisible janitor, had been quietly gathering proof. I had a lawyer friend, Patrick, a sharp-minded strategist who had always believed in justice. That night, over greasy diner fries and coffee, I spilled everything. "Eleanor, you own the majority of this company," Patrick said, leaning in. "You have the power to take him down." My hands shook as I laid out the documents I had collected, shredded reports I had fished out of the trash, emails I had printed late at night. It was all there: embezzlement, harassment claims, and ethical layoffs. "Let's hit him where it hurts," I whispered. A week later, I walked into the Brightridge boardroom just as I had every day for 17 years, pushing my cart. Head down, and noticed Warren sat at the head of the table, smirking, oblivious. Patrick texted me one word, asterisk, asterisk now, asterisk, asterisk. I stepped forward. I'm not just the janitor, I announced, my voice steady. I own this company. The room fell into stunned silence. Warren scoffed, but his laughter died when I placed my evidence on the table. Fraud, corruption, employee mistreatment, it was all there. I have the votes, I said. Warren called, well, you're fired. His face turned a deep shade of red. You can't do this. He spat. Oh, I can, I said, meeting his furious gaze. The board members, pale and quiet, nodded in agreement. Warren stormed out, slamming the door behind him. By the time I left the building that evening, news alerts had flooded my phone. Asterisk, asterisk, Brightridge CEO ousted in shock queue. Asterisk, asterisk, over the next few weeks, Brightridge changed. No more cruel layoffs. No more mistreatment. Raises for the cleaning staff. A company that finally valued its workers. Warren, on the other hand, wasn't done. He tried to sue me, but with airtight records, the case was thrown out. His reputation crumbled. Last I heard, he was broke, selling second-hand cars in a forgotten town. As for me, I finally got to walk those halls not as a janitor, but as the woman who had taken back what was hers. Sometimes, the people you ignore are the ones who hold the most power, and karma, it never forgets. In a bustling airport terminal, the steady hum of announcements and the shuffle of hurried footsteps filled the air. Among the crowd, a woman stood out. Olivia Barnes, in her early 30s, walked confidently through the chaos, her high heels clicking against the floor with a rhythmic precision that mirrored her steady composure. She wore a tailored navy suit, her briefcase held firmly in one hand as she checked her phone, glancing at the last few emails before her flight. Olivia wasn't a stranger to business travel. As a rising star in the tech industry, she had become accustomed to the luxury of first-class flights, exclusive lounges, and the quiet comfort that came with being a frequent flyer. But today, there was something in the air that felt off. She had a busy week ahead, meetings with top executives, product launch discussions, and the pressure to seal a high-profile deal. But she was used to the stress. She handled it well, always showing up in control and composed, her confidence never wavering. Her flight was on time, and as she approached the gate, she noticed a line had already formed. She didn't mind waiting. She was used to the routine. As she approached the check-in counter, a young woman in her mid-20s, Samantha, greeted her with a slightly strained smile. Samantha was new to the airline and had only been a flight attendant for a few months. Her uniform was crisply pressed, but her hands trembled slightly as she scanned Olivia's boarding pass. First class, Samantha muttered to herself, scanning the ticket with a touch of disbelief. Then, looking Olivia up and down, she raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you're in the right line? Olivia, taken aback by the remark, paused for a moment. I believe so, she responded coolly, not allowing her annoyance to show. I'm flying first class. Samantha's lips curled into a small, almost mocking smile, and she gestured toward the gate. Well, I'll need to double-check the system, she said, her voice dripping with skepticism. Olivia's eyes narrowed slightly, her calm demeanor beginning to fray at the edges. You've already scanned my boarding pass. Is there a problem? Samantha didn't respond immediately. She tapped on the computer, her fingers faltering. The silence stretched on longer than it should have. Olivia could feel the eyes of the people around her shifting, the uncomfortable tension building. Samantha, seemingly trying to hide her discomfort, handed the boarding pass back, still with a smirk. Everything looks fine, Samantha said with a forced sweetness, but there was an edge in her voice. Enjoy your flight. As Olivia passed by, she heard a soft chuckle from Samantha's colleague, standing nearby. They exchanged a glance, clearly amused by the encounter. Olivia's eyes flickered toward them, but she said nothing. She could feel the weight of their stares on her back as she walked towards the jet bridge. She could hear the murmurs of other passengers as she walked down the corridor to the first-class cabin. Olivia had dealt with condescension before, people who assumed they could judge her based on her appearance or her age. But she was used to that. She had learned long ago to rise above it. The last thing she wanted was to escalate a situation with an inexperienced flight attendant. As she settled into her seat, the flight attendants began their final preparations for takeoff. The first-class cabin was a haven of quiet luxury. Olivia placed her briefcase under the seat in front of her and adjusted her jacket, preparing for the long flight ahead. But just as she thought the situation had been forgotten, Samantha approached again, this time with a tray of drinks. Her smile was back, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Can I see your boarding pass again, please?" she asked, her voice laced with forced politeness. Olivia's patience had worn thin. She looked up at Samantha, her gaze cold and composed. "You already checked it at the gate," she said evenly. "I'm sitting in my seat. What's the issue?" Samantha hesitated, then shrugged, her expression tight. "Just a routine check," she said. But there was no mistaking the doubt in her voice. Olivia's eyes narrowed. She had already recognized the game Samantha was playing. This wasn't about routine checks. It was about something more. Olivia wasn't the type to be intimidated or to back down when someone tried to undermine her. She had worked too hard to get where she was, and she wouldn't let someone's misguided assumptions affect her now. Before Olivia could respond, a voice from the other side of the cabin interrupted. "Excuse me, is everything all right here?" It was David Thompson, a senior lawyer who had been seated across from Olivia. He had observed the entire exchange from his seat, and his sharp eyes were now focused on Samantha. "I saw you check her pass earlier, and I just saw you ask for it again. Can you explain why?" Samantha's cheeks flushed a deep red as she stammered for a moment, caught off guard. I was just following procedure," she said quickly, though it was clear she was trying to regain control of the situation. David didn't let up. "That's interesting, because I've been flying for years, and I've never had my pass checked twice on the same flight. So what exactly are you doing?" The other passengers in the cabin were starting to take notice, and Olivia could sense the shift in the atmosphere. Samantha's confidence was crumbling. She had underestimated the wrong person, and now she was caught in the spotlight. Olivia didn't speak. She simply leaned back in her seat, a faint, knowing smile on her lips. She didn't need to say anything. The moment had already shifted, and while Samantha tried to salvage the situation, Olivia knew that this was only the beginning of a much bigger story. As the plane ascended into the sky, Olivia settled into her seat, adjusting her seatbelt and preparing for the flight ahead. The first-class cabin was quiet, filled mostly with other business travelers typing away on their laptops or reading through documents. The atmosphere was calm, a sanctuary of peace before the whirlwind of her work schedule would begin again. Olivia took out her phone and glanced at the meeting agenda for the day. She was in the middle of confirming details with her assistant when a soft voice interrupted her focus. "Excuse me, Mom, could I see your boarding pass again?" It was Samantha, the same flight attendant who had questioned her earlier. Olivia, already feeling a growing sense of frustration, looked up. Samantha stood next to her seat, holding a tray with pre-departure drinks, but there was a subtle shift in her posture, a small, almost imperceptible tension in her shoulders. "I already showed you my boarding pass when I boarded the plane," Olivia replied, her voice steady. But there was an edge to it now. "Is there something wrong?" Samantha hesitated for a second. "Just a routine check, ma'am. Sometimes the system has glitches, and I like to double-check," she said, her voice sweet, but filled with an insincerity that Olivia could feel. Olivia was getting increasingly irritated. She had worked with countless people in high-stress situations, negotiating deals and managing teams. But the way Samantha was acting seemed more like a personal attack than a professional check. Olivia knew the game. This wasn't about a malfunctioning system. This was about Samantha questioning her presence in the seat, about whether someone like Olivia belonged in first class. It was an unspoken prejudice, subtle but powerful, and Olivia wasn't going to let it slide. Before Olivia could respond, she heard a voice from across the cabin. "I think I can help here." It was David Thompson, the lawyer who had been seated across from Olivia earlier. His voice was sharp and direct, cutting through the tension. David stood up, adjusting his suit jacket, and walked over to Olivia's seat. "Is there a reason you're questioning this woman's boarding pass again?" David asked, his eyes locking onto Samantha. His tone was firm, commanding respect. Samantha's expression faltered. She had not expected to be called out in front of others, especially not by a seasoned lawyer. "I'm just making sure everything is in order, sir," she said, trying to sound calm. But there was no hiding the nervous tremor in her voice. David raised an eyebrow. "Really? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you're doubting her presence in first class," he said, his voice dripping with disbelief. A murmur ran through the cabin. The other passengers were beginning to notice the uncomfortable exchange. The flight attendants, who had been standing nearby, shifted awkwardly, sensing that the situation was about to escalate. Olivia remained silent, watching the exchange unfold with a quiet sense of satisfaction. She didn't have to say a word. David was doing the heavy lifting for her. She had learned long ago that there was power in letting others do the talking. She had dealt with small-minded people before, and David's intervention showed that people were noticing what Samantha was doing. Samantha stood there, caught between the pressure of the moment and the realization that she had misjudged Olivia. The room was growing tense, and for the first time, Samantha seemed unsure of herself. David turned toward Olivia, his voice gentle. "I hope that clears things up," he said, before walking back to his seat. He shot a disapproving look at Samantha as he passed. Olivia gave him a grateful smile. "Thank you," she said, her voice soft but genuine. Samantha, now flustered and embarrassed, hurried back down the aisle without a word. The tension that had filled the cabin began to dissipate, and the flight attendants quickly returned to their duties. But Olivia could feel the weight of their stares as she leaned back in her seat. She could sense that this was far from over. Samantha's behavior wasn't just an isolated incident. It was a reflection of something deeper, a sense of entitlement and superiority that some people felt they could wield over others. Olivia knew that this was more than a simple misunderstanding. Samantha had made an assumption about her, about who she was and where she belonged, and she had tried to assert control in a way that was both subtle and insidious. But Olivia wasn't going to let it slide. She wasn't going to back down. As the plane continued its journey, Olivia couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to happen. She had dealt with people like Samantha before, those who made judgments based on appearances or status, but this time, she had a feeling that things were going to play out differently. Olivia wasn't just any passenger. She was someone with influence, someone who knew how to make her voice heard. As the flight continued, Olivia found herself lost in thought, reflecting on the situation. She had seen how quickly things could spiral out of control when people let their biases and prejudices shape their behavior. It was something she had always been aware of, but today, it had been brought to the forefront in a way that left her unsettled. She glanced around the cabin, noticing the subtle glances from other passengers. Some were pretending not to pay attention, but Olivia could feel their eyes on her, aware of what had just transpired. The lawyer had spoken up, and now everyone was watching. She wasn't used to being the center of attention, but she knew that this moment was important. This wasn't just about a flight attendant questioning her ticket. This was about the larger picture, about how people in power often get away with undermining others without consequence. Olivia took a deep breath, reminding herself to stay calm. She wasn't going to let this bother her. Not today. She had a deal to close, a future to secure, and she wasn't going to let anyone, least of all a flight attendant, make her question that. But just as she was about to turn her attention back to her phone, the intercom clicked on, and the voice of the captain came over the speakers. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We are reaching cruising altitude and expect a smooth flight from here on out. Flight attendants, please complete your final preparations for the flight. Olivia leaned back in her seat, the weight of the situation slowly lifting from her shoulders. She had handled it. She had stood her ground. And now it was over, or so she thought, as the hours passed on the flight. Olivia couldn't shake the lingering tension from the earlier encounter with Samantha. The calmness of the cabin had returned. But she knew this incident was far from over. There was something unsettling about how Samantha had treated her. The subtle mockery behind her polite but condescending words. Olivia was no stranger to people who judged her based on her appearance. But the way Samantha had acted felt like an intentional slight, one that was aimed at making Olivia feel out of place. She wasn't the type of person to let things slide, especially when it came to her worth and the way she was perceived. But for now, she had to remain composed. The rest of the flight was going smoothly, and soon they would be landing. Olivia had more important things to focus on, like the deals she needed to finalize upon landing. But her thoughts kept drifting back to Samantha, round 2 hours into the flight. Olivia was engrossed in her work, typing up a few emails, when she was interrupted again. This time, it was a soft knock on the side of her seat. "Excuse me, Miss Barnes? Can I have a word?" It was Ryan, the younger flight attendant who had been serving in the cabin earlier. His demeanor was more professional than Samantha's, but there was an underlying discomfort in his voice. Olivia looked up, raising an eyebrow. "What is it, Ryan?" she asked, trying to keep her tone neutral. "I just wanted to check if everything's all right here. You seemed a bit uncomfortable earlier with some of the service," he said, shifting on his feet. "I want to make sure we're doing our job properly, Miss Barnes." Olivia leaned back in her seat, her eyes narrowing slightly. Ryan wasn't the issue, it was Samantha. However, Olivia appreciated Ryan's attempt at diffusing the situation. Even if he wasn't directly involved, she didn't want to create a scene. But she wasn't going to let this go without addressing it either. "I'm fine, Ryan," Olivia said, her voice calm but firm. "I'm just not used to being questioned so many times in such a short period. First the boarding pass at the gate, and now, again here. It's a little unnecessary, don't you think?" Ryan hesitated before nodding. "I understand. We've had some issues with new staff, and sometimes things get a bit miscommunicated," he said, choosing his words carefully. "I'll make sure Samantha understands the protocol better moving forward." Olivia didn't respond right away. She just looked at Ryan, trying to gauge whether he was being sincere. After a moment, she nodded slowly. "That would be appreciated," she said, her voice softening. Ryan gave her a respectful nod and turned to walk away. But just as he reached the aisle, Olivia heard another voice, a familiar one, cut through the cabin. "Excuse me, may I speak to you for a moment?" Olivia's stomach tightened as she recognized the voice. It was Samantha. Olivia glanced up to see Samantha standing just behind Ryan, her arms crossed in front of her, her posture defensive. Ryan hesitated, his gaze flicking between Olivia and Samantha, before he stepped aside. "Of course," Olivia replied, her tone cool but controlled. She had a sinking feeling in her stomach as Samantha approached, but she remained seated and composed, not wanting to give Samantha the satisfaction of seeing her flustered. "I wanted to apologize for earlier," Samantha began, her tone a little too rehearsed. "I didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable or out of place. I was just following procedures." Olivia's gaze was unwavering. She could tell that Samantha wasn't truly apologizing. It was a forced gesture, done only because of the pressure of being called out by David and the other passengers. Olivia wasn't going to fall for the false apology. "I appreciate your words, but an apology needs to be backed up by understanding," Olivia said evenly. "It's not about procedures, Samantha. It's about respect. You made an assumption about me without any regard for who I am or my position. That's not acceptable in any professional setting, and certainly not here." Samantha's face flushed a deep red. "I didn't mean it that way," she stammered. But Olivia could tell she was starting to lose control of the conversation. Samantha's defense was crumbling, and Olivia was just getting started. "Actions speak louder than words," Olivia continued, her voice steady but firm. "You may not have intended to offend me, but that's not how it came across. And I'm not the only one who noticed. I'm sure the passengers around us did too." Samantha opened her mouth to respond, but no words came out. She was clearly caught off guard by Olivia's calm, assertive approach. She had expected to be able to brush this incident under the rug. But Olivia wasn't going to let that happen. "You need to take responsibility for your actions," Olivia said, her voice unwavering. "If you want to apologize, do so properly. Understand the situation, not just the procedure." Samantha stood there for a moment, her lips pressed tightly together. She was visibly flustered, and for the first time, Olivia could see her realizing the gravity of what she had done. Olivia took a deep breath and let the silence hang in the air for a moment, allowing Samantha to process her words. But just as the moment seemed to stretch on, David's voice cut through the tension once more. "Is everything okay here?" David Thompson, the lawyer who had intervened earlier, stood up from his seat, his eyes immediately locking onto Samantha. He had been watching the exchange from his seat, and now, it seemed, he had come to offer further support. Samantha's eyes widened. She hadn't expected to be confronted once again. The passengers around them were watching intently, and now it seemed like the entire cabin was holding its breath, waiting for the next move. Yes, everything is fine," Samantha stammered, clearly trying to salvage the situation. She quickly turned to Olivia. "Again, I'm sorry, Miss Barnes. I will make sure it doesn't happen again." Olivia gave a small nod, but there was no mistaking the sense of power she now held. She had turned the situation around, asserting herself with grace and calm. Samantha had underestimated her, but now Olivia was in control. David, sensing that the situation had reached its climax, gave Olivia a reassuring look before returning to his seat. Olivia leaned back, allowing herself a moment of quiet satisfaction. She had handled the situation, not with anger or aggression, but with calm authority. Samantha had been called out, and Olivia had proven that no one, no matter their position, had the right to make her feel inferior. But as the fight continued, Olivia couldn't help but wonder if this was truly over. She had made her point, but she knew that people like Samantha didn't just back down easily. There would be consequences, but she would be ready for them. As Samantha approached Olivia's seat, her body language was stiff, almost defensive, as if preparing for a confrontation. Olivia, already aware of the underlying tension between them, sat back in her seat, her posture straight and composed. She wasn't going to let Samantha control the narrative this time. The flight had been relatively peaceful since their first exchange, but Olivia knew this situation wasn't going to let itself die down without some kind of resolution. She'd faced difficult people before, but there was something different about Samantha. The young flight attendant had, in Olivia's mind, crossed a line. Samantha stopped beside Olivia's seat and took a deep breath before speaking. "Miss Barnes, I just wanted to apologize again for earlier. I didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable." Olivia tilted her head slightly, studying Samantha's face. She didn't see sincerity in her eyes, just the awkwardness of someone who had been caught in their own mistake. Samantha was only apologizing because she had no other option. The pressure from other passengers, including the lawyer who had spoken up, had forced her into this corner. Olivia wasn't about to make it easy for her. "I appreciate the apology, Samantha," Olivia said slowly, her voice calm yet firm. "But you need to understand something. It wasn't just about the procedures. It was about how you made me feel. You assumed things about me without any reason, and that's not acceptable." Samantha shifted on her feet, her hands clasped in front of her as she nervously glanced around the cabin. "I didn't mean to offend you, Miss Barnes. You questioned my presence in first class," Olivia cut in, her voice still steady. "You made me feel as if I didn't belong, and that's something I'm not willing to overlook." She paused, letting the weight of her words sink in. The silence between them stretched for several moments. Olivia wasn't going to yell or shout at Samantha. That wasn't her style. Instead, she made sure her words were deliberate, each one landing with precision. She wanted Samantha to understand that this wasn't just a small mistake. It was an issue of respect, and that was something that couldn't be easily dismissed. I've worked hard to be where I am, Olivia continued. I've earned my place, and I don't take kindly to people questioning that. Whether it's in a professional environment or a situation like this. Her eyes locked onto Samantha's, giving her no room to avoid the conversation. You need to learn that your job isn't just about following the rules. It's about treating people with dignity. Samantha's expression was unreadable for a moment, her lips pressed tightly together. She clearly didn't know how to respond. Olivia's calm, assertive presence had thrown her off, and she was realizing too late that she had made a grave mistake. Samantha had misjudged Olivia, thinking she could easily intimidate her. But now it was clear who was in control. I'm sorry, Samantha said softly, almost too quietly for Olivia to hear. I will do better. Olivia nodded once, acknowledging the apology. But she knew that the damage had already been done. The passengers around them were still watching, and Olivia could feel their gaze on her. She wasn't going to let Samantha get away with the idea that this was just a minor issue. Not when it came to respect. Not when it came to how people like Samantha made others feel like they didn't belong. You should, Olivia replied, her tone softer now, but with an underlying firmness. But don't just apologize because you're in the wrong. Apologize because you understand why what you did was wrong. With that, Olivia leaned back in her seat, her gaze flickering to the front of the cabin, signaling the end of the conversation. She didn't need to say anything more. Samantha had been put in her place, and the message had been clear. Respect was something Olivia commanded, not something that could be taken lightly. As the flight continued, Olivia couldn't help but reflect on the power dynamics at play. She had handled the situation with grace, asserting herself without resorting to aggression. But what made her most proud wasn't the way she had dealt with Samantha. It was the realization that she had been able to maintain her composure and stand her ground in a difficult situation. In the past, Olivia might have let this go, brushing it off as a minor inconvenience. But this time was different. She wasn't going to allow someone's prejudice to define her. Not anymore. She had worked too hard to get to this point in her career, and she wasn't about to let anyone undermine that. As the plane began its descent, Olivia's thoughts shifted back to her business meetings ahead. She was almost at the end of her flight, and soon she would be on the ground, ready to tackle the challenges of the day. But as the plane touched down and began taxiing toward the gate, Olivia couldn't shake the feeling that there was still more to come. The passengers around her began to gather their belongings, preparing for arrival. But Olivia remained in her seat for a moment longer. She wasn't just another passenger on this flight. She was a woman with power, with influence, and she knew how to make her voice heard. As the seatbelt sign dinged off, Olivia stood up and gathered her things. She noticed Samantha walking down the aisle, her eyes briefly meeting Olivia's before she looked away. Olivia didn't respond. There was no need. Samantha had already been dealt with. Just as Olivia made her way toward the exit, she caught sight of a familiar figure, David Thompson, the lawyer. He was waiting near the jet bridge, looking as composed as ever. But there was a glint of something more in his eyes. Olivia approached him, giving him a nod of recognition. Thank you for earlier, Olivia said, her voice sincere. I appreciate you stepping in. David smiled, his expression warm, but calculated. You handled it well. I'm sure Samantha won't forget the lesson. People like her need to be called out when they overstep. Olivia nodded, her eyes briefly drifting toward the flight attendants, who were now gathered at the front of the plane. She could see the tension in the air, the unspoken understanding that things had changed. Samantha had been put in her place, but that wasn't the end of it. As Olivia walked past David, she caught the last glance of Samantha, who was standing near the galley, looking defeated. It wasn't just the way Olivia had stood up to her, it was the way the entire situation had unfolded. It was a lesson in humility for Samantha, a reminder that people in positions of power shouldn't assume they can treat others however they please. And as Olivia stepped off the plane and into the terminal, she knew that this wasn't just another business trip. This was a moment of personal growth, one that had reminded her of the power of composure, assertiveness, and, most importantly, respect. She had proven that no one had the right to make her feel less than she was, and she wasn't going to let anyone forget it. As the plane touched down and began taxiing toward the gate, Olivia could feel the tension that had been building throughout the flight slowly dissipating. Her encounter with Samantha had been uncomfortable, but Olivia had handled it with the poise and confidence that she had always relied on in the business world. She could sense, however, that this wouldn't be the end of the story. The entire situation had sparked a shift in her perspective. It wasn't just about defending herself in the moment, it was about the larger issue of respect, power dynamics, and how people who believed they held authority often misused it. Olivia stood up as the seatbelt sign was turned off, collecting her belongings and preparing to disembark. She noticed Samantha again, now at the front of the cabin, assisting passengers. Their eyes met briefly, but Olivia didn't acknowledge her. She had made her point. Samantha had been put in her place, and Olivia didn't need to add anything further. As she moved toward the exit, Olivia found herself walking alongside David, the lawyer who had helped her earlier. He gave her a small, knowing smile as they exchanged a few words. "You handled it well," David said. "I can't imagine Samantha will be making that mistake again anytime soon." Olivia chuckled softly, her eyes scanning the passengers who were gathering their things. "I hope not. She'll think twice next time." "I'm sure of it," David replied, his voice warm, but with a hint of seriousness. "People like her need to be called out, or they'll continue to treat others that way." Olivia nodded, grateful for his support earlier. "I couldn't have done it without you, David. Thank you again." David gave her a respectful nod. "Glad I could help, but you were the one who took control of the situation. That's what matters." Olivia smiled and made her way through the jet bridge. As she walked toward the terminal, she felt a sense of quiet satisfaction settle over her. The whole ordeal had been a reminder of just how important it was to stand up for herself, especially in situations where people like Samantha, who assumed they could exert power over others, attempted to undermine her. Olivia had shown, with calm authority, that she would not tolerate such behavior. She knew the business world was often a battleground, where people tried to assert dominance in subtle and sometimes insidious ways. But Olivia had learned that true power wasn't about loud declarations or dominance, it was about knowing how to navigate situations with grace, confidence, and, most importantly, respect. As she stepped into the terminal and made her way to baggage claim, Olivia's phone buzzed. She pulled it out, expecting to see an update about one of her meetings. Instead, she saw a notification from a social media platform. Curious, she opened it, and what she saw made her pause. A video had been posted online, showing the moment when Samantha had questioned Olivia's boarding pass at the gate. It was a shaky, grainy recording taken by a passenger who had witnessed the exchange. In the video, Samantha could be heard making sarcastic remarks and questioning Olivia's presence in first class. The comments below the video were quickly filling up with outrage. The video had gone viral. The comments ranged from support for Olivia, who had handled the situation with grace, to condemnation of Samantha's behavior. People were calling out the blatant disrespect and prejudice that had been displayed, and some were even tagging the airline in their posts, demanding that they take action. Olivia stood there for a moment, letting the reality of what was unfolding sink in. She hadn't expected this, she hadn't wanted it, but now the entire situation was playing out on a much larger scale, one that was beyond her control. She could feel the weight of the moment. While the incident had started as a small personal issue between her and Samantha, it had now turned into something much bigger. The video was spreading fast, and the airline was likely going to be forced to respond. Olivia quickly turned off her phone, slipping it back into her bag. She knew there was nothing more to be done. The situation had already played out in the public eye, and the fallout was inevitable. She had already made her peace with how she handled herself. If people wanted to make a spectacle out of it, there was little she could do to stop them. But as she made her way to the airport exit, Olivia couldn't help but feel a sense of empowerment. This entire situation had made her realize something important. There was power in composure. There was power in standing up for what was right, even in the face of adversity. And perhaps most importantly, there was power in letting the world see that people who acted like Samantha, who thought they could get away with mistreating others, wouldn't always have the last word. As Olivia stepped outside into the warm sunlight, she took a deep breath and smiled to herself. Whatever came next, she would face it with the same confidence and poise that had gotten her to this point in the first place. She wasn't just a businesswoman. She wasn't just someone who traveled in first class. Olivia Barnes was a woman who knew her worth, and she wasn't afraid to make sure the world knew it too. The video opens with an emotionally charged, gripping scene where an elderly woman is harassed by two police officers in a park, simply for sitting on a bench. The scene is tense, with the officers not providing any explanation or justification for their actions. The audience is immediately drawn into the injustice of the moment. The video then transitions to Mike Tyson entering the picture. His presence adds an unexpected twist, and we witness his calm but firm intervention as he challenges the officers' misconduct. We analyze Tyson's perspective and discuss the larger implications of such incidents in society. The situation escalates, and Mike Tyson refuses to back down. We explore the psychological dynamics between Tyson and the officers as he stands firm in the face of authority. We discuss how this moment mirrors Tyson's past, drawing parallels between his struggles in the ring and his decision to confront injustice outside of it. We also delve into the societal reaction as bystanders start recording, but nobody intervenes. Tyson's courage is contrasted with the passivity of the crowd, prompting a discussion on the role of public witnesses in cases of police misconduct. Tyson's confrontation with the officers reaches a boiling point, drawing a large crowd. We analyze the significance of Mike's intervention in this moment. The arrival of Lieutenant Taylor serves as a turning point, and we break down the power dynamics that shift when higher authority steps in. The video examines how public pressure influences police accountability. We also discuss Tyson's calm leadership during this confrontation, stressing how his influence brought about a crucial moment of accountability and transparency. The aftermath of the incident is explored in detail. The officers, Blake and Carter, face internal disciplinary actions, and the video delves into the investigation that follows. We analyze how social media played a pivotal role in bringing this issue to light, and how public scrutiny leads to real consequences. We discuss the broader issue of police misconduct and the importance of reform within the justice system. This part emphasizes the power of collective action in holding public servants accountable for their actions. The video concludes with the story's long-term impact, both on Mike Tyson's life and on the community. We explore how this incident sparked a wave of change, leading to a renewed focus on police reform. Tyson's efforts go beyond the park incident, as he continues advocating for a fair and more just system. The video ends with a powerful message about standing up against injustice, no matter who you are or what position you hold. We challenge the audience to reflect on their role in promoting justice and being active participants in creating societal change. Imagine spending decades of your life working humbly, dedicating yourself to making the world around you a better place. Then, one day, an arrogant newcomer with a chip on his shoulder targets you. He disrespects you publicly, believing his position grants him the right to humiliate you. But what if that person, who has endured such disrespect for so long, finds the courage to fight back? This is the story of Mary, a black janitor at Westwood School, who has silently served the institution for over 30 years. earning the love and respect of generations of students. But what happens when she encounters Richard Calloway, a history teacher who embodies the worst kind of prejudice and arrogance? Mary had always been a constant in the halls of Westwood School for over 3 decades. She had quietly walked the same corridors, cleaning classrooms, bathrooms, and hallways with a steady rhythm that had become as familiar as the sound of the school bell. Her small frame, dark skin, and soft, age-worn features didn't command attention in the conventional way. But the respect she garnered was undeniable. Mary wasn't just another janitor. She was the heart of Westwood, the guardian of its spirit. She had seen countless students pass through the school some bright-eyed and eager, others full of uncertainty. She'd watched them grow up to be doctors, lawyers, and teachers, and in a way, she felt like their mother. Her job had been simple, maintaining the cleanliness of the school, but for Mary, it had always been more than that. It was about the smiles she offered every student she passed in the hallway, the brief words of encouragement she gave to those struggling, and the quiet, invisible strength that seemed to hold the school together in ways no one ever noticed. Her life wasn't extraordinary. It wasn't filled with grand achievements or accolades. But to the students and staff of Westwood, Mary was a symbol of something much greater: kindness, humility, and resilience. Her routine never wavered. Every day, she arrived before sunrise, meticulously cleaning each classroom so the students would arrive to a pristine school. Her years of service had earned her an unwavering respect, not for the title she carried, but for the person she was. She never needed recognition. For Mary, the value lay in the simple act of caring for others. Yet, as time went on, Mary began to notice changes at Westwood. The faces of students were becoming more distracted, the teachers more hurried. A quiet unease settled over the school, one that Mary couldn't quite put her finger on. The school was still the same: its old brick walls, its yellowing posters, the smell of chalk dust in the classrooms, but something was different. It was then that Richard Calloway arrived. Richard Calloway was everything Mary was not. He was loud, imposing, and carried himself with an air of superiority that could be felt as soon as he entered the room. He wore expensive suits. His hair was always perfectly combed, and his every gesture seemed calculated to make others notice him. At 45, he was a man who had achieved success in his career, but it was a success built on arrogance, not respect. Richard came to Westwood with a sharp, intellectual air about him. He was a history teacher, hired to fill the spot vacated by a longtime faculty member who had retired. His credentials were impeccable, his experience extensive, but there was something about him that rubbed people the wrong way from the moment he set foot in the school. Mary was no exception. She noticed it immediately. There was something in the way Richard carried himself that felt wrong, something that seemed to put him above others, even those who had dedicated their lives to the school like Mary. At first, it was subtle. Richard would make comments under his breath, remarks about the state of the school, about how outdated some of the facilities were. He would talk about the students, dismissing them as unprepared or lacking the intellectual rigor that a school like Westwood deserved. But it wasn't until one morning, when he saw Mary cleaning near his classroom, that his true feelings became apparent. As Mary quietly pushed her cleaning cart down the hall, she was startled when Richard stopped in front of her. He gave her a condescending look from head to toe before speaking in a cold tone. "Who are you to be working right in front of my classroom?" he asked, his voice dripping with disdain. Mary looked up at him, offering her usual gentle smile. "Hello, sir. I'm Mary, the janitor for this hallway. I'll finish quickly so it doesn't interfere with your class." Richard smirked, clearly unimpressed. "Oh, so you're the janitor? I thought this school would hire people more carefully," he said, his tone cutting through the quiet hallway like a knife. The words stung, but Mary didn't let them show. She simply nodded and returned to her work, her mind already shifting back to the task at hand. It wasn't the first time someone had treated her with disrespect. Such things had happened throughout her life, But something about Richard's attitude felt different. It felt more personal, more venomous. As the days passed, Richard's disdain for Mary became more obvious. It wasn't just the occasional offhand comment anymore. It was more systematic. In every meeting, every conversation, there was a thinly veiled contempt for Mary's position, her race, and even her very existence at the school. It wasn't just that he didn't care for her. It was that he felt entitled to belittle her in front of others, to assert his perceived superiority over her at every turn. At one faculty meeting, he made a remark that left everyone in the room uncomfortable. "It seems the standards at Westwood have seriously dropped," he said, eyes scanning the room. "If janitors are treated the same as teachers, maybe the school should reconsider this." The words fell like lead, their heaviness settling over everyone present. Richard had made his intentions clear. He wasn't just here to teach history, he was here to establish his dominance. The comment, while seemingly innocuous, was a direct attack on Mary. His words hung in the air, and Mary could feel the eyes of the room shift uncomfortably toward her. But she didn't flinch. She didn't let them see how much it hurt. She simply smiled, her face as calm as ever, though inside, something was beginning to stir. It wasn't long before Richard's behavior took an even darker turn. His comments became more frequent, his actions more direct. He started to target the students who spoke to Mary, questioning their motives, making them feel guilty for acknowledging her presence. Richard's words and actions were like seeds of poison being planted in the minds of the students, and the effects were far-reaching. But it wasn't until Richard humiliated a student named Daniel that everything changed for Mary. Daniel was a bright, hard-working student, a black student who had always been respectful and diligent in his studies. He had a passion for history and was always eager to participate in class. But after several encounters with Richard, Daniel began to change. He became more withdrawn, less confident. His grades began to slip, and his once eager participation in class turned into a quiet resignation. Daniel, the student who once stood proudly in front of the class, now hesitated to answer questions, his voice shaky, his confidence shattered. One day, during a history lesson, Richard asked Daniel a question about World War I, one that Daniel should have been able to answer easily. But when Daniel froze, the room went silent. Richard, sensing an opportunity to assert his authority, mocked Daniel in front of the class. "Well, I'm not surprised," Richard said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "A kid like you, good at sports, but hopeless when it comes to academics." The words cut deep, and Daniel's face flushed with embarrassment. A few students laughed awkwardly, but most just stared at the floor, unsure of how to react. Daniel, who had always been a quiet achiever, felt humiliated. His hands trembled, and his voice failed him as he tried to respond. Richard, sensing his victory, simply turned back to the board, leaving Daniel standing there, exposed and vulnerable. It was in that moment that Mary knew she could no longer stay silent. Mary had spent her life enduring adversity with quiet grace, but there was something different about this situation. Richard's cruelty had reached its peak, and she could no longer simply stand by and watch. It wasn't just about her anymore. It was about the students, especially Daniel, who had become the victim of Richard's toxic words. Mary knew that if she didn't act, the environment at Westwood would only become more toxic, and it would hurt generations of students to come. The decision to confront Richard Calloway was not an easy one. Mary had spent most of her life working behind the scenes, quietly contributing to the well-being of the school without ever seeking attention or recognition. But now, she had to step into the light. She had to make her voice heard, not just for herself, but for all the students who were being harmed by Richard's racism. The first step was to gather evidence. Mary knew she couldn't take on Richard without undeniable proof of his misconduct. So, with the small phone her daughter had given her, Mary began recording Richard's racist comments. She started by listening closely to his conversations with other teachers, capturing his demeaning remarks about her and other staff members. His words were carefully chosen, subtle in some instances, but always carrying the same underlying message. He believed people like Mary had no place at a school like Westwood. She knew that without this evidence, she would have no real power to bring him down, but the recordings were just the beginning. Mary quietly began talking to other teachers, those who, like her, had seen Richard's true nature. She knew they were scared of him. Richard had built a reputation as a powerful man who could make or break careers. But Mary's calm persistence began to change their minds. One by one, teachers started coming forward, offering their own accounts of Richard's prejudice and discriminatory actions. They, too, had witnessed his racism firsthand, but had been too intimidated to speak up. Daniel was one of the first students to reach out to Mary, seeking her comfort after the humiliation he had endured in Richard's class. His confidence was shattered, and he no longer wanted to speak in class. But when he shared his painful experience with Mary, she knew this was her moment. This wasn't just about a teacher's bias or a student's humiliation, it was about standing up for what was right. Mary's resolve grew stronger each day. She knew that this was no longer a personal battle. It was a fight for the very soul of Westwood. The values the school had once stood for, respect, dignity, and love, were being destroyed by Richard's poisonous influence. And Mary had made up her mind. She would no longer be silent. The confrontation with Richard was inevitable, and it came sooner than anyone expected. One morning, as Mary made her way down the familiar hallway, she could feel the weight of the moment hanging over her. She had gathered all the evidence she needed, and now it was time to confront Richard once and for all. The school had already started to feel the impact of his toxic behavior, but no one had the courage to stand up to him until Mary decided to take action. The first step was to bring her evidence to the administration. Mary requested an emergency meeting with the school's principal, Mr. Peterson. It wasn't long before the entire administration was aware of the recordings she had gathered, the testimonies from the teachers who had witnessed Richard's racism, and Daniel's heartbreaking account of his humiliation in Richard's class. The meeting was scheduled for the following day, and the atmosphere was tense. Richard, as usual, walked into the room with his usual arrogance, not at all anticipating the storm that was about to unfold. He sat at the table, eyes scanning the room, his smirk still in place. He believed he was untouchable, that his status as a teacher would shield him from any consequences. The moment the meeting began, Richard's confidence was evident. When Principal Peterson turned to him and asked, "Mr. Calloway, we have received several reports about your inappropriate behavior and remarks during class. Do you have anything you would like to say before we proceed?" Richard replied, feigning surprise, his voice dripping with insincerity. "I'm sorry for any misunderstandings. I always work with the utmost responsibility and have never intended to offend anyone," he said, his words calculated to deflect any blame. But Mary wasn't about to let him manipulate the situation any longer. She stood up, her presence commanding attention. She had spent decades silently working in the shadows of Westwood, but now she was stepping into the light to defend the truth. She calmly walked to the front of the room, a thick folder in her hands. As she placed the folder on a table, the room fell silent. "I believe I have important evidence the board needs to review before making any decisions," Mary said, her voice firm yet steady. She pulled out her phone and played the first recording, Richard's cold, dismissive words echoing through the room. "Daniel, I'm really not surprised that someone like you doesn't understand anything. People like you are only good at sports, but hopeless when it comes to academics." Richard's voice rang out, causing a wave of shock to ripple through the room. Richard's face turned pale as the reality of what was happening sank in. He had expected to walk into the meeting and brush off any accusations, but now, his own words were being used against him. The room, which had once been filled with uncertainty, was now charged with a sense of conviction. The teachers, the staff, the administration, everyone knew the truth now. Mary didn't stop there. She played the second recording, where Richard had made disparaging remarks about her. His venomous words, intended to tear down her dignity, only revealed the true nature of the man sitting before them. Richard stood up, his anger beginning to boil over. "This is a misunderstanding. These recordings have been edited to tarnish my reputation," he shouted, trying to regain control of the situation. But it was too late. The truth had already been revealed. Principal Peterson, now completely serious, turned to Richard. "Mr. Calloway, do you have an explanation for this clear evidence?" he asked, his voice cold. Richard's arrogance had vanished. He could feel the walls closing in around him. He could no longer pretend that everything was fine. His usual smug demeanor had turned into desperation as he searched for an escape. But the truth was undeniable. The meeting ended with Richard's dismissal. The teachers and staff were left to process the shock of what had just transpired. Richard Calloway, once a teacher who thought his position gave him the right to belittle others, was now exposed for who he truly was. The gavel had barely touched the bench when the slap echoed through the silent courtroom. Gasps rippled through the gallery. But the officer who had just struck the unassuming woman before him barely flinched. To him, she was just another face in the room, another figure to be dismissed with the force of his authority. What he didn't know, what he couldn't possibly have anticipated, was that she was no ordinary spectator. She was the judge, and in the next 4 minutes, his entire world would begin to collapse. Seaview had always worn its history like a shroud, nestled along the southern coast. It was a city of contradictions, towering skyscrapers beside crumbling tenements, pristine parks shadowed by unspoken divides. The city's police force, much like its streets, was split between those who believed in justice and those who bended to their will. Judge Eleanor Raleigh Caldwell knew this better than most. At 63, she carried herself with a quiet authority. Her steel gray hair always swept into a perfect twist, her gaze sharp enough to pierce through the lies people thought they could hide behind. She had spent her career navigating the tangled web of Seaview's legal system, first as a public defender, then as a prosecutor, and now as its most formidable judge. She had seen corruption fester in the ranks of the city's police force, had watched as officers like Captain Ross Keenan wielded their power like a weapon, believing themselves untouchable. But today, in a moment of unchecked arrogance, Keenan would make the mistake that shattered everything. It had started as a routine hearing. A young man, barely 17, was brought in on charges of vandalism. His public defender barely had time to open his folder before Keenan, a towering man with the air of someone used to getting his way, barked at the judge's clerk. "Let's get this over with. I've got better things to do." Judge Caldwell had just stepped inside. She wasn't wearing her robe yet, just her usual dark blazer. And for a fleeting moment, Keenan mistook her for a clerk. When she didn't move fast enough, when she didn't cower the way he was used to, his hand came up before he even thought about it. The slap landed clean across her cheek. The courtroom froze. Then, Caldwell straightened. Slowly, deliberately, the energy in the room shifted as realization dawned, spreading like wildfire across the stunned faces around them. Keenan's expression flickered between confusion and dawning horror. "Who the hell do you think you, Sergeant Keenan?" Caldwell interrupted, her voice a blade honed on decades of discipline. "Did you just strike a sitting judge in open court?" Keenan's jaw worked as he searched for a way out. "I didn't know. That's not what I asked." She cut him off. Yes or no? For the first time, Keenan seemed to sense the trap snapping shut around him. Yes, the air in the courtroom tightened, charged like the seconds before a storm breaks. The courtroom security cameras had caught everything. The bailiff, normally a statue of indifference, didn't move to protect Keenan. Instead, his hand rested near his holster, not as a threat, but as a statement. Judge Caldwell turned to her clerk. "Miss Hendricks, please enter into the record that Sergeant Keenan has just committed assault against a sitting judge in a courtroom full of witnesses and under active surveillance." The typing of the clerk's keyboard sounded deafening in the silence. Keenan scoffed, trying to regain control. "This is ridiculous. You're overreacting." "No, Sergeant," Caldwell said, stepping onto the bench. "For once, the right person is facing consequences." Within the hour, Internal Affairs had been contacted, By the end of the day, the chief of police's office had released a statement condemning the regrettable incident. But it was too late. Caldwell had seen to that. By the time she reached her chambers, she already had calls from journalists, civil rights attorneys, and a contact from the Attorney General's office. But there was something bigger here. Caldwell's gut told her this wasn't just about one man's arrogance. So she dug, and what she found was a web of corruption stretching deep into Seaview's justice system. Keenan wasn't just an officer with a history of excessive force, he was a protected asset. Prosecutors had buried evidence. Cases had been dismissed under mysterious circumstances, and body cam footage had vanished with alarming frequency. And the name that kept surfacing alongside Keenan's, District Attorney Daniel Harrow. The deeper she went, the more disturbing the pattern became. The police union funneled money into political campaigns, ensuring loyalty. Internal complaints against Keenan had been quietly settled. A journalist who had started investigating months ago found dead under suspicious circumstances. Caldwell knew she was making enemies. The SUV park outside her house late at night made that clear. The veiled threats from city officials confirmed it. But she had already lit the match. Now, she would see the fire burn. When Keenan was arrested, his silence was bought. But others, seeing the walls close in, started talking. Officers flipped. Prosecutors resigned. The mayor's office distanced itself. And when Caldwell took the stand at the judicial hearing, the room fell silent as she spoke. "We are not here because of one man's slap," she said, voice steady. "We are here because of what that slap revealed, a system built on fear, silence, and loyalty to power over truth." Keenan was sentenced. The Dow was forced to resign. The chief of police followed, and Caldwell. She handed in her own resignation, not in defeat, but in victory. "I lit a fire," she told reporters. "It is not for me to stand in its glow." Steve, you changed that year. Not overnight, not easily, but change came. The city learned that silence was complicity, that justice was only as strong as those willing to fight for it. And in a quiet office, overlooking the city, Judge Caldwell smiled. Because for the first time in a long time, the right people were afraid. And for the first time, justice was louder than fear. Inside the Los Angeles County Courthouse, tension filled the air as spectators watched a 19-year-old defendant, Yulin Dawson, face serious charges of grand theft auto and resisting arrest. To everyone's surprise, the judge, Walter Grayson, assumed Yulin was a clueless teen and mocked him, unaware that Yulin was far from an ordinary defendant. Judge Grayson, lounging in his chair, sneered at Yulin and said, "You think you're some kind of legal expert? This isn't a debate club, kid." The courtroom chuckled, including the bailiff, stenographer, and even the prosecutor, Mitchell Carrington. But Yulin remained calm, unflinching. While others were distracted by the judge's taunts, Yulin was quietly confident, ready to dismantle the case. Yulin's upbringing had prepared him for this moment. With a mother who worked as a paralegal for over 20 years, he grew up listening to legal stories and absorbing the ins and outs of the justice system. By 14, he could break down trials better than most law students. Little did Judge Grayson know, Yulin had spent years studying case law, mock trials, and legal strategies, all while others played video games. The prosecutor, Carrington, confidently laid out the case. Yulin had been caught driving a stolen Audi, and his fingerprints were found on the steering wheel. But Yulin, cool and collected, wasn't buying it. He knew there were cracks in the prosecution's story. The pivotal moment came when Yulin announced he would represent himself. The courtroom fell silent, and even the judge seemed amused at first. But then, Yulin began to dismantle the case with precision, asking key questions that exposed flaws in the evidence. Yulin pointed out that Officer Ruiz, who claimed to have seen him behind the wheel, was not even on duty during the chase. He requested the officer's GPS logs to verify his location, something the prosecution hesitated to challenge. Yulin then turned the focus to the fingerprints found in the car, offering a logical analogy. touching something in a store doesn't make you a thief. He explained that he had simply leaned against the car outside a 7-Eleven hours before it was reported stolen. Yulen revealed a statement from the car's owner, Raymond Whitaker, who had said the car was left running outside a gas station, and the real thief was a white kid, not Yulen. This key piece of evidence had been conveniently left out by the prosecution. Yulen's calm yet sharp presentation made it clear that the charges against him were built on faulty assumptions and biased police work. After Yulen's powerful arguments, Judge Grayson dismissed the case. The courtroom fell into stunned silence, and the tension that had hung in the air all but vanished. Yulen had not only proven his innocence, but had exposed the flaws in the justice system. As Yulen walked out of the courtroom, Judge Grayson called him back and, with a shift in tone, advised him to consider law school. Yulen smirked. He didn't need to consider it. He was already on his way. This case wasn't just about one teen outsmarting a prosecutor. It was about the flaws in the justice system and how people often get convicted not because of evidence, but because of biases and shortcuts. Yulen had the knowledge and the courage to fight back, but how many others didn't? Want to hear more stories like this? Like, share, and subscribe for more content that challenges the system and sheds light on the truth. Let's keep the conversation going. Meyer, a young black woman, had just finished her shift at work. After a long, exhausting day, all she wanted to do was grab a few essentials from the supermarket and head home to relax. It was a Saturday evening, and the parking lot was buzzing with people eager to finish their shopping and enjoy the weekend. As she drove through the lot, her mind was on the mundane task ahead, finding a parking space. The usual routine. But this Saturday, everything was about to change. She spotted an open space near the entrance of the store, and with a sense of relief, she carefully aligned her car between the lines. She had just parked when the screeching of tires jolted her attention. A white SUV sped into the space next to hers, stopping just inches away. The driver, a middle-aged white man, glared at her with what could only be described as anger. His face flushed with frustration. Without any words exchanged, he rolled down his window and pointed aggressively at Meyer. "That spot was mine," he spat, his tone sharp and unyielding. Meyer, taken aback by the sudden confrontation, tried to remain calm. She knew this could easily escalate, so she calmly explained, "Sorry, I didn't see anyone waiting here. This encounter is far too familiar. Many of us, especially those from marginalized communities, have experienced this sudden eruption of unwarranted aggression. What might seem like an ordinary parking dispute quickly turns into something much more personal, more dangerous." Meyer's attempt to remain calm is a clear reflection of the reality that many people of color face daily, striving to navigate through a world that often views them as less than or unworthy of respect. But it's also important to highlight the power dynamics at play. Meyer's first response, calm and collected, shows an understanding that she can't afford to escalate this situation further, something that people of privilege don't often have to consider when confronted with a similar issue. Instead of backing down, the man opens his door and storms toward Maya's car, blocking her way out. His eyes are filled with contempt and disdain. "Don't make excuses," he sneered, his voice dripping with superiority. "You people are always like this, pretending not to see anything, doing whatever you want." The words hung in the air like a heavy fog. Meyer could hear the coldness in his voice, the racist undertones that, despite being all too familiar, never failed to cut deep. She tried to stay composed, despite the sting of his words. "I'm sorry if you were waiting, but I didn't see anyone here," Maya said again, trying to explain herself. But her words had no impact. The man wasn't looking for a solution. He wasn't interested in hearing her out. Instead, he leaned in even closer, his presence suffocating. "You people never pay attention to anyone else, do you?" He sneered again. This scene is emblematic of the microaggressions that people of color often face. The way the man feels entitled to her space and his complete disregard for her humanity is a direct reflection of systemic racism. Maya's composure here is not just a sign of maturity, but an act of survival. As we analyze this, it becomes clear that racial tension, even in something as mundane as parking, is deeply embedded in everyday interactions. It's also crucial to recognize the weight of the term "you people." These words are not just an insult aimed at Meyer, but represent a broader, more insidious attack on an entire group of people. The phrase implies that there is something inherently wrong with who Meyer is based solely on her skin color and that she doesn't belong in the space she occupies. As the man loomed closer, Maya felt the intensity of the situation escalate. She could feel the weight of the crowd gathering around them, watching, judging. She glanced around, feeling trapped, yet she remained silent for a moment. The humiliation she was beginning to feel was amplified by the eyes of strangers, none of whom seemed willing to intervene. But then the man, with his finger jabbing toward her chest, crossed a line. "Who do you think you are, speaking to me like that?" he shouted, his voice laced with venom. "I'm sick and tired of your kind's arrogance. You people think you can do whatever you want?" Maya stood frozen, the sting of the words sharper than the physical space between them. But as the rage began to build inside her, something inside her snapped. This wasn't just a parking dispute, it was a display of dominance, of control, of entitlement. And Maya wasn't going to back down. This moment is crucial. It's when Maya begins to realize that the conflict has shifted from a simple misunderstanding to something far more insidious. It's not just about a parking space anymore. It's a question of respect, dignity, and belonging. Maya's response to this escalation, her inner struggle to maintain composure despite the increasing anger, is something that many people of color can relate to. In moments like these, the choice isn't about whether to react or not. It's about how to react in a way that doesn't feed into the narrative of aggression that society often associates with people of color. Maya's choice to stay composed is both a strategy for peace and a form of resistance. Maya was standing there, her heart racing. Every word the man spoke was an attack on her humanity, not just her parking skills. His tone, harsh and demeaning, only fueled the fire within her. She had tried to stay calm, tried to explain herself, but this man wasn't interested in understanding. He wanted to dominate. He wanted to control. The moment he stepped closer, fingers jabbed out at her chest, Maya's mind flashed with memories of other times she had been pushed to the edge. She had experienced moments like this before, small, often unspoken acts of disrespect and racism, but this time, something was different. She couldn't let it slide anymore. His words stung more than they should have. "Who do you think you are, speaking to me like that?" he continued, loud and accusatory. "You people are always so arrogant. You think you can just do whatever you want." This wasn't just a rude parking dispute anymore. This was about something deeper. The disrespect wasn't just aimed at Meyer, but at her very identity, at her existence in this space. This wasn't about a misunderstanding, it was about power. It was about control. And it was about the kind of prejudice that's so ingrained in society that people don't even realize they're perpetuating it. This escalation is a perfect example of how small, seemingly inconsequential actions can lead to moments of confrontation in which a marginalized person is expected to remain passive. It's exhausting to constantly carry the burden of having to remain composed while being constantly belittled, dismissed, or targeted because of one's race. For many people of color, moments like these are not isolated incidents. They are part of a much larger, ongoing pattern of dehumanization. Maya's initial restraint is a survival tactic. For many Black individuals, particularly women, there's a constant internal battle between how to react without falling into the stereotype of being angry or hostile. What's more chilling here is the fact that the man feels so entitled, so sure that his behavior will go unchallenged, that he moves closer to Meyer, invading her personal space without a hint of hesitation. This sense of entitlement is often deeply ingrained in people who hold racial privilege. Maya's breath was shallow, but she wasn't going to let him win. She could feel the anger rising within her, but she still tried to keep a hold on herself. But then, as if the situation couldn't get worse, it did. Out of nowhere, the man slapped her. The sharp sting of the slap echoed in her ears. The unexpected force caused her to stagger, her head snapping to the side. Maya stood still for a moment, her body frozen, trying to comprehend what had just happened. The physical pain was intense, but what hurt most was the sheer disrespect, the humiliation, the utter disregard for her humanity. She blinked hard, trying to fight back the tears, but there was no time to waste, no time to process. Before she could fully regain her balance, the man took a step back and sneered at her, his face twisted with a smug expression. It was clear that to him, this wasn't a mistake, it was a lesson he thought he was teaching her. This slap, a swift moment of physical violence, is a powerful symbol of the systemic abuse people of color often face. It's not just about one man's outburst. It's a manifestation of a culture that tolerates such actions. What's worse is the way he reacts afterward. Rather than showing any remorse or shock, he seems pleased, as though this was a moment of retribution that he was entitled to. It's important to reflect on how deeply ingrained racial animosity can shape the way some people respond to others, especially in situations where they feel threatened by someone of a different race or background. For Meyer, this moment is a brutal awakening. In many ways, her response is a reflection of the countless micro and macroaggressions she's endured throughout her life. The slap wasn't just physical violence, it was an insult to her dignity, to her place in the world. For a split second, Meyer was paralyzed by the shock of the assault. But then, a wave of anger and pride surged through her. This wasn't just about a parking spot. It wasn't just about him. This was about self-respect. Without thinking, Meyer raised her hand and slapped him back. It wasn't as hard, but it was enough to make him realize that she wasn't just going to take his abuse lying down. Maya's slap was not an act of revenge, it was a declaration. It was a message. She wasn't going to let him walk all over her. She wasn't going to let him define her or take away her dignity. In that moment, she realized that sometimes standing up for yourself isn't about being the bigger person, it's about showing the world that you deserve to exist and be respected in this space, just like everyone else. The man's eyes went wide in disbelief. He staggered back, stunned by her defiance. His face turned pale as he looked at his own cheek where Maya's slap had landed. For a brief moment, it seemed like the man was afraid not just of Meyer, but of the realization that someone had dared to stand up to him. Maya's response is a crucial turning point in the story. What we see here is not just a physical act of retaliation, but an emotional and psychological breakthrough. The slap is a reclaiming of power, a necessary act of resistance. In moments of injustice, it's important to understand that sometimes defending oneself doesn't always fit the mold of politeness or passivity that society often expects. Maya's choice to slap him back wasn't an angry outburst, it was an expression of her refusal to remain silent in the face of humiliation. What's important here is the man's reaction. He doesn't understand why Meyer would stand up for herself. For him, women like Meyer are meant to accept the slap and move on. His surprise at her boldness speaks volumes about his ignorance, his privilege, and his belief that he holds power over her. But the moment he's slapped back, he's forced to confront his own aggression and prejudice. As the confrontation unfolded, people began to notice. Some bystanders stopped, their eyes fixed on the altercation, some even pulling out their phones to record the scene. But despite the growing crowd, no one stepped in to help. Meyer, feeling isolated, glanced round. She could see the eyes of strangers watching her. She could feel the weight of their gazes, but no one moved to intervene. It was clear that the power dynamics at play here weren't just between Meyer and the man. They were also deeply embedded in the passive indifference of the onlookers. For many, this was just another moment to witness, another story to capture on their phones. For entertainment, no one was going to get involved. But Meyer wasn't looking for help from these strangers. She wasn't waiting for validation from them. She had already made her decision. The crowd's inaction highlights a common issue with bystander behavior. Too often, people stand on the sidelines, observing injustice unfold without intervening. This speaks to a larger societal problem where racial discrimination, aggression, and abuse are sometimes seen as acceptable or inevitable, leading to indifference in the face of cruelty. Maya's isolation in this moment is not just a physical one, but also a symbolic reflection of how people of color often face discrimination alone, without support from those who are in a position to act. What's even more frustrating is how social media and public spaces often reduce serious moments of injustice into something to be recorded and shared, without deeper consideration of the underlying issues. The crowd here, though physically present, remains emotionally distant. After the slap, Maya stood there, her mind still racing from the rush of emotions. She could feel the heat from the man's anger searing into her chest, but there was no time to process what had just happened. As she turned away from the confrontation, still in shock, she walked toward her car. But just as she reached it, her heart sank. Across the side of her car were deep, deliberate scratches. Someone had taken a sharp object and dragged it along the surface. Maya stood there for a moment, speechless, staring at the damage that had been done to something she had worked hard to afford. It wasn't just the car itself that hurt, it was the realization that this was retaliation. This was punishment. Maya's anger flared again. But it wasn't just because of the physical damage to her property, it was the emotional toll. The humiliation, the shame of being targeted for simply existing in a space that was supposed to be shared by all. The vandalism of Maya's car serves as both a symbolic and physical manifestation of the racism she is facing. The damage isn't just to the car, it's to her sense of safety, her sense of worth. In moments like this, property damage becomes a form of psychological warfare. It sends the message that you don't belong, that you're somehow less than others, and that retaliation against you is justified. For Maya, this act of vandalism adds to the emotional weight of the whole situation. It's no longer just about the slap, it's about the systematic degradation she faces. The fact that the man didn't even attempt to hide the vandalism shows his complete disregard for Maya's well-being. It's the kind of targeted attack that many people of color face daily, where their value is undermined, and the consequences of standing up for themselves are tangible and real. Maya stood there for a few moments, trying to process everything that had just happened. Her body trembled, not from fear, but from the deep frustration and helplessness that was now weighing down on her. The man's slurs, his slap, the damage to her car, it all seemed so senseless, so unjust. Despite the overwhelming urge to just walk away and pretend none of this happened, Maya knew she had to do something. She couldn't let him get away with this. Not now, not when she had been disrespected so deeply. Maya reached into her pocket and pulled out her phone. Her fingers shook as she dialed the police. The moment she spoke to the dispatcher, her voice was steady, but with a quiet determination that only comes from the knowledge that justice is a right, not a privilege. "I've been attacked, and my property's been damaged," she said calmly. "I need to report a racist assault." Maya's decision to call the police is one of the few acts of control she has in this situation. In the face of such blatant aggression, many people of color often feel torn about involving law enforcement. There is a deep history of mistrust between marginalized communities and the police, but Maya makes the choice to take action. This moment is about asserting that, despite everything, she deserves the protection and support that anyone else would receive in a similar situation. It's a stand for her dignity, for her right to live in a world where she can demand accountability for her abusers. What's striking here is how Maya doesn't hesitate to call the police, even though she's fully aware of how easily this situation could be twisted in the man's favor. Her calm, measured response in the face of crisis shows an incredible strength, the strength many are forced to develop when constantly faced with systemic injustice. It wasn't long before the sound of sirens filled the air. Two police cars pulled up to the parking lot, their blue lights flashing in the dimming evening. The officers quickly stepped out of the car, their presence providing a small sense of relief to Meyer. For a moment, she felt like she wasn't alone anymore. She quickly approached them, recounting everything that had happened, how the man had aggressively approached her, the slurs, the slap, and now the vandalism to her car. As she spoke, she could feel the weight of her words. This wasn't just a minor parking dispute. This was about her being violated, humiliated, and targeted because of her race. The officers listened intently, nodding as Meyer explained the details of the incident. They asked her to show them the damage to her car, and Maya pointed out the deep scratches that marred the paint. One of the officers then walked over to the white SUV, where the man still sat, watching the scene unfold with a smug look on his face. The arrival of the police brings a sense of urgency to the situation, but it also introduces an element of uncertainty. For many people of color, the relationship with law enforcement is complicated. There's the fear that the police might side with the aggressor, or worse, escalate the situation. But in this case, the officers seem to understand the gravity of the situation, and Meyer can only hope that they will truly listen to her and take action. Maya's calm recounting of events is important to note. It's not an emotional outburst, but a factual presentation of what occurred. She's not just trying to be heard, she's ensuring that the details are clear, that the evidence is documented. She's making sure the police can't overlook the injustice that's taken place. This is a crucial moment of empowerment for Meyer. She's taking control of the narrative and ensuring that her story doesn't get twisted. The man was far from cooperative. As soon as the officer approached his vehicle, he started yelling, "She's lying. I didn't do anything. I was just trying to park." His voice was filled with venom, attempting to shift the blame onto Maya, to paint her as the aggressor. But the officers weren't swayed by his outbursts. They listened to him, but their demeanor was firm. One officer stood by while the other began to take a statement from Meyer. As he spoke to the man, it became clear that he was trying to twist the situation, playing the role of the victim. The man's attempt to lie and frame Meyer as the aggressor is a tactic that many abusers or racists use when they find themselves caught in the act. They attempt to discredit the victim and spin the story in a way that paints them as the one who's been wronged. It's a classic defense mechanism used by those who feel entitled to act in any way they please, without facing consequences. Maya's calm and steady demeanor in the face of these lies is a testament to her resolve. She knows that the truth is on her side. She's not just fighting for herself in this moment, she's fighting for the dignity of all those who have been silenced by similar circumstances. The officers eventually left to confer with one another. When they returned, they asked Meyer if she wanted to file a formal complaint. Without hesitation, she nodded. "Yes," she said firmly, "I want to press charges." The man's aggressive behavior, the damage to her car, the racist slurs, all of it needed to be addressed. Meyer wasn't about to let this slide. She wanted justice, not just for herself, but for everyone who had ever been put in a similar position. Maya's decision to press charges is a significant one. It's an act of courage, but it's also an act of responsibility. She understands that by standing up and demanding justice, she's setting a precedent. She's sending a message that behavior like this cannot go unchecked. By pressing charges, Meyer is ensuring that her abuser will have to face the consequences of his actions. This is not just about her, it's about standing up for all those who don't have the platform or support to do the same. This moment is a powerful reflection of how individuals can create change, even in the face of overwhelming opposition. Maya's bravery isn't just about her confrontation, it's about fighting for a world where people can exist in public spaces without fear of harassment or violence because of their race. As the police took the man into custody, Meyer stood there in the parking lot, feeling a strange mix of exhaustion and determination. The man had been arrested, but this was only the beginning of what would likely be a long and challenging journey. Maya knew that the legal system was far from perfect, and that the man might still try to twist the story in his favor. The process was far from over, But for the first time that day, she felt a sense of relief. She had taken a stand, and now she was going to see it through. Maya spent the next few hours at the police station, giving her full statement, carefully recounting the events that had led to the altercation. Her hands trembled slightly as she signed the documents, but her resolve remained unshaken. She wasn't going to let this man or anyone else diminish her. She wasn't going to let him manipulate the truth or escape the consequences of his actions. The act of giving a statement to the police and formally filing charges is a process that requires tremendous strength. It's not just about recounting the events, it's about making the decision to place yourself in a vulnerable position, to relive the trauma in hopes of securing justice. Maya's unwavering commitment to pushing through despite the emotional toll reflects the broader fight that many people of color face in a justice system that has often failed them. The reality for many marginalized individuals is that the legal system can be an intimidating place. It's not always about truth and fairness, but often about power dynamics. Maya's courage in standing firm, even after the arrest, shows her determination to hold her ground and fight for what's right. As Maya left the police station that evening, she knew the battle wasn't over. The man, even though in custody, had already begun to spin his version of events. He was likely going to play the role of the victim, how he had been provoked, how he had simply defended himself, and how he hadn't meant to hurt anyone. His lies would paint a picture of him as an innocent bystander who had been unjustly attacked by an angry woman. Maya's heart sank as she thought about the possibility that the police, despite the evidence, might not fully believe her. She could already imagine the defense twisting the narrative, casting her as the aggressor, turning the blame back onto her. In these moments, it often feels like the person who has been wronged has to prove their innocence, while the person who is guilty gets to manipulate the situation to their advantage. This is the painful reality of many legal battles for people of color, particularly Black individuals. The burden of proof often falls unfairly on the victim, and they must not only recount their experience, but also navigate the intricacies of a justice system that has a long history of bias. Maya's fear of being disbelieved or having her actions twisted is not unfounded. It speaks to the deeply ingrained prejudices that often cloud judgment in legal proceedings. What's also important here is the concept of respectability politics that Maya faces. She can't just be angry. She has to remain composed and articulate to be seen as credible. This is a burden many marginalized people carry, having to constantly prove their worthiness to be treated with fairness and dignity. The days that followed were filled with phone calls, paperwork, and meetings with her lawyer. Maya was preparing for what would likely be a long and difficult trial. The man, with his entitlement and arrogance, would probably fight tooth and nail to avoid facing the consequences of his actions. He had a story to tell, one that would make him look like the victim, and Maya knew that the coming days would be filled with a lot of emotional turmoil. Her lawyer, a sharp, determined woman named Ava Hayes, helped guide Maya through the legal process. Together, they carefully reviewed the evidence, the police report, the surveillance footage from the parking lot, and the damage to Maya's car. Ava reassured her that they had a strong case, but Maya knew that a strong case didn't always guarantee a fair outcome. Still, Maya was ready. She had already faced so much, and now she wasn't going to back down. Preparing for a trial is an exhausting and emotionally draining process, especially when the stakes are so high. Maya's decision to continue pursuing the case is a testament to her strength and determination. It's easy to feel powerless when the person who wronged you has the resources and the privilege to fight back. But Maya's resolve is unwavering. She's fighting not just for her own dignity, but for others who have been wronged in similar ways. Ava's role in this process is also significant. The guidance of a strong and capable attorney can make all the difference in a case like this, where bias and racial discrimination can often cloud the legal process. Ava's commitment to Maya's case highlights the importance of having advocates who believe in the cause and are dedicated to achieving justice. Finally, the day of the trial arrived. Meyer walked into the courtroom with a quiet sense of determination. Her hands were clammy, but she had already made up her mind. This wasn't just about one incident in a parking lot. This was about standing up for herself, for her community, and for every person who had ever been treated unfairly because of their race. The courtroom was packed, and the tension was palpable. The man, now facing charges of assault and property damage, sat across the room, his face still cold and defiant. He had a defense attorney by his side, but Maya didn't look at him. She wasn't concerned with his lies. She was focused on telling her truth. Maya's lawyer, Ava Hayes, began the proceedings with a calm, measured opening statement. She laid out the facts of the case, emphasizing that this wasn't just a simple dispute over a parking space. It was an act of racial aggression, a targeted assault against Meyer simply because of the color of her skin. Maya's bravery in this moment is awe-inspiring. Walking into that courtroom, knowing the challenges ahead, is something few people would be able to do with the same level of courage. But Meyer is driven by the knowledge that her fight is about more than just her personal pain. It's about confronting the racial injustice that pervades so many aspects of society. The defense attorney's role here is telling. It's often in these moments of high stakes that the true nature of prejudice comes to light. The defense attorney's attempt to sympathize with the aggressor speaks volumes about how systemic biases can be reinforced in legal proceedings. The goal of a trial should be to pursue justice, not to protect the powerful at the expense of the vulnerable. The courtroom was silent as the trial began. Maya sat in the witness stand, her back straight, her gaze focused ahead. She had been through so much already: physically assaulted, emotionally drained, and now she was fighting for justice. The tension in the room was palpable as both sides prepared to make their case. Ava Hayes, her attorney, rose first to present the opening statement. With the calmness of someone who had been through many trials, she began by stating the key facts of the case. The man had approached Meyer with aggression over a trivial parking spot, using racial slurs and insults to demean her, and then physically assaulted her. The evidence was clear, from the police report to the surveillance footage and the damage to Maya's car. The defendant is not here today simply because of a parking dispute, Ava said, her voice steady and authoritative. He is here because of his racial animus, which manifested in an unprovoked attack on my client. Ava's words were met with a few murmurs in the courtroom. It was clear that this wasn't just a case of a simple altercation. It was a deeply rooted issue of racism and entitlement. The opening statement is crucial in any trial. It sets the tone for the entire case. Ava's focus on the racial aspect of the case is particularly significant. It's not just about a parking spot or a slap, it's about a larger societal issue. Ava's approach is a reminder that legal battles are not always just about facts. They are about narratives, about what the court decides to recognize as truth. By framing the case as one of racial aggression, Ava ensures that the jury understands the gravity of the situation beyond the surface-level dispute. What's also important here is the moment of emotional clarity that Meyer must have felt. Sitting in that courtroom, her lawyer speaking for her, Maya had to know that this wasn't just her fight anymore. This was bigger than her. It was about confronting a pervasive issue in society, one that so many have faced and continue to face in silence. The defense attorney, a well-groomed, middle-aged man, stood up next. His opening statement was slick, almost rehearsed, and he tried to appeal to the jury's emotions. "What we have here is a misunderstanding," he began. The defendant was simply trying to park his car. He was under stress and made an unfortunate reaction. He didn't intend to hurt anyone. The defense attorney painted the defendant as a man overwhelmed by life's pressures, trying to defuse the argument with the claim that Maya had provoked him. He even suggested that Maya's slapback could be seen as aggression, turning the tables on the situation. He acted out of frustration. The defense attorney continued. He never intended for things to escalate this far. The defense attorney's argument is a textbook example of how abusers And racists often try to escape accountability by portraying the defendant as the victim of stress and frustration. The defense tries to reduce his actions to a simple mistake, a momentary lapse of judgment. This is a common tactic used to dehumanize the victim and paint the aggressor as someone who's just like everyone else when they've made a mistake. But this is where the law gets tricky for many marginalized individuals. People of color often have to prove not only that they've been wronged, but that the aggressor's actions were intentional and not simply a mistake. The defense attorneys attempt to minimize the defendant's actions by framing him as just a man having a bad day reveals the deeply entrenched bias in how society handles racial aggression. Meyer is forced to carry the weight of not only being the victim, but also justifying her right to defend herself. The prosecution called for the presentation of evidence. The first piece shown was the surveillance footage from the parking lot. As the video played on the large screen, the courtroom fell silent. The footage clearly showed the man approaching Maya's car aggressively, his gestures and words full of anger. You could see him roll down the window, shout at Maya, and then step out of his vehicle to block her way. The footage also captured the moment he slapped Meyer. The impact was clear, the force of it making her head snap to the side. Maya's reaction was immediate. She stood still for a moment, dazed. But then she responded. The video showed Maya slapping him back, her actions a clear, measured reaction to his assault. When the footage ended, there was an audible gasp from the jury. Maya had sat through this moment before, but seeing it on the big screen, with the jury watching closely, made the reality of what had happened so much clearer. The footage was irrefutable. The man had acted out of aggression, not out of stress or a bad day. The surveillance footage is a pivotal moment in the trial. It's a visual representation of the truth, and it leaves no room for the defense's narrative to stand. In an era where everything is often reduced to he said, she said, the footage gives concrete evidence of what occurred. This moment also underscores the power of video and the role that technology can play in covering injustice. For Meyer, this moment might have been surreal. Seeing the events of that day projected for everyone to witness must have brought a mix of emotions: relief, vindication, but also a reminder of the trauma she endured. What's important here is that the evidence is undeniable. The video doesn't lie. The man's behavior is captured in all its aggression, and Meyer's slapback is a natural response to being physically attacked. Next, it was Maya's turn to take the stand. She stood up, walking with steady determination toward the witness chair. The weight of the moment was not lost on her. She knew that what she said here could make or break the case. As she sat down, the room fell into a hush. Her heart raced, but she focused on the task at hand. She wasn't here to just relive the pain. She was here to fight for justice. Her voice, though shaking slightly, remained strong as she recounted the events. She spoke of the man's aggressive approach, the racial slurs, the slap, and the emotional toll it had taken on her. She explained that she hadn't wanted any trouble. She had simply been trying to park her car. But when the man attacked her, she felt she had no choice but to defend herself. When she finished her testimony, the courtroom was still. Maya had told her story with a clarity that left no room for doubt. She wasn't just speaking for herself, she was speaking for everyone who had ever been treated unjustly, for everyone who had been made to feel less than, simply because of the color of their skin. Meyer's testimony is not just about recounting the facts of the case, it's about her reclaiming her voice. For so long, people of color have been silenced, their voices ignored or dismissed when they speak out against injustice. Maya's decision to take the stand and share her truth is an act of immense courage. She is putting herself in a vulnerable position, knowing the weight of her words, but she is doing it with grace and dignity. This moment is also a reflection of the emotional labor many Black individuals face when they are forced to recount traumatic events. It's one thing to experience racism, but it's another to have to relive it in front of a jury, hoping that they will see the truth. Maya's ability to remain composed and focused is a testament to her resilience and determination. As Maya's testimony concluded, the tension in the courtroom shifted. The defense had one final chance to sway the jury, and they seized it with full force. The defense attorney stood, adjusting his suit jacket as he turned to face the jury. "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury," he began, his voice smooth, but tinged with frustration. "We've heard a lot of emotions today. We've seen videos. We've heard testimony. But let's not forget that this was all a misunderstanding, a moment where emotions ran high, and people said and did things they didn't mean." He turned toward Meyer, his gaze narrowing. Meyer is a woman who retaliated in a way that escalated the situation. She could have walked away, but instead, she chose to slap my client back. This was a simple parking dispute, nothing more. He paused for a moment, letting his words settle in the room. "Is that the kind of behavior we want to reward? A woman who, when confronted, chose to escalate instead of diffuse the situation. I ask you to consider the possibility that my client didn't deserve to be punished for simply defending himself." In this moment, the defense attorney is attempting to capitalize on the inherent biases in the system. His tactic is a classic one. He tries to reframe the narrative to present Meyer as the aggressor by framing the incident as just a parking dispute and focusing on her slap. He attempts to shift the blame from the defendant to the victim. This tactic is all too familiar in cases where the victim is a person of color, shifting the narrative from a clear instance of racial aggression to a story of mutual conflict. What's most chilling here, the way the defense attempts to undermine Meyer's response, turning it into something that should be judged as escalatory rather than a natural defense. In his eyes, it seems that Meyer should have quietly endured the abuse. This reveals a critical flaw in how incidents of racial aggression are often dismissed or minimized by those who hold power and privilege. Ava Hayes, Meyer's attorney, rose quickly to respond. She was calm but resolute as she addressed the jury, her voice unwavering. "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my opponent would like you to believe that this is simply about a misunderstanding over a parking spot. But let's not allow ourselves to be distracted by this misguided defense. What we have here is an attack on a woman, an attack motivated not by some random act of frustration, but by racial animus." She took a step forward, her gaze intense and direct. Meyer didn't escalate the situation. She responded. She didn't instigate anything. The defendant approached her with aggression. He insulted her. He slapped her first. And when she defended herself, he tried to play the victim. Ava turned toward the jury, ensuring they understood the gravity of what had been said. This case is not about whether Meyer should have done something differently. It's about holding someone accountable for their actions. It's about sending a message that racism will not be tolerated and that people like the defendant must face the consequences of their actions. Ava's rebuttal is a powerful moment in the trial. It's a direct response to the defense's attempt to downplay the severity of the situation by drawing a clear line between the defendant's actions and Meyer's self-defense. Ava dismantles the defense's narrative. Her argument also underscores a larger, more systemic issue: the tendency to excuse or minimize acts of racial aggression. The way Ava frames the case is crucial. She isn't just talking about a physical slap. She's talking about the emotional and psychological harm caused by racial insults, the entitlement that the defendant felt by approaching Meyer with such aggression, and the need for accountability. This argument puts the responsibility where it belongs with the defendant and makes it clear that actions driven by racial prejudice cannot be justified by flimsy excuses. As the closing statements were made, the jury was instructed to deliberate. Meyer sat in the courtroom, her body tense, her mind replaying every moment of the trial. She had done everything she could, but now the outcome was out of her hands. The room felt heavy with the weight of uncertainty as the jury filed out to deliberate. Meyer could only sit there in silence, surrounded by the tension of what was to come. Her mind drifted back to the day in the parking lot, to the racist words, the slap, and the humiliation. Everything she had fought for had led her here. She had stood up for herself, for her dignity, and for justice. But would the jury see it the same way? Outside, the sun had begun to set, casting long shadows across the courthouse steps. Meyer knew that the road ahead was long, and no matter the outcome, there would be more battles to fight. But for now, she was waiting for the truth to be recognized. This moment of waiting is one of the most intense parts of any trial. Maya has done everything right. She's presented her case, told her story, and fought for justice. But in the end, it's out of her hands. The outcome of this trial will speak volumes about the system, whether it values truth, equality, and accountability, or whether it will once again side with the powerful. This is also a reflection of the emotional toll that victims of racial aggression often endure. The trial, though an opportunity for justice, also serves as a reminder of the trauma that continues to linger. Maya's strength in this moment is undeniable, but it's clear that the process has taken its toll. The emotional exhaustion of navigating this fight for justice is a burden that far too many have to carry. Hours passed. Finally, the jury returned to the courtroom, and the air was thick with anticipation. Maya's heart raced in her chest as she waited for the verdict. The courtroom was still as the jury 4% stood and addressed the judge. "We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of assault and property damage," the 4% declared. Maya's breath caught in her throat. The words she had hoped for were finally spoken. The man who had attacked her, who had tried to diminish her, was going to be held accountable. The weight of the moment hit her all at once: relief, vindication, and even a sense of peace. But the reality was that this victory wasn't just for her. It was for all those who had faced similar injustices and remained silent. This was a small step toward a larger change. Maya had won, but the fight for true justice was far from over. The moment of the verdict is one of catharsis and emotional release. For Maya, the guilty verdict is the culmination of everything she has fought for: her dignity, her voice, and her rights. But it's also a bittersweet victory. The fact that she had to go through this much to receive justice speaks to the larger problem in society. Maya's victory is a triumph, but it's not the end of the story. It's a step toward accountability. But much work remains to be done. The fact that this verdict was reached also highlights how far we've come and how much further we still need to go. Justice doesn't always come easily, and it often comes at a cost. For Maya, this was a victory. But it wasn't just about winning in court. It was about taking a stand and showing that racial aggression and violence will not be tolerated. This victory is hers, and it belongs to everyone who has fought against prejudice and discrimination. After the trial, Maya took a moment to herself. She stood outside the courthouse, the weight of the day settling over her. It was over for now. The man was guilty, and Maya had stood up for herself and her dignity. But she knew this was just one chapter in a much larger fight. There would always be more work to do, more stories to tell, and more battles to fight. Maya's victory wasn't just a personal one. It was a testament to the power of standing up for what is right, no matter the cost. It was a reminder that we all have the power to challenge injustice, to fight for what is fair, and to demand respect and equality. And though the road ahead would be long, Maya walked forward with strength, knowing that her story, her voice, could help make the world just a little bit better. This final reflection is important because it underscores the ongoing nature of the fight for justice. Even after Maya's personal victory, the work is unfinished. The system is imperfect, and the struggles of marginalized people are far from over. But Maya's story shows that change is possible. She didn't just seek justice for herself, she sought it for everyone who has been wronged. Her fight continues, and so does the fight for equality and fairness. The end of Maya's story is not the end of the fight. It's just the beginning of a new chapter, a chapter where people are no longer willing to stay silent in the face of injustice. The days following the trial were a whirlwind of emotions for Maya. The guilty verdict had given her a sense of justice, but as she sat alone in her apartment, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. Yes, the man was held accountable for his actions, but the deep-rooted issues of racism, prejudice, and inequality were far from over. Maya spent time reflecting on the emotional journey she had been on, how her life had been forever changed in that parking lot. She had started as a young woman just trying to go about her day, only to find herself the target of someone's hatred. That incident had shaken her to the core. But it also ignited something inside her, a fire to fight back, to stand up, not just for herself, but for everyone who had been silenced, oppressed, or ignored. The quiet moments at home allowed her to process the enormity of what she had just been through, but they also gave her the clarity to see the bigger picture. Maya had fought for justice in one moment, but there were many more to come. The battle was not over. If anything, it had just begun. Maya's reflection in this moment highlights the emotional aftermath of a traumatic event. While a legal victory can bring a sense of closure, it doesn't erase the deeper emotional scars or the long-term effects of racial aggression. The emotional complexity of Maya's experience is something many people of color can relate to, the sense of victory mixed with the realization that systemic change is still desperately needed. For Maya, the legal victory is only a small piece of the puzzle. It's a symbol of what can happen when someone stands up for themselves. But it's not the end of the story. This moment is an opportunity for Maya to acknowledge both her personal growth and the broader societal issues that still need to be addressed. Maya's victory was not just about her own healing. It had a ripple effect on those around her. She started to see the power of her story, how sharing it could inspire others to find their own voices. The people in her community began to reach out to her, telling her how her strength had inspired them to take action in their own lives. She realized that this was the beginning of something bigger. The fight for justice wasn't just about winning a case in court, it was about changing the mindset of a society that often tolerated such aggression. It was about raising awareness, fostering empathy, and creating a world where people didn't have to live in fear of being attacked for the color of their skin. Maya knew that this wasn't something she could do alone. She began to seek out other activists, joining organizations that work to combat racism, promote racial equality, and provide support for people who had experienced similar injustices. Through this, she found a new sense of purpose. Maya's journey toward activism is an important turning point. It highlights how individual victories can become part of a larger movement for change. Her decision to take her story and use it as a tool for awareness and advocacy reflects the growing recognition that personal experiences are not isolated. They are part of a much larger cultural issue that needs to be addressed on a systemic level. Maya's path into activism also speaks to the power of community. She recognizes that change doesn't happen in isolation. It happens when people come together, share their stories, and take collective action. Her story, once a painful and personal experience, now serves as a rallying cry for others to stand up for justice. As Maya became more involved in activism, her story began to gain attention. News outlets, social media platforms, and community organizations began to feature her as a symbol of resilience and courage. She was invited to speak at rallies, participate in panel discussions, and share her experiences in interviews. But with this newfound attention came scrutiny. While many people praised her for her bravery, there were also those who criticized her for making a big deal of a small incident. The backlash was expected, but it still stung. People who didn't understand the larger context of racial discrimination often dismissed her experience as an isolated event. They didn't see the systemic issues that allowed such an encounter to happen in the first place. Despite this, Maya remained undeterred. She used the platform she had gained to continue speaking out against racism and inequality. Her story wasn't just her own anymore, it was the story of countless others who had faced similar challenges, and she would not let their voices be silenced. Maya's rise to public prominence demonstrates the mixed blessings of becoming a public figure in the fight for justice. While media attention can amplify a message, it can also bring undue pressure and criticism. This aspect of Maya's journey reflects the complicated relationship activists often have with the media and public opinion. On one hand, their platform can bring awareness and inspire change, but on the other, it can expose them to unwanted scrutiny and backlash from those who are uncomfortable with the issues they are raising. Maya's determination to continue speaking out, despite the criticism, is a testament to her resilience. It also underscores a larger point. The fight for racial equality is rarely easy or universally accepted. It requires constant advocacy, even when faced with those who try to dismiss or invalidate the experiences of marginalized people. One day, after a speaking event, a young woman approached Meyer. Her voice was filled with emotion as she thanked Meyer for sharing her story. "I was in a situation just like yours a few years ago," the woman said, her eyes brimming with tears. "But I never spoke up. I didn't think anyone would listen. But now, hearing you, I feel like I can finally find the strength to stand up for myself." Maya felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. This was why she had kept fighting. This was why her voice mattered. It wasn't just about her, it was about the countless others who felt silenced, who felt afraid to speak out because they didn't think anyone would believe them. In that moment, Meyer understood the true power of her journey. She had made a difference in someone else's life, just as others had done for her along the way. This moment of connection highlights the impact that sharing one's story can have on others. When Maya chose to stand up, she not only empowered herself, but also gave others the courage to do the same. The importance of this exchange cannot be understated by speaking out. Meyer became part of a larger network of individuals working to create change. Her story, though painful, had the potential to help others heal and find their own voices in the fight for justice. This is the ripple effect of activism. When one person speaks out, they empower others to do the same. It shows that the journey toward justice is not a solitary one. It's a collective effort that is strengthened by solidarity and mutual support. Months passed, and Maya's journey continued. She remained active in the fight for racial equality, speaking at rallies, writing articles, and working with various organizations to combat prejudice in all its forms. But no matter how much progress she made, she knew that the fight was ongoing. Maya's story had been one of strength, resilience, and victory, but she knew that many others were still facing the same struggles. The fight for racial justice didn't stop with her. It would continue long after the spotlight had moved on. She was determined to keep pushing forward, knowing that change didn't happen overnight. It took years of work, decades of activism, and a collective effort from people across the world. Maya's continued activism is a reminder that the fight for justice is never truly over. Even after personal victories, the larger battle continues. The systemic issues of racism and inequality require ongoing effort and vigilance. Maya's resolve to keep fighting for what is right, even after her personal journey had reached a significant turning point, highlights the long-term commitment required to bring about meaningful change. Her journey is not an isolated incident, but part of a broader movement for racial justice that will continue to evolve as society faces new challenges. Maya's story serves as an inspiration not only for those who experience racial aggression, but also for those who seek to stand in solidarity and demand justice for all. Maya's journey was a difficult one, filled with emotional highs and lows, moments of fear and courage, and a fight for justice that she could not have anticipated when she first parked her car that fateful day. But through it all, she emerged stronger and more determined to create a better world. Her story is a testament to the power of standing up for oneself and for others, and to the importance of fighting for justice. Even when the road ahead seems long and uncertain, Maya's victory was not just her own, it was a victory for all those who have been silenced, for all those who have faced racial discrimination and injustice. And as she continues her work, Maya knows that her fight is part of a larger movement, one that will carry on for generations to come. She remains hopeful, knowing that even small victories can lead to monumental change, and that together, we can build a world where justice, equality, and respect for all people prevail. Maya's journey isn't just a story of one woman standing up against one man. It's a reminder that every act of resistance, every fight for justice, is a crucial step toward a more just and equitable world. The fight for racial equality is ongoing, but as Maya has shown, change begins with each individual who dares to speak out and demand what is right. And in the end, that is the true power of a story. Its ability to inspire, to empower, and to create a lasting impact. Have you ever looked out the window and seen something that completely changes the way you see the world? Imagine you're driving down a busy street, lost in your own thoughts, when suddenly, something stops you in your tracks, someone you thought was lost forever. That's exactly what happened to Shaquille O'Neal, a basketball legend. And it wasn't just a casual glance, it was a life-altering moment. What was once a mentor-student relationship would soon turn into an unforgettable act of kindness that left the world questioning how we treat those who once gave everything to help us. Shaq's eyes lock on an elderly woman sitting on the cold, unforgiving sidewalk of Los Angeles Skid Row. A part of him recoils. She's alone, frail, and wrapped in a worn-out blanket. It doesn't just stop at the sight, it's the familiarity that haunts him. But why? Could it really be her? Mrs. Henderson, his beloved elementary school teacher, the woman who had once changed the trajectory of his life. Shaq's heart races as he sits in his plush SUV, the warmth and luxury of his ride offering no comfort. He's overcome with confusion, anger, and an undeniable pull to do something. As a kid, Shaq had been insecure, unsure of himself. Mrs. Henderson had been the one who saw potential where he only saw limitations. Her kindness had ignited a spark within him, a belief that maybe, just maybe, he could be more than what others had told him he would be. Yet here she is now, abandoned by her own family, left in a city that devours the weak, the forgotten. He could drive away, continue with his day, and let the world move on as it always does. But that woman, the one who had lifted him when he was too young to understand the power of kindness, was now crushed by the weight of her own abandonment. How could he ignore that? As he watches Mrs. Henderson, the image of his once proud teacher shaking in the bitter wind, Shaq's anger swells. How had society allowed this to happen? How could her own children have forgotten her? He remembers her to sense her pride and joy. He'd heard stories of how she worked tirelessly, spent her meager salary, and sacrificed her own needs for them. Yet, here she was, a symbol of love and devotion, left to die alone on the streets. Shaq couldn't comprehend it, and he wouldn't let it go. He pulls the car over. The red light is irrelevant now. His former teacher needs him, and he can't just stand by. It's easy to look away when we see someone struggling. We've all done it, maybe not with the same intensity, but we've all walked past someone in need and convinced ourselves that someone else will step in. But what if no one does? What if that person is someone who shaped your life? Someone who helped you believe in yourself when the world was telling you otherwise? Can we really afford to ignore them? Shaq didn't just step up because Mrs. Henderson was once his teacher. He saw the injustice, the sheer neglect of someone who had given so much. But let's be real for a second. How many people are abandoned by their own families and left to survive in a cruel world? How many elderly people, teachers, and mentors find themselves forgotten when their usefulness to others fades? When Shaq finally approaches Mrs. Henderson, the woman who had once believed in him, their reunion is bittersweet. She's shocked, ashamed, and unsure if she even deserves his help. But Shaq knows better. He tells her, "You're not a burden, you never were." He insists on helping her, not out of pity, but because she deserves so much more than the cold, heartless world she's been abandoned in. Imagine you're a teacher, spending your life shaping young minds, nurturing talent, and providing guidance. Your work isn't measured in paychecks or material rewards, it's measured in the growth of your students. And then, one day, you're left behind, forgotten. But what happens when one of your students, someone you believed in, decides to give back? Shaq's commitment to Mrs. Henderson wasn't just about getting her off the streets. It was about restoring her sense of purpose and dignity. It was about reminding her and the world that teachers are not disposable. They are the ones who mold the future, and they deserve to live with the respect they've earned. As Shaq took action, from helping her with medical care to ensuring she regained her identity, he showed that even someone as powerful as him can't erase the need for compassion. His influence was the spark, but it was Mrs. Henderson's resilience that carried her through. Shaq's help didn't stop there. Over time, Mrs. Henderson's health improved. Her sense of self returned, and she was invited back to teaching a job she loved, but thought was long behind her. Watching her step into that classroom again, a woman who had once been lost in the shadows of Skid Row, now standing tall with a purpose, was a powerful reminder of what kindness can do. And it wasn't just her life that changed. Shaq learned that acts of kindness, no matter how small, can ripple through the world, changing lives in ways we can't always see. Helping Mrs. Henderson gave him something money and fame never could: a sense of fulfillment and purpose. The greatest lesson he ever learned wasn't from a basketball coach or business mogul, it was from a teacher who had never given up on him. The story of Shaq and Mrs. Henderson is more than just a heartwarming reunion, it's a call to action. It reminds us that no one is too small to make a difference. If a former NBA star can take the time to help someone who once helped him, what's stopping the rest of us from doing the same? We all have the power to change someone's life. It doesn't take money, fame, or power, it just takes kindness. Have you ever looked out the window and seen something that completely changes the way you see the world? Imagine you're driving down a busy street, lost in your own thoughts, when suddenly, something stops you in your tracks, someone you thought was lost forever. That's exactly what happened to Shaquille O'Neal, a basketball legend. And it wasn't just a casual glance, it was a life-altering moment. What was once a mentor-student relationship would soon turn into an unforgettable act of kindness that left the world questioning how we treat those who once gave everything to help us. Shaq's eyes lock on an elderly woman sitting on the cold, unforgiving sidewalk of Los Angeles Skid Row. A part of him recoils. She's alone, frail, and wrapped in a worn-out blanket. It doesn't just stop at the sight, it's the familiarity that haunts him. But why? Could it really be her? Mrs. Henderson, his beloved elementary school teacher, the woman who had once changed the trajectory of his life. Shaq's heart races as he sits in his plush SUV, the warmth and luxury of his ride offering no comfort. He's overcome with confusion, anger, and an undeniable pull to do something. As a kid, Shaq had been insecure, unsure of himself. Mrs. Henderson had been the one who saw potential where he only saw limitations. Her kindness had ignited a spark within him, her belief that maybe, just maybe, he could be more than what others had told him he would be. Yet here she is now, abandoned by her own family, left in a city that devours the weak, the forgotten. He could drive away, continue with his day, and let the world move on as it always does. But that woman, the one who had lifted him when he was too young to understand the power of kindness, was now crushed by the weight of her own abandonment. How could he ignore that? As he watches Mrs. Henderson, the image of his once proud teacher shaking in the bitter wind, Shaq's anger swells. How had society allowed this to happen? How could her own children have forgotten her? He remembers her to sense her pride and joy. He'd heard stories of how she worked tirelessly, spent her meager salary, and sacrificed her own needs for them. Yet, here she was, a symbol of love and devotion, left to die alone on the streets. Shaq couldn't comprehend it, and he wouldn't let it go. He pulls the car over. The red light is irrelevant now. His former teacher needs him, and he can't just stand by. It's easy to look away when we see someone struggling. We've all done it, maybe not with the same intensity, but we've all walked past someone in need and convinced ourselves that someone else will step in. But what if no one does? What if that person is someone who shaped your life? Someone who helped you believe in yourself when the world was telling you otherwise? Can we really afford to ignore them? Shaq didn't just step up because Mrs. Henderson was once his teacher. He saw the injustice, the sheer neglect of someone who had given so much. But let's be real for a second. How many people are abandoned by their own families and left to survive in a cruel world? How many elderly people, teachers, and mentors find themselves forgotten when their usefulness to others fades? When Shaq finally approaches Mrs. Henderson, the woman who had once believed in him, their reunion is bittersweet. She's shocked, ashamed, and unsure if she even deserves his help. But Shaq knows better. He tells her, "You're not a burden, you never were." He insists on helping her, not out of pity, but because she deserves so much more than the cold, heartless world she's been abandoned in. Imagine you're a teacher, spending your life shaping young minds, nurturing talent, and providing guidance. Your work isn't measured in paychecks or material rewards, it's measured in the growth of your students. And then, one day, you're left behind, forgotten. But what happens when one of your students, someone you believed in, decides to give back? Shaq's commitment to Mrs. Henderson wasn't just about getting her off the streets. It was about restoring her sense of purpose and dignity. It was about reminding her and the world that teachers are not disposable. They are the ones who mold the future, and they deserve to live with the respect they've earned. As Shaq took action, from helping her with medical care to ensuring she regained her identity, he showed that even someone as powerful as him can't erase the need for compassion. His influence was the spark, but it was Mrs. Henderson's resilience that carried her through. Shaq's help didn't stop there. Over time, Mrs. Henderson's health improved. Her sense of self returned, and she was invited back to teaching a job she loved, but thought was long behind her. Watching her step into that classroom again, a woman who had once been lost in the shadows of Skid Row, now standing tall with a purpose, was a powerful reminder of what kindness can do. And it wasn't just her life that changed. Shaq learned that acts of kindness, no matter how small, can ripple through the world, changing lives in ways we can't always see. Helping Mrs. Henderson gave him something money and fame never could: a sense of fulfillment and purpose. The greatest lesson he ever learned wasn't from a basketball coach or business mogul, it was from a teacher who had never given up on him. The story of Shaq and Mrs. Henderson is more than just a heartwarming reunion, it's a call to action. It reminds us that no one is too small to make a difference. If a former NBA star can take the time to help someone who once helped him, what's stopping the rest of us from doing the same? We all have the power to change someone's life. It doesn't take money, fame, or power, it just takes kindness. In a bustling city on a scorching summer afternoon, life moved quickly, people rushing about, honking cars, and the usual hum of urban life. But in the middle of this, an unexpected moment stopped everything. Donald Trump, riding in his iconic Cadillac One motorcade, made an unprecedented decision that would change the lives of two forgotten souls: an elderly woman named Martha and her granddaughter, Emma. What seemed like a random act of kindness turned into a wave of compassion, sparking a national movement that redefined what it means to help the forgotten. This is the story of how one small moment led to big changes, a ripple that touched not just one family, but thousands across the country, and ultimately, the world. It all started when Trump's motorcade, cruising through a busy city street, made an abrupt stop. His attention was caught by Martha, a frail elderly woman holding a sign that read, "Please help me. My granddaughter needs a miracle." The signs of desperation were clear, but so was her determination. The crowd passed by without a second glance. Yet, for Trump, this moment was a call to action. Trump, who had been focused on a report from his advisor, suddenly shifted his attention. It was a scene that resonated with him deeply. As the motorcade screeched to a halt, his security team immediately warned against the stop, citing safety concerns. But Trump was resolute. This was more than a photo op or a fleeting moment. This was a chance to act. Martha's story was one of overwhelming loss. A flood had taken her family, leaving her and her granddaughter Emma to survive in a makeshift shelter. The two had become symbols of forgotten lives in a world that had moved on without them. Trump didn't just listen to her pain, he understood it. As he followed Martha through the alleys of her community, it became clear that the poverty and hardship in her neighborhood were widespread. But it was also evident that Martha's story was not unique. There were countless others like her, people living in the shadows, unseen by those in power, fighting just to survive. But it wasn't just about listening to these stories, it was about acting on them. Through real-life examples like Sam, a father struggling to provide for his children after losing his job, and other residents sharing their heart-wrenching tales, the movement began to take shape. Each individual story painted a larger picture of systemic poverty, loss, and the deep desire for change. This wasn't just an isolated event, it was the beginning of a nationwide campaign to tackle the root causes of poverty and provide sustainable solutions for the forgotten. The stories we hear every day about the homeless or those living in poverty can feel distant, abstract even. But what Trump did by stopping his motorcade was not just a gesture. It was a wake-up call, a reminder that behind every statistic is a human being, someone just like you and me, struggling to survive. In an era where kindness can sometimes feel like an afterthought, it's easy to become numb to the suffering around us. But Trump's decision to take action shows the power of a single individual to change the trajectory of someone else's life. His journey didn't just impact Martha and Emma, ignited a movement that swept across the country and reached the corners of the globe. What started as a simple act of compassion quickly turned into a series of initiatives aimed at transforming entire communities. From building homes to offering medical services, the hope for the forgotten was about dignity. We live in a world that often forgets the most vulnerable, but by acknowledging their stories and taking action, we can change the narrative. Each small act of kindness can create a ripple effect that changes lives. Trump's actions, while controversial to some, prove that when people are willing to act with empathy, they can inspire entire communities to do the same. One of the most powerful elements of this story was how it showed the potential for real, sustainable change. Martha and Emma's once dilapidated shelter became a symbol of the resilience and hope that can emerge from even the most desperate situations. Medical teams arrived, providing much-needed healthcare. It wasn't just about distributing food and supplies, but the transformation didn't stop there. Communities across the country began to see the fruits of these efforts. In one neighborhood, families who had been living in temporary shelters were now settling into new homes equipped with solar panels, ensuring that they wouldn't have to worry about utility bills again. In another area, children who had never stepped foot in a school were now sitting in classrooms, learning about the world they had once been excluded from. It's these real-world changes that make this story resonate. As Martha and Emma's lives improved, so did the lives of those around them. A ripple effect that started with a single act of kindness spread across the nation, bringing hope to thousands of others. But it didn't stop with America. The movement eventually spread globally, bringing aid to villages in Africa, South America, and Southeast Asia. The initiative focused on providing clean water, education, and healthcare to some of the world's most impoverished communities. Emma's story became a beacon of hope for millions. What started with a cardboard sign became a symbol of the power of one individual to spark massive change. She wasn't just a victim of circumstance. She was an agent of change. The story of Martha and Emma, and the subsequent hope for the forgotten movement, teaches us an invaluable lesson. No one is ever truly forgotten if we choose to listen. By showing empathy and taking action, we can help those who have been marginalized and left behind. Trump's decision to stop his motorcade and listen to Martha's story wasn't just a moment of kindness, it was a call to action. It was a reminder that we all have a responsibility to help those in need, to use our resources and influence for good. In the end, the most powerful change comes not from grand gestures, but from small, intentional acts of kindness. We all have the ability to make a difference, whether it's helping a neighbor, donating to a cause, or volunteering our time. Every action matters. As we move forward, let us remember the lesson of Martha and Emma, that hope begins in the smallest places, and it's up to us to keep spreading the hope until no one is left behind. Elias Tran, a humble high school teacher, boarded the cross-country flight with an appearance that didn't stand out much, a wrinkled shirt, an old backpack that had accompanied him through his years of teaching. This was the first vacation he allowed himself to enjoy after more than a decade of teaching. First-class tickets he had saved for all year as a treat for himself. As Elias settled into seat 2A, the first thing he noticed wasn't the comfort of the luxury seat, but the judging stares of the passengers around him, manned from the flight attendant who was walking up to him. Lead flight attendant Nora Langley, a sharp and poised woman, approached with the kind of authority that commanded attention. She glanced at Elias and immediately stopped. "Excuse me, sir, I need to check your ticket," Nora said, her voice carrying an unmistakable undertone of doubt. Elias smiled politely, pulling out his ticket. Nora barely glanced at it before raising an eyebrow. "This is for first class. Are you sure?" "Absolutely sure," Elias replied calmly. Nora furrowed her brow, then motioned for him to step out of his seat. "There seems to be an issue with your seating assignment. I need to verify this with the system. Please step aside." As he stood up quietly and followed her, a few passengers turned their heads slightly, some pretending not to notice, while others exchanged glances, sensing the tension. Without protest, Elias walked down to the economy section. Sitting down in the cramped economy seat, Elias felt the eyes of the passengers following him, some filled with curiosity, others with judgment, but no one spoke. It wasn't the downgrade that bothered him, it was the humiliation. His fingers hovered over his phone, and he finally typed a simple message. "Boarded. Moved to economy. Flight attendant didn't check my ticket properly." A few moments later, his phone buzzed. "What do you mean you were moved?" Elias typed back calmly, detailing the situation. A response came swiftly. "Give me the flight number." Elias complied, and after a few tense seconds, the reply came, "Understood. Sit tight, this isn't over." Meanwhile, at the front of the plane, Nora Langley continued her work, unaware that she had just made a critical mistake. She went about serving drinks and adjusting trays, her demeanor unaffected, convinced that Elias simply didn't belong in first class. Back in the cockpit, Captain Daniel Hughes received an urgent message through the in-flight communication system. When he saw the name Elias Tran, his eyes narrowed. This was no ordinary passenger. Elias Tran was the owner of the airline. "Check the passenger manifest immediately," Captain Hughes instructed. His co-pilot quickly pulled up the manifest, and when the name Elias Tran appeared on screen, the captain's suspicions were confirmed. Captain Hughes dialed Nora on the intercom. Her voice came through casually, but the moment the captain's words hit, everything changed. "Nora, did you remove a passenger named Elias Tran from first class?" There was a long pause on the other end before Nora finally responded. "Yes, Captain. His ticket didn't match first class, so I moved him to economy." Captain Hughes's voice hardened. "Did you verify his ticket?" Nora let out a dismissive laugh. "Captain, I've been doing this for over a decade. I can tell when someone doesn't belong in first class." But Captain Hughes wasn't satisfied. "Nora, do you know who Elias Tran is?" There was silence on the line before Nora hesitantly responded. "No, who is he?" "Elias Tran is the owner of this airline," Captain Hughes said. The phone went silent. Nora's heart pounded in her chest. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. How could she have made such a huge mistake? Nora took a deep breath, trying to regain her composure. There was no way to fix what had already been done, and now she had to face the consequences. She turned back toward the economy section, her steps heavy with guilt and uncertainty. As she approached Elias, who was sitting quietly in his new seat, her voice faltered. "Mr. Tran, I made a mistake. I'll escort you back to first class." Elias raised his gaze, his eyes steady and calm. "A mistake," he repeated, his tone neutral but firm. Nora's face flushed, her usual confidence shattering. The passengers around them were no longer pretending not to notice. They could feel the shift in power, the undeniable change that had occurred. Elias remained seated, his expression unreadable. He didn't move to go back to first class. Instead, he simply stared at Nora, waiting for her to acknowledge her mistake. "Why are you moving me back now?" Elias asked calmly. "You seemed sure I didn't belong earlier." The silence stretched between them. Nora knew she had no defense. She had made an assumption based on his appearance, and now she had to face the reality of her actions. The flight continued on, but the tension in the cabin was palpable. Elias sat in his seat, calm and composed, As the realization of what had just happened settled into Nora's mind, she had misjudged someone based on appearance and now had to face the consequences of her actions. The plane landed smoothly, but for Nora, it felt like a slow descent into the inevitable. At the gate, security waited for Nora. The senior airline executives were there too. Elias had already disembarked, his demeanor unchanged. Nora, on the other hand, was escorted through the airport in silence, feeling the weight of her mistake with each step. In the meeting room, 3 senior executives sat across from her, their faces unreadable. Nora had no choice but to sit and listen as they explained the decision to terminate her employment. Your actions on Flight 417 were unacceptable. One of the executives said, "You did not verify the ticket of a first-class passenger. You acted on assumption and publicly humiliated him." Nora's world crumbled in an instant. The humiliation she had caused Elias was now turning back on her, and she realized there was no way to undo the damage. After the meeting, Nora was led out of the room, her termination official. She felt like a different person as she walked through the airport, stripped of her title, her dignity, and her sense of purpose. Meanwhile, Elias sat in a black luxury car outside the private terminal. His assistant Lucas checked his phone. "She's out," Lucas said. "The terminations official. The airline wants to handle it internally before it goes public." Elias looked out of the window, his expression calm but firm. He wasn't interested in revenge. He simply wanted to send a message about accountability, as he thought about the countless others who had been unfairly treated by staff like Nora. He knew that this wasn't just about one person, it was about making sure things like this wouldn't happen again. As Elias's car pulled away, he looked out at the horizon, knowing the journey was far from over. But for Nora, the consequences had already begun, and the lesson she needed to learn was one she would never forget. The sun hung low over Chicago's bustling O'Hare International Airport, casting long shadows across the tarmac. Inside Terminal 5, a young man named Marcus Bennett sat in the exclusive pilot's lounge, nervously checking his watch. He had been given permission to wait there as part of Horizon Aviation's elite mentorship program, a rare opportunity for promising young minds who dreamed of soaring through the skies. Marcus, a 17-year-old high school senior with an insatiable passion for aviation, had spent years absorbing every piece of knowledge about aircraft mechanics, flight dynamics, and aerodynamics. He could identify planes by the sound of their engines and had spent countless hours training on flight simulators. This day, his first inside the lounge, was supposed to be a milestone in his journey, but his moment of quiet anticipation was shattered by a stern, commanding voice. "Hey, you, what are you doing here?" Marcus turned to see Captain Victoria Hayes, a senior pilot with over 20 years of experience, striding toward him. Her sharp, scrutinizing gaze flickered between Marcus and the guest pass hanging round his neck. I'm waiting for my mentor. She told me I could wait here," Marcus replied, forcing himself to remain calm despite the cold hostility in her voice. Hayes scoffed. "I don't know what you're talking about. But this lounge is for pilots, not trespassers. Security. We have an unauthorized individual in the pilot's lounge." Marcus felt his stomach drop as Hayes reached for her radio. The room, once filled with casual conversations and the murmur of a flight documentary on the television, fell silent. Heads turned, curious eyes bored into him, some indifferent, others filled with suspicion. "I have a pass," Marcus tried again, his voice steady, but his heart racing. He snatched his badge, examining it with a sneer. "A fake pass, you mean? I've seen all kinds of stunts, and trust me, you don't belong here." Before Marcus could protest, two security officers entered the lounge, their expressions unreadable. One of them, a tall man with a rigid posture, gestured toward the door. "You'll need to come with us, son. We have to verify your identity." "I haven't done anything wrong," Marcus said, his voice firmer now. "Please, just call my mentor, Miss Holloway from HR. She'll clear everything up." No one moved. No one spoke up. "Resistance isn't going to help you," Captain Hayes added, crossing her arms. Let's go. Marcus's hands trembled as he reached for his phone. He dialed his father's number, whispering a silent prayer that he would answer. The phone rang once, twice. Then, finally, a deep, authoritative voice came through the speaker. Marcus, what's wrong? Dad, Marcus breathed, the tension in his chest nearly unbearable. I need you to come to the pilot's lounge. Now, there was a brief silence. Then his father's voice came, sharp and commanding. Stay where you are. I'm on my way. 15 minutes later, the lounge doors swung open, and in walked Jonathan Bennett, administrator of the Federal Aviation Authority. The room, once buzzing with whispered speculation, fell completely silent. Captain Hayes took an instinctive step back, her confidence wavering as she recognized the man approaching. Mr. Bennett, she started, attempting to compose herself. He raised a hand, silencing her. My son called me in distress. Captain Hayes, he said, his tone measured but firm, explained to me why he was treated as a trespasser when he had legitimate authorization to be here. Hayes opened her mouth, searching for an excuse. But before she could speak, another voice cut through the tension. We have reviewed the security footage, sir. A senior security officer stepped forward. It confirms that Marcus was invited here as part of the program. His badge is completely legitimate. A ripple of murmurs spread through the room. Jonathan Bennett's expression remained unreadable as he turned back to Hayes. Did you bother to check his credentials before accusing him of trespassing? He swallowed hard. I was only ensuring security, sir. Given the sensitivity of airport safety, I had to act quickly. Jonathan's gaze hardened. Security measures should be based on facts, not personal biases. Marcus was humiliated, his integrity questioned, and his dream moment turned into a nightmare because you assumed the worst of him. The weight of his words sank into the crowd. Hayes' face paled as she realized the gravity of her actions. A senior FAA official stepped in. Sir, I also need to report that Captain Hayes has been the subject of multiple complaints regarding similar instances of bias in the past 3 years. Jonathan nodded. Then it's time we take action. Minutes later, Captain Hayes was relieved of duty pending an investigation. The lounge that had once been filled with murmurs of doubt now buzzed with hushed conversations about fairness, justice, and accountability. Marcus, standing beside his father, took a deep breath. He had come to this lounge as an aspiring pilot, but left with a deeper understanding of the obstacles he might face in his journey. But one thing was clear: he would not be deterred. As they walked through the airport, Jonathan placed a firm hand on Marcus's shoulder. Son, he said, this industry isn't just about flying planes. It's about discipline, fairness, and responsibility. What happened today wasn't right. But remember, you define your worth, not their prejudice. Marcus looked up at his father, his determination renewed. I won't let this stop me. Months later, Marcus became a vocal advocate for diversity in aviation, sharing his experience to inspire others. His story led to industry-wide conversations about inclusion, bias, and change. As he prepared for his first solo flight years later, he recalled that day not with bitterness, but with resolve. He knew now, more than ever, that the sky belonged to everyone willing to chase their dreams. The chef's pressure etch of Alex was in the heart of his kitchen, his station meticulously organized, knives lined up with precision, ingredients perfectly measured, the smell of roasting meats and simmering sauces filling the air. The kitchen was his domain, the one place where he felt truly in control. His uniform was pristine, a sharp contrast to the sweat dripping down his forehead as he carefully adjusted a delicate risotto on the stovetop. Tonight was critical. The restaurant was expecting a VIP customer, and Alex had made it his mission to impress. As a rising star in the culinary world, the expectations placed on him were enormous. He was known for his precise techniques and bold flavors. But tonight, just like every other night, the pressure weighed heavily on him. Every dish needed to be flawless. One mistake could ruin everything. It was 7 p.m. The dinner rush had started. Waitstaff rushed between the kitchen and the dining area, carefully balancing plates and glasses while the buzz of conversation filled the air, the sound of cutlery clanking against plates, the gentle murmur of polite chatter, and the occasional laugh added to the atmosphere of exclusivity. Chef Alex, standing tall behind the kitchen counter, surveyed the dining room from the window of the kitchen, keeping his gaze sharp on every detail. He had been working in fine dining for over a decade, climbing through the ranks with the ambition of becoming the head chef at one of the most prestigious restaurants in the city. Tonight was supposed to be another step forward in his career. The restaurant had recently received attention from a prominent food critic, and the stakes were higher than ever. The bell on the kitchen wall chimed, signaling an order for table 23. It was a VIP reservationer woman named Susan Carter, a regular patron known for her demanding taste. Chef Alex rolled his eyes slightly, but immediately pushed his irritation aside. This was no time to let personal feelings interfere with the art of cooking. He had to perform. Susan's rival, Susan Carter, a woman in her late 40s, arrived at the restaurant just as the evening lights began to dim. She was a striking figure, standing out not only because of her confident posture, but also due to her unique sense of style. Her dark skin contrasted beautifully with her gold dress, which shimmered under the soft lighting of the restaurant. Her heels clicked sharply against the marble floor as she walked with purpose, her eyes scanning the surroundings like someone used to being in charge. Behind her, a toddler was quietly held by her husband, David. He was a well-dressed man in his 50s, with sultan pepper hair, exuding the quiet power of someone who had spent decades in the corporate world. The child, a small girl named Maya, was tucked into her mother's arms, her big eyes curiously taking in the fancy atmosphere. Susan's gaze fell upon the hostess, who greeted her with a smile. "Welcome back, Miss Carter," the hostess said. "Your table is ready." Susan smiled, but barely nodded, her eyes already flicking toward the back of the restaurant, where the head chef worked. She had heard rumors that Chef Alex was the real star of the kitchen, and she was eager to see for herself if the rumors were true. "Thank you," Susan said curtly, her voice smooth, but carrying a subtle edge. "I'll take the same table as always." The hostess nodded, leading her to a corner booth. It was a prime spot with a view of the entire dining area, where guests could watch the chefs work their magic in the open kitchen. Susan sat down gracefully, placing Meyer in a high chair next to her. She adjusted her gold dress slightly, ensuring that everything was perfect before speaking to the waiter. "I'll have the usual," Susan said, "and make sure it's perfect this time." The waiter nodded, but his enthusiasm waned as he left the table. He had heard the rumors about Susan before. She was a regular, but she had a reputation for being difficult. She wanted everything done her way, no compromises, and if it wasn't perfect, she made sure everyone knew about it. Back in the kitchen, Chef Alex was carefully plating a dish when he overheard his sous chef speak about table 23. He didn't need to hear the name to know who it was. The VIP customers always had specific requests, especially Susan. She was a woman of great influence, and the restaurant's success depended on her continued patronage. The mistake as the waiter brought the first round of appetizers to Susan's table, he noticed something. Meyer, the young child, had started to fuss in her high chair. The baby was restless, her tiny hands pushing the food around in front of her. Susan gave a tight-lipped smile, trying to calm her daughter without drawing attention to herself. But the baby's occasional whimpering was now becoming a slight disruption. Chef Alex caught a glimpse of the situation. He wasn't thrilled to see a baby in the dining area, especially at this time of night when the restaurant was in full swing. It was supposed to be an atmosphere of quiet sophistication, a place where every guest could enjoy a peaceful, gourmet experience. But he knew better than to let personal discomfort affect his work. He focused back on the dish in front of him. "Don't let it get to you," Alex muttered under his breath. "Just focus." But as the minutes passed, the baby's restlessness continued. Alex's irritation began to rise. He had worked too hard to let some minor disruption ruin the atmosphere of the restaurant. When the baby let out another small cry, barely audible, yet noticeable enough to stir the nearby tables. Chef Alex felt the tension grow. The murmurs in the dining room were beginning to rise. A few guests glanced over at table 23, a look of discomfort crossing their faces. Susan, noticing the attention, did her best to soothe her daughter. "Shh, Meyer, it's okay," she whispered softly, but her attempts seemed to have little effect. The baby began to whimper more loudly, causing a few heads to turn in the direction of table 23. Alex's decision in the kitchen. Chef Alex's patience finally wore thin. He turned to his sous chef, his voice cold and measured. "Take the next course to table 23, he ordered, "and let them know if that baby continues to make noise. I'll have to ask them to move." His sous chef hesitated for a moment, but quickly complied, walking toward the dining room with a sense of purpose. He wasn't thrilled about relaying this message, but he knew it was part of the job. The tension built sous chef, a young man named Victor, hesitated just outside the kitchen door. He could feel the unease building as he approached table 23. Chef Alex's instructions weighed heavily on him. He knew Susan was a regular and had influence in the city's food scene. Delivering the message that the baby's crying might lead to her being moved was going to be tricky. He could already feel the gaze of the other diners, some of them subtly turning their attention to the scene. Victor took a deep breath and approached Susan's table with a polite smile. He knew better than to be too forward. "Excuse me, Miss Carter," Victor began, bowing his head slightly. Chef Alex wanted to ensure everything was to your liking. "If there's anything else you need, just let us know." Susan looked up from her daughter, giving him a sharp, almost dismissive glance. "No, everything's fine, thank you," she replied, but there was something in her voice that suggested she was trying to keep her cool despite the situation. The baby, Meyer, was still squirming in the high chair, her little whimpers now turning into full-fledged cries. Victor felt a knot form in his stomach. He had never had to deliver bad news to a guest before, especially not someone as influential as Susan. He had never seen Chef Alex lose his composure like this. But this wasn't just about a small complaint, this was about the integrity of the dining experience. Before he could speak again, a loud cry from Maya filled the air. The noise rang through the dining room, more noticeable this time, causing a ripple of discomfort among the other guests. Victor swallowed hard. He could feel eyes on him. He didn't want to cause a scene, but he also didn't want to defy Chef Alex. He had no choice but to say it. "Ms. Carter, if the baby continues to be disruptive, we may need to move you to a different section. It's just that the atmosphere here." Susan's eyes narrowed, and she interrupted him mid-sentence. Move me to where?" she said with a cold laugh. Her voice was calm, but there was a sharp edge to it. She looked at Victor as if he had just suggested something unthinkable. "I paid for this table," she continued, her tone firm but controlled. "I will not be moved because of my daughter. You need to speak to your chef about that." Victor felt his face flush with embarrassment. His stomach churned, and for a moment, he wondered if he should call the manager. But before he could answer, Susan's husband, David, spoke up in a low voice. "Don't worry, I'll handle this," David said, placing a hand gently on his wife's shoulder. He turned to Victor, his expression unreadable but his voice even. "Please excuse us. We're here to enjoy a quiet dinner, not be harassed by your staff." Victor nodded quickly and retreated. He knew he was caught between a rock and a hard place. As he walked back toward the kitchen, he felt the weight of his failure pressing down on him. Chef Alex's instructions were clear, but the fallout from this situation would certainly be complicated. He didn't know how the night would end, but it didn't feel good. The pressure intensifies back in the kitchen. Chef Alex stood at his station, his hands moving swiftly and efficiently as he plated a new order. But despite his focus, the tension was palpable. He had heard the exchange between Victor and Susan, and although the sous chef had been careful, Alex could feel the storm brewing in the dining room. He had to make sure everything else went flawlessly. One mistake, and this night could spiral out of control. "Chef, "The steak for table 7 is ready," one of the line cooks called out, breaking Alex's concentration. "Send it out," he said curtly, his voice tense. But his mind was not on the food. It was on Susan, the woman who had started all this. He could feel her presence looming over him, a silent threat hanging in the air. She had a reputation, and the restaurant's success depended on keeping her satisfied. But Alex wasn't sure how much longer he could endure her demands. He glanced up at the monitor in the kitchen, which displayed the customer orders and tables. Table 23, Susan's table, was still up. He knew he had to go out there and handle the situation himself. There was no way he could leave this to anyone else, not when the stakes were this high. As he pushed through the kitchen door, Alex walked into the dining room with his head held high. He had always prided himself on his professionalism. But tonight, there was a fire in his chest that he couldn't ignore. He was going to confront this, take control, and ensure the night continued without a hitch. The confrontational Lex arrived at table 23, where Susan and her husband were now visibly frustrated. Maya had settled down a little, but the tension in the air was thick. The other guests nearby were trying to enjoy their meals, but their glances kept darting toward the commotion at the table. Susan looked up at Alex as he approached, her expression cool but irritated. "Chef Alex, I assume you're here to apologize for your staff's behavior?" she said, her tone like ice. Alex hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "I'm sorry for the disruption, Ms. Carter. We strive for excellence in every aspect of the dining experience, and I can see we've fallen short tonight. I assure you, this won't happen again." Susan raised an eyebrow. "You're sorry? Is that all you have to say?" Alex felt his pulse quicken. "We'll do whatever it takes to make this right. But I need to ask that the noise level be kept to a minimum. The atmosphere of the restaurant is essential to the experience we provide here." David, sitting next to Susan, scoffed at the suggestion. "You've got to be kidding. You're asking us to quiet down our baby? Is that how you run things here?" Alex's calm demeanor began to crack. He knew he had made a mistake in allowing this situation to escalate. His eyes flicked over to the other tables, where some patrons had started to whisper among themselves, clearly uncomfortable with the tension. "Look, we're paying customers. My wife is a regular, and we expect the level of service we're accustomed to," David continued, his voice more forceful now. Alex took a deep breath and clenched his fists. "I understand, Mr. Carter, but I also need to protect the overall experience for everyone in this room." Susan's gaze turned colder. "I think you've said enough, Chef. I expect better from you." With that, Alex turned and walked back to the kitchen, his head pounding. He felt as if the weight of the entire restaurant was on his shoulders. The night was spiraling out of his control, and he wasn't sure how much longer he could keep his composure. The falling domino back in the kitchen, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The staff continued working, but the usual camaraderie was missing. Chef Alex stood motionless at his station, staring at the cutting board in front of him, his mind replaying the conversation at table 23 over and over. The words Susan had said kept echoing in his mind, and the anger inside him simmered just below the surface. He couldn't let this go. He knew he had to fix things, but deep down, he feared that no matter what he did now, it might be too late. The kitchen door swung open, and Victor stepped in, his face pale and drawn. Alex turned to face him, his expression hardening. "How bad was it?" Alex asked, his voice low and tense. Victor looked up at Alex, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. "It didn't go well, Chef." Susan was furious. She said we've crossed a line and that she expects better service. Her husband wasn't any better. They weren't happy with the way things were handled. And Alex raised a hand to stop him. I know, I heard. But what did they say? Specifically, Victor hesitated for a moment, clearly unsure of how to continue. They said they wanted everything fixed right away, or they'd leave. But there's more, Chef. I overheard them saying they might stop coming here altogether if this isn't addressed. I think they might try to pull some strings. Alex clenched his jaw. He could feel his hands starting to tremble. He had worked too hard to let something like this destroy everything. But the truth was, Susan had power, real power. She wasn't just a regular customer. She had influence. And now, it felt like that influence was being used against him. All right, we can't let this go any further, Alex said, his voice hardening with determination. I'll speak to her myself. I'll apologize. And we'll do whatever it takes to fix this. It'll take more than just words. Victor nodded, relieved that Alex had taken control of the situation. He had been hoping his chef would step up, but the tension had left him feeling paralyzed. Meanwhile, in the dining room, Susan and David were far from satisfied. Their dinner had been ruined, in their eyes, by a simple baby crying. But it wasn't just the crying that bothered them. It was the way they felt treated, dismissed, as if they were an inconvenience in a restaurant that was supposed to cater to them. Susan sat back in her seat, her arms crossed over her chest, her expression sharp and calculating. She glanced at David, who was quietly staring at his phone, likely reviewing some important business matter. Despite his calm demeanor, Susan could see he was equally irritated by the situation. David, I can't believe this. Do you realize how ridiculous this is? We come here all the time, and now they treat us like this. Susan's voice was calm, but it was laced with frustration. David lowered his phone and looked at her, his brow furrowed. I don't know, but I'll tell you this. This will not stand. You've been a regular here for months. They need to know who they're dealing with. Susan smiled, the edge to her voice softening. Exactly. I'm done with them treating me like this. I want a real apology. I want that chef to come over here and explain himself. And I want him to understand that this is not the way to treat someone like me. David nodded. I'll handle it. The apology didn't take long before Chef Alex made his way to table 23. He could feel the eyes of the entire restaurant on him as he crossed the dining room, his footsteps almost too loud in the thick silence that had fallen over the room. The other diners were whispering amongst themselves, undoubtedly aware of the tension between the staff and the VIP customers. As Alex approached the table, he saw Susan's steely expression, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. Meyer, still seated in her high chair, was quietly playing with a spoon, seemingly unaware of the tension in the air. Ms. Carter, Alex said, his voice calm but firm. I'd like to sincerely apologize for the disruption this evening. I understand how frustrating this must have been, and I take full responsibility for how we handled the situation. Susan didn't immediately respond. Instead, she looked him over carefully, as if evaluating his sincerity. I'm glad to hear that you're taking responsibility, Susan finally said. But we don't just want an apology. We want to be treated with the respect we deserve. My daughter has every right to be here as much as anyone else. Alex nodded, realizing that no matter how he phrased it, he was walking on thin ice. I understand, Ms. Carter. We deeply value your business, and I regret the way we handled this situation. I assure you, it won't happen again. I'm personally going to make sure your meal is taken care of and that everything else is to your satisfaction. Susan didn't speak for a moment, studying Alex. She could tell he was trying to fix things. But was it enough? After all, this wasn't just about a crying baby, it was about respect and how she was being treated. I don't want just an apology, Susan said slowly, her voice lowering. I want to know that this will never happen again. This isn't just about the meal, it's about the experience. And right now, I don't feel like we're being treated like VIPs. Alex took a deep breath. We'll do whatever it takes to make it right. Please, let me handle everything tonight. I'll take care of you personally. The fallout begins back in the kitchen. the mood had shifted dramatically. Chef Alex had tried to salvage the situation with Susan, but he knew there was more to this than just a few words. He could feel the pressure mounting, and he wasn't sure how much longer he could keep everything under control. Victor, who had been watching the exchange from a distance, approached Alex as he returned to his station. "What now, chef?" Victor asked. Alex wiped his hands on his apron and looked at him. "We just have to do the best we can. Make sure the next course is perfect. And we keep an eye on table 23. If there's even the slightest sign of trouble, we'll fix it right away." But even as Alex spoke those words, he couldn't shake the feeling that the situation was quickly getting out of his hands. The whispers in the dining room weren't going away. The tension was still palpable, and he knew that Susan's power didn't just lie in her ability to make demands that lay in the reach she had, the way she could bring down someone's reputation with just a few words. As the night dragged on, Alex felt more and more like a puppet, his strings pulled by forces beyond his control. And in the back of his mind, one question kept echoing: could he really make things right? Or had he already gone too far? The consequences unfold night wore on, and the tension in the restaurant only seemed to escalate. The clinking of cutlery, the murmur of conversations, and the occasional nervous glance toward table 23 all made it clear something had shifted. Chef Alex had done his best to smooth things over, but the damage was already done. As he walked back into the kitchen after speaking with Susan, his mind raced. What was supposed to be a flawless evening had turned into a night of pressure and uncertainty. The orders were piling up, and he could feel his team becoming more and more distracted by the ongoing drama. The head waiter, Thomas, approached him, his expression serious. "Chef, I hate to interrupt, but there's a situation at table 5. One of the guests asked to speak with the manager. They said something about the noise from table 23. Alex sighed, rubbing his temples. "I'll handle it. Just keep the orders flowing." Thomas nodded and quickly disappeared into the dining room. Alex had hoped the tension would die down after he spoke to Susan, but it seemed like it was only growing. He took a moment to collect himself before stepping back into the dining area. His eyes immediately sought out table 23. Susan and David were now deep in conversation, their expressions unreadable, while Meyer, thankfully, had stopped crying. But the damage had already been done. A few patrons at nearby tables exchanged uneasy glances, their quiet whispers cutting through the air. As Alex approached table 5, where the customer had requested to speak with the manager, he could feel his nerves tightening. He had hoped for a smooth evening, but it seemed that this night was destined to be anything but. The man at table 5, an older gentleman dressed in a tailored suit, sat with his arms crossed, clearly frustrated. His companion, a woman in her 30s, looked uncomfortable, glancing round the room. Alex stood before them, trying to appear calm, though the pressure was mounting. "Good evening, sir," Alex greeted, keeping his tone professional. "How can I assist you tonight?" The man looked up at Alex with a disapproving frown. "The noise from the table over there," he said, gesturing toward table 23, "has been distracting for the past 30 minutes. We come here for a peaceful, elegant dining experience. We don't expect to hear a baby crying so loudly, especially when we're paying for a premium service." Alex's stomach churned. This was exactly the situation he had been trying to avoid. "I apologize, sir. We strive to ensure every guest enjoys their experience," Alex replied smoothly. "We've taken steps to address the situation. If there's anything else we can do to make it right, I'm happy to accommodate." The man raised an eyebrow. "You've taken steps?" He paused, as if evaluating Alex. "How?" "By letting a customer disrupt everyone's evening without consequences." Alex hesitated. The truth was, there was no easy way to solve this. He could offer to move Susan, but that might escalate things further. He could apologize, but that might not be enough either. The reality was sinking in. The restaurant's reputation was on the line. "I understand your frustration," Alex said, his voice tight. "If you'd prefer, I can move your table to a quieter section or offer you a complimentary drink as a gesture of goodwill." The man shook his head, clearly unimpressed. "It shouldn't be up to us to move. You should have controlled the situation earlier. We'll be finishing our meal. But rest assured, we'll be letting management know about this." Alex nodded, taking a deep breath. "Thank you for your feedback. I'll make sure to address it right away." As Alex walked away, he couldn't help but feel the weight of the conversation pressing down on him. The situation was snowballing out of control, and with every passing minute, it was becoming more difficult to salvage. The call from corporate back in the kitchen. Alex found himself standing by the kitchen window, staring out into the dining room. The reality of the night was slowly sinking in, and he realized how much was at stake. His career, his reputation, even the future of the restaurant, it all hung in the balance. His phone buzzed, pulling him out of his thoughts. He glanced down at the screen. It was an incoming call from the restaurant's corporate office. His heart skipped a beat. There was no mistaking the urgency in the call. It was either good news or bad news. And with the way things had been going, Alex feared the worst. He took a deep breath before answering. "Hello, Chef Alex here. Chef, this is Jenna from corporate." The voice on the other end said, sounding sharp and businesslike. "We've been getting some feedback regarding your handling of the situation with table 23. Alex's stomach dropped. He had been bracing himself for this moment, but hearing it spoken aloud made it real. "I understand," Alex said, trying to remain calm. "I've already spoken with the customers, and we're doing everything we can to ensure they're satisfied." There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. "Alex, I need you to listen carefully. We've been in business with Susan Carter for years. She's not just a regular customer, she's a major investor. We cannot afford to lose her business." Alex felt his pulse quicken. "I understand, but let me finish." Jenna cut him off. "You've got two options. You need to make this right, no exceptions. If Susan decides to escalate this further, it could mean bad press for the entire restaurant group. This isn't just about one dinner. This is about protecting the brand." Alex's mind raced. He knew this was more than just an isolated incident. He had heard whispers about Susan's involvement in the corporate side of the business, but he hadn't realized the depth of her influence. "I'll do whatever it takes," Alex said, his voice firm, though inside he was panicking. "I'll fix this, I promise." "Good," Jenna replied coldly. "You've got one shot at this. Don't mess it up." The line went dead, leaving Alex holding his phone, feeling the weight of the conversation pressing down on him. He had just received the kind of warning he couldn't ignore. If he didn't resolve this, he might lose everything. The return to table to 3 with the weight of corporate pressure now on his shoulders. Alex knew he had to act fast. He walked back into the dining room, his footsteps purposeful. This time, there would be no hesitation. He couldn't afford it. As he approached table 23 again, Susan and David were still seated, the mood between them still tense. Meyer, however, had fallen asleep in her high chair, the silence round the table a stark contrast to the chaos that had preceded it. Alex stopped a few feet from the table, his eyes meeting Susan's with an intensity that conveyed his determination. "Miss Carter, Mr. Carter, I'd like to apologize once again for the way things have gone tonight. I understand that your experience here has not met your expectations, and I assure you, we're taking every measure to correct this." Susan didn't immediately respond, but she gave him a sharp nod, signaling for him to continue. "We value your loyalty to this restaurant, and I know tonight didn't reflect the high standards we strive for," Alex said, his tone genuine. "As a gesture of goodwill, I'd like to offer you a special tasting menu on the house. If there's anything else I can do to make your experience better, please let me know." David, who had been silent up until now, looked at Alex with a critical gaze. "This should have been handled differently from the start, but I'll accept your offer. Just know that next time, we expect more professionalism." Alex nodded, relieved that they weren't completely rejecting his gesture, but inside, he knew that this night was far from over. The breaking point remainder of the evening was a blur for Chef Alex. He had done his best to fix things with Susan and David, but the pressure was mounting. Every decision felt like a delicate balance between keeping his composure and not completely unraveling under the weight of the situation. The tension in the kitchen was palpable, and even his team was starting to feel the strain. As the tasting menu was being prepared for table 23, Alex couldn't help but notice the heavy stares from the other staff members. It wasn't just the sous chefs or line cooks. Everyone in the restaurant seemed to be aware of the storm brewing around table 23. The gossip was starting to spread like wildfire. Alex moved quickly between the stations, but every glance toward the dining room felt like a reminder of the disaster he was trying to prevent. He couldn't ignore any longer the customers' whispers, the uncertainty in his team's eyes, the weight of corporate expectations pressing on him. Tonight was slipping through his fingers, and the only thing left was to try and keep the restaurant from falling apart. A message from the top around 9:30 p.m. As the restaurant began to quiet down, and the first few patrons finished their meals, Alex's phone buzzed again. He had hoped for some reprieve, but when he saw the name on the screen, Jenna from corporate, he knew there would be no rest. He stepped into the back office, away from the prying eyes of his team, and answered the call. "Alex, we've been monitoring the situation closely." Jenna's voice was direct, but there was an edge to it that made Alex uneasy. "Susan Carter has escalated this. She's sent an email to our CEO, and I'm being told that if we don't handle this perfectly, we're looking at a very public problem." Alex felt his stomach drop. This was exactly what he feared. A bad review was one thing, but a public scandal could destroy everything. "We've already offered her the tasting menu and apologized, but I'm not sure what else we can do," Alex replied, trying to sound calm, though the panic in his voice was unmistakable. "You need to do more," Jenna snapped. "We can't just brush this under the rug. Susan is not just a customer, she's a significant investor. If we don't give her what she wants, there's a real chance she'll pull her support. And if she does that, it won't just be bad for this restaurant, it will affect the entire chain." Alex clenched his fists. "What do you want me to do? Should I personally go to her and grovel? Is that what you're asking?" There was a brief silence before Jenna spoke again, her tone softer, but no less firm. "I'm not asking you to grovel, but I'm asking you to fix this. You've already made a mistake tonight, Alex. You need to take full accountability. And that means doing whatever it takes to make her feel valued. We're giving you one final chance to fix this. Do it right, and we can move on. Do it wrong, and you'll have to explain it to corporate." Alex's heart raced. He didn't want to lose his career over a single incident, but it felt like everything was spiraling out of control. He had worked too hard to get here, and now he was being forced into a corner. "I understand," Alex said, his voice flat. "I'll fix it." A desperate attempt as soon as he ended the call with Jenna. Alex knew there was no time to waste. He couldn't afford another mistake. He needed to go back to table 23 not just as a chef, but as someone who was willing to do anything to make things right. He walked with purpose toward the front of the restaurant, mentally preparing himself for whatever Susan might say. But when he reached the table, he was met with something unexpected. Susan was sitting with a calm, composed expression, as if the earlier tension had never existed. David was speaking softly to her, his face unreadable. Meyer, thankfully, was asleep in her high chair, which seemed to ease the strain on the atmosphere. For a moment, it almost felt normal, but Alex could feel the storm brewing just beneath the surface. He approached slowly, taking a deep breath before speaking. "Miss Carter, Mr. Carter, I want to apologize once again for the events of this evening. I know the experience wasn't up to your standards, and I fully take responsibility for that." Susan looked up at him, her face still serene, but there was an unmistakable coolness in her gaze. "You've apologized already, Chef. I've heard it more than once tonight." Alex swallowed, trying to maintain his composure. "I understand that, but I want to assure you that this is a priority for me, and I'm committed to making this right." David raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "What exactly are you proposing, chef?" Alex hesitated. The moment of truth had arrived. "I'm offering a special private dinner for you and your family, at your convenience, where you will have the full attention of myself and the entire kitchen. We'll provide the best possible experience on the house. No distractions, no interruptions." Susan looked at him, and for a moment, Alex couldn't read her expression. Was this an opportunity? Or had he just dug himself into a deeper hole? David leaned back in his chair. "It's an interesting offer, chef, but I'm afraid this isn't just about a meal. You've made a serious error in judgment tonight, and that's something we need to address." Alex's pulse quickened. "I know, and I want to make sure you know that we take this seriously. I'll do whatever it takes to restore your trust in us." A hidden agenda what Alex didn't know was that while he was trying to salvage the evening, Susan's agenda had already shifted. She wasn't just angry at the way she'd been treated. She was playing a bigger game. Over the years, she had developed connections that extended far beyond the restaurant industry. Her relationship with corporate executives, board members, and even local food critics had made her an influential figure in the city's dining scene. What started as a small issue had now become an opportunity for Susan. She wasn't interested in just receiving an apology or a free meal. She was testing Alex's resolve, probing to see how far he would go to keep his job. But the more she played her cards, the more she realized that Alex was not an easy target. He was determined, yes, but he was also cornered. And when people are cornered, they often make mistakes. The breaking point evening seemed to stretch on endlessly. The lights of the restaurant flickered dimly, casting shadows on the walls. The usual buzz of the dinner crowd had dwindled to the quiet murmur of a few remaining guests finishing their meals. But for Chef Alex, the night was far from over. The pressure was relentless, and he could feel his control slipping with each passing minute. As Susan and David continued their conversation, Alex stood at a distance, trying to keep his composure. He could feel every second ticking away, the weight of corporate expectations pressing on him like a stone on his chest. He knew he had to handle this situation with grace, but every word Susan uttered seemed to push him closer to the edge. "Chef, we've been thinking," Susan finally said, her voice cold but composed. "Your offer for a private dinner sounds nice, but it feels like you're trying too hard to fix something that can't be fixed." Alex felt his stomach tighten. This was at the moment he'd been dreading. He couldn't afford to lose control now. "I'm not trying to fix something that can't be fixed," Alex said, his voice steady despite the turmoil swirling inside. "I'm trying to show you that we value you and that we're willing to go the extra mile to make this right." David's eyes narrowed, his voice low and deliberate. "It's not just about this evening anymore, Alex. It's about your leadership and how you handle situations under pressure. It's about whether you can take responsibility when things go wrong. And so far, I'm not sure you've proven that." Alex's heart sank. He had spent years building his reputation, climbing the ranks, earning the respect of his colleagues and customers alike. Now, in the span of a few hours, it all felt like it was slipping away. He had always been confident in his ability to lead, to manage pressure, but tonight, he felt as though he were drowning. "Look," Susan said, her tone shifting slightly, "I'm not here to ruin your career, Alex, but I need you to understand something. When you've worked as hard as I have, you don't take disrespect lightly. And tonight, that's exactly what happened. It wasn't just about the baby crying, it was the way you handled it. You didn't even think twice before assuming we were a problem." The truth of her words hit Alex like a punch in the stomach. She was right. He had been so focused on maintaining the restaurant's perfect atmosphere that he had forgotten the core principle of hospitality: respect. He hadn't seen Susan as a paying guest who deserved the same level of respect as anyone else. Instead, he had seen her as an obstacle to the perfect dining experience he was trying to uphold. Alex took a deep breath. "I made a mistake. Ms. Carter, I didn't treat you with the respect you deserve, and for that, I'm truly sorry. Susan stared at him for a moment, her expression unreadable. Finally, she nodded. But there was no smile, no sign of forgiveness, just cold acknowledgement. Your apology means something, she said slowly. But let's be clear, Alex. We'll be watching. If you ever forget again who you're really working for, I won't hesitate to make sure your mistake doesn't go unnoticed. Alex nodded, his throat tight. Understood the unexpected twist just as Alex thought the situation might be over. His phone buzzed once again. This time, it was a message from the restaurant's manager, Claire. The message was short and to the point. We need to talk. Come to the back office now. Alex's heart raced. What could this be about? Had Susan escalated things even further? He quickly excused himself from the table and headed toward the back office, his mind spinning. When he arrived, Claire was already sitting behind the desk, a grim look on her face. As soon as Alex entered, she gestured for him to sit. Alex, I need you to listen to me carefully, Claire began, her tone serious. I've just received a call from corporate. Jenner from the corporate office wants a full report on tonight's events. She's asking for details on how we handled the situation with Susan Carter, and she wants to know what steps you took to resolve it. Alex's stomach churned. This wasn't just about a bad night anymore, it was about his future. Corporate was already involved, and they were watching every move he made. Corporate wants to know everything, Claire continued, her eyes scanning his face. They're taking this seriously, and they're not happy. This could mean big trouble for you, Alex. Alex sat back in his chair, his mind racing. He hadn't anticipated things escalating like this. Susan wasn't just a difficult customer, she was wielding her influence in a way that threatened to tear apart everything he had worked for. And now, corporate was involved. There was no way to back out of this. Claire, I've done everything I can to fix the situation, Alex said, his voice shaky but determined. I've apologized. I've offered her a private dinner, but I know it's not enough. I don't know what else they want from me. Claire leaned forward, her eyes narrowing. Alex, you need to understand one thing. This is more than just a simple mistake. It's about the perception of power in this restaurant. If you don't handle this properly, not only will Susan be a problem for you, but corporate will lose confidence in your ability to lead. And if that happens, you could lose your job, your career, everything. Alex felt the weight of Claire's words settle heavily on his chest. Losing his career was the last thing he wanted. But what if it was already too late? The final decision back in the dining room. Susan and David had finished their meal and were preparing to leave. Alex watched them from a distance, feeling a sinking sensation in his stomach. The damage was done, and no amount of apologizing or offering perks could undo it. As they stood up to leave, Susan turned to him one last time. You'll hear from us, she said coolly, her voice almost devoid of emotion. I'll be in touch. Alex nodded silently, watching them leave the restaurant. He felt defeated, the weight of the night pressing down on him like an anchor pulling him into the depths. As the door closed behind them, Alex knew one thing for sure. His life was about to change. Whether it would be for better or worse, he couldn't yet tell. The next few days passed in a blur for Chef Alex. Corporate had begun their investigation into the incident, and he had been called into several meetings to explain his actions. Jenner from the corporate office had made it clear that his future with the restaurant chain was uncertain. His offer of a private dinner had been met with mixed reviews, and the public fallout from the night continued to swirl. Susan Carter had already sent her complaint to multiple food critics and bloggers, making sure the story spread beyond just the restaurant's walls. Alex had tried to keep a low profile, but it was clear that the damage was already done. His career, once on an upward trajectory, was now at a crossroads. He was no longer sure what path lay ahead. All he could do now was wait for the inevitable decision that would either end his time at the restaurant or change the course of his life forever. We begin in a busy airport terminal. with passengers hurrying to their gates. Among the crowd, Eloise Lancaster, an elderly woman, quietly waits for her flight in a simple, calm manner. The flight attendant, Miss Pratt, notices her but dismisses her as an ordinary passenger. Miss Pratt is efficient, used to managing the first-class section, and quickly scans the passengers for those who belong in that section. Eloise, despite her humble appearance, is traveling in first class. When Eloise approaches the first-class gate, Miss Pratt dismisses her, assuming she has made a mistake. Eloise is told to step aside, but she refuses to argue. Instead, she remains calm and gently insists that there's no mistake. When Miss Pratt aggressively slaps her hand away, Eloise's cane falls, and the terminal falls into silence. The tension in the air grows as Eloise remains composed, sending a chilling message to Miss Pratt with the words, "You just made the worst mistake of your life." This sets the stage for the drama to unfold, with the passengers observing the uncomfortable exchange. The tension heightens as Miss Pratt is soon confronted by a senior airline official, Gerald Whittaker. He calmly addresses Eloise as Mrs. Lancaster and apologizes for the delay, revealing that Eloise is not just any elderly woman, but the chairwoman of the airline. Miss Pratt's confusion and shock are palpable as she is forced to realize the gravity of her actions. Gerald instructs Miss Pratt to step aside, and she is left to face the consequences of her behavior. Miss Pratt's assumptions about Eloise being unworthy of first class are revealed to be rooted in her bias. Despite her earlier self-assurance, Miss Pratt now has to confront her mistakes in front of her colleagues and the airline's leadership. The situation grows even more tense when she is called to the cockpit and asked to explain her actions. In the cockpit, she is met by Captain Nigel Dawson, senior executives, and Robert Ellington, who reprimand her for her prejudice and hasty assumptions. Her actions are condemned, and she learns that she has humiliated one of the most powerful figures in the airline industry. The executives lay out the consequences, with Miss Pratt forced to face the possibility of losing her job. She is left with no choice but to apologize publicly and try to redeem herself. As the flight continues, Miss Pratt's sense of shame grows. The passengers, including Dorian Vance, continue to watch her every move, and Eloise remains composed, offering a silent reminder of the mistake Miss Pratt has made. The interactions between Miss Pratt and the other flight attendants, including Leah, highlight the emotional toll this situation has taken on her. While Leah offers sympathy, Miss Pratt is left to reflect on her behavior, confronting her biases head-on. When the plane lands, Miss Pratt is called into a meeting with the executives. Robert Ellington explains that Eloise Lancaster had specifically requested that Miss Pratt be given a chance to explain herself before a decision was made. The airline has decided to place Miss Pratt on probation rather than fire her immediately. The executives explain that she will undergo training to address her biases, and her role will be reevaluated over the next 6 months. Miss Pratt is given the opportunity to redeem herself, but she knows that this is her final chance. As the day draws to a close, Miss Pratt confronts her mistakes, acknowledging the biases that led to her actions. Eloise, in her quiet wisdom, watches Miss Pratt with an expression that reveals more than she lets on. Miss Pratt leaves the meeting, aware that her career hangs in the balance. She is faced with the daunting reality of having to change her perspective and prove that she can learn from her mistakes. In a world where appearances often dictate the way people are treated, sometimes all it takes is one encounter to turn those assumptions on their head. What happens when a seemingly out-of-place figure steps into a world of high-class luxury, only to reveal that appearances can be deceiving? This is the story of Shaquille O'Neal, the basketball legend who walked into an exclusive Beverly Hills restaurant in the most casual attire, only to face an encounter that would change not just his evening, but the perspective of everyone who witnessed it. Let's dive into this unforgettable experience that teaches us all an important lesson about respect, humility, and the power of kindness. Stay with us until the end, because you'll want to hear how it all unfolds. Picture this: La Lumar, an upscale restaurant in the heart of Beverly Hills. filled with luxury cars and patrons dressed in the finest attire. The sparkling chandeliers cast an elegant glow across the room. The smell of gourmet food fills the air, and the energy is vibrant until one man enters. Shaquille O'Neal, towering at over 7 feet, walks through the glass doors wearing a simple gray t-shirt, sweatpants, and worn-out sneakers. His attire is the opposite of what one might expect in such an upscale venue. And immediately, a sense of curiosity and judgment starts to build among the diners. But there's more to this story than meets the eye. Shaq, known for his larger-than-life personality on the basketball court, was about to show that true strength isn't always about what you wear, but how you carry yourself. Emma, a waitress with a sense of superiority, is the first to judge Shaq. With years of experience at La Lumar, she prides herself on being a gatekeeper of the restaurant's high standards. When she lays eyes on Shaq, her judgment is swift. "Are you sure you want to eat here?" she asks, her tone dripping with mockery. She's convinced that someone in such casual attire doesn't belong in her world. But Shaq, unfazed by her rudeness, simply smiles and politely insists on staying. His calm demeanor is unshaken, even as Emma tries to make him uncomfortable by choosing the least desirable table. Shaq sits down without a word, his composure only adding to the tension building around him. The other diners, noticing his calmness amidst Emma's hostility, begin to murmur. As the night progresses, Emma becomes more insistent. She continues to belittle Shaq, making remarks about the prices on the menu and mocking his choice of the most expensive dish. The more she tries to provoke him, the more composed he becomes. Shaq doesn't engage in petty arguments. He simply enjoys his meal, responding with warmth and politeness. However, his calmness only serves to frustrate Emma. She's expecting him to react, to get angry or embarrassed. Instead, Shaq's indifference highlights the pettiness of her actions. Meanwhile, the other diners, including an older couple, Mr. and Mrs. Carter, begin to notice Emma's behavior and exchange glances of disapproval. They see something that Emma doesn't. Shaq's presence is powerful, not because he's trying to prove anything, but because he knows his worth. Just as Emma believes she has outlasted Shaq's patience, the truth comes to light. The restaurant manager, Mr. Thompson, approaches Shaq's table with respect and admiration. "Shaq, it's an honor to have you here," he says. The room falls silent as diners realize that the man they've been watching is none other than Shaquille O'Neal, a man whose influence extends far beyond basketball. To Emma's horror, she learns that Shaq not only owns part of the restaurant, but also uses his influence to teach valuable lessons about respect and humility. Shaq's calmness in the face of adversity becomes the focal point of the evening. What Emma thought was a chance to embarrass a regular customer becomes a profound lesson in kindness, strength, and self-awareness. Part 5. The lesson. Shaq's presence and words begin to resonate throughout the restaurant. In a world where people are often judged by their appearance, Shaq's actions serve as a powerful reminder that respect should be given to everyone, regardless of how they look or what they wear. As he speaks with the staff, his message is clear. Respect isn't something you reserve for people based on their status or appearance. It's something every person deserves. Shaq's calm demeanor, contrasted with Emma's arrogance, leaves a lasting impression on the diners. They begin to realize that it's not just about treating others with respect in the moment, but about understanding the deeper value of every individual. The tension that had been simmering in the restaurant shifts as Shaq's lesson becomes clear. Emma, initially filled with confidence, now faces the weight of her actions. She realizes that the respect she denied Shaq is something that should be given freely to all people. As Shaq prepares to leave, Emma is left with the profound realization that true strength lies not in judgment, but in acceptance. The diners, too, leave with a lesson in how to treat others, with Mr. Carter's quiet admiration for Shaq echoing in the background. The night ends not just with a meal, but with a deep understanding of respect and the importance of empathy. So, what can we learn from this story? It's simple. Respect is not a privilege for the few, it's a basic right for everyone. We often make snap judgments based on appearances, but true character is reflected in how we treat others, especially those who may not seem to fit the mold. Shaquille O'Neal's lesson in humility and kindness serves as a powerful reminder that we are all deserving of respect, no matter our background or appearance. What do you think? Have you ever experienced a moment where kindness or judgment shifted the course of an event? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more stories that challenge our perceptions of the world around us. The ballroom was alive with the soft hum of conversation, the elegant clinking of champagne glasses, and the rustle of opulent gowns. An exclusive gala for the city's elites. It was the night of the annual charity event that drew the most influential families, the wealthiest patrons, and the most powerful figures in the country. There were whispers about who would be making the largest donations, who would outshine whom with the most extravagant dress or dazzling jewelry. It was the epitome of high society, an evening where money and power were on full display. At the center of the gathering stood Victoria Blackwell, the matriarch of the Blackwell family, a woman who had inherited her wealth through generations of business moguls. Her gown shimmered under the lights, adorned with diamonds that could buy a small island. She was a queen in this world, her every movement calculated, her every word a display of power. Beside her, her two closest friends Lucinda Taylor and Felicity Mitchell watched the proceedings with similar poise, each in designer dresses that screamed exclusivity. The air in the ballroom was thick with privilege. But as the evening unfolded, something unexpected happened. The doors to the ballroom suddenly creaked open, and in walked a woman who could not have been more out of place in this world. Her clothes were faded, the fabric worn thin from years of use, and her shoes were scuffed and old. The room fell silent for a moment as all eyes turned toward her. This woman, an elderly figure with gray hair and a small, frail frame, made her way into the lavish space with a slow, deliberate pace. She held a modest purse in her hands, her skin showing the years of hardship she had weathered. Her presence immediately caused a stir. Whispers began to spread like wildfire. Who was she? How had she gotten in? The laughter in the room was almost audible, muffled by the masks of politeness everyone tried so hard to wear. Did she get lost? Whispered Lucinda, her voice laced with disdain. She must be in the wrong place, Felicity added, her lips curling with mockery. Victoria Blackwell, ever the symbol of perfection, stared at the woman with raised eyebrows, her mind already making judgments. She turned to her friends and said, just loud enough for others to hear, who invited this person? She doesn't belong here. Despite the harsh whispers and the blatant stares, the elderly woman, who introduced herself as Margaret Howard, seemed unaffected. She continued her journey deeper into the ballroom, moving with a quiet dignity that contrasted starkly with the ostentatious display around her. It was as though she was used to being judged, and nothing could shake her calm. Victoria, unable to contain her growing irritation, approached a nearby staff member and loudly remarked, "There's clearly been some mistake. This woman doesn't belong here. Someone should check the guest list." Margaret's serenity remained unshaken. She did not seem to care about the murmurs behind her, nor the haughty gazes that followed her every step. She was simply here, in her quiet way, to observe. The event continued, and yet there was an undercurrent of discomfort in the air, especially around Victoria and her friends. They made crude comments about the elderly woman's presence, laughing amongst themselves, their voices dripping with condescension. "Maybe she's here to beg for money," Lucinda sneered. "She's probably just a charity case, a way to make the donors feel good about themselves." Margaret, however, did not flinch. Her face was still, her eyes kind but unwavering. She heard every word, but it did not seem to bother her in the least. Her gaze swept over the crowd, never once letting their scorn affect her. There was something about her quiet presence that seemed to challenge everything the elites held dear. And then, the moment of revelation came. The gala's host, the renowned hospital director Richard Thornton stepped onto the stage to announce the evening's generous donor. He cleared his throat, his voice booming across the ballroom, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, we are honored to receive an incredibly generous donation from a benefactor who has chosen to remain anonymous. This donation, a staggering $50 million, will go toward funding our new children's hospital wing." The room gasped. A donation of that magnitude could change lives, transform the future of thousands of children. But the real shock came when Richard continued, "This remarkable individual is with us tonight. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Margaret Howard." The room went completely silent. Victoria Blackwell, her mouth agape, watched as Margaret Howard, the poor, elderly woman they had ridiculed moments earlier, slowly made her way to the stage. "Mrs. Howard," Richard continued, his voice filled with reverence, "we cannot thank you enough for your generosity. Your contribution will change countless lives. We are forever in your debt." The crowd remained frozen. No one knew how to react. It was as if the ground had shifted beneath their feet. Margaret, now standing before them, revealed the truth. She was not the poor, lost woman they had assumed her to be, but a billionaire philanthropist who had been quietly reshaping the lives of the most vulnerable. For years, Victoria and her friends were mortified. All the arrogant remarks, the cruel judgments, the laughs, they now felt like poison in their mouths. But there was no time to retract their words. The damage had already been done. Margaret's eyes, filled with compassion, scanned the room as she addressed them. "I chose to remain anonymous for a reason," she said softly, her voice carrying across the room. "I don't give because of recognition or fame. I give because I believe it is our duty to help those who cannot help themselves. And tonight, I hope you all realize that true value comes not from appearances or wealth, but from what we do for others." Victoria, her heart sinking, was now fully aware of her mistake. She had judged Margaret based on her own preconceived notions, her blind belief that wealth and power defined a person's worth. But now, she saw that Margaret's true worth was something far more profound: kindness, humility, and generosity. As the applause from Margaret rang out, Victoria's mind raced. She had been wrong. She had judged based on skin color, on wealth, on status. And now, in front of everyone, she had to face her own arrogance. Margaret Howard had just shattered her narrow view of the world, and the lesson didn't stop there. Margaret continued, her voice carrying a deeper meaning. "In this world, we often define people by their wealth, their appearance, and their social standing, but that is not the true measure of a person's worth. It is the heart, the kindness, the actions that matter most. I hope tonight, you all will take this lesson to heart." Victoria stood frozen, surrounded by the stunned faces of the guests. The reality of her actions, the ugliness of her prejudices, weighed heavily on her. She had been a part of a world that valued material possessions over human connection. But now, she understood, it was kindness that mattered most. In the weeks that followed, Victoria made a profound change. She stepped away from the world of high society and used her wealth to fund programs for underprivileged children, many of whom were the very people she had once overlooked. She worked alongside Margaret, learning from her humility and grace, and slowly, the wall of arrogance she had built around herself began to crumble. The most important lesson Victoria learned was that true wealth was not measured in gold or jewels, but in the ability to change, to grow, and to help others. Margaret's quiet presence had shown her that the real value of a person lies not in their external appearance, but in their heart. And as for Margaret Howard, she continued to change lives, quietly and humbly, always teaching those who crossed her path the true meaning of generosity. The lesson: never judge someone by their appearance or status, for beneath the surface, there may be a heart that holds more wealth than you could ever imagine. True greatness lies in kindness, humility, and the courage to live with integrity. The Parker family had been dreaming of this vacation for months. For Ethan Parker, an FBI agent, life was usually a whirlwind of high-stakes operations, long hours, and constant vigilance. Time off was a rare commodity. But he and his wife, Lena, had decided it was time for a break. They had planned a family trip to a lavish resort on the beach, a place where they could unwind, reconnect, and experience the kind of peace that always seemed elusive to them. However, what was supposed to be a serene getaway soon spiraled into a series of unsettling encounters. As the family settled by the pool, with their two children splashing and playing nearby, things began to feel off. Ethan, who rarely had time to relax, took in the sound of the waves and the sight of his children. Unaware of the storm that was about to erupt, a security guard approached them with suspicion, asking for their room number. While this could have been a simple procedure, the tension in the guard's tone told a different story. This wasn't the first time the Parkers had experienced this kind of treatment, but the feeling of being unfairly judged based on their appearance never got easier. As Lena picked up on the subtle shift in attitude, she felt the discomfort creeping in. The guards seemed uninterested in verifying their room number and instead insisted they leave the pool area. The situation quickly escalated from minor discomfort to blatant discrimination. As more security staff arrived, and the situation became more tense, it was clear to Lena that this was no ordinary misunderstanding. She confronted the guards, asking if they were targeting her family because of how they looked. The guards' evasiveness only fueled her suspicions, and the day, which had started so peacefully, was beginning to unravel. As the guards continued their insistence that the Parkers leave the pool area, Ethan remained composed, trying to defuse the situation. But Lena, who had always fought for justice in her legal career, couldn't sit back and let her family be treated like this. The situation had escalated, and now their vacation was overshadowed by the unsettling behavior of the staff. What followed next was a heated exchange between Lena and the younger security guard. His dismissive attitude and continued insinuations that the Parkers were not fit to be at the resort stoked a fire within Lena. Her frustration and anger boiled over, but she remained calm enough to confront the guard, challenging him on why they were being treated differently from other guests. It wasn't just the blatant racism that hurt. It was the disrespect and disregard for the dignity of her family. As the guard's attitude grew more hostile, Lena demanded to speak with his manager. But the response she received was not what she had hoped. They were still being harassed, and as the situation intensified, the guards called in backup local police officers. The moment of truth arrived when local police officers showed up at the scene. Despite Ethan calmly identifying himself as an FBI agent, the officers persisted in their actions, continuing to treat him as a suspect. The Parkers were no longer just dealing with security guards. They were now facing the full force of institutional power, and their world felt like it was collapsing around them. Ethan was handcuffed in front of his children, a sight that filled the entire pool area with tension. Guests watched in silence as the situation unfolded, many recording the incident, but no one intervened. Ethan remained composed, his professional training allowing him to control his emotions, but inside, he felt the sting of humiliation. He had spent his career fighting for justice, only to find himself on the receiving end of an injustice that hit too close to home. Lena, too, was visibly shaken, but she refused to back down. As a lawyer, she understood the weight of the situation and knew that the officers were abusing their power. She wasn't just fighting for herself or Ethan. She was fighting for her children's future, ensuring that they wouldn't grow up in a world where this kind of injustice was acceptable. Once the situation was diffused and the handcuffs were removed, the Parkers knew that their fight wasn't over. Ethan and Lena were determined to ensure that this incident would not be forgotten. They began making plans to take legal action against the resort and the officers involved. Knowing that they couldn't let this abuse of power slide, Lena immediately began calling her colleagues to prepare for a lawsuit. She was a skilled lawyer, but this time, the fight was personal. As she arranged the next steps, Ethan stood by her side, his resolve growing stronger with every passing moment. They weren't just fighting for themselves, they were fighting for everyone who had experienced similar injustice. The legal process would be long, But the Parkers were determined to see it through. With Lena's expertise and Ethan's connections within the FBI, they knew that their fight had the potential to shine a light on the deeper issues of discrimination and abuse of power that plague society. Why? In the end, the Parkers' story became a symbol of resistance against systemic racism and the abuse of power. Though the legal battles would continue, the Parkers knew they had taken the first step toward justice. The resort eventually issued an apology, and the police department began an internal investigation. But the Parkers knew that real change required more than just apologies, it required accountability. The family walked away from the resort stronger than ever, united in their fight for justice. The lessons they learned were invaluable, and they were determined to make sure that their story would be a beacon for others who faced similar struggles. They had fought for their family, but in doing so, they had sparked a movement that would inspire others to stand up against injustice. Have you ever been underestimated because of your appearance or age? What if I told you that a legendary black woman, the CEO of a multi-million-dollar hotel chain, was once denied a room in her own hotel not because of her power, but because of the way she looked? Tonight, we're going to dive deep into the story of Eleanor Johnson, a woman who built an empire only to face the harsh sting of discrimination from her own staff. But this story doesn't end with her being wronged. It ends with a powerful lesson that no one at her hotel will ever forget. It was a crisp evening in Chicago when Eleanor Johnson stepped out of a yellow taxi in front of the Grand American Hotel. A modest woman, dressed simply in a woolen coat and soft leather shoes, she gazed up at the building she had created over 30 years ago. She wasn't wearing the typical flashy designer dress or dripping in diamonds that many expect from the high and mighty in the luxury business world. Instead, Eleanor was here as an ordinary guest, ready to check in like anyone else. But she wasn't prepared for what was about to unfold. As Eleanor stepped into the grand lobby of her own hotel, she was greeted by a young receptionist, Jessica Carter, who barely looked up from her phone. Jessica's gaze was cold and dismissive as she scanned Eleanor's modest attire. "I'm sorry, ma'am," Jessica said, her tone shifting into disbelief, "but our hotel is fully booked tonight." Eleanor, calm and collected, tried to explain, "There must be a mistake. The Grand American always reserves a room for me." But Jessica, having grown up in wealth and privilege, didn't buy it. "I'm sorry, but I don't see your name on the VIP list. Our hotel is completely full tonight." Now, imagine how frustrating it must be for someone who's worked their entire life to prove themselves only to be doubted by someone who doesn't understand the weight of their legacy. Eleanor didn't raise her voice or create a scene. Instead, she simply pulled out her phone and made a quick call to someone who would make sure the mistake was corrected. This wasn't just a call for a room reservation. This was the call that would open everyone's eyes to the truth. Eleanor wasn't just any guest, she was the founder of this hotel. And this hotel existed because of her sacrifices, provision, and her resilience. As she stood there quietly, Jessica and her colleague, Luke, continued to whisper about the fraud who was trying to sneak into the VIP section. They had no idea who they were truly dealing with. When the shift manager, Michael Harris, arrived at the desk, he wasn't any more convinced than Jessica had been. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Johnson," he said with a cold, professional smile. "You must have confused us with another hotel. You are not on the list." But Eleanor didn't react. She simply waited, her eyes not betraying a hint of frustration. She was, however, well aware that this was the same discrimination she had faced her entire life, a constant challenge for a black woman trying to make her mark in a world that wasn't built for people like her. The staff continued to stare, unsure of how to proceed. Eleanor, however, remained calm as she awaited her phone call to take effect. Minutes later, two powerful men walked briskly into the lobby. Thomas Reed, the vice president of the corporation, and Anthony Price, the regional executive director for the Midwest, were visibly shocked to see Eleanor standing there. "Mrs. Johnson," Thomas asked, stunned, "I had no idea this was you." "I'm so sorry." It took only a moment for Jessica and Michael to realize their mistake. The woman they had judged so harshly was, in fact, the founder of the entire hotel chain. Eleanor had built this empire with her own hands and they had nearly thrown her out. The shock was written all over their faces as they realized the gravity of their mistake. Now, let's pause here and think for a moment. What if Eleanor had reacted differently? What if she had stormed out of the hotel or publicly humiliated the staff for their ignorance? She didn't. She didn't have to prove her worth because her legacy spoke louder than any words ever could. Instead, she handled the situation with grace and quiet authority. Her lesson wasn't just about correcting a mistake, it was about showing others how to see the humanity in everyone, regardless of how they look or where they come from. The truth here is clear. The way we judge others, often based on superficial appearances, can cloud our perception of their true worth. Eleanor's experience with prejudice was not just a one-time incident. It was something she had endured her entire life, and it was only by overcoming those challenges that she became the strong, successful woman she is today. In the aftermath of the incident, Eleanor didn't ask for apologies. She didn't demand any retribution. Instead, she used the experience as an opportunity to teach her staff a valuable lesson. During a meeting with the hotel leadership, Eleanor made it clear that the hotel chain needed to change not just their policies, but the very way they treated their guests. She called for a complete overhaul of the training program, emphasizing respect and equality for everyone. Eleanor's message was clear. Dignity is not something that can be measured by outward appearance. It's something that comes from within, and it's how we treat others that truly defines us. The next day, as Eleanor walked through the hotel lobby again, she noticed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The staff was treating everyone with more warmth and respect, and Jessica, who had once looked at Eleanor with suspicion, now greeted guests with sincerity. Eleanor knew that change wasn't instantaneous, but the small steps taken toward improvement were worth more than any immediate apologies. It was about showing people how to be better, not by condemning them, but by guiding them toward the right path. As Eleanor left the Grand American Hotel, she didn't leave with anger or resentment. She left with the satisfaction of knowing that she had done more than just teach her staff a lesson. She had changed their hearts. Her message was clear: treat people with kindness, see beyond the surface, and never judge a book by its cover. Eleanor's legacy wasn't just the empire she built, it was the lives she touched and the lessons she imparted. And her story is one that will resonate long after the hotel's lights dim each night. The most valuable lesson in this story is simple: respect and kindness are the true measures of success, not wealth, status, or appearances. In a world filled with judgments and prejudices, it's our responsibility to see beyond the surface. And treat everyone with the dignity they deserve. In a world that often judges based on appearances, some moments stand out as powerful reminders of how quickly we make assumptions about others. In an upscale restaurant, where luxury drips from every chandelier, and the smell of gourmet food fills the air, a man walks in wearing nothing more than a simple gray t-shirt, sweatpants, and worn-out sneakers. His presence, seemingly out of place, creates an unexpected ripple in the room, and in the course of the evening, he will prove that appearances, while powerful, do not determine one's worth. This story centers around a powerful lesson in humility. Respect, and the importance of understanding that we cannot truly judge a person based on what they wear, how they look, or the first impression they give. This is not a story about what meets the eye, but rather about what lies beneath the surface, a lesson in how we treat others, especially those who might seem out of place. It's a high-end restaurant in the heart of the city, set against a backdrop of luxury cars, well-dressed patrons, and an ambience that radiates elegance. The white tablecloths are impeccably arranged. The sparkling chandeliers cast soft, golden light over everything, and the air smells faintly of fine wine and exquisite cuisine. The guests speak in hushed tones, and the atmosphere is thick with exclusivity. For anyone familiar with the place, it's an unspoken rule: to dine here, you need more than just an appetite. You need to blend in, to fit the mold, and perhaps to make a statement with your attire. People here don't just come for the food, they come for the experience. They come for the luxury. They come to be seen. However, on this particular evening, someone is about to break this unwritten rule. David Lin is not your typical customer at this restaurant, standing just under 6 feet tall. He doesn't have the imposing presence of a celebrity, but what makes him stand out is the total disregard for the rules he is about to display. David, a successful tech entrepreneur and the co-founder of a rising tech company, is dressed in nothing more than a simple gray t-shirt, a pair of sweatpants, and old sneakers, clothes you might find in a young professional's weekend wardrobe, but certainly not something you would expect in a place that thrives on the elegance of its customers. As David walks through the restaurant's glass doors, his presence becomes instantly apparent. The hush falls over the room, not because of any visible grandeur, but because of the dissonance between his attire and the setting. Some heads turn, a few murmurs rise from the crowd, and the energy in the room shifts from the usual calm to a mix of curiosity and judgment. To most of the diners, David is clearly out of place and oddity among the perfectly polished. His attire, while perfectly comfortable for any other setting, is the exact opposite of the carefully curated look of those around him. The moment David steps inside, the reaction from the other patrons is swift. Some try to hide their disapproval behind polite glances, while others can't help but stare. They might not know it yet, but the evening is about to become more than just another night of fine dining. It's about to become a powerful social experiment in how we judge people based on nothing more than their outward appearance. But David, ever unbothered, seems entirely unfazed by the stares. He walks confidently, his gaze steady as he scans the room. He knows exactly where he's headed. The reservation he made is for a table by the window, where he can enjoy his meal in peace. Despite the glances and murmurs, he remains calm and focused. To David, this is just another restaurant. To others, it's a high-end social arena where looking the part is as important as anything else. David knows what it's like to be judged, and he's learned, over the years, that how others see you says more about them than it ever will about you. Enter Emmer, the waitress. Emmer is a seasoned professional, having worked at this restaurant for years. She prides herself on knowing exactly who belongs in the establishment and who does not. In her mind, she's the gatekeeper of the restaurant's image, and she's not afraid to show it. When Emma lays eyes on David, her reaction is swift and judgmental. She can't believe he's actually here, this man in his sweatpants and sneakers. To her, David is nothing more than a man who doesn't belong. She's worked in the service industry for years, and she has seen all kinds of people. But David's casual attire immediately marks him as someone who doesn't understand the rules of high society. Without hesitation, Emma approaches him with a question that's laced with mockery. "Are you sure you want to eat here?" The tone in Emma's voice is condescending, as if she's offering David a chance to back out, a way for him to avoid embarrassment. She doesn't even try to hide her distaste for his appearance. In a place like this, people are expected to conform to a certain standard, and David's relaxed, easygoing look just doesn't cut it. David, however, doesn't flinch. He doesn't rise to the bait. Instead, he simply smiles politely, and with a calmness that might be seen as surprising, he says, "Yes, I'm sure. I'll be fine here." His composure is immediately striking. And while Emma's condescension remains in her posture, David's response quietly sets the tone for what is to come. At this point, it becomes clear that the power in this encounter doesn't lie with Emma. Even though she is the one who controls the service, the true strength in the room rests with David. His lack of reaction to Emma's insults speaks volumes. He doesn't need to prove anything, especially to someone who has already made up her mind about him based on his clothes. This is where the dynamic shifts. As David remains silent, Emma begins to feel an uncomfortable shift in the energy around her. It's as though the room is holding its breath, waiting for David to react. He doesn't. His silence and calmness are louder than any words he could say. As David settles into his seat, Emma reluctantly walks away, but not without casting a final, disapproving glance in his direction. The air feels heavy, and the buzz around David's rival intensifies. The patrons continue to murmur under their breaths, whispering about the man in casual clothes, wondering who he might be or why he dared to enter a fine dining establishment dressed in such a manner. Their eyes follow him, and while some try to mask their judgment with polite smiles, it's clear that David's presence has disrupted the usually calm and exclusive atmosphere of the restaurant. David, however, remains undisturbed as he places his napkin on his lap and looks at the menu. His focus is on what truly matters, enjoying his meal. But Emma's judgment isn't over. She's already decided to make this more than just an encounter between customer and server. For her, David represents a breach of decorum, an affront to the standards she believes are set in stone at the restaurant. Emma returns to David's table shortly after, carrying a glass of water and a menu. As she places the water down in front of him, she can't resist making a subtle jab. "I'm sure you'll find the wine list overwhelming," she says with a thin smile, her words carrying a tone that suggests David isn't someone who would appreciate the finer things. David looks up at her, his face serene, unbothered by her veiled insult. He simply responds with a polite nod, saying, "I'm sure I'll find something that suits me." His calmness catches her off guard, as if she were expecting him to snap or show some sign of discomfort. Instead, David's composure and humility only serve to highlight the absurdity of her attitude. She tries again, pushing further by commenting on the menu prices. "Are you sure you want to spend so much on the tasting menu? It's quite expensive for someone dressed like, well, you," she trails off, her voice dripping with sarcasm. It's a move she's used before to provoke customers she deems unworthy, a tactic she believes will force them into submission. But David does not rise to her bait. He doesn't flinch, doesn't fluster. Instead, he quietly chooses his meal without acknowledging her remarks. There is a quiet power in his silence. It's almost as if he is impervious to her attempts to embarrass him. As he places his order, his calmness in the face of her continued rudeness only serves to frustrate Emma more. She expects him to react, to become self-conscious, or perhaps even apologize for his appearance. But David does nothing. He simply continues to be himself, unfazed, self-assured, and respectful, not only of her, but of the experience in front of him. As the evening continues, the rest of the restaurant begins to take notice. David's lack of reaction to Emma's increasingly hostile treatment becomes a point of fascination. His ability to remain composed, despite the subtle jabs and the obvious discomfort in the room, makes him an object of intrigue. Some of the other diners, including an older couple at a nearby table, begin to exchange glances. They notice the clear imbalance in the way Emma is treating David compared to the rest of the guests, and the judgment they once shared begins to shift. They start to wonder why David is still calm, why he doesn't seem to care about the inappropriate treatment he's receiving. It's clear to them that something deeper is going on, but they are unsure what exactly. As Emma continues to make snide remarks about his choice of dishes and the prices, David simply remains poised. His demeanor is almost regal in its serenity, a quiet confidence that contrasts sharply with the tension in the air. The older couple, Mr. and Mrs. Carter, who have dined at this restaurant for years, exchange silent glances. They know Emma's typical behavior, and they know how the restaurant's patrons usually react to being treated poorly. But David is different. He's not reacting in the way they expect, and that, in itself, begins to make a statement, one that Emma fails to understand. As the night wears on, Emma grows more visibly frustrated. She has tried everything she knows to provoke David into a reaction, mocking his choice of wine, pointing out the extravagance of the meal, even suggesting that he would be better suited for a lesser establishment. But David's indifference to her taunts only makes her more agitated. She's not used to this. In her experience, when customers like David are treated poorly, they often get embarrassed, angry, or uncomfortable. They begin to question their worthiness and, more often than not, leave before the evening is over. But David does none of these things. He continues to smile, to be polite, and most importantly, he remains in control of the situation. David's quiet strength is something Emma can't comprehend. She's used to the power dynamics of high society, where the wealth and appearance of someone often dictate their treatment. To her, David's presence in this restaurant, dressed so casually, is an insult to the rules of the establishment. But the more she tries to provoke him, the more it becomes clear that the true power lies in David's ability to stay calm, composed, and, most importantly, humble. Just as Emma reaches the peak of her frustration, she's interrupted by a presence. The restaurant manager, Mr. Thompson, walks over to David's table with a warm smile on his face. His approach is filled with respect, and his demeanor contrasts sharply with Emma's coldness. As he greets David, Emma watches in stunned silence. "Mr. Lin," Mr. Thompson says with a deep sense of admiration, "It's a true honor to have you here tonight. We're so grateful to have you as a guest." Emma's face goes pale. The moment Mr. Thompson speaks, she realizes who David truly is. The calmness, the polite interactions, it all makes sense now. David Lin is not just any ordinary customer. He's a co-owner of the restaurant, and he's someone whose influence extends far beyond the confines of this building. Emma is left in shock as Mr. Thompson's words hang in the air. The room falls silent, and the once disruptive buzz of gossip dies down. The other diners, including Mr. and Mrs. Carter, now understand the true significance of David's presence. He is not just a guest. He is a man whose worth is defined by much more than his attire. He's a man who has earned his place here not through appearance, but through integrity, success, and the respect he commands. David remains calm throughout the exchange. His gentle smile never wavers as he listens to Mr. Thompson speak. Emma, on the other hand, begins to squirm in her seat, realizing that her rude behavior has just backfired spectacularly. The truth is out. The man she had so eagerly judged is far from what she had assumed, and now she must face the consequences of her actions. As the truth about David's identity becomes known to everyone in the restaurant, a deep silence falls over the room, the kind of silence that is not uncomfortable, but rather reflective, as if the entire dining room is collectively processing what has just occurred. The din of murmurs fades, and all eyes are now on David Lin. The patrons who had earlier been whispering, speculating about his place in the room, now understand that they had been wrong all along. Emma stands frozen, her face flushed with embarrassment. She had made a critical mistake, assuming that David, just because of his attire, did not belong. She had judged him based on a simple assumption, one that was entirely wrong. And in doing so, she had not only embarrassed herself, but also misjudged someone who was far more influential than she could have imagined. David, however, remains completely unbothered. His calm demeanor has never faltered, and he doesn't allow this moment to become a spectacle. He doesn't need to make anyone feel guilty for their behavior. He doesn't need to prove anything to anyone. Instead, he continues to be the man he was when he first entered the restaurant. Composed, humble, and respectful. It's this very contrast between David's behavior and Emma's that begins to make the lesson crystal clear. While Emma's arrogance and assumptions have caused discomfort and tension, David's unshakable calmness has now turned the situation into a moment of reflection. Everyone in the room, whether they realize it or not, has just witnessed a subtle yet powerful lesson in humility and respect. As David and Mr. Thompson continue their conversation, the restaurant manager's tone is one of utmost respect, acknowledging David not only as a valued guest, but also as a partner and co-owner of the establishment. And the respect David receives from Mr. Thompson is not out of obligation, but genuine admiration, built over years of trust and mutual understanding. David remains humble in his response, never once flaunting his status. His words are measured and kind, as he continues to engage with Mr. Thompson about the restaurant's operations and his appreciation for the staff. David's behavior demonstrates that true power comes from being grounded, showing respect to others regardless of their station in life. From where Emma stands, it's almost as if David's presence has become a beacon of everything she has been missing in her own interactions. She realizes, albeit too late, that her role in this high-end establishment was never to look down on people or assume that one's worth can be determined by their appearance. Her role was to serve with humility, regardless of the attire or social standing of the person sitting at the table. The entire room is now keenly aware of the transformation that's taking place. The diners who had once been critical of David are now beginning to reconsider their judgments. What had initially seemed like an uncomfortable encounter has, in fact, turned into a powerful display of integrity. David's actions speak louder than any words could. As Emma watches the respect David commands without even asking for it, she begins to internalize the lesson. It's a difficult pill to swallow, but the truth is undeniable. She had been wrong. She had assumed that the way David looked determined his place in the world, and she had judged him unfairly because of it. And in doing so, she had failed to recognize that her role as a servant in the restaurant was to respect all customers no matter their attire, appearance, or background. Emma steps away from David's table, a flood of emotions rushing over her. She's embarrassed, yes, but she's also deeply reflective. She knows that this encounter has changed her both personally and professionally. She can no longer view the people she serves through the lens of her own assumptions or prejudices. She now understands that respect isn't something earned based on appearance or status. It is something that should be given freely to everyone, regardless of how they look or what they wear. David's unspoken lesson is profound. True respect comes from within, and it isn't about conforming to external standards, but recognizing the inherent worth of every person. And while Emma may have been blinded by her own biases, this experience will serve as a reminder to her moving forward. She will never again let her judgments cloud her interactions with others. The older couple, Mr. and Mrs. Carter, who had been quietly observing the situation, are now visibly moved by what they've witnessed. They exchange glances, nodding in silent agreement. To them, this is more than just a simple dining experience. It's a reminder of what it means to be human. In a world where it's easy to judge others by what they wear or how they speak, the couple now sees the deeper lesson that has unfolded before them. They smile at each other, understanding that sometimes the greatest lessons come not from books or speeches, but from everyday moments like these. It's a reminder that we all have value, and we should treat everyone with kindness and respect, no matter their outward appearance. As the evening winds down, the tone in the restaurant shifts. The initial judgment and discomfort have dissipated, replaced by a quiet understanding that everyone, regardless of their status or outward appearance, deserves respect. David's lesson is felt by all, whether they realize it or not. As David finishes his meal, he stands up to leave, but not before giving Emma a kind smile. There's no anger in his expression, just a calm understanding that sometimes people need to learn things the hard way. Emma, for her part, can only nod back, realizing that this brief encounter has forever changed the way she will view her work and her role in the world. David walks out of the restaurant, leaving behind a group of diners and staff who are quietly reflecting on the lessons of the evening. His departure is as understated as his arrival, but the impact of his presence lingers long after he's gone. David's time in the restaurant wasn't about teaching anyone a lesson, it was about showing everyone that respect is not something to be reserved for a select few based on their outward appearance. True respect is about recognizing the inherent worth of every individual, regardless of their station in life. As the staff cleans up the restaurant and the diners make their way to the exit, they do so with a sense of quiet reflection. They understand now that they've witnessed something far more significant than just an interaction between a customer and a waitress. They've witnessed a moment that will stick with them, a moment that challenged their perceptions of who is worthy of respect and who is not. After David leaves the restaurant, the atmosphere remains unexpectedly calm. It's as if the air itself has been clear of the tension that had built up earlier in the evening. Emma stands in the back of the restaurant, staring at the empty seat where David had been. Her mind is racing, replaying the events of the night over and over again. She had been so certain of her judgment, so certain that the man in front of her didn't belong in the world of fine dining. Now, as she stands there, she realizes just how wrong she was. The sense of guilt that weighs on her shoulders is heavy, but it's mixed with something else. A newfound understanding. In her years of working in the service industry, she had always believed that appearance was the most important thing. She had judged people based on what they wore, how they spoke, and the confidence they exuded. But tonight, she had learned a hard lesson. True worth is never determined by appearance. It's determined by character, humility, and the way we treat others. For the first time, Emma begins to question her own actions, not just in her interactions with David, but in the way she had treated countless other patrons in the past. Had she been dismissive of others because they didn't fit the mold? Had she judged people by their clothing, their accent, or the way they carried themselves? The thought is unsettling, but it's also the beginning of a change. Later that night, Emma finds herself standing in front of Mr. Thompson, the restaurant manager, who had witnessed the entire exchange between her and David. She feels a mix of anxiety and regret, unsure of how to address what happened. But Mr. Thompson, ever the professional, doesn't make her feel worse. Instead, he offers her a chance to reflect on the situation. "Emma," he says softly, "you've been with us for a long time, and I know you take pride in your work. But tonight, I saw something different. I saw you struggle with something you've likely never had to confront before." Emma swallows hard, her voice shaking slightly as she replies, I don't know what came over me. I saw David, and I immediately assumed he didn't belong here. I thought I was protecting the restaurant's image. But now, I see how wrong I was." Mr. Thompson nods. "It's not an easy lesson to learn, but you've learned it, and that's what matters. The most important thing we do here isn't just serve food. It's about making people feel welcome, no matter who they are or how they look." Emma feels a weight lift off her chest, but there's still a lingering sense of discomfort. She knows that she'll have to work harder to undo the biases she had allowed to shape her actions. This realization is painful, but it's also necessary. She can no longer ignore the importance of treating everyone with the same level of respect, no matter their appearance or their status. While Emma is grappling with her emotions, the older couple, Mr. and Mrs. Carter, have already left the restaurant. They, too, have been affected by the events of the evening, though perhaps not in the same way Emma has been. As they walk to their car, they discuss what they witnessed in quiet voices, a deep reflection in their words. "I never thought of it that way," Mr. Carter says, adjusting his coat as they walk. "It's easy to judge people when they don't fit the mold. But David showed us something different." Mrs. Carter nods thoughtfully. "It's not about what someone wears or how they look. It's about who they are, how they treat others." I think we all needed to be reminded of that. The couple drives home in silence, their minds lingering on the lessons of the night. They had been silently judging David when he walked in, just like many others. They had assumed he wasn't part of the exclusive world they inhabited, but now they see how wrong they were. The judgment they had passed without thinking has been replaced by a sense of humility and respect for David and, more importantly, for the lesson he had unknowingly taught them. As the night winds down, the last few diners finish their meals, and the staff begins to clear the tables. Emma, still deep in thought, moves about the restaurant with a sense of purpose. She's no longer focused on the superficial aspects of the job. Instead, she's concentrating on providing the best service possible, treating each person with the same level of care and respect that she had failed to offer David earlier. David's presence may have left the building, but the lesson he imparted remains. It lingers in the minds of those who were witnesses to the events of the evening, including Emma, Mr. and Mrs. Carter, and the rest of the staff. The restaurant that had once been a place where only the worthy were treated with respect is now a space that embodies inclusivity, understanding, and empathy. The judgmental attitudes that had existed before have been replaced with a more welcoming and understanding atmosphere. The next day, Emma wakes up with a sense of resolve. She spends the entire morning reflecting on her actions and how she can be better. She doesn't want to be the person she was before, a person who judged others based on what they wore. A person who assumed someone didn't belong simply because they didn't fit the mold. At work that evening, as she serves her first table, she makes a conscious effort to be present, to engage with each customer with genuine warmth and respect. She's determined to make sure no one is ever made to feel the way David was on that night. And though it's a difficult process, she knows it's the right one. Over time, Emma grows in her role. She becomes more compassionate, not just in her interactions with customers, but with her coworkers as well. She begins to understand that respect is not a commodity to be earned. It is a fundamental right that should be granted to everyone, regardless of their background, their appearance, or their status. As the weeks go by, the lesson of that night sticks with the staff, the diners, and even Emma herself. David Lynn may have left the restaurant the evening with little more than a kind smile and a quiet demeanor, but his presence had made an indelible mark. He didn't need to teach anyone a lesson. He simply lived it. In a world that often values appearances over substance, David showed everyone that true worth is determined not by how we look, but by how we treat others. His quiet strength became a powerful reminder that no one should be judged based on the way they appear. Instead, we should always look deeper, always strive to see the person inside, and always treat others with the respect and dignity they deserve. Weeks have passed since the night David Lynn dined at the upscale restaurant, but the events of that evening continue to echo through the lives of those who were there. For Emma, the waitress who had initially judged David based on his appearance, the transformation has been profound. No longer is she the person who casually dismisses others based on their clothes, accent, or background. She's learned that her judgments, however fleeting, can have lasting effects, and she's committed to changing her ways. Emma spends her days now reflecting on her interactions with people, always striving to treat everyone with the same level of respect, regardless of their outward appearance. She takes extra time with customers, ensuring they feel valued and welcome. The shift in her mindset is palpable. The way she carries herself, the kindness in her actions, and the way she handles even the most difficult customers have all changed. Emma is no longer just going through the motions. She is engaged, actively listening, and making an effort to understand the people she serves. And the results are evident. Not only does she receive more positive feedback from patrons, but her coworkers also begin to notice the change. There is a newfound warmth in the restaurant, a sense of respect that permeates every interaction, both with customers and colleagues. One evening, as Emma closes the restaurant and prepares to leave, she finds herself alone in the break room. She looks at her reflection in the mirror and smiles. It's a smile of contentment, a smile that says she's proud of how far she's come. She's learned that respect cannot be demanded from others. It must first be earned by offering it to everyone. without exception. For the first time in a long while, Emma realizes that she's found a new sense of purpose in her work. She no longer sees her job simply as a means to an end. It's become a way for her to connect with people, to learn from them, and to give back the kindness and respect that she had previously withheld from those who seemed out of place. David's simple yet powerful example continues to guide her. His silent strength and unspoken lesson have changed the way she views the world and, more importantly, the way she views herself. No longer does she feel the need to prove herself to others or to validate her worth based on outward appearances. She understands now that the value of a person is not determined by what they wear or how they look, but by the content of their character and the kindness they show to others. The changes in Emma are just the beginning. The restaurant itself has also undergone a shift. The atmosphere is no longer one of exclusivity defined by appearance, but one of warmth and inclusivity. The staff, inspired by Emma's transformation, begin to treat every customer with the same level of respect, no matter their attire or background. This shift in mindset is not just about making people feel comfortable, it's about recognizing the humanity in every individual. And as the patrons begin to feel this change, they, too, start to interact differently with one another. No longer do they hold judgments based on surface-level observations. Instead, they start engaging in deeper conversations, getting to know the people around them without preconceived notions. Even Mr. Thompson, the restaurant manager, has noticed the difference. He sees the staff working together with a renewed sense of purpose, treating every customer as though they are equally important. And though the restaurant's reputation for luxury remains intact, it is now coupled with a sense of community and respect that wasn't there before. David Lin's presence at the restaurant that evening, though brief, had a profound effect on everyone in the room. His quiet demeanor, his refusal to react to judgment, and his unshakable humility became a lesson that everyone needed to learn. But it wasn't just about David's identity as a co-owner of the restaurant, it was about the way he carried himself. He didn't need to flaunt his wealth, status, or influence. He showed that true power lies in humility and treating others with respect regardless of their station in life. For the other diners, especially Mr. and Mrs. Carter, the lesson was equally powerful. They had spent much of their lives judging others based on their appearance, but after witnessing the events unfold, they realized how wrong they had been. They, too, started to challenge their own biases, questioning the way they had looked at people in the past. They began to realize that true connection comes not from superficial judgments, but from seeing the value in others as human beings. The couple, like Emma, started to look at the world with a new lens, one that focused on kindness, understanding, and empathy. They understood now that no one should ever be made to feel inferior because of the way they look or what they wear. As David's story continues to ripple through the lives of those who witnessed it, the final lesson becomes clear. Appearances can be deceiving, but kindness, respect, and humility are the qualities that truly define a person. David did not need to prove his worth to anyone. He simply lived it through his actions. His unspoken lesson was one that transcended the boundaries of the restaurant. It was a lesson that would resonate in the hearts and minds of everyone who had the privilege of witnessing that night. In a world where judgment is often passed based on superficial characteristics, David Lin's quiet strength serves as a reminder that the most important thing we can do is treat others with dignity, regardless of what they wear or where they come from. True character is not measured by appearances, but by how we treat others, especially those who may seem different from ourselves. Months later, Emma finds herself facing new challenges that test her growth and the lessons she has learned. But now, instead of reacting with defensiveness or judgment, she approaches each situation with patience, understanding, and respect. She knows that her work is far from over, but she is determined to continue evolving. She is no longer defined by the biases that once clouded her judgment. Instead, she is now defined by her capacity to show respect and kindness to everyone she encounters, Regardless of their background, Emma may have started her journey in a high-end restaurant, surrounded by luxury and judgment, but she has found something far more valuable: the understanding that true wealth lies not in material POS, sessions, or outward appearances, but in the way we treat one another. As Emma locks the doors of the restaurant for the night, she reflects on how far she has come. She thinks of David Lynn and the quiet, powerful lesson he taught her. She realizes that every day is an opportunity to practice respect, kindness, and humility, and with each passing day, she becomes more committed to living her life according to these principles. The world may continue to judge based on appearances, but Emma knows that her actions, guided by the lessons learned from that one evening, will always speak louder than any judgment ever could. In this final part, we witness the lasting transformation that David's actions had on Emma, the other patrons, and the restaurant as a whole. Emma embraces her newfound understanding of respect and humility, and the restaurant begins to reflect these values in its operations. The lesson that true worth is not determined by outward appearances, but by one's character and actions resonates deeply with everyone involved. What happens when a simple mistake at the airport turns into an explosive confrontation with the law? This shocking incident might just make you rethink how we handle conflict, especially when emotions run high. This is the story of an intoxicated father, a denied boarding, and a scene no one expected to unfold. Narration: it was September 17th, 2023, at Orlando Airport. The sun had already begun to set, the terminal bustling with passengers eager to board their flights. Among them was a father and his family, preparing for what should have been a typical flight. However, this was no ordinary journey. An unexpected altercation was about to unfold, one that would push the limits of patience, authority, and human reaction. The father had everything packed: bags, strollers, and kids in tow. He was ready to board the flight, but something was off. A simple misunderstanding soon took a turn, and he was refused boarding. The reason? His behavior. Something didn't sit right with the gate agent. The subtle scent of alcohol lingered in the air, and the father's stumbling walk was hard to ignore. How often do we see a person's mood or actions influencing major decisions? In this moment, the gate agent had to make a judgment call based on what was seen. It wasn't about the father's intent to travel anymore. It became a matter of safety and responsibility. But the father's reaction was about to take things to a whole new level. As the gate agent tried to reason with him, the father's anger flared. His face twisted with frustration, his voice rising. He wasn't hearing it. "I've paid for this flight," he screamed, his words slurring slightly as he protested. The refusal to board, a simple but necessary action, had ignited something in him. He was no longer just a passenger, he was now a person wronged. We've all been there, right? That feeling of injustice, especially when you're not in control. But what happens when that feeling turns into irrational behavior? The father, frustrated with the situation, seemed to lose sight of what was at stake: his safety, the safety of his children, and the well-being of everyone around him. This is where emotional control or lack thereof becomes pivotal in any high-stress situation. Realizing the situation was deteriorating, the gate agent called over a supervisor. They had no choice but to assess the father's condition. His actions weren't just erratic, they were dangerous. The supervisor noticed it immediately: the smell of alcohol. With no other option, they made the decision to cancel his boarding pass and inform the father that he could no longer fly that day. How would you feel if you were in the staff's shoes? The reality is, the agents had a duty to ensure the safety of everyone, including the father. Yet, they were facing the wrath of an upset passenger who refused to accept the decision. At this point, the scenario was no longer about a flight, it was about maintaining control over a situation spiraling out of hand. What happens when an already tense situation turns into a full-blown confrontation? In this section, the father's fury reaches a boiling point, and the airport staff must call in the police to defuse the chaos. But what happens when the law gets involved? The refusal to board didn't just anger the father, it ignited something far more intense. His face flushed red as he began to shout louder, moving dangerously close to the airport staff. "You can't do this to me," he bellowed, his voice carrying through the terminal. His body leaned forward, his fists clenching at his sides. To him, this wasn't just a flight issue anymore. It was a personal attack. At this point, the situation has shifted from frustration to rage. When a person feels trapped, cornered, and humiliated, emotions can override reason. The father's feelings of helplessness have manifested in a display of anger that now risks spiraling out of control. But the question is, how do you handle a situation when the emotions of an individual are running unchecked? Airport security could see things getting out of hand. One of the staff members, a supervisor, discreetly radioed for police assistance. Within moments, an officer arrived calm, but firm, assessing the scene as the father continued to shout. His words, slurred from intoxication, were harsh and full of anger, accusing the airport staff of unfair treatment. This is the moment when the emotional tension meets a hard line. The law. The police are trained to diffuse situations like these, but it's never easy when someone is already in a heightened state of agitation. The officer's job is not to escalate things, but to restore order. But does intervening with authority make the situation better or worse? The officer tried to reason with the father, but the response was pure defiance. "I don't care about your rules," the father shouted, his words coming out between breaths. The officer took a step back, assessing the situation. A calm voice tried to reach the father, telling him that his actions were dangerous not just to him, but to his children and those around him. At this point, there's no turning back. The refusal to cooperate has sealed the fate of this confrontation. The officer is trying to reason, but the father's fury clouds any chance of rational discussion. It's not just about the airport anymore, it's about control and the refusal to back down. As the tension grew, the officer placed a hand on the father's arm, guiding him toward a quieter corner of the terminal. The father jerked away, his frustration mounting. "You touch me again, and I'll sue," he yelled. The officer, remaining calm, insisted that the father was not under arrest yet, but that he needed to calm down. His daughter, standing nearby, looked on with a mixture of fear and confusion, unsure of what was happening to her father. It's hard not to feel for the officer here. How do you de-escalate a situation where the individual refuses to cooperate? The officer's restraint is admirable, yet there's a line between restraint and putting oneself at risk. And what of the daughter? She's witnessing a version of her father she's likely never seen before. The emotional toll this takes on children in these situations is often overlooked. The moment came when the father's anger subsided just enough to hear the reality of the situation. He was no longer going to board this flight. Not today, not on this airline. His ticket was canceled. His options were clear: either cooperate or face further consequences. With a deep sigh, he seemed to deflate slightly, but his defiance still lingered in his words. This moment is key when a person realizes that their actions have led to a point of no return. The father's anger slowly turns into resignation, but it's not the peaceful surrender we expect. His words may have softened, but the damage had already been done. He lost control of the situation, and now he faces the aftermath. What happens when a confrontation reaches its breaking point? In this section, things take a turn that no one could have predicted. The father's anger, his inability to calm down, and the intervention of the police all culminate in an arrest that will change everything. The father's emotions were a whirlwind. Anger, frustration, and the lingering shame of being denied boarding clouded his judgment completely. As the officer tried to reason with him, the father's response became more erratic. "I didn't do anything wrong," he yelled, his voice shaking with the combination of intoxication and rage. His body jerked back, and forth as he fought against the officer's attempts to calm him. This moment underscores the difficulty of managing an emotionally charged situation. When a person is in a heightened state, whether due to intoxication or frustration, rational thinking becomes almost impossible. The officer's calm approach is meant to prevent escalation, but the father's emotional state is already pushing things past the point of control. It became clear that the situation was no longer something that could be managed with words alone. The officer stepped in closer, his voice firm but calm. "Sir, you need to stop. If you continue to resist, you'll be arrested for disorderly conduct." The father's response was quick, his defiance still burning strong. "Go ahead and arrest me. I don't care," he shouted. The officer had to make a quick decision here whether to continue trying to talk to the father or take action. The stakes were high. Any further resistance could lead to a physical confrontation. But the officer remained focused on diffusing the situation with minimal force. It's an incredible balancing act to remain professional when dealing with an uncooperative individual, especially in a public space like an airport. The moment the father refused to comply, the officer moved quickly to place him in handcuffs. But this only fueled the father's fury. "Don't touch me," he screamed, struggling against the officer's grip. His daughter, now in tears, could only watch as her father was restrained. The sounds of shouting echoed through the terminal, but the officer remained calm and steady, even as the father tried to break free. This moment is a powerful reminder of the complexity of human nature under stress. The father, despite realizing the inevitability of the situation, fought back against the authority trying to control him. His actions, fueled by pride and anger, make this moment tragic not just for him, but for his family. His daughter's distress is a testament to how deeply this event will affect her. The father's final attempt to reason, narration. As the handcuffs clicked into place, the father's anger shifted to desperation. "You don't understand," he cried out, still writhing in the officer's grip. "This is my family, my daughter. You can't do this." His voice cracked, filled with a sense of helplessness that matched the agony in his daughter's eyes. This is the raw emotional vulnerability of the situation, the father's realization that he has crossed a line from which there is no return. The struggle between personal pride and love for his family emerges here, as he tries, in vain, to justify his actions. But sometimes, when a person reaches a breaking point, no words can undo the damage done. The officer, undeterred by the father's outbursts, carefully led him towards the exit. He spoke gently, "You're going to be okay." This could have been avoided. The father didn't respond, his body still tense as he was escorted out of the terminal. His daughter, her face wet with tears, stood in the background, silently watching her father's removal. This moment speaks volumes about the power of calmness in the face of chaos. The officer's steady approach is what prevented the situation from escalating into something far worse. But as the father was led away, the emotional toll on his daughter was unmistakable. This moment, the last sight of her father before he was taken away, would stay with her forever. The aftermath of the arrest was felt not only by the father, but by everyone involved. The airport staff, the relief that the situation had been resolved without violence, were shaken by how quickly things had escalated. The father would face charges, but the consequences for his daughter would be long-lasting. She would carry the memory of that moment with her forever. What happens after such an event? The father may have been arrested, but the real consequences lie in the emotional and psychological impact on his family. The image of her father being dragged away by the police will forever be imprinted in his daughter's mind. How do we make sense of this kind of emotional aftermath? The scars may not be visible, but they're deep and long-lasting. What happens when the dust settles and the reality of the situation fully sinks in? In this final section, we witness the aftermath of the father's arrest and reflect on the emotional and psychological toll this entire incident has left on the family. What have they learned, and how will they move forward? The father sat in the back of the police car, handcuffed and silent. His mind raced, filled with regret. But the damage had been done. The realization that his actions had led to this moment was sinking in slowly. He had gone from being a frustrated passenger to a man arrested in front of his children, all because he refused to control his emotions. The question now is, how do you process an event like this? For the father, there's a heavy weight of personal regret. But it's more than that. His pride, anger, and inability to control his emotions have cost him dearly. This moment is a turning point, where the reality of his situation begins to hit him. He is no longer just a father trying to catch a flight. He's someone who will have to face the consequences of his actions. While the father sat in the police car, his daughter remained in the airport terminal, alone with her thoughts. She was in shock, her young mind struggling to process everything that had just happened. The image of her father being led away in handcuffs would stay with her for a long time. In the chaos of the moment, it was impossible to tell how deeply this event would affect her. Children absorb everything they see and hear, and this traumatic event would be no exception. How does a child process witnessing their parent being arrested? This is a life-altering moment for the daughter, one that may lead to confusion, anger, and even a sense of betrayal. The emotional scars left by this incident will take time to heal, and they may shape her views on authority, trust, and family. The officer, after the arrest was made, took a moment to reflect on the situation. His job was to uphold the law, but this incident felt different. It wasn't just about enforcing the rules. It was about understanding the human side of things. The officer couldn't help but wonder if things could have been handled differently. Could there have been a way to avoid the escalation? This moment gives us a glimpse into the officer's humanity. Despite being trained to handle such situations with professional detachment, he too is impacted by the emotional gravity of the scene. The officer's reflection speaks to the complexity of law enforcement in moments of crisis. Sometimes the emotional toll is felt not just by the individuals involved, but by the ones trying to restore order. Later that day, the family was left to pick up the pieces. The father's arrest was not just a legal issue, it was a personal one, affecting everyone involved. The wife, now at home with the children, tried to make sense of the situation. Her thoughts were a mixture of concern for her husband and worry about the long-term effects this incident would have on their family. The wife's perspective is crucial here. She is left to navigate the emotional aftermath, trying to explain what happened to their children, while also dealing with her own confusion and hurt. This is the hidden cost of such incidents, the emotional labor required to pick up the pieces after everything falls apart. The family's healing will be a long and complex journey. As the day went on, the father sat in a holding cell, his mind spinning. He had no one to blame but himself. The father could now see the full extent of the damage caused by his actions. His pride, his anger, his refusal to listen to reason, these had all led him to this point. He had not just ruined his chance to board a plane, he had jeopardized his relationship with his family, especially his daughter. This is a painful moment of self-realization. When we act impulsively, we rarely stop to consider the long-term effects of our actions. The father's regret is palpable, but it also presents an opportunity for growth. If he learns from this moment, he might be able to rebuild his relationships and find ways to manage his emotions better in the future. The next few days were filled with uncertainty. The father's arrest would have legal consequences, but the real consequences were emotional. His family would need to rebuild, piece by piece. The father would have to face the repercussions of his actions, but the real work would be done on the emotional front. Could they heal from this? Could the father regain his daughter's trust? Only time would tell. Healing from an incident like this is not easy. It's not just about paying the legal price, it's about rebuilding trust and understanding in relationships that were torn apart. The journey to healing will be long, and it starts with reflection and accountability. This experience will be a defining moment for the family, but whether it will break them or bring them closer together depends on how they move forward. She had spent years controlling everything until one mistake controlled her. A waitress, used to making the rules, slaps a mother holding a baby without realizing that the man who owns the restaurant chain is watching. What happens next? Let's just say no one expected the ending she got. Stay tuned, because once the truth comes out, there's no turning back. Before we start, comment below where in the world you're watching from today. And if you enjoy stories like this, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss a new one. Vanessa Holt walked through the bustling restaurant with confidence, her apron neatly tied, her posture straight. She exuded control with every step she took. She had worked her way up the ranks to become the lead waitress at one of the city's top dining spots. Every night she managed the VIP tables, making sure the high-rolling customers felt like royalty. She ruled the restaurant floor like it was her kingdom. She believed in rules, order, and most of all, her own authority. But tonight, one small mistake would change everything. One moment of impatience, one act of arrogance, would take away everything she had worked for. And the worst part, she never saw it coming. The dinner rush had started smoothly, just like any other evening. Patrons arrived, eager for a fine meal, while servers scurried to make sure everything was in order. The clinking of silverware, the soft chatter of conversations, and the low hum of the kitchen were the soundtrack to a typical night at the restaurant. But then, she saw her. Olivia Carter walked in, holding a baby in her arms, with a small bag slung over her shoulder. Vanessa's eyes narrowed immediately. A baby in a fancy restaurant. This wasn't a family-friendly diner. It was an upscale dining experience. Babies didn't belong here. With a forced smile, Vanessa greeted Olivia. "Ma'am, can I help you?" "I'm fine, thank you," Olivia replied, shifting the baby in her arms. Vanessa glanced at the ticket and immediately felt a wave of annoyance. Olivia had a reservation, but a baby in her arms wasn't the kind of customer the restaurant catered to. "Perhaps you'd be more comfortable in a quieter spot, away from the main dining area," Vanessa suggested, leaning in just slightly. Olivia blinked, confused. "I have a reservation for this table." The way she said it to confident, to sure irritated Vanessa. She didn't belong here. Vanessa handed the ticket back and gestured to the table. "Enjoy your meal." As Olivia moved past, some patrons glanced over. A baby in the high-end dining area was drawing attention. Vanessa kept her eyes on Olivia from across the room, the baby's occasional whimpering only adding to her growing irritation. Every time the baby made even the smallest noise, Vanessa felt her patience wore thin. First-class restaurants weren't meant for crying babies or exhausted mothers. Vanessa had seen it before, parents who couldn't control their children, disturbing the peace, but she wouldn't let it happen again. She kept her eyes on Olivia, waiting for a reason, any reason, to prove this mother didn't belong. It didn't take long. The baby gave a soft whimper, and that was enough. Vanessa marched over to the table, leaning down slightly. "Mum, could you please keep the child quiet? Other customers expect a peaceful dining experience," she said, her voice sharp but polite. Olivia's face tightened. "I'm trying, but he's just a baby." Vanessa didn't back down. "If the baby continues to disturb the dining room, I may need to ask you to leave." A murmur of surprise spread through the room. One of the other diners, noticing the tension, spoke up. "She has a reservation. Leave her alone." Vanessa was taken aback, but her authority was non-negotiable. "I'm just ensuring all guests have a pleasant experience." But Vanessa didn't know what was coming next. Olivia remained calm. But as soon as she reached for her phone, a feeling of unease washed over Vanessa. Olivia quickly typed a message, hit send, and that was it. Vanessa had no idea what was about to unfold. A few minutes later, Vanessa's phone buzzed with an urgent message from her manager. "Please report to the office immediately." Confused and growing anxious, Vanessa walked to the manager's office. When she stepped in, the atmosphere was heavy. The restaurant's owner, James Carter, was standing there, his expression calm but stern. Vanessa's stomach dropped. James, the CEO of the entire restaurant chain, was looking at her with a gaze that could freeze anyone in their tracks. Vanessa, do you know who you were speaking to tonight? Vanessa blinked. Just a mother with a baby. The manager's face hardened. That mother is Olivia Carter, my wife. The world seemed to tilt. Vanessa felt the room close in around her. She had slapped the wife of the owner. In one moment, she went from respected lead waitress to a liability. James Carter's voice cut through the tension. You humiliated her. You didn't even check who she was before trying to remove her from this restaurant. Vanessa tried to justify herself. I was just enforcing the rules. Babies can be disruptive in fine dining. James's expression remained unmoving. You didn't treat her like a customer. You assumed she didn't belong. Vanessa's hands trembled as James turned to the manager. I want her removed from duty immediately. She's finished here. Vanessa's world collapsed. The last shred of control she had was slipping away. She could feel every eye on her as she walked past the guests. Some whispered, some watched in silence. But it didn't matter.